Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Fate/Ultimate Antagonist. Chapter 81. I call it efficiency. Among the three Spartan brothers, the one with the weakest physique, Kratos, had actually signed a contract with the vanguard of the Wandering Star. Even Ares, despite her slow wit, now fully understood, it was Kratos who was the one prop he sized to overthrow the gods. I can't believe I misjudged. Adorned in crimson armor, the dark-haired woman smirked, twisting her neck. No. It wasn't a misjudgment on my part. It was you deliberately misleading me back then, Athena. A hideous scar twitched on Ares' face. Though her aura gained a touch of ferocity, it did not mar her refined beauty. She roared. She glanced at Virgil behind her. On her face, a look of utmost disdain and scorn crept in involuntarily. Clearly, the opportunity to subvert Zeus's rule was right before Ares' eyes. But this sister ruined it. The silver-haired youth, with indifferent eyes, spat blood from his throat. Virgil had endured Ares' torment for over half a year. He believed his brothers Kratos and Dante would come to rescue him, clinging to that hope. But, it was too agonizing. Nevertheless, Virgil was just a 12-year-old boy. In this endless and relentless torment, Ares deliberately imprisoned him at the bottom of this scorching magma temple, where the raging flames ceaselessly burned Virgil's flesh. The boy's body was crushed and scorched by the searing magma repeatedly, every inch of his flesh burning. Yet those potentially fatal injuries, under Ares's divine power, constantly reassembled, healed. In this cycle of tearing and healing, the number of times was beyond count. Virgil's body gradually became more robust, muscular, and filled with strength. But he had been unable to use his limbs for too long, forgetting how to move, almost forgetting his combat skills. He desperately wanted to tear Ares apart, desperately wanted to see his brothers' smiling faces, and even more so, wanted to tell Kratos about the gods' conspiracy. But all he could do was tremble. Day by day, enduring this pain and torment. But he was too weak, too powerless. Power. That pent-up anger and desire for vengeance, yearning to break free. Virgil had never wished to have more power, like this time. If he had the power, he would have been able to protect his brothers and his father that day. Ares's divine power both tormented and transformed his body. So Virgil had been trying his best to provoke the god of war, because he knew, Ares wouldn't let him die easily. He knew that he would inevitably become the bargaining chip that Ares used to threaten his brother. It was because of this that thoughts of death appeared in his mind, tinged with a desperate longing. Under this endless pain and torment, Virgil struggled to maintain his precarious sanity. He was nearing his limit. I didn't deliberately mislead you, Ares. Athena said with a smile. Instantly, Ares' roar filled the air. I am not stupid. The dark-haired woman's body, blazing with fiery divine power like molten lava, turned into countless ferocious and bloody weapons. What's the point of supporting that kid, Athena? You're the real idiot. If the prophecy of the Moirai is true, clearly, you'll be overthrown by him too. At least, he's very skilled. Athena licked her luscious lips. The orange strands of her hair fluttered slightly in the scorching hot wind. Her words caused Ares's face to twitch involuntarily. Exciting me, a lot. You son of a bitch. Athena, who heard the insult, ignored it because she was used to it coming out of this person's mouth. To the goddess of control, the insults were not even a tenth of what she got from Kratos. However, you've also fallen, haven't you? Athena smiled mockingly. I admire, sister. What right do you have to judge me, Athena? Clearly, you're the fastest fallen goddess. Ares caressed her scarred face. And what's wrong with becoming stronger, even if it means becoming a woman? She spread her arms, grinning. Women are terrifying. This woman's body is much stronger than my former divine body. Didn't you see? Hermes, Apollo, Poseidon. Those originally despising me, now can only tremble under my power and prestige. The plan to destroy Olympus was clearly Zeus's decision. Don't you want to say, Athena, are you willing to be slaughtered like that? Ha! She said so. The dark-haired woman couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. Your ambition is much grander than mine. Now, you want to play with that boy, Kratos, in the palm of your hand. But, do you really think Zeus will allow you to do as you please? Ares stepped forward, her fierce gaze meeting her sister's eyes. Watch out for being dismantled by him at the core. This was the god of war's warning. But Athena smiled mysteriously. I certainly don't want to be destroyed, so, aren't we on the same team? Same team? You're still lying to me intentionally. Ares got angry at the mention of this. Who the hell likes to be led astray? I was saving you, Ares. Athena spoke simply. The dark-haired woman's expression twitched, her demeanor suddenly stunned. Think with your stupid brain, my dear sister. Even if you take advantage of the vanguard of the wandering star as a distraction and capture Kratos, do you think Zeus won't come knocking on your door? Because you only captured Virgil, so he turns a blind eye. If I really let you capture Kratos, the first god turned into scrap metal, would be you. Athena's words made Ares slightly widen her eyes. As if her sister made a lot of sense. Your useless rage is just a waste of time, you're torturing Virgil, it's meaningless. In the secret palace beneath the god of war's temple, Athena's voice echoed in the scorching air. The orange-haired goddess stood with smiling ambiguously. Think about it, my foolish sister. Who says the prophecy must come true for Kratos? Among the Spartan brothers, the strongest will overthrow Olympus. With these words, Athena's deep and penetrating gaze fell upon the face of the silver-haired youth, dripping with fresh blood. Amidst Ares's contemplative expression, the goddess of control smiled faintly. If Virgil is indeed the strongest among the three brothers, then, wouldn't he become your most valuable asset in your hands? Exhaling deeply into the scorching air, the young Virgil looked impassively as the gazes of the two deities slowly turned towards him, fixating on him. Ha! Ha ha ha! Yes, exactly. Athena, you're truly clever. My dear sister. As if suddenly enlightened, a radiant smile bloomed on Ares's face like the sun breaking through the clouds. Virgil. Ares stepped forward. Grinning, she used her fingertips to lift the chin of the silver-haired youth slightly. You mustn't disappoint me. I have received the revelation from Lord Ares himself, the noble god of war, and have personally conveyed his divine decree. At the temple atop Mount Sparta, the sacred fire flickered. Facing the priests kneeling inside the temple, Kratos smiled and spread his arms, making an announcement. The noble god of war, in compassion for the suffering of the people of Sparta, has decreed, henceforth, the prayers and proselytizing activities of the temple of war can be greatly reduced, or even abolished altogether. As these words were spoken, the priests inside the temple were immediately in an uproar. Your Highness Kratos. The high priest's beard trembled with hesitation. This was completely contradictory to the divine decree he had received previously. I am declaring this divine decree under the statue of our noble Ares, do you still doubt the revelation of the god of war? Kratos smiled, raising his head to gaze directly at the towering statue of Ares. The majestic and meticulously crafted face of the god of war, with its silent stone pupils, gazed at the black-haired youth without any sign of anger. The priests looked at each other. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yes. It seems that indeed it was the tacit approval of the god of war. Even though there were benevolent deities who could tolerate the presumptuousness of mortals, that certainly couldn't be Ares. The sacrifices to Ares in the past were all conducted with slaves, but Kratos had put an end to that in recent years. How violent was the temperament of the god of war! These priests who served his doctrine knew better than anyone. In the face of the sincerity from Ares's heart, Kratos in the temple smiled and continued. The great god of war, through my communication and plea, showed compassion for the disasters of the city-state, and finally changed his mind to issue this decree. This is indeed a manifestation of his mercy. Our noble Lord Ares, although the god of war, has a compassionate heart. In the future, everyone must remember and promote the compassion of the god of war. We obey the divine decree of the god of war. Beside Athena, who smiled ambiguously, Ares trembled as she watched this scene through the flames, barely able to contain her rage. Faith, now, was the most important power source for the machine gods. Kratos not only extinguished Ares's faith activities but also distorted his doctrine. Damn it, this was basically desecrating the god. But, what could she do in her rage? As long as Zeus rode on Ares's head, she had to yield. As the flagship, the power of the King of Gods was something Ares couldn't shake at the moment, unless she obtained the vanguard of the wandering star. Or, could Virgil bring her some surprises? Thinking about the various ruthless transformation plans for Virgil, Ares's raging fire couldn't help but turn into a sinister smile. She would use the technology of the gods to completely transform Virgil into a killing machine, tearing through the ranks of the war machines. Kratos. Ares grinned. I really can't wait to see the expression on your face when your brother stabs you through the heart, that moment. That's right. Zeus indeed did not allow the gods to take action against Kratos. Then let the furious Kratos come at her, and then Zeus would have no reason to stop her. Through the flickering flames of the temple, gods and mortals stared at each other fiercely. Kratos's eyes were vacant, silently staring at the statue of the god of war. Sure enough, there was no response. Even when he stand in front of his statue and blatantly distort his divine decree, he dare not take action. Kratos was convinced that Ares was truly intimidated by Zeus. For now, corrupting Ares's faith was just the first step. Within a year, Kratos would completely cleanse and eradicate the worship of this god of war from the entire city-state of Sparta. The reconstruction of the city-state stabilized, and the management of the military front lines was handed over to Dante, finally allowing you to free up some spare time. You transformed and eradicated the beliefs related to Ares in Sparta, directly offering irresistible benefits, dispersing the temple priests, and sending them to various regions, establishing institutions called academies to educate the people. The structure of the temple of the god of war was dismantled by you. You even began to consider whether to build your own statue and place it, but wouldn't that be too obvious? Or perhaps it's better to influence subtly. So, you gathered trusted and hand-picked priests, establishing the Sparta cult to spread the faith of you, the son of gods. Its doctrine propagates. Kratos is indeed the son of Zeus, favored by the Olympians, the crownless son of gods. He will rule over the Spartans, integrate this fertile land of Greece, lead the troubled people to cleanse the underworld and devils, ensuring that every believer leads a happy and peaceful life. Unlike those peoples boasting themselves as sons of Zeus, your lineage is truly pure. After all, you are indeed the son of Zeus, so it's not considered deceitful, right? Easing slightly from the political affairs of the city-state, you began to focus on your own growth. Now, the most important task before you is to penetrate the underworld, and go to the temple of the god of war. How can you quickly enhance your strength? Training, hi. Seated within the palace, Kratos pondered over this question, but quickly shook his head at his own thoughts. Training held little significance for him. In this age of gods, training could indeed rapidly enhance a warrior's physique. However, since the age of 12, Kratos's poor physical aptitude was evident. This life of Kratos had an obvious deficiency in terms of physique. The idea of gradually improving strength through training, although Kratos could persevere, he simply didn't have the luxury of time. Even with Demeter beside him, it wasn't simply doing 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day for 3 years to become a bald-headed cape-wearing hero. The caped baldy, in reality, he broke through his limits through continuous life and death battles against monsters, as indicated on the Demeter skill description. What's most important for becoming an ultimate powerhouse? Is it astonishing talent, overwhelming luck, or a glorious lineage? Many might answer with these options. But they are all short-sighted. If Kratos were to answer this question, he wouldn't need to think twice, he would answer directly. Cheats are the most important. Looking at the top players of the multiverse, who doesn't use cheats? Emphasizing only training and hard work throughout one's life won't let you catch up with them. Faced with bloodborne plagues, insect invasions, the contingency, fallen empires, warp storm, and other rare occurrences, to live peacefully with his cherished ones, Kratos felt he still wasn't cheat enough. The golden guy was too reluctant to cheat, which is why he ended up being pressed down by that shit. If Golden Guy's brain understood how to take a different approach and admitted within the imperial truth that he was indeed the god of humanity, then the subsequent turmoil and the darkest and most turbulent 40K era in human history wouldn't have happened. For example, just by changing the terminology, claiming it as the new imperial truth, introducing a code name like Supreme Commander of Humanity for worship and faith by the people of the galaxy. The rebellion of Lorgar wouldn't have happened, Horus wouldn't have been corrupted by chaos. In other words, he is a stubborn person. But without stubbornness, would he still be the emperor? That's a sweeping statement. Kratos respects his character and admires his will, but doesn't necessarily agree with his methods. With the lessons from the Golden Guy's experiences, Kratos won't delve into the is the essence of power evil or good hornet's nest. He knows very well that in such a world, cheat is the most important thing to survive. As for hard work, effort, and natural talent, they are just the basics of the basics, or even unnecessary factors, belonging to very small-minded thoughts. Some can easily obtain resources through cashing in, while others have to fight for them with their lives. Reality is so cruel. You cheat, and I cheat. The victor is determined by who is the better cheater. This time in the simulation, the system indeed gave him 3 useful cheats. Crimson Fury. Similar to the Hulk, strength increases with fury. Thanks to the nightmare buff from the Furies, and Athena's relentless harassment day and night, Kratos's anger is indeed about to burst through the sky. However, he belongs to the type of person who becomes calmer as he becomes more furious, and with Aatrox keeping an eye on his thoughts, he manages to maintain his precarious sanity. The illusions of Leonidas and Marine appear more and more frequently in his reality. This overflowing anger torments his spirit day and night. In battle, it also triples his strength, endurance, and agility from their original levels. It's probably a kind of independent boost. Secondly, Demonic Sword Companion. Utilizing the property of Aatrox's apparent devouring. 6 months ago, after exterminating all the devils in the entire city-state, Aatrox was filled to overflowing with magical energy. In severe pain, Kratos also managed to absorb a small portion of that magical energy, greatly enhancing his originally weak physique. Now, his strength and endurance in his normal form have already grown to the B rank, while agility and mana remain at their original C rank. Although Kratos knows that everyone's panels in the Age of Gods were filled arbitrarily. But, it can at least serve as a reference. Combined with his inexhaustible combat skills, Kratos can now flip over a Spartan squad consisting of 50 people alone in a slightly more complicated environment without relying on Aatrox. As long as he wields Aatrox and continues to kill. Just like the original Kratos was collecting red orbs. Kratos can continuously grow stronger. But, the embarrassing point is, he doesn't have that many lives to give him to kill. Apart from large-scale devil incursions, the usual number isn't that abundant. As for the magical beast groups, Kratos, busy with city-state affairs, doesn't have time to kill them. In the past 6 months, hundreds of devils have died by his sword, plus several hundred magical beasts brought in by the army. This is the final result obtained by deliberately focusing on slaughter. In fact, as that scheming Athena in Saint Caea once said, "Didn't you still have your life?" In this city-state, the largest number of lives, most certainly, are not devils or beasts, but humans. However, Kratos could never bring himself to madly slaughter the residents of his city-state, even if they were slaves or peasants. It's the basic line of being human. He is a magus, yes, but one cannot be too much of a magus as a person. So, the last hope. Limiter. As long as he fights on the brink of death, and ultimately dies, only to come back stronger, continuously pushing the limits. This is also why, within just half a year, Kratos was able to elevate his strength from D to B. The bloodbath from half a year ago, where his body was almost crushed by magical energy, allowed his limiter to loosen slightly. After waking up, his physical and mental resilience greatly increased. Otherwise, under the bone-chilling touch of the bad woman in his dreams, his soul would have scattered long ago. Unfortunately, there's still that problem. In today's Sparta city-state, Kratos simply cannot find opponents who can fight him fiercely until near death. In Greek mythology, the gap between gods is immense. Let alone between humans. The Zero Generation, naturally, is a primordial deity like Chaos, the prime cause of creation across various worlds. The first generation consists of primordial gods like Gaia, Erebus, and Nyx. The second generation includes titans like the king of titans Cronus and Hecate. Lastly, it's the turn of the third generation gods like the king of gods Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, but in terms of authority and power, Zeus is the uncrowned king among the gods in both Greek and Roman mythology, a god that no one could overthrow thereafter. In the tangled mess of Greek pantheon with its various names and hundreds of gods, the power levels are also inconsistent. But in this moonlit world, it turns out that the Olympians are machine gods, not gods born on this planet, which further confuses Kratos. But, there is no doubt. If he wants to improve his strength, undoubtedly the best way would be enemies. Fighting, killing, devouring, that's the talent of the vanguard of the Wandering Star. In such a topic, Aatrox's hoarse voice couldn't help but resound slowly in Kratos's mind. You need powerful enemies who can give you a thrilling fight. Aatrox, you're right, but where should I find enemies? Surely, there should be some such opponents, right? Enemies are not impossible to find, after all. Aatrox pondered for a moment. Perhaps, it's time for you to leave Sparta. As long as you're in the mortal world, Zeus should be watching over you, and the gods won't directly attack you. You should go out and gain experience. But, what about Dante? Kratos's biggest concern is his younger brother. He's not a child anymore, let him take over your position. No, besides Dante, there is also his plan to weaken Ares's faith, the reconstruction of the city-state, all of these need his attention. Traveling. In this vast land, there are indeed countless devils and phantasmal species, countless myths and miracles. But, can traveling help him find worthy opponents to fight? No. Such thinking is too foolish. Rather than relying on luck, it's better to use existing resources to help himself. The difference between humans and animals lies in their ability to make use of things. Standing on the high platform of the palace, overlooking the prosperous city beneath his feet, Kratos closed his eyes and contemplated for a long time. In Aatrox's patient wait, the black-haired youth slowly opened his eyes. Aatrox, Kratos said softly. I think, perhaps, I've found the perfect solution. Tisk, your world-shaking wisdom is starting to kick in again, isn't it? Ignoring the teasing of the demonic sword. Facing the city below, Kratos slowly raised his hand. In the rift of hell, and the invasion of devils, although it seems irregular, there is actually a certain regularity. That is, where there are more people, devils are more likely to be born. If the rifts of hell are unable to control, and were to open within the city-state, perhaps we can change our approach. With the scorching sun hanging high, everything is growing. All things in the world seem to be flourishing as usual. In Aatrox's eyes, which are like earthquakes, Kratos clenched his palms against the city of Sparta beneath him. He spoke slowly, one word at a time. I shall open the fissure of hell right here in the city. And I will strive to maintain it, then expand its scope to the maximum extent. Even the net of hell surely has its limits, right? So, this fissure that has been expanded might just end up encroaching on other rifts. You're insane. Aatrox trembled in his pupils, offering an incredibly precise assessment. And Kratos merely responded with a gentle smile. The fact that I am insane. Didn't you know that for a long time? At the summit of Mount Sparta, the rustling of the wind seemed to fade away. Ha, he. The bloodthirsty demonic sword, deep within the young man's heart, began to chuckle softly. This laughter swiftly transformed into a hoarse and frenzied guffaw. Ha 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 ha. You truly are a madman. I am convinced. I am utterly convinced that those gods will tremble beneath your feet. The entire Olympus. No. The entire world will cower at your feet. I cherish you. I admire you. I like you, you little lunatic. The sky, vast and boundless. The ocean, azure and clear. Threads of surging blood, creeping from Kratos' feet, slowly outlined a throne as thick and red as blood. Resting against the armrest of the throne, the black-haired youth, cradled in the embrace of the demonic sword, slowly took his seat. He raised his 10 fingers, index finger and thumb meeting each other, forming a rectangular frame. As if he wanted to imprint this entire land within his hands. I shall erect a stable gate of hell in the heart of Sparta. I shall summon all the heroes of Greece, all the greatest devil hunters of Greece, to Sparta henceforth. The war devil, My blood feud, the blood feud of the Spartans. I shall slay devils, slay gods, slay all of hell, and sound the horn of counterattack. I shall make Sparta the forefront in the battle against hell. If he couldn't control it, then, Kratos would rather have it open right at his ironclad doorstep. The wind blew clear. Under the bright and clear sunlight, the newly crowned king of hell and earth sat upon the throne of bloody carnage atop this mountain peak. He declared to the entire land of Greece. It's too late, whether it be devils or gods. My will shall be the torch for the warriors. I shall build with devil flesh, with the skulls of Ares, the throne that will be mine. The blood feud of this generation. Only with blood shall it be repaid. I will spare no effort to protect this land, to protect those who seek peace and happiness from the devil's harassment and threats. If you consider yourself an elite warrior of Greece, an outstanding devil hunter, you are welcome to join my ranks. What I am about to build will benefit the entire land of Greece, although right now, many may not understand me, but someday, Sparta will stand as the most stable and prosperous beacon for this land, attracting all the fearless heroes of Greece. I will merge Greece into Sparta, and build Sparta into Greece. Some may call this madness, plunging everything into the maelstrom of warfare, they may call it evil war crimes. But I shall call it efficiency. Chapter 82 Shock and Awe. I want to establish a gate to hell within the city-state of Sparta. Facing you standing at the head of the council, calm in demeanor yet smiling as you present the proposal. In the moment those words fell, it was like a blazing meteor crashing into the abyss, a speeding train colliding head-on with a mountain. The concept of expanding the rifts of hell within the city-state, presented at the Spartan council, stirred up a tumultuous wave of shock and awe. Despite it all, the entire council is under your control. Yet, people still feel a profound mental shock because of your overly ambitious idea. The governance of Kratos, everyone sees it, the prosperity of Sparta and your achievements are closely intertwined. However, at this level, it's not about reform, it's a move that can be described as revolutionary madness. Like leaping from slavery directly into republicanism, or from feudal society instantly into a utopia on Earth. You don't doubt the loyalty of these council members to yourself, because each one of them was handpicked and promoted into the council by you, reflecting your full-fledged leadership style. The entire city-state of Sparta is a one-party rule under your leadership. Yet, there's still that saying. To foresee 10 years ahead is genius, 100 years ahead is a monster, 1,000 years ahead is a freak of nature. With unwavering loyalty to you and apprehension for the fate of Sparta. Most members of the council are now advising you to be rational, urging you to remain calm, restrain yourself, and think twice before acting. I am extremely rational. The clear and bright sunlight poured down from the grand dome of the council, illuminating the figure of the black-haired youth. He appeared magnificent and holy, akin to a descendant of the gods. Clad in a pure white robe, the youth slowly spread his arms. His well-proportioned physique exuded a divine beauty. The compassionate embrace seemed to encompass all sins and punishments. His deep crimson eyes were as profound as an ocean, while his handsome face seemed to possess a captivating charm. With a gentle smile, his soft words resonated throughout the hall of pristine pillars. Instantly, all the noisy chatter fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Standing at the very center of the council, facing all the city-state's legislators, Kratos spoke softly with a smile. Trust me, there is no one in all of Sparta who understands reason better than I do. I arrived at this conclusion after careful consideration. The prolonged war between humans and devils should not rely solely on the hopes placed on the gods. Our fate should be in our own hands, using our own spears and shields to forge our own path. This is also the ancestral motto of the Spartans. I understand everyone's opposition. Everyone knows that I am just a humble regent, without the immense power of other city-state kings. I stand here today because of your support, and I have never wanted to be a tyrant. Believe in me. I have always been fair, rational, and humane. So, I will hold a national referendum within the city-state. If the proposal is passed, I will personally stand at the forefront of the gate to hell, and if the plan fails, you all have the opportunity to close it at any time. Listening to the Holy King's words spoken with a smile. Kratos's painstaking efforts, his dedication to Sparta, were apparent to everyone. His promises have never gone unfulfilled. His wisdom has never been incorrect. With the desire to establish a gate to hell, Kratos even plans to lead the charge himself, commanding the battlefield of hell to show leadership. No one could oppose his determination anymore. And hardly anyone had confidence in the proposal's passage. Kratos intends to hold a national referendum, allowing any citizen of Sparta to participate in this decision-making process. But people are afraid of death. Looking at the solemn and resigned expressions of the people, Kratos raised his head, gazing at the radiant sunlight streaming through the dome. The sun was trapped in his eyes. This madman had absolute confidence. It wasn't confidence in the gods, or in their benevolence. It was confidence in humanity, confidence in the inherent goodness of humans. He believed in humans. As a human, he believed in the human heart. The decision to conduct a national referendum spread throughout the entire city-state of Sparta in an instant. With the speed of a shooting star, it propagated to every corner of the vast land of Greece. The entire city shook. Allied nations were astonished. Instantly, there were those who applauded enthusiastically, those whose hearts surged with excitement, those who sneered disdainfully, and countless others who were left speechless, unable to comprehend the crazy proposal you put forth. If we can't control the invasion from hell, then we shall pierce through hell, slaughter through hell, and cut through hell. The positions of humans and devils would be abruptly reversed. Countless people sensed your madness, and some of them deeply appreciated the extraordinary rationality contained within it. Numerous skeptical, mocking, surprised, and horrified gazes converged on this prosperous city-state by the Ionia Sea. From the ocean, from the sky, and even from hell and the misty underworld. You could feel it, even the gods of Olympus, with unparalleled amazement, at this moment, simultaneously focused their divine gaze on you. Whether human or divine. It was as if, in that moment, they all sensed the turbulence of the times. The entire land of Greece, from every corner, paid such simultaneous attention to one person, one matter, and treated it with such solemnity, to that young boy named Kratos. In the midst of this surging, scorching gaze. Perhaps even Athena, that bad woman, was startled by your astonishing wisdom. She hasn't come to disturb you these days, hasn't appeared in your dreams with alluring poses, teasing you. Even the nightly nightmares paused temporarily. You peacefully drafted speeches in your mind and finally enjoyed 3 days of refreshing sleep. 3 days later, you stood in the very center of Sparta Square. The sun, so clear. The sky, so vast. Bathed in the bright sunlight and the gathered gaze of the people. The black-haired youth, clad in a pure white robe, slowly ascended to the central platform of the square. The deafening cheers resounded like a tidal wave. It was the most earnest and lofty tribute the warriors of Sparta could offer to their king. And the attending crowd cheered along with them. Although the vast Spartan square was grand and expansive, it could only accommodate a small fraction of the city-state's hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Those who stood here were the ones who expressed their hearts. Indeed, most ordinary people feared death. But compared to other city-states, the Spartan spirit clearly ignited the combat ardor of the populace. While support for Kratos was a minority, it was not lacking in numbers. Far more, distant crowds. They watched solemnly, with great gravity, the projection of the king on the sky, cast by the priests, awaiting his speech. This scene was simultaneously broadcasted to other cities in Greece. Kratos would announce to this vast land. The bustling crowd on the square, shoulder to shoulder, crowded as if under the scorching sun. The people's magnificent enthusiasm seemed to sweep through the towering Mount Olympus, causing the accumulated clouds and mist of years to dissipate. Good noon, my people. I am Kratos Sparta. Standing on the central platform of the square. The regent and wise king of Sparta smiled and waved to his people. Just a greeting, before he could start his speech. It sparked waves of passionate cheers, like a mountainous roar and a sea tide. Praise be to you, Your Highness Kratos. Praise be to you. You are the embodiment of all the valor and might in this world. Long live Your Highness Kratos. Long live Sparta. The devout followers of the Sparta cult, placed within the crowd, set an outstanding example. With their enthusiastic cheers, like igniting a fuse. The prolonged and fervent cheers echoed through the heavens. This announcement to the entire land of Greece was also a superb opportunity for Kratos to subtly strip away the faith in Ares and establish his own combat symbol in the hearts of the people of Sparta. From then on, the city-state's adoration for the god of war would discard the foolishness and wrath of Ares and embrace the fame of Kratos for terror and power. Although the atmosphere was orchestrated, the people's enthusiastic cheers, anyone could hear the sincerity within. Because, the improved lives did not need any false praises, but were tangible in people's eyes. Not facing a corporate board or a panel of judges. Even less like the former tyrannical rule of the Kingdom of Saxons, marked by intimidation and oppression. Kratos was also addressing the public for the first time in such a crowded place. Although he had rehearsed in his mind for a long time, he still appeared somewhat reserved and nervous on the spot. However, listening to the fervent cheers of the people. The youth's heart couldn't help but warm up. A warmth seemed to surge inexplicably in his chest, a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction filled his heart, relaxing him considerably. He lowered his gaze. His silver-haired younger brother, Dante, stood at the forefront of the army, applauding and smiling at him. That's right. He was born in Sparta, raised by the entire city-state. Faced with his people, faced with his Spartan family, what was there to be nervous about? The one who should be nervous was not him, but those high and mighty, filthy and corrupt entities. Pressing against his chest, pressing against the eyeball of Atrox, hearing the encouraging whispers of the bloodthirsty demonic sword in his heart. The black-haired youth took a deep breath, waiting for the cheers to subside like the ebb of a tide. The uncrowned king of Sparta surveyed the people below him and began his speech generously and forcefully at the right moment. My old friend once said, the pursuit of man in this world is nothing but peace of mind. Peace of mind is indeed sweeter and more nourishing than any delicacy. I, too, believe so. However, ever since the rift to hell tore open a century ago, we, the people of Sparta, have found it increasingly, almost impossible to find even a moment's rest and peace of mind. We fight, we roar, we rage. We struggle in an endless war against devils, expending all our might. Flesh and blood have built our Spartan city, buried in the soil beneath our feet, nourished by the bones of warriors. Pain and hatred constantly sprout from this soil, and finally, we achieve fleeting tranquility, built upon these graves. Yet, we still face the myriad horrors of hell. We still tremble with fear, worrying that the next moment, a devil will descend upon us. We struggle in this enduring unease and dread, even prayers to the gods seem futile. In truth, we Spartans have no god to rely on. If our god of war, the respected Ares, truly favored us, he wouldn't allow brave and loyal warriors to march to the hellish slaughter, sacrificing everything, and meet their demise. Flesh, bones, graves. These things pile up every day, and every day, they are trampled upon by unrest. Our proud faith has brought us no mercy, we have sacrificed everything for stability, only to have it crushed by the war devil in a matter of seconds. I believe many of my people here can relate, even my respected father Leonidas, our home, collapsed in the fierce night 200 days ago. The enemies are so powerful, they possess twisted abilities, stubborn vitality, bodies that constantly regenerate, treating us humans like animals, slaughtering, feasting, and replenishing. And us. We can only use our bodies. Our spears and shields. With the equipment and skills bestowed upon us by the gods' mercy, as well as the magical aptitudes possessed by only a few lucky ones, we use our flesh to build a great wall against devils, a final defense line for our families. We hope beyond hope for the faint light called faith in our hearts, for the gods' favor and gaze, step by step, in the dark, treacherous wilderness, we push forward, bathed in blood. However, has our Spartan faith given us any answers? Have the gods we seek granted us peace of mind? No. Nothing at all. For more than a century, how we have lived, every Spartan here knows better and deeper than this 12-year-old. We have never truly found peace of mind. But from this moment on, I declare, to the people of Sparta, to all my subjects, to this entire land of Greece, this unrest, this dread, this life of constant fear, is about to end. Because, we Spartans are going to blow the horn of counterattack to hell. I will tear open and expand the rifts to hell in the city of Sparta, establish gates linking to hell, and then cut, tear, and crush those disgusting vermin. Knowledge, magic, strength, skills, faith. All that we have gained through this enduring war will now become our sharpest, most solid weapons. The sacrifices of the past have built the foundation of our prosperous Spartan city. Those monsters laughing in hell, coveting and scheming to descend upon us, will never have thought, our spears will pierce their hearts in hell. Many will think I'm mad. And yes, I must admit, they are right. I am already mad. Because among the warriors here, not one is sane. To withstand this endless grinding, the warriors who can still persevere, not a single one is not insane. We are all mad, so what? Do you care? Or do you care? My warriors. Do we give a damn about these opinions? To protect our families, our peace of mind, we must become more ruthless than devils. More cunning. More bloodthirsty. More terrifying. Our madness must shake hell itself. It must make devils tremble with fear. This generation's blood feud can only be repaid with blood. You're scared of death with loved ones to worry about, it's okay. You can retreat to the rear, no one will blame you, no one will reproach you. Yet, you can still contribute to the warriors, to build and produce for them. If someone feels scared, it's understandable. But please, don't obstruct those warriors who march forward, even though they're scared. Because, in their hearts, there's something more unstoppable than the fear of death. That something, more unstoppable than death itself, is human courage. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of courage. The greatness of humanity is the greatness of courage. We don't need to rely on gods. We don't need to beg fate. We can rely on our own hands, to earn peace of mind for ourselves, for our families. My people, my Spartans. Tell me loudly. Are you afraid of death? Countless people on the Greek land looked up in astonishment, gazing at the questioning of the black-haired youth in the sky. In the frozen silence. Suddenly, tens of thousands of Spartans erupted into a furious roar, like thunder shaking the earth. We will follow you to death, your highness. In the face of this tumultuous roar, Kratos slowly spread his arms, in his heart, issuing his own call. Atrox! Ah! A hoarse voice sounded, I'm ready, Kratos. Although, I'm not quite used to it, but... The ascended god warrior's stance, can it be more acceptable? In the visage of Ares, amidst the scars that wriggled like centipedes. Among the Olympian gods, within gazes eerie as silent whispers. Among the countless people of Greece, in pupils tumultuous and trembling like earthquakes. There shone a resplendent armor, radiant and sanctified like gold. From the frame of the dark-haired youth, it emanated slowly, enveloping him entirely. It wrapped around him completely, solemn and deep, like the voice of a deity. From the union of Atrox and Kratos. From the towering golden physique, reminiscent of a war god descended. I. Kratos. The devil who slays the devils. The colossal radiant sword rested in his grasp. If you seek to understand such power. If you wish to defend your homeland. Then, come to Sparta, and march with me. My warriors. Your king will march with you. I will stand alongside you, at the forefront of hell's slaughter. I, Kratos, solemnly swear. I will expend every ounce of my being to defend Sparta's peace. I will lay down my life to protect the happiness and security of my people, and the lives of all the benevolent souls who seek peace of mind. From the shores of Ionia to the peaks of Olympus, today, I swear until death. My warriors. My monsters. My beloved lunatics. Prepare your gear. For us. We're about to tear that bloody hell. To bloody shreds. As his words faded. Echoes lingered. The roars, the howls. The varied thoughts of the gods, the fervor of the people. In Kratos's ears, it all seemed to soothe. All sounds of the world seemed to dissipate, leaving only a buzzing silence. Bathed in the clear sunlight. Kratos felt a surge of indescribable, majestic power coursing through his body, reshaping this human form of his. His consciousness seemed to be swept, surged by the frenzy of countless people, becoming irritable, violent, and bloodthirsty. Atrox on his chest, slightly opened its eyes. Faith. The voice of the demonic sword resonated in the youth's mind. You've accepted faith, Kratos. Seated in his Spartan palace. The dark-haired youth flexed his fingers slightly in the courtyard. The joints of his grip cracked with each movement. The immense sense of power made Kratos feel a semblance of his former ultimate biological self. In just these 3 short months. His strength, his physique, were steadily, at an exaggerated pace, surging, rising, and continuing to accelerate. Compared to 3 months ago. His strength had skyrocketed to A, while his endurance, agility, and magical prowess had also increased to B. This alarming rate of improvement, at times, accompanied by various chaotic thoughts, flooded his mind. Gazing at the distant sea. In the deep crimson of his eyes, brewed a turbulent savagery. Lately, he had developed a liking for carnage. And he really wanted to kill something to satisfy that urge. Has he been influenced by all that faith? Calming his mind, Kratos sighed softly, closing his eyes slightly. Just as Atrox had stated. He had accepted the people's faith. In the moment of proclamation, the Spartans, their reverence for the god of war Ares, had almost entirely shifted onto him. This effectively anointed him as the new god of war. Further leading to Kratos's current physical and mental state being continuously influenced, transformed by the thoughts of the people. Faith. Struggling to perceive the changes in his body, and suppressing the desire for bloodshed. The current situation was exactly as Kratos had anticipated. As a magus influential enough to establish his own cult within the clock tower, he had long understood such matters. In the moonlit world, the thoughts of people undoubtedly held power. It was what they called belief becoming reality. In other words, everyone is capable of manifestation through their thoughts. Or in the moonlit world terms, everyone could materialize their fantasies. However, the effect of such thoughts on an individual was typically too weak to manifest significantly. To discuss the individuality of this planet, only a true ancestor princess and the brain of the planet like Isekai'd can directly manipulate the planet, exercise the authority of creation, and directly manifest her own fantasy, conjuring up that magnificent Millennium City out of thin air. The convergence of people's thoughts and wills. This led to what was known as the fame correction within the moonlit world. This was why the heroic spirits were so powerful. Simply put, the more affirmed, spread, and believed in a person or thing was by others, the more it possessed corresponding power based on their imagination. Due to the blessings of the Age of Gods, the original forms of heroes from that era are generally stronger than their servant forms. And after the decline of the Age of Gods, summoned heroic spirit from various eras often surpass their original forms in strength. This is precisely because the power of human thought allows some originally weak heroes to elevate their feats into noble phantasms upon ascending to the throne of heroes, greatly enhancing their abilities. The most typical example is Romulus Quirinus, the founding emperor of Rome, the Grand Lancer who fought once against him. In history, he was merely a mortal. But after his death, he was deified through the faith of the Romans, becoming one of the supreme gods of Rome. What Kratos was doing now followed the same logic. Through this speech that shook Greece to its core, he completely overturned, stripped away, and altered the Spartans' faith in Ares, ultimately grafting it onto himself. Just like a smile. Faith never disappeared, only shifted continuously. The power of people's thoughts during the Age of Gods was much stronger than that of modern-day individuals. The accumulated faith quickly manifested, rapidly increasing Kratos's power. However, at the same time, it also incorporated into his mindset the part belonging to Ares, the violent and bloodthirsty god shaped by the people. Originally, at this moment, Kratos, still alive as a human, couldn't accept and absorb this power of faith like the machine gods. But, with the vanguard of the wandering star acting as Kratos's terminal and filter, it allowed the faith of people to be first accepted by Atrox and then fed back into Kratos. Feels exhilarating, doesn't it? But, I strongly advise you not to rely too much on these powers of faith, Kratos, don't indulge in that kind of pleasure. Seeming concerned about Kratos's mental state, Atrox's hoarse and solemn voice slowly resounded in the youth's mind. That will only make you become another Ares. Don't worry, Atrox. I'm well aware of that. I'm using this power of faith not only to increase my bottom line but also for another, very important purpose. Saying so, Kratos closed his eyes and pondered deeply, as if faintly able to glimpse countless points of light in the endless depths. That was the faith and worship of the people of Sparta and even some other city-states towards Kratos. Through the connections between these believers, he could now even consume the power of faith to bestow blessings, empowering those Spartan warriors who worshipped him with significantly increased strength, vitality, and even some divine protection. In other words, Kratos could now create his chosen ones. You want to use these faiths to give back to the Spartans. Sensing Kratos's thoughts, Atrox then grasped Kratos's purpose. You want to create an army favored by the gods. That's correct. The Olympian gods were currently stingy, unwilling to waste their divine power on ordinary people during these turbulent times. And Kratos, with the inherent limiter talent, could continuously break through his own limits, paying no attention to the remnants left by Ares. Moreover, the power of faith would also influence his thoughts, which he found distasteful. One less enemy meant one more ally, this was the theory of relativity in broad terms. By seizing these powers of faith, apart from weakening Ares, Kratos's goal was to strengthen Sparta as a whole. Next, In the thorough battle with hell, the warriors will be able to sacrifice devils to me, thereby receiving my blessing, allowing them to recover from their wounds, be filled with fighting spirit, and possess boundless strength. The more devils slaughtered, the denser the faith, and the stronger the Spartan warriors will become. Becoming my chosen ones will effectively reduce the losses of our Spartan army. In this way, soon, I'll be able to gather an army capable of conquering Mount Olympus and exterminating the gods. Hell? Underworld? Olympians? No. They are all too feeble. Kratos aims to bring the terror of Kern to the Greek pantheon. Blood for the demonic sword. Skulls for the skull throne. All conditions were already met. In this land of Greece, Kratos planned to fully transform into Kern and spread his blessings. Rejecting Kern, understanding Kern, then becoming Kern itself. In fact, Kratos believes that among the four chaos gods, the one closest in essence to the emperor is Kern. However, the fundamental difference between Kratos and Kern was Kratos's thirst for slaughter and cruelty only targeted the filthy and discordant. Why should only devils receive the favor of hell, while humans receive nothing? If there were no gods willing to love humanity, then he would take it upon himself. Kratos would become the protector of Sparta. What he would bestow upon them was courage. It was the clear and fearless courage that Kratos intended to bless upon all Spartan warriors. At the peak of Sparta's mountains, in the highest place, seated in the embrace of Atrox, upon the throne adorned with skulls, the dark-haired youth's eyes lowered as he surveyed the entire city beneath him. As his proclamation concluded, in the following days, with an overwhelming majority, over 400,000 citizens of Sparta passed the proposal to construct the gates of hell. The original square is being demolished, overturned, and transformed, with an immensely huge, bronze gate-style magic ritual being constructed. This will be used to control the opening and closing of the hell rifts surrounding this central gate to hell. The transformation of the entire city-state of Sparta proceeded in an orderly manner. From then on, Sparta would stand as Greece's bulwark, constructing layer upon layer of defenses, akin to nested rings, targeting the central gate of hell within the city-state. This place would become the foremost and most critical line of defense against hell for the entire Greek land. On the distant coastline, countless ships were converging towards Sparta's prosperous port, forming a seemingly endless queue stretching almost to the horizon. Among them were not only craftsmen from various city-states, invited by Kratos at great expense. There were also heroes from across Greece who came voluntarily, along with the most outstanding devil hunters. On the rippling azure surface of the sea, a clean and majestic vessel, spanning nearly 100 meters in length, stood quietly in line as it entered the port, causing surrounding ships to shrink back, not daring to approach. The people on other ships looked towards this famous, majestic ship, Argo, crafted by the goddess Athena herself. Rumors had it that its entire body was made of unsinkable divine wood, and the names of the heroes aboard were already renowned throughout the land of Greece. Never thought even the Argonauts would sail to Sparta. This could be considered the strongest group of heroes in all of Greece. The sturdy sails, made from the hides of monsters, billowed high in the sea breeze. A handsome young man with golden hair and blue eyes stood at the forefront of the majestic ship, arms crossed. The sea breeze tousled his radiant locks. With the exceptional eyesight of a helmsman, he gazed towards the distant city-state of Sparta. Towards the towering, nearly completed gate of hell within the city. Jason couldn't help but marvel. Alcides, that guy really means business, he's downright mad. Following the words of the golden-haired youth, Alcides, bare-chested, slowly ascended the bow of the ship. His black locks cascaded behind him. In contrast to the handsome face, Alcides possessed a physique so robust it resembled a small mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Alcides spoke slowly. He is indeed mad, but also respectable. He does what people dare not do, or even dare not think of. Sparta will be at the forefront against hell from now on. Jason lazily yawned. That I'm not particularly concerned about, but I'm very curious, who's stronger, you or Kratos? Alcides fell silent for a moment. He is strong, but too young. So, you're stronger. I don't want to fight him, but who's stronger can only be known through battle. Sigh, men always resort to fighting. Behind Jason, a petite girl with purple hair let out a soft sigh. With this lamentation, Medea shook her arm, which rested on the arm of her bustic, silver-haired elder sister. Don't learn from them, Cenis. I want to fight. Cenis licked her lips, her face flushing red with excitement. A young man who is slender, delicate, yet so powerful. Where in Greece could one find such an exquisite opponent? Amidst the little witches sighing, the majestic Argo sailed slowly towards Sparta. Chapter 83 Aragonite and Sparta. What is your name? Cenis. What is your gender? Can we skip that question? Trying to avoid assuming gender-sensitive individuals? The silver-haired woman's reply was heard. At the Sparta port's immigration counter, the officer nodded knowingly. With a magical feather pen in hand, he expertly checked the third gender box on the form on his desk. What are you good at? Probably fighting. May I boldly ask if you have any family history of mental illness? Or have you experienced any mental disturbances or curses? Are you trying to pick a fight? Facing the woman with narrowed blue eyes, the silver-haired woman's tone wasn't pleasant. The officer awkwardly smiled politely. Unstable violent individuals, checked. But in Sparta, isn't this seemed normal? Or rather, this is precisely what His Highness Kratos seeks, sharp talent. Then, sorry, let's skip that, Miss Cenis. May I ask, what is your purpose in Sparta? Is it for sightseeing, academic exchange, or hired for combat? No, seriously, do you not know who we are? Clack. Accompanied by an extremely impatient tone. Wearing a skimpy, silver hair-colored, chestnut leather woman's lips twitched, and her towering legs straightly stepped onto the chair at the immigration counter. With only a simple, daringly bikini-like top covering her ample upper body, and a few strips of cloth and armor plates wrapping around her voluptuous lower body, her outfit was refreshingly revealing. Those bulging breasts, trembling as her long legs stepped onto the chair, the deep cleavage seemed to be able to swallow one's soul. With such provocative, curvaceous curves. Cenis's body muscles were also ridiculously well developed, robust abdominal muscles, exaggerated pectoral muscles, and those robust biceps. It could be said to be able to battle with the devil's muscular limbs, the ultimate muscular version of a busta big sister. When she goes into battle frenzy, her eyes even turn red. The Spartan immigration officer who saw the aggression did not flinch. Sorry, even if the god of war Ares himself comes to visit, without citizenship, he still have to register at the immigration desk because that's the rule set by His Highness Kratos. Such authority! Accompanied by a disdainful sneer. Cenis's muscular arms folded, her ocean blue pupils gradually stained with a hint of crimson. Sensing the movement here, the Spartan warriors stationed at the port gate, tightened their sharp spears in their hands, all eyes staring over here. In the stagnant and solemn atmosphere, the golden-haired youth's hands reached out from behind, gently pressed Cenis's shoulder, and then gently, firmly pressed her back into her seat. Cenis, no one invited us here. We, also didn't notify them in advance. Sparta is not obliged to receive us, they're just following routine, don't make things difficult for them. In the ear of her companion, he advised in a gentle tone. Jason raised his handsome face and smiled politely at the immigration officer behind the counter. Sorry, it's just that my companion has a bit of a fiery temper, please forgive us. It's okay. The immigration officer sat shaking his head. We're just following routine. Standing behind Cenis, Jason reached into his jacket, and casually pulled out a heavy, solid golden fruit, gently placing it on the counter. Golden apple. The dazzling brilliance of it caused the people around to glance sideways. The immigration officer, holding the feather pen, looked expressionlessly at the handsome face of the golden-haired youth in front of him. Mr. Jason, it says here, we do not accept gifts. But, it's just a gesture of apology. Jason raised his hands, smiling gently, indicating he meant no harm. Just a little token of appreciation. I'm sure you're already familiar with the reputation of our Argonaut, I assure you, I'll keep an eye on my companions, we won't cause any trouble in the Spartan city-state, or any mischief, can you let us through? The immigration officer didn't speak. In Jason's somewhat stiff expression, the Spartan guards nearby walked over, picked up the golden apple on the counter, and inspected it with their magical equipment for detecting magical artifacts. After finding no problems, they promptly placed it back in Jason's hand, then walked back to their posts without looking back. This kind of, walking the line. The reputation of the Argonaut, spread throughout the entire Greek land, as they journeyed, was already well known. But, the solemn and austere atmosphere of Sparta, was something you wouldn't see in any other Greek city-state. Human hearts are greedy. This is a precious golden apple, even the goddesses would vie for it as a rare treasure. The soldiers stationed at the Spartan port gate, however, didn't even spare it a glance, showing no attachment. Jason looked up at the towering royal court on the mountaintop, a hint of excitement curved his lips. Interesting fellow. Kratos. It's out of respect for you, and the heroes of Argonaut, that I say this. Facing the Argonaut in front of him. The immigration officer's tone was somewhat solemn and heavy. Next time, I'll directly represent His Highness and refuse your entry. Kratos, will he agree to be represented by you? Sinus's lips curved into a wild arc. What right do you have to exceed your authority? Let Kratos come directly to see us. His Highness is unlikely to have leisure time. The immigration officer said word by word, and, this is a warning, please refrain from directly addressing His Highness by name. When Argonaut arrives at a city-state, always the king who comes personally to receive them. When has Sinus ever experienced such humiliation? A warning. Do you even know who you're warning? She shouted loudly, wanting to hit the counter. But a hand behind her caught her fist, which was full of anger, steadily in his palm, without a trace of trembling. The burly black-haired young man shook his head gently. Sinus, why are you offended? The revered Alcides spoke. Sinus looked at his solemn expression. The silver-haired woman finally closed her eyes, trembling, taking a deep breath, then let out a long sigh. The violent crimson in her eyes gradually faded away. Sparta is humiliating us. She opened her eyes. Alcides. I don't see it as humiliation. Alcides said softly. It's you, who are too arrogant, Sinus. I refuse to believe, that guy doesn't know of our arrival. Sinus raised her hand, pointing towards the royal palace atop Mount Sparta. They could at least welcome us, but not even a face-to-face meeting. Everyone is treated equally without prejudice. I appreciate it. Ha, hee, all right, all right. The silver-haired woman waved her hand. You have the best temperament, that's why you're assigned by Eurystheus, that disgusting man, to do all the grunt work without complaint. Sinus crossed her arms, wearing an annoyed expression, and sat back heavily at the counter. I'm here to visit the gates of hell. What other nonsense questions do you have? Hurry up and ask. She explained one by one the weapons and artifacts she carried with her. The immigration officer picked up the official seal and stamped approval on the documents, along with the Sparta blood seal, a symbol decreed by His Highness Kratos, representing his authority as if he were personally present, shaped like an omega. Passing the documents to the clerk behind him for record-keeping, the immigration officer nodded to Sinus. You're cleared, Miss Sinus. Please undergo scanning and magical photography at the checkpoint. After that, the officer will issue you a pass. Given the current tense situation, Sparta must strive to eliminate any threat. Please understand. What a ridiculous process, it's such a hassle just to enter a city. Sinus grumbled as she stood up. The immigration officer just shook his head. Only warriors carrying weapons go through this process. You're only slowing us down. TCH. Sinus strode towards the checkpoint, but was stopped by Alcides, who was not comfortable letting her go alone, mainly because of Sinus's temper. Tisk, with so many people here. Jason rubbed his hands together, smiling as he took a seat at the counter. Turning his head, he looked at the dozens of companions beside him, showing a somewhat helpless expression. We'll cooperate, but could you please speed it up a bit? If you want to speed up the immigration process, you can find an empty counter nearby. Empty counter? Jason couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked back at his own group. People of all shapes and sizes, clad in armor and armed with weapons, stood silently behind them, their eyes filled with reverence and awe. The warriors' long queue stretched all the way to the distant port, and there was almost no end in sight. At every immigration counter, it was the same. Out of respect for the Argonauts, warriors from various city-states spontaneously made way. The Argonauts had already cut into the line and made it to the very front. Tens of people. Counting them all up, there were already thousands. All of them wanted to visit the gates of hell, the most elite devil hunters in all of Greece. The Argonauts were just a drop in the ocean. I understand. Jason sighed. You've worked hard. We can switch shifts. The immigration officer shook his head, but it's not even a fraction of the hardship endured by His Highness Kratos. At the mention of Kratos, the Spartan couldn't help but mention his name at every opportunity. Jason touched his chin, his interest in the black-haired youth growing stronger. Cenas, Jason, Medea, Atlanta, Asclepius, Dioscuri twins. One by one, the Argonauts, renowned heroes of Greece, left their mark on the checkpoint of Sparta. Even though the Argonauts' identities were considered special and noble, any city-state would have given them a grand reception. But the line of warriors found that there were no special privileges in the entire process. The immigration processing continued smoothly. After half an hour, the wait for the Argonauts was finally over. The black-haired youth was the last to sit at the counter. Looking at the towering figure before him, almost blocking out the sunlight from the counter completely, the visa officer's expression became solemn. You don't need to register, Lord Heracles. You may proceed directly to Sparta. Damn, why is he the only one treated differently? Beside him, Cenas's face flushed red, wanting desperately to ask such a question. But when she opened her mouth, she couldn't speak. Because the great hero Heracles was indeed special. Everyone knew that Heracles was invincible. Even on the Argonaut, the crew admired his achievements and valor. Why? The black-haired youth tilted his head. I don't think I've ever had any dealings with you or His Highness. He had heard of the name Kratos. But before that announcement, Heracles had never seen the man in person. Kratos, on the other hand, could not have seen him either. His Highness admires your name, and Sparta admires your strength. This is a special order from His Highness Kratos. The immigration officer relayed Kratos's words. You can go anywhere in Sparta directly. Your food and lodging within the city will be covered by us. Sparta will always welcome you with open arms. Different treatment. There's a conspiracy. Cenas's chest heaved up and down. Everyone liked Heracles, but Kratos, are you showing off a bit too much? She was so angry that she wanted to hug the boy and squeeze him to death. Hearing the words of the immigration officer, Jason couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that heroes think alike, with no one able to resist the charm of the great hero Heracles. And facing such respect. No. On the face of the black-haired youth, there was only a faint attempt at a smile. Just finish it for me. Lord Heracles. Sorry, I don't really like that name. Please call me Alcides. In the somewhat peculiar atmosphere of stagnation, Alcides sat at the counter, pulling out one legendary token of trial after another from the lion's hide draped over his lower body. Although they were all well-known treasures, he still meticulously and eloquently explained their effects. I hope, His Highness Kratos, can remember the name Alcides. The corner of the black-haired youth's mouth twitched, struggling to smile. I look forward to being with you. Standing, at the forefront of hell's slaughter. The night sky was cloudless, the stars were brilliant. As dusk fell, the prosperous city of Sparta, built along the mountains, gradually lit up with various magical lights. Guided by the waiters, the Argonauts, with expressions of awe and astonishment from their journey, pushed open the doors of their accommodations. This is specially prepared by His Highness Kratos for Lord Heracles, a temporary residence. The venue is rough and simple. I wish all the heroes a good rest. Rough? Simple? Looking at the dazzling array of furnishings inside the room, Jason's face couldn't help but show a subtle expression of bitterness. If this could be considered rough and simple, then their visit to the palace in Athens was almost equivalent to a horse's kennel. The luxurious suite provided to the great hero Heracles was meticulously designed by Kratos, the banquet hotel's owner. The ceiling-mounted magical lamps with simple titanium lines, the obsidian floor tiles specially crafted with waveguides and fine seams, and almost all the furnishings and household items were made from precious magical wood. The luxurious indoor fountain in the center was exquisitely sculpted and mesmerizing. In ancient Greek mythology, as long as you could afford the price, it was not difficult to hire skilled dwarf and fairy craftsmen. With the power of magic, it only took a few days to build a structure. However, what truly impressed the people was the aesthetics and design of the room, which could be described as unthinkable. The long-haired youth with a face gradually turning from white to purple, most of whose face was hidden in a hood, dressed as mysteriously as a priest, touched the walls with his pale fingertips, gently caressing the textures on the walls that reached perfection. Asclepius, the hero known as the god of medicine among the Argonauts, was praised by the world as the son of the shining god Apollo. He, like his father, had inherited the artistic cells of Apollo. I thought Sparta would present a rugged appearance. Touching the walls. Wearing the hood, the white-haired young man's voice echoed softly in the room. I didn't expect the structures in this area of the city to be more elegant and filled with majestic beauty than Athens, known as the jewel of the gods. The planning here is very insightful, coordinating without chaos, and leaving room for various future constructions. If it weren't for artistic genius, it would be impossible to create such a harmonious beauty. Everyone looked at the night scene of the bustling city outside the window. For a moment, their gazes were a bit absent-minded and stunned. The purple-haired witch sighed deeply and collapsed onto the plush lounge chair in the luxurious hotel, letting out a soft and comfortable sigh. They had been wandering and touring around the vast Sparta all day. Their jaws were sore from being open in astonishment. The mouth that kept opening out of surprise was now a bit hard to close. This lounge chair is so comfortable, so soft. It's twice as soft as the beds we sat on in the palace in Athens. Is this made from feathers of mythical beasts? The waiter said it's called a sofa, just filled with cotton inside the fabric, making it so comfortable. The green-haired beauty with cat ears, her fair hand stroking the soft fabric all over her body. This was even more lightweight and soft than any beast's fur hunted by Atlanta. It is said that this was designed by His Highness Kratos himself. They both collapsed onto the sofa. Their bones all over their bodies seemed to have softened. Cenas swayed her hips, feeling the pleasant and soft touch beneath her, and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Hee. That His Highness really threw his weight around. She emphasized that title, her expression somewhat sly. That's right. Anyone could see that this was the young king's way of showing off to the Argonauts. This hotel, the waiter said, was personally designed by Kratos, and is a place specially prepared for distinguished guests. Politics, military, art, architecture, combat. It seems like he's good at everything, isn't he? It is said that Kratos has improved agricultural planting techniques, promoted the process of treating patients, and even drafted the laws of Sparta. Tisk, does Athena live in his mind? Hey, Asclepius. Cenas pouted and teased. Son of Apollo, can you do that too? At the words, the white-haired young man fell silent for a moment. In terms of art and medicine, I have some knowledge. He replied softly. But Kratos, the young king, understands medical skills. It's really amazing. I can't see through him. He's simply favored by the gods in everything. Jason stroked his chin, smiling subtly. It's becoming more and more intriguing, isn't it? Pay attention, everyone. Sparta, revered as the city of the god of war Ares. Yet today, as I wandered through the city, I couldn't find a single statue of Ares, not even a trace, as if the brutal god had been forgotten, yet no punishment has befallen them. The favor of the gods. Who knows? Maybe it's true. Jason smirked knowingly. The favored son of the gods, a 12-year-old boy king. Cenas licked her lips. Yes. The fact that he's 12 makes it even more exciting. What are the Greeks into? Needless to say, they're all connoisseurs of rare commodities. Cenas rubbed her hands together eagerly. A specimen like this exquisite young man deserved to be held in her arms and showered with affection. I really want to spar with him. Imagining the intense battle scenes, the silver-haired woman's face flushed, her cat-like ears trembling in excitement, leaving Medea and Atlanta exchanging glances. You don't just want to spar with his hands, Cenas. Atlanta sighed, her face also blushing slightly. Just stick to sparring, okay? No need to take it to the bed. Greek customs are always bold and open. Could you maybe tone down your metal fetish a bit, Cenas? Well, I suppose that's an option. Cenas blushed, her breath heavy. As the regent of Sparta, I'm sure His Highness Kratos has a harem, right? I asked. The purple witch raised her hand sheepishly. He doesn't have one. At all. What? Cenas's eyes widened, a wild red gleam of excitement spreading. An untouched, innocent young man. He's perfect. There's nothing better than that. The men in the room, silent and unresponsive, backed away from Cenis a bit, giving her some space. Thankfully, her penchant was for metal, or else she'd be uncontrollable on the ship. In this strange conversation, Atlanta, as a hunter, sensing a blind spot, spoke up. "Why, are you so interested in this, Medea? Isn't it strange? Could it be that Medea, too, has an interest in the boy king? No. She's been influenced by love curse, she should be." Blushing furiously, Medea buried her face in the soft couch, almost whimpering. "Jason, he'll become the king of Iokos in the future, won't he? Ah, so that's it. It's just for reference. Even Medea is hoping for Jason's devotion. What a love-struck mind." Atlanta, with her keen eye for romantic matters, saw the twisted desire behind this. As a member of the Argonaut, she had adventured alongside her companions for so long, she didn't think that Jason showed any particular interest in Medea. Judging by closeness, it was undoubtedly Alcides he favored. Damn! Atlanta, who was indifferent to love, suddenly found herself hating love even more. Medea's pursuit would undoubtedly end in tragedy. Her love was not real, but rather a curse. Atlanta wanted to advise her witch sister. But being distant from love herself, she didn't know how to begin. In the end, all her thoughts turned into a sigh. "Everyone's tired. Let's rest for a bit and then have dinner." The attendant said that a feast has been prepared for the great hero Heracles. A man of few words, with dark hair and a hat. Although he was invited as a guest of honor, he did not participate in the banter among his comrades. Alcides stood by the window, gazing up at the summit of the Spartan palace through the room's grill, contemplating the words of the boy king. Today, despite the minor unpleasantness at the pass, they had undoubtedly received the treatment befitting honored guests. Although Kratos did not make an appearance, he arranged for a guide to lead them on a tour of Sparta. The more they toured this prosperous city, the more they could sense the boy king's remarkable governance of Sparta. Order, organization, prosperity, ruthlessness, belligerence, valor. What words could be used to describe this city named Sparta under his rule? In Alcides' heart, a word faintly emerged. That was the word most deeply embedded in the boy king's speech. Peace. This was a city that inspired a sense of peace. Despite being in the process of building the gates of hell, Sparta was about to become the front line of Greece's battle against devils. Here, there would undoubtedly be full of slaughter, full of bloodshed, like a millstone grinding out endless blood and fire from the battlefield every day. However, the residents of the city, without a doubt, wore smiles of peace on their faces. No need to plead for the gods' mercy anymore. No need to hope for the favor of fate. The people of Sparta believed, in practical terms, that under the leadership of their boy king, humanity would eventually achieve victory. Kratos. Undoubtedly, a king who made people feel at peace. In this regard, Alcides felt that his myriad trials and accomplishments were not even a thousandth of this young king's. Gazing at the palace on the summit, in the heart of Greece's most renowned hero, an uncommon curiosity arose. With such magnanimity, such talent, such a revolutionary spirit, what kind of person is Kratos? Everyone harbored this question in their hearts. Separated by gender, they went to their respective rooms, refreshing themselves after the tiresome journey. Opening the doors to the banquet hall, Alcides approached the answer. The crystal lights above emitted a soft, hazy glow. Although it was a banquet hall, it retained the unique, simple yet elegant decor of the room. On the round table where everyone sat, a bouquet of iris flowers was placed, the white petals tinged with dew, appearing fresh and delicate. Contrary to the grand, extravagant feasts one would expect from other cities, the table was only adorned with simple, exquisite dishes that seemed to emit a radiant aroma, tantalizing the senses. The black-haired, hat-wearing attendant entered the banquet hall, carrying dishes with graceful, flawless movements, filling the table meticulously. Accompanied by rumbling stomachs, the heroes of the Argonaut exchanged slightly embarrassed glances before slowly taking their seats at the round table. After a day of exhaustion, everyone was indeed hungry. Yet, no one reached for their utensils. Because, at the head of the table, the most prominent seat remained unoccupied. Gurgle. Looking at those dishes, which they had never seen before. Just by sniffing their fragrance, their nerves seemed to be able to sense their deliciousness. Cenis swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. The silver-haired woman couldn't help but reach for the tableware, then shrank back under the blazing gazes of her teammates, somewhat sorrowfully rubbing her stomach, her wandering eyes constantly scanning the doors of the banquet hall to see who would take a seat. It was obvious. So, has that young king finally found the time to meet us? While it's not very courteous to keep guests waiting. The handsome blonde youth scratched his head and smiled knowingly. Well, everyone can understand how busy he is. However, esteemed guests, I'm already arrived. In the moment of quietness, a gentle, soothing voice filled the banquet hall. Among the stunned and almost frozen gazes of the Argonauts, the black-haired steward slowly took a seat at the head, smiling as he took off his chef's hat. You. The silver-haired woman's face suddenly turned red, her words stumbling as she tried to say something, but it seemed as if her tongue was tied, and she could only emit intermittent, incoherent sounds. Kratos smiled and introduced his masterpiece to the heroes. I owe you all an apology. My personal style doesn't really favor extravagance, so, I hope the dishes I personally prepared will suit your taste. Everyone's mouths fell open. The witch's saliva unconsciously dripped from the corner of her mouth, which was immediately wiped away by Atlanta next to her. The young king of Sparta. Turns out, he was the steward serving them. Before Kratos revealed his identity, no one noticed this at all. He hardly had any presence. Is this a warrior? Is this the courageous king of Sparta? Is this the golden and glorious physique, like a god descending from heaven? His skillful concealment of his aura was simply like the most enchanting assassin. Very strong. Alcides, a born warrior, was the first to notice the terror in it. If Kratos wanted to kill everyone in this room, no one would be aware. Kratos. No, should I call you, King of Sparta? You're simply, awe-inspiring and excitingly powerful. Whether I'm strong or not, let's talk about that later. Kratos smiled, spreading his hands in a gesture of friendship. Let's order first, no, esteemed guests, shall we start dining? Gurgle. A long rumble echoed in the banquet hall. Atlanta blushed and covered her stomach. Although she was very hungry, extremely hungry, her hungry stomach was beginning to scream. But, no one dared to pick up the spoon. The Argonauts were stunned. Isn't this the regent of Sparta, descending to cook for us? Who dares to touch it? It's too touching. Cenis's face turned red in large patches, feeling extremely ashamed of her actions in the morning. When she registered, she was still cursing, why the king of Sparta didn't come to greet the Argonauts. Wouldn't such a thing definitely spread? The ruler of the whole city personally cooks. This sincerity is almost overflowing, and it's about to overflow in the silver-haired woman's heart. The black-haired youth smiled. His handsome face seemed to have a kind of captivating charm, and his deep reddish eyes made the women present blush. Even the curve of his lips was just right, not too distant, nor too flattering, just making people feel extremely close. In this almost freezing atmosphere, Alcides' sincere and calm voice sounded. Thank you for your hospitality. Usually, he would eat grilled meat with his hands. The black-haired youth awkwardly picked up his spoon and began to taste Kratos' cooking, which he specially showcased for him. He scooped up a spoonful of what looked like bonito, a dish he often caught on the ship, and put it in his mouth. His expression. In the next moment, it almost froze in a trance. The Argonauts stared in astonishment. Tears slowly flowed down the face of the great hero, Alcides. Is this too bad? Is it so bad that it's almost impossible to swallow? Delicious. Alcides said, tears streaming down his face. Kratos smiled, somewhat reservedly tasting a mouthful of the dish, looking at the heroes of Argonauts. Clang! The spoon fell on the table. Even in front of the king of Sparta, the heroes couldn't care less about any sense of restraint. With utensils, with combat skill, even with magic. People began to scramble for the dishes on the table. A toast. The glasses clinked, and the crimson wine rippled with cheerful waves. The lively and warm atmosphere quickly spread throughout the banquet hall. The silver-haired woman, full of guilt, grabbed and stuffed food into her mouth, sobbing, why was it so delicious? Her face flushed, her body heated up from the food, and it seemed like she couldn't help but want to burst out of her clothes. Was this food? It was simply the most intense ecstasy. It made her want to devour the young king altogether. Atlanta elegantly wiped the stains from her lips, but her bulging belly still betrayed her exaggerated appetite. The prominent huntress of the Greek lands slightly turned her deep green eyes. With a blush on her face, Atlanta struggled to maintain her dignity as a warrior. However, her cat ears on her head twitched slightly, and her tail behind her began to sway involuntarily, as if a cat were expressing its affection. Truly deserving of the favor of the gods, Your Highness Kratos. Unlike her uncultured teammates, Atlanta offered a courteous and elegant compliment. I believe only with the presence of the hearth goddess Hestia could you achieve such miraculous culinary skills. Hestia? That lazy goddess couldn't possibly. Oh, my apologies, got carried away, she was a machine god here. Miss Atlanta, you flatter me. Above the scene, only Alcides and Cenas remained, fighting for the last few dishes. Kratos couldn't help but laugh at the sight, watching the silver-haired woman as she devoured the plates, as if she were wielding a sword to cut them apart and swallow them into her stomach. Despite having cooked the meal himself, Kratos hardly ate anything. Rather, this lively enthusiasm was exactly what he wanted to see. Maybe the effect was a bit too exaggerated. Did he really not put any drugs in it? Despite being in the age of gods of Greece, where various spices and ingredients were abundant, weren't they a group of heroes who had never tasted such delicacies? Indeed, to capture people's hearts, you must first capture their stomachs. This sparked inspiration in Kratos. With the significant funding gap in city-state production and construction recently, well, why not write a cookbook? Knowledge is wealth. This will become Sparta's future export commodity. To be honest, when Kratos saw the Argonauts, he was shocked. Isn't Sparta supposed to be the successor of Heracles in Greek mythology? According to the original myth, Heracles should have ascended to Olympus by now. However, in the moonlit world history, Olympus has been replaced by machine gods, and now this era is already chaotic enough with various elements mixed in. The arrival of the Argonauts brought Kratos unexpected joy. The ships, magic, combat, medical talents on board could provide Sparta with powerful assistance. As for only naming Heracles to entertain, it's simple. Heracles has the most familiar and strongest presence. Impress him a bit, and maybe he can be a good sparring partner for leveling up. Atlanta and Medea, Kratos was also familiar with, after watching several Fate series anime. Full and satisfied with food and drink, the Argonauts slumped in their seats, belching contentedly. Kratos cleared his throat and immediately attracted everyone's attention. 2 months from now, on my 13th birthday, the gates of hell will complete it on that day. I wishes to invite reliable and renowned Argonauts to temporarily stay in Sparta to assist me. Not as subordinates, but as equals. The black-haired youth smiled, his words as refreshing as a spring breeze. We are, comrades. Bang! Drunk, the silver-haired woman suddenly kneeled, breaking the spear in her hand, and without hesitation, offered her loyalty to the king of Sparta. Can I marry you? Your Highness Kratos, I has fallen for you at first sight, and I've heard that you have yet to marry. In Kratos's stunned expression, Jason smiled apologetically, dragging this embarrassing teammate out of the dining table along with Alcides, and threw her out of the window. Sorry, she's not quite right in the head. Reliable, right? It should still be possible to retract the offer now, shouldn't it? Chapter 84 Sacrifice. Your Highness, when I strangle you with this feeble body of yours, don't cry for mercy. In the spacious Spartan arena, a comfortable sandy ground was spread out, inviting the combatants to step into its soothing embrace. Wiping the crimson lips with the back of her hand, the silver-haired woman raised her hand to wipe away the drool dripping from the corner of her mouth. Naturally, her hands hung down, clenched tightly and trembling. She looked at the youthful and delicious-looking black-haired boy in front of her. Cenas decided to grapple. She must employ grappling techniques. Here, grappling was, of course, not about engaging in amorous activities on a bed, but rather the ground techniques passed down in ancient Greek wrestling. As a skilled warrior adept in combat, Cenas took pride not only in her spear skills but also in her wrestling techniques in the arena. To think, she could engage in close combat with such a beautiful youth. Such a thing made Cenas ecstatic beyond measure. With a flushed face, she breathed heavily, her heavy breaths tinged with excitement. The crimson color of excitement spread to her deep blue pupils. Due to her excessive excitement and arousal, Cenas began to perspire profusely, her body soaked with sweat, exuding a seductive charm. Even without putting on an act to disguise her infatuation, it made those around her sigh and shake their heads. The crew of the Argo had already made great efforts to restrain this infatuated lady. But, throwing things out of the window didn't help at all. Proposing marriage upon first meeting was too absurd, to say the least. However, the young king actually agreed to Cena's request for close combat. Just take it as entertainment for the heroes. What a good fellow, truly befitting the king of Sparta. However, everyone couldn't help but worry for Kratos. Your Highness Kratos, you're not facing a person at all, but completely a hormonal beast in human form. Cenas, please pay attention to the impact. Don't tarnish the glory of our Argonauts. Remember, this is a combat sport. Combat sport. Stop when you've had enough. Jason covered his mouth with both hands and shouted loudly from the spectator stands. Meanwhile, the silver-haired woman, still flushed with excitement, completely ignored the instructions of her teammates. Heavy industry was indeed a Greek specialty, but did you have to bring it to someone else's city and smelt the king? Jason couldn't help but worry. Don't go too far, after all, they still wanted to live through Sparta, right? It's okay, it's my honor to spar with you heroes. Facing the gaze that seemed to want to devour him alive, Kratos just smiled gently. He raised his hand, pulled off his long robe, threw it to the ground, revealing the coordinated and well-proportioned upper body of the black-haired boy. The sunlight shone down. The gaze of the crowd also froze. The robust and full-bodied physique, not seeming exaggerated, as if carved by the hands of gods. More, but not too much. Less, but not lacking. As if supporting the sky and the earth. Every curve of that body, every inch of those contours, seemed to express the true meaning of perfection, then conveyed to the gods and sent out a powerful and questioning voice. The perfect king of Sparta, the perfect warrior. But, he was, just a 12-year-old boy. A series of thoughts led to such a conclusion. On the spectator stands, Atlanta's face blushed slightly, and she turned her gaze away. Her tail swayed and waved, and the soft furry cat ears on her head also trembled slightly. Because of her lack of paternal love from childhood, Atlanta always had a somewhat strange affection for children. But, that kind of emotion seemed to be more akin to intimacy and care. However, looking at the boy in the arena, Atlanta couldn't help but feel that her feelings towards children seemed to have changed. He should also be considered within the realm of children, right? She gently touched her slightly warm cheeks. No. This. Could it be that she also had a preference for him? In terms of character and appearance, there were no flaws to pick out in the young king. Under the bright sunlight, the gaze of everyone, along with Kratos' body, seemed to fill the hunter princess Atlanta's heart with a kind of love. Looking at the young, muscular body of Kratos, Cena's mouth watered again, and drool dripped uncontrollably. Bliss. The strength and valor of Sparta were well known throughout Greece. If she wanted to win the love of the king of Sparta, then she naturally had to show her own strength. If she couldn't conquer his heart, then she would conquer his body first. Cenas understood this principle very well. After all, she had been praised as one of the most beautiful maidens in Thessaly. In terms of charm or strength, she had utmost confidence in herself. The young witch Medea, holding a gavel, smilingly struck the war drum. Boom! Oops! Sorry, Your Highness! Wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Boom! Gravel splattered and scattered. With the help of the force rebounding from the ground, the silver-haired woman's body rushed towards Kratos like a fierce and mighty wild boar. Cenas launched a charge. Cenas used a bear hug. Cenas fell. With both hands tightly clasped together, struggling against each other, the air almost burst with a deafening roar. However, before she could exert any further force, in just a moment, the exquisite and flowing force, like flowing water, completely destroyed Cena's body posture. Kratos raised his hands, grasped the hand of the silver-haired woman rushing towards him, and with the momentum of her charge, swiftly lifted her up. Boom! Cena's body soared high into the air, directly thrown down to the ground with a round back throw. The sunlight fell silent, as if even the sound of the wind had disappeared. Inside the arena, which was previously bustling with discussion, suddenly became silent as a tomb. People stared at this scene with mouths slightly agape. How strong Cenis was, everyone in the Argonauts knew best, yet she couldn't hold on for even one round and was knocked down. On the spectator stands, a bright smile appeared on Alcide's face. So strong! It was not just brute strength, but the combination of muscle power and exquisite technique. Everyone knew that Kratos was strong, the Spartans sang praises of King Kratos. But he didn't exhibit that terrifying, heart-pounding, and armor-clad divine form, just relying on this boy's physique, he was still so powerful. Obviously, the boy's physique was well-proportioned, but compared to the sturdy body of the silver-haired woman, it seemed like a fragile little rabbit. Adult and child. It seemed that there was an extremely disparate contrast in physique. But, in fact, in terms of physical fitness now, Kratos was the adult. For him, Cenis was just a playful child. There was no suspense in this outcome. Under the Spartan people's belief in the god of war, coupled with the eruption of crimson fury, now when Kratos threw a punch, he could collapse a building with one blow. In terms of physical strength, Cenis couldn't match up. Originally, all she relied on was her advantage in strength to suppress her opponents, so now she became the one at a disadvantage. In terms of technique, the force flowing like water, coupled with the strength of 1,000 pounds Kratos now possessed, made it even more handy for him. "Please excuse me." Kratos watched as Cenis' crimson gaze slowly faded, a hint of stiffness evident in her eyes. He smiled and extended his hand towards her. Cenis looking at the charming face of the black-haired youth right in front of her. The brown-skinned silver-haired woman, almost stagnantly gasping, her chest rising and falling like rolling waves. The bright sunlight, and the gentle gaze of the youth, seemed to intertwine hazily in the silver-haired woman's eyes. A vague mistiness emanated from Kynos's lips. "Your Highness! How about marrying me? Whatever you desire, to ravage me, to use me up, it's all fine." The silver-haired woman took the youth's arm and stood up slowly. Then she kneeled down, emitting a blush-inducing, bold declaration of love. In those azure pupils, the once surging crimson seemed to form an ambiguous and charming heart shape. These unreserved, passionate words. Atlanta's gaze sharpened as she watched from the spectator stands. The purple witch Medea, her mouth slightly agape, blushed and looked away. After just one round of sparring, Cenis had come to a clear realization: she couldn't possibly be Kratos' match. If she couldn't win, then she would cling to him stubbornly. This was her fierce character, she would give her all to seize what she wanted. "Greeks, they're all so bold." "I'm sorry, I already have a fiancé." Kratos politely declined. "What does having a fiancé matter? You're not married yet, Your Highness." Cenis licked the fingers held by Kratos, her eyes filled with love, slightly narrowed, exuding a seductive charm like a cat in heat. A king having multiple wives and concubines is quite common. "Your fiancé, I wonder what kind of beauty she is. I'd really like to meet her." As the conversation ended, Jason covered his face with his hands. Alcides and Asclepius glanced at each other, shaking their heads. They spent last night carefully explaining Sparta's culture to her, but all she cared about is soaking the sheets. The sunlight was bright and clear. In the slightly dazed expression of the silver-haired woman, the smile gradually disappeared from the young boy's face, his ethereal voice seeming to dissipate in the sea breeze. "She's gone." "Hi!" Immediately, Jason jumped down from the spectator stands, grabbed her by the nape of her neck, and dragged her away forcefully. "Can you use your brain a bit, Cenis? Kratos is only 12 years old, why is he the king of Sparta?" The blonde youth's low growl shook Cenis' thoughts. Being dragged away by Jason, Cenis looked back at the black-haired youth standing alone in the dust. A broad and sturdy palm gently pressed down on the boy's shoulder. "Condolences, Your Highness." Alcide's voice came from behind him, and Kratos just shook his head lightly. "It's okay, ignorance is bliss." Saying so, the black-haired youth, as if in a daze, lifted his gaze. His father, Leonidas, sat in the spectator stands with his childhood friend, Marine, smiling and cheering him on. Kratos clenched his fists. The joints of his fingers clicked. "Sir Alcides." "Yes. Let's fight." The black-haired youth smiled and said. "Fighting can temporarily make me forget these troubles. I've been itching for a good fight for a long time." With lowered eyelids, Alcides gazed at the young man before him, 2 heads shorter and with a well-proportioned figure. He nodded firmly. "All right. Don't worry, you won't hurt me." Kratos smiled, "I'm quite resilient, and you never know, you might lose if you're careless." "Well then, I'll give it my all." Alcides nodded, "Asclepius is here, he'll heal us if necessary." A solemn atmosphere enveloped the arena. Both sides slowly made their way to the center of the arena. Just a friendly bout, not a fight to the death. Alcides wouldn't use his trials, and Kratos certainly wouldn't unleash his demonic form. Both sides had abandoned their treasures and would rely solely on their bodies, strength, and skills to engage in a hardy battle. Alcides' bronze-colored body, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles so robust and strong they resembled a small mountain. Kratos could feel it, the pure and almost tangible magical power stored within Alcides' body. Within his body and blood, there was a divine aura. His divinity was so thick that just his presence could dominate the entire arena. Anyone who saw him would immediately sense the majestic aura emanating from his body, the divine authority. There's always been a curious question. Kratos flexed every joint in his body. "Sir Alcides, why do you speak with such depth and solemnity?" Alcides' speech gave Kratos a feeling akin to the patriot Buldrakas T. Just as weighty, just as solemn, just as deep and hoarse. Could it be that the great hero, like that patriot, had a bad throat? It seemed like he was recalling something unpleasant. Alcides lowered his eyelids. "Talking like this, I can curb my madness." As the great hero now, it wasn't convenient to explain in detail. Thus, with a solemn and mournful gaze, Atalanta softly spoke in his place. "Your Highness, the divine power bestowed by the goddess Hera has afflicted Alcides with a curse of rage. He once accidentally killed his own family. So, to maintain his ability to think clearly, he used the Nemean's skin to seal away a portion of his consciousness. Therefore, Alcides' speech is now affected, he can only speak in simplified terms." "Ah, that explains it." As Atalanta narrated, Kratos began to recall stories from Greek mythology. The great hero Heracles, cursed with madness, accidentally killed his family, and with remorse and repentance, embarked on the 12 labors. All at the whim of the gods, resulting in destruction and devastation for families. Meanwhile, Alcides had a pretty good grasp of the situation of the person in front of him now. Every time he looks at Kratos, he sees his own past in the young man in front of him. He felt the pain and suffering of loss, yet Kratos didn't choose to flee, but instead shouldered the burden of Sparta, shouldered everything left to him by Leonidas. So, let's express his thoughts and respect in this battle. Alcides would give it his all. The most famous hero of Greece took a step forward. Boom! With the power of his body, the purest strength, he stomped suddenly, as if causing the earth to tremble uncontrollably. Like a weak little animal facing a fierce tiger. On the spectator stands, the Argonauts felt their hearts sway, a strong sense of palpitation rising within them. Alcides' long hair flew wildly behind him, and his entire body surged with a majestic and powerful magic, like flames flickering and dancing, spreading out with a violent and oppressive force. No fancy moves, no elaborate techniques. He took a sudden step forward, rushing towards the black-haired youth, and swung out with all his might, like a missile, striking out suddenly, erupting. Boom! Like a volcano erupting, or as if countless air bombs were ignited and detonated at once. The ground beneath his feet was completely shattered and broken under the reactionary force, stones and gravel shooting out in all directions, like a scatter shot from a shotgun. The violent shockwaves rippled out, waves spreading like ripples on the water, flooding out across the sandy ground of the arena, and in the center, a fierce sandstorm rose, completely obscuring the two figures. Amidst the tumultuous dust and wind, the audience stood in stunned silence. The purple witch Medea raised a magical barrier with her hand, blocking the onslaught of gravel and stones that shot towards them like bullets. "That, Your Highness," he actually, directly exchanged punches with Alcides. Two monsters. The silver-haired woman, with her gaze lowered, stared blankly at her own palm. But, she had boasted so much earlier, how could she be trampled upon without consequence? So violent a force, if unleashed entirely upon her. Won't it break her? Kratos stood tall. What exactly made him so awe-inspiring? After a single punch, Kratos's entire body seemed to radiate with a scorching heat. His once fair skin, shrouded in the blood-red magic, gradually turned crimson. On the other side, Alcides, too, seemed fully excited. Taking Kratos's punch, he felt as if he were being crushed by the Nemean lion. Both their bodies crackled and popped as if breaking free from some constraint. "Come again!" the great hero shouted exuberantly. "With pleasure!" The young man chuckled madly. Boom! 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 The violent tremors reverberated intensely, each explosion resounding from the pervasive dust. Under the mantle of sky, the mightiest warriors clashed with their most ferocious and pure strength. Every punch exchanged caused their veins and arteries to burst from the excessive force, blood seeping out and evaporating in the scorching wind. Kratos! Alcides! In the most intense manner, they called out each other's names. The whirlwind of punches tore through the dust, revealing intense after-images of their collisions. Bones shattered and crushed. Ribs, sternum, hands, everything began to emit a continuous low groan and a cacophony of bursts. But even with such injuries, they couldn't hinder their fervent battle. Roar! With eyes tinged crimson, Alcides let out a furious roar. Instantly, a surge of dark magic burst forth, forming 4 shadowy black arms behind him. A bloodthirsty, savage grin appeared on his face, amidst the black hair and green pupils. As his 2 hands became 6, Alcides' punching frequency tripled instantaneously, the explosive punches resembling a barrage from a machine gun, madly pouring towards the young king before him. Under this thrilling and tumultuous battle, Alcides' berserk nature seemed to be on the brink of overflowing. "Bring it on!" The thick crimson magic covered Kratos' entire body. With his muscles and strength stimulated by the magic, he once again erupted in frenzy. His heart squeezed violently, muscles stretched to the limit, bones vibrating at breakneck speed. With a sudden crack, Kratos' body seemed to expand by a fraction, as he unleashed hundreds and thousands of punches in just a few seconds, the result of his brief exertion. Aura! 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 Muta! Muta! Medea! Hundreds and thousands of punches force spread throughout the space where the two battled. The sounds of explosions and howls echoed, and then silence ensued. Because even the air was expelled, eradicated by the shockwaves of their punches. The entire arena's ground seemed as if it had been bombed for hours, the sandy surface swept away, rocks shattered, and several layers of the earth's surface lifted off, fierce winds blowing in all directions, forming a violent whirlwind. On the spectator stands, Asclepius shook his head, setting down his staff. The two beasts, it seems, still possess some sanity. Watching this scene of devastation on the battlefield, the continuous bombing finally ended. Still ringing in the ears of the Argonauts, who had just thought this way. Alcides lifted his head again, smiling at the young king. "Shall we go again?" "With pleasure." Boom! Explosions reverberated once more within the arena. Not only mighty, but also enduring? Cenis's face turned slightly red, watching the young king's every punch shake her body slightly. She didn't know what strange thoughts were going through her mind. On the spectator stands, the handsome, blonde-haired young man smiled bitterly, his expression dim, as if he were the unlucky one whose wife was stolen. Alcides, has he ever favored someone so much? This made Jason feel that his friend's position seemed to be in jeopardy. Atlanta covered the purple witch's eyes with her hand. This bloody and brutal level of combat wasn't suitable for children to watch. But so powerful, so magnificent, not just a king, but also a 12-year-old boy. Feeling the continuous trembling beneath his seat, the hunter's princess blushed, humming softly from her nose. Men are all the same. You and Alcides battled from noon until dusk, wearing down the very fabric of the landscape. Gasping for breath, repairing shattered organs and bones that had been crushed multiple times, you helped each other out of the coastal, blood-stained arena, only to find that others had already set up a barbecue grill by the shore. You cast a communication spell, summoning Dante over, then rolled up your sleeves and began to demonstrate your fish grilling skills. The wine was rich, the food delicious. Amidst the clamor of food grabbing, your bond with each other grew stronger. After experiencing the intense battle of the day, you and the Argonauts had truly become comrades. Amidst the laughter and clinking of glasses, you could feel your nerves slowly, inch by inch, relaxing. You glanced over and seemed to see Leonidas and Marine standing in the crowd of Argonauts, nodding and smiling at you. Must one always leave the past behind? Without overcoming one's own weaknesses of the past, one cannot truly grow. You, steadily and step by step, are growing. I will definitely save you, Father, Marine. That day is not far away. Sitting on the rocks by the shore, facing the brilliant burning clouds on the horizon, you whispered softly to yourself. Beside you came a gentle voice, as if afraid to disturb your thoughts. Apologies, Your Highness. Kratos slowly turned his gaze away. Before him, he could vividly picture the silver-haired woman, her face flushed with embarrassment and regret, as if she wanted to bury herself in the ground. Her blushing complexion and hesitant expression, to be seen on the proud face of a female warrior, was indeed a rare sight. Glancing at the silver-haired woman, barely covered by 2 pieces of cloth around her chest, her voluptuous curves seemingly on the brink of bursting out, Kratos couldn't deny that Cena's figure did indeed appeal to his preferences, especially with her crimson eyes and tanned skin. If only she wouldn't speak, it would be even better. The moist sea breeze brushed against Kratos's forehead. Chewing on these thoughts of relaxation and amusement, Kratos chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly. Why apologize? Well, I offended Your Highness earlier. The silver-haired woman began, bowing profusely, her soft curves swaying with the motion. I could have investigated a bit more before dash. You lack sincerity. Kratos interrupted, causing Cenas to freeze momentarily. Apologies should be accompanied by a display of your breast, isn't that common knowledge? Hi. The silver-haired woman faltered for a moment. Then, a look of sheer delight spread across her face. That's right. I have the utmost sincerity. A great deal of it. She exclaimed, casting a furtive glance around, then attempting to remove her top right then and there. And no, wait. Stop. Kratos quickly raised his hand to stop her, somewhat bemused. Just kidding. Can't you tell? I'm just teasing you, Cenas. Are you really that naive? Thinking like this, makes it even more amusing. Ah. So it was just a joke. The silver-haired woman lowered her left hand, wearing a disappointed expression. Your Highness, why don't you go and eat the grilled fish? I'm not hungry. But you're the best at grilling, and everyone is clamoring for it. So, why do you think I'm sitting here enjoying the breeze? Kratos smiled awkwardly yet politely. Then, somewhat absent-mindedly, he gazed at the grilled fish hidden behind Cenas and was presented to him. Actually, I grilled it quite well, so consider it my apology. Cenas held out the fish she had grilled with both hands, bowing deeply as if offering a tribute. Thank you for your hard work. The youth raised his hand, gently accepting the offering from Cenas. The perfectly grilled bonito fish, with its layered cuts and convenient seasoning, had a crispy skin fried in olive oil, sprinkled with a thin layer of sea salt, emitting a rich and enticing aroma of roasting. Indeed, her grilling skills were truly excellent. No need for apologies. I'm used to it. Kratos smiled. Thank you. Gosh. Just then, at the most relaxed moment, unexpectedly, Kratos's face was suddenly pressed against Cenas's soft breast, almost bursting cheek. Cenas spread her arms, enveloping the young king in her embrace. Her breast, so well-trained yet so soft and elastic, exuded a faint, alluring scent, wrapping him up like that. Compassionate, vast, understanding. There was a kind of familial tenderness. Cenas lifted her hand, gently caressing Kratos's dark hair, her feathered ears trembling slightly. Forgive my audacity, Your Highness, but I just find you too cute, no, too pitiful. Cough. I'm going to suffocate. Realizing that Kratos seemed on the verge of being suffocated by her embrace, the silver-haired woman finally reluctantly released her hold. This is not an apology, just a desire to hold you close, Your Highness. Finally catching his breath, Kratos looked at the grilled fish fallen on the sand, somewhat helplessly. TCH, just grill another one. The silver-haired woman clasped her hands together, knelt on one knee, and smiled pleadingly. So, can I marry you? Your Highness Kratos, I don't need a dowry. After a moment of silence, Kratos reached out and rubbed Cena's face. Marry? The king of Sparta, with the heart of a conqueror, finding a red-eyed woman who could both withstand his ravaging and excite him, didn't sound too bad. Though Cenas wasn't always red-eyed, when she got excited, she could turn her blue eyes into red ones. So, I will consider it. Kratos said with a smile. Ahem. Ahem. Behind the rocks. Suddenly, there was a subtle cough, sounding somewhat peculiar. With a vigilant look at Cenis, Atlanta slowly emerged, opening her arms to the young king. I think I can hug you too, your highness. Why, hug me? Because, you're still a child. Stroking the young king's black hair gently. The embrace of a cat, more affectionate than that of a warrior, softer, gentler, and more addictive. Supporting an entire city-state alone, your highness, must be exhausting. A soft corner of the heart, as if touched lightly, let out a tide of release. Kratos just looked on. Looking at Dante and the Argonauts hiding behind the rocks, one by one, coughing and coming out. Even though, he had sensed them squatting here long ago. Why, then, do he feel like shedding tears? Facing the young king of Sparta. The heroes, opening their wide arms. Man! The young king with black hair, tears streaming down his face, smiled and said. Let's forget it, shall we? Then he was lifted up by Alcides, his face buried in the hero's arms. Looking forward to fighting again, Kratos. Alcides didn't call him your highness anymore. Because, he had already regarded the young king as a friend. The consolation of the hero, spoken in such a deep voice, couldn't help but make Kratos smile with a sense of embarrassment. Definitely, Alcides. The Argonauts were stationed in the city of Sparta. Your affairs, subsequently, became increasingly busy. You discussed navigation charts with Jason, whose astonishment at your vast knowledge of astronomy and geography was palpable. Your depiction of the world map was regarded as a cherished treasure by him. With Asclepius, you discussed methods of rescuing patients. Your reservoir of modern medical knowledge greatly impressed him, and he pestered you all day long with inquiries about anatomical diagrams. You delved into the structure of ancient magic with Medea, and your remarkable insights and various whimsical ideas deeply inspired the young sorceress, who seemed to have turned your palace library into her own bedroom. You exchanged agricultural and hunting skills with Atlanta, meticulously teaching her how to distinguish various crops. Your prowess in poetry captivated her, leaving her avidly engrossed in your creations, and she seemed to quite enjoy the scent of you. You occasionally vented desires with Cenis, and it must be said, the silver-haired woman was truly an extraordinary partner, able to weather any storm you brought down upon her with her broad embrace. You often sparred with Alcides, engaging in brutal battles of fists and flesh, only relenting after exchanging countless blows, drenched in blood, and with bones broken. Under the tutelage of the great hero Alcides, your limits seemed to continually loosen and expand. Time passed. Step by step, you moved forward, establishing an incomparably deep friendship with the Argonauts, while your own strength continued to grow. 2 months later, the gates of hell were nearing completion. You broke free from the struggles with Athena in your dreams, and gazed at the sleeping, voluptuous figure of the silver-haired woman by your side. For a moment, you felt a vague sense of. You raised your hand and ran it through your hair. Looking at the palm of your hand, at those fallen strands of hair. You fell into a long silence. Chapter 85 Hell. The tranquil moonlight outside the window, pure and bright as it cascaded gently into the bedroom. Lying on the bed was a silver-haired woman, her figure voluptuous, her healthy wheat-colored skin still faintly marked with traces of last night's passionate storm. Cenis's resilience was indeed remarkable, her robust physique endowed her with excellent endurance, capable of withstanding the wrath of Sparta completely embraced in her broad bosom. When did it become like this? The subtle sensation of going with the flow. The wise king, no matter how gentle and modest he appeared in front of others, harbored a brewing anger and violence, fueled by faith, which Cenis wholeheartedly embraced and absorbed into her broad embrace. Cenis became the outlet for his release, opening her arms with warmth, tenderness, and fullness. The fierce storms of the sycamore tree were not something everyone could endure, even the materials used in his palace were specially reinforced, lest it would have collapsed several times over. Just as she described, throughout Sparta, only her constitution could fulfill such conditions. No matter how much you ravage and ruin me, it doesn't matter, your highness. Indeed. No matter the thunderous storms endured the previous night or the indulgence in cream puffs. This land named Cenis, the more it was cultivated, the more it turned into fertile soil. Amidst the ceaseless grace of the young king, it shed the solemnity and fierceness of a warrior, appearing flushed and charming. This couldn't help but remind Kratos of a certain cat who's loved riddles. Regardless of appearances and words, how fierce and sharp they might be. Running his fingertips over her fading facade, then delving into her fiery heart, one would discover, the belly of a cat, warm and soft, yearning for its owner's touch. Though compared to Cenis. In fact, there was also a cat, named Atlanta, easier for Kratos to envision as K'Eltsit, who often approached, sniffing the pleasant scent emanating from the young king, intoxicated by it. Both were cat-eared maidens with green hair and eyes, their personalities carrying a similar fierceness and independence. But in front of Kratos, the sharpness of the huntress princess was wholly contained, leaving only the softness of a cat. Strolling through the woods, picking up various plant leaves, Atlanta listened attentively as Kratos introduced their uses. The huntress princess's upright pupils, however, did not focus on the flora Kratos held, but instead observed the black-haired youth, his handsome profile illuminated by the dappled sunlight filtering through the branches. Her delicate face tinged with a blush, her light green irises blinked, her keen nose sniffed lightly, and her fair neck glistened with subtle beads of sweat, like a cat in heat. In the past month, Kratos could clearly see that Atlanta, too, hoped for his affection. But due to her lingering reserve, shyness, and hesitation towards her own reawakened feelings, she couldn't bring herself to confess. Disdain Cenis, question Cenis, understand Cenis, envy Cenis, and then aspire to be like Cenis. Atlanta struggled to endure, striving to keep her love and care from souring. She clearly, under the gleaming moonlight, made a vow to the moon goddess Artemis, pledging a lifetime of chastity. She desperately clung to her precarious sanity. But, if the young king were to take the initiative, wouldn't that absolve her from breaking her vow? As long as he doesn't marry, then she wouldn't be considered married, right? Kratos understood very well. If he reached out and gently pushed, he could easily make the huntress princess collapse, defenseless and exposed, in this lush green forest. However, Kratos's strength had now grown to a point where it was somewhat overwhelming. The suppressed anger, the received faith of the god of war, and the gradually loosening restrictions from his training sessions with the great hero Alcides. Kratos's strength was increasing fiercely day by day. During his meals now, he would often accidentally crush the specially made utensils, showing that he still needed time to adapt to his rapidly increasing power. So, only Cenis, with her robust physique, could temporarily withstand Kratos's current storms. If it were Atlanta instead. If she spent that night with him, she might not have been able to handle it and would have to be rushed to the emergency room. And, the biggest problem is... Kratos sat on the bed, silently staring at the strands of hair in his palm. Though, there weren't many. But who was he? The uncrowned king of Sparta. With Kratos's current physical condition, a single strand of hair could be tanned into the toughest bowstring, making hair loss, a big age-old crisis for middle-aged men, impossible. It was obviously a side effect of his Lemeter. This meant that he had taken a solid step towards reaching the Cape Baldi realm out of his interest in breaking free from the Lemeter imposed on him. Damn! He was only 12 years old, and he was starting to go bald? He didn't want that kind of affection. A surge of impulse rose in Kratos's heart, he really wanted to shave off all his hair. As long as he had no hair, then he wouldn't experience hair loss, right? Tisk. This self-deceptive impulse, 1,000 words compressed into a bitter sentence, was hard to let go of. Who would want to go bald if it weren't to break free from Lemeter? Oh well. Strength and beauty, the two couldn't coexist, either beauty or strength, but how could someone have both beauty and strength? Thinking of Alcides, with his flowing hair, Kratos felt a bit numb. The number of hair loss could be used to judge the degree of freedom from Lemeter. Comforting himself like this, Kratos secretly resolved to find a way to fix this side effect. Strength was temporary, but handsomeness was eternal. Sigh. He let out a long sigh. Kratos wasn't in the mood for sleep anymore. Covering Cenis's voluptuous body, which she didn't bother to conceal, like a stuffed snow cake, with the blanket, he put on his robe and walked into his office. Not only were the Argonaut heroes stationed in Sparta now. Every day, thousands of elite warriors rushed from various cities, the passes were crowded every day, and Sparta's population had increased by another 100,000 in the past 2 months. Thanks to magical development in this age, building construction was really fast. Hire 2 craftsmen, and a building could be magically erected in a day. Otherwise, with such rapid population growth, housing alone would be a major issue every day. Although Kratos had quickly trained a group of officials for Sparta and handed the army over to Dante to manage, there were still many decisions that he, as regent, had to personally review. The little free time he could spare was almost all given to the Argonaut heroes and the tumultuous intimacy with Cenis. Fortunately, his body no longer needed much sleep now, and the pressure from facing Athena had greatly diminished, leaving the neglected orange-haired goddess feeling resentful. With the completion of the gates of hell looming, there was too much to do. Kratos wished he could split himself into two, grow two clones, but unfortunately, Atrox was brainless, otherwise he could have let it take over some of his duties. Hey! You think I'm brainless just because I'm a sword? A hoarse voice of resentment echoed in his mind, infuriated. My crest may not be able to connect to the Ark right now, but its computing speed is countless times faster than yours, humans. Even if it's true, you're still just a Tsundere AI, Atrox. Tsundere? Who's Tsundere? I'm not saying who. Whoever Kratos is. I'll end his miserable life. Amidst the peaceful commotion, the wise young king smiled as he reviewed the documents in the moonlight. In a moment of reverie, he felt something. A soft, incredibly elastic touch grazed the back of his head from behind, as if from a pillow. A voice, once neutral and forceful, now seemed tender and charming, floated gently from behind. Your Highness. Though long accustomed to training, his skin still retained its delicate texture. Fingers, faintly teasing, caressed Kratos's jaw. Not sleeping, Cenis. Leaning into this understanding embrace, Kratos smiled, tilting his head back. His deep crimson eyes met the silver-haired woman's, shimmering with iridescent hues of charm. Cenis nibbled her lower lip, cheeks still flushed, wisps of hair by her ears trembling softly. If you're not lying beside me, then this bed has no meaning. The curve of her lips teased. She leaned down, capturing the young king's lips in a kiss. Seated in Cenis's embrace, Kratos attempted to continue reviewing the documents. Yet, those restless sensations almost pulled him away from his duties. Wrapping his hands around the silver-haired woman, he pressed her against the wall. And reinserted his rod into her wet hole. In the royal palace of Sparta, tremors continued incessantly. In the adjacent library, the purple witch, engrossed in her reading, peeked up from her book pile, her face almost blushing as she gazed at the magical light crystal above her head swaying gently. His Highness Kratos, and Cenis. Would such intimacy only deepen? Is it comfortable? To Medea's ears, it seemed comfortable. The purple witch blushed. Though knowing that no one was watching her, she still used the books to cover half of her face, as if wanting to hide within them. With the swaying of the crystal, Medea's breath became slightly unsteady. As a magician, her keen senses, if focused, seemed to pick up faint movements. Wanting to listen, but too embarrassed to do so, His Highness generously opened the library to her, allowing her to read at her leisure, even teaching her magic without reservation. If she eavesdropped on her host's conversations, that would be impolite. Thighs rubbing together. Cheeks seemed to burn. Heart beating so fast. Though she hadn't seen anything, just imagining the scenes filled her with embarrassment. Medea didn't understand what she was so nervous about. Just pretend she hadn't heard anything, that's the etiquette of a guest. Though, the person she truly liked should be Jason. But only His Highness. The purple witch Medea dared not meet his gaze. That captivating, deep crimson gaze. Staring into those eyes, her mind seemed to be stirred by a vortex, rippling with subtle waves. That's right. All the Argonauts, conquered thoroughly by Kratos, by this young king of Sparta, by his knowledge and wisdom, by his humility and character, by his talent and resilience. He was more formidable and perfect than all of the Argos crew combined, he alone, simply a one-man army, a city-state. This land could not find anyone more charming, and of the same age, a youth. The heart of the purple witch Medea beat fervently and fiercely. A curse. Medea bore a curse, a love curse for Jason. However, possessing the characteristics of the vanguard of Wandering Star, there was simply no curse that could bind Kratos. Even love curse, under his subtle influence, gradually, within the chambers of Medea's heart, loosened. No, it can't be. It can't be like this. I, clearly like Jason. Deep in Medea's heart, she repeated this admonition to herself. However, the book in her hands was gradually set down. Slowly. As it had been for the past month, on every trembling night. The witch's body, unable to resist, began to crawl towards the wall. With a rosy, embarrassed face, she pressed her ear tightly against the wall, a fervent, thirsty expression on her delicate cheeks, like an explorer in the desert searching for an oasis, enduring hunger and thirst. Listening to the vibrations emanating from the other side of the wall, as well as the intense applause of the audience, as if facing an exciting drama, Medea's legs went weak, and she couldn't help but sit down. This feeling always seemed to come naturally. Imagining the passionate night breeze, undulating in her courtyard. Or like a girl's fingertips, teasing her bashful heartstrings. Basically, she couldn't focus on her book. The gates of hell finally completed. Like a towering mountain, massive and imposing, a bronze-colored gate stood at the very center of Sparta's concentric iron wall defense line. From the elevated iron walls of the circular battlefield with a radius of half a kilometer. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the people, Kratos slowly removed his robe. His resplendent armor, gleaming with flowing gold, covered his entire body, enveloping him completely. Under the gaze of the gathered crowd, the majestic figure of a god descended upon the earth. The radiant sunlight bathed down, further enhancing Kratos's figure, towering like a divine being. All the Argonauts, in the magical projection, had seen Kratos in this form. However, only those who witnessed it with their own eyes could truly feel the awe-inspiring power. So powerful! Standing atop the high wall, gazing at the towering figure of the king of Sparta in the main seat, emanating a majestic aura that filled the surroundings. The handsome golden-haired youth couldn't help but murmur softly. As the captain of the Argonaut, he was almost a hero standing at the pinnacle of mortals. In terms of raw strength, Jason had the confidence to compete with his close friend Alcides in arm wrestling. But, strength was one thing. The chaos of the battlefield was another. On the Argonaut, Jason played more of a binding role. That overwhelming aura. It was the culmination of everything he had fought for on battlefields littered with corpses and blood-soaked oars, the sublimation of all his struggles. Sparta was attacked by War Devil, resulting in over 42,000 deaths and over 98,000 injuries. A fleeting sentence in historical records recorded the horrendous ordeal the young king had endured, akin to hell itself. And Kratos, what manner of form is this of yours? I, Kratos, the devil who slays the devils. If you seek to understand this power, then come to Sparta. Kratos' declaration from 5 months ago still echoed in their ears. Not only the Argonauts, but all the devil hunters who had come to Sparta were immensely curious. What was the meaning of this divine-like figure descending to earth? Blessings from the gods? No, it's not that. Asclepius, holding his serpent staff, shook his head gently. Though it may seem holy and glorious, it's merely a magical facade. As the son of Apollo, he was particularly sensitive to various forms of radiant authority, and could easily discern that this was just a magical facade. That sensation of devouring everything, it feels more like that crimson titan. Asclepius' words weighed heavily on the heroes around him. Is that so? They had seen Atroc's blood-colored form before. Naturally, they were also unaware of the truth about the vanguard of the wandering star. The heroes of the Argonauts would never rudely inquire about someone else's secrets, that would be too offensive. But that didn't stop them from speculating. The devil slays the devils. Is it a fusion of human and devil? If that's the case. Asclepius, usually silent, couldn't help but feel excited at this revelation of bodily transformation. This means, Kratos has transcended the boundaries between humans and devils. This god of medicine keenly sensed that this was a newly opened field of knowledge. If humans could unite with devils and wield their power, then it would bring about a seismic shift in Greece. When he fights, we'll see. I'm looking forward to it. No doubt, no curiosity. In the minds of all the warriors present, except for Kratos' greatest rival, Alcides, there arose only a surge of indomitable fighting spirit. He knew this form was Kratos' true strength, and their usual blood-splattered sparring was just practice. He really wanted to have a good fight with Kratos. But such internal strife was certainly not good. In that case, the great hero Alcides broke into a brilliant, and then somewhat wild, smile. Let's see who can kill more devils. Kratos. 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 Amidst the cheers of thousands of soldiers, Kratos began to step forward, his majestic figure treading upon what seemed like steps composed of condensed sunlight, descending towards the gates of hell. With each step he took, the cheers from the warriors surged even more passionately. Perhaps, it was appropriate. Today was Kratos' 13th birthday. And 13 was the sacred number of the Emperor. The gates of hell standing here were Sparta's gift on the king's birthday, the best gift they could offer. Kratos, on his sacred 13th birthday. Commanding the people of Sparta, commanding the entire Greek land, launching a full-scale counter-attack against hell. He, which is currently in Atrox's ascended god-warrior form. This glorious and holy demeanor was quite similar to that golden emperor. But something was missing. That's right. A golden horse. No, a golden throne. Standing atop the steps of condensed sunlight. Kratos chuckled. Atrox. Het. Only when you're showing off do you remember me. Atrox's hoarse voice echoed slowly in the young king's heart. Let's confirm this again, without me, you can't do anything, Kratos. Of course. Kratos replied with a smile, I can't lose you anymore. I can't stand you. Sappy, disgusting. Bathed in the burning and fervent gazes of tens of thousands of soldiers. Kratos spread his arms towards the gates of hell. Brilliant and radiant colors, emanating from the void beneath his feet, coalesced inch by inch, forming behind Kratos a terrifying and sacred golden throne, adorned with countless skulls. Amidst the deafening and earth-shaking cheers of the warriors, the uncrowned king of Sparta, supported by the armrests on either side, slowly descended onto this throne. Descending into the embrace of Atrox. Warriors! The glory of Sparta shines upon you. Activate! Charge! Forward! Like a proclamation of final judgment, the king of Sparta roared out his fury, resonating through the heavens. Crush them! As the thoughts of the people converged and the chants layered upon one another, as the immense and pure magical energy of the Age of Gods poured into this massive magical ritual. The gigantic bronze gates trembled and shook, the entire gates of hell were thoroughly activated. Lightning surged within the gates' maw. The colors within the deep crevice slowly spread open, as if an invisible blade, cutting across the fabric of the world, slowly carved out a rugged and ferocious wound. On the earth's surface, filled with the fragrance of flowers and the lush green grass, the sky above was adorned with all sorts of peculiar doorways floating about. It was a scene worthy of a painting, yet eerie and surreal in its own realm. This was the domain known as Hell. Thousands upon thousands of devils, with grotesque appearances of various kinds, caught the scent of the tantalizing human aroma. They crawled and slithered from all corners of this hellish land, converging behind a crevice about to split open, eagerly awaiting. Before the gates of hell, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, gathered their thoughts, chanting their words in unison. They were calling upon hell. They longed for it, the crevice of hell to appear before them. And the devils sensed it. Sensed the piled up, fresh and tempting flesh outside, waiting to be devoured, torn and savored. With an uncontrollable thirst for blood, countless devils from hell began to converge towards the seemingly massive crevice, eager to reach it. The unstable crevice slowly widened. A massive devil, resembling a mountain of flesh with countless sinister eyeballs embedded within its swollen, bloody flesh, crushed the nameless foot soldiers, swallowing them whole as it squirmed its way to the forefront of the hellish crevice. As if sensing it, amidst the crevice, countless devils of hell began to emerge. But suddenly, without warning, a brilliant and radiant holy sword burst forth from the depths of the dark crevice, piercing through the devil's eyeball. Aieee! The devil's incomprehensible form twisted in agony and howled. Clad in armor but seemingly grinning, a face more ferocious than the devil's emerged in front of the crevice. You vermin, this is Kratos/Atrox. Too slow. The opening was too slow. Kratos extended his hands, grasping the edge of the hellish crevice. Creating a hole between the two realms was difficult, because there was no wall to be found. But once the hole was made, filling and expanding it, and maintaining it with magic to prevent the world from repairing itself became relatively easy. Rib. Kratos tore open the crevice of hell with a forceful push of his hands. Behold! You filthy maggots! Behind, a pair of magnificent golden wings unfurled, radiant and brilliant. He soared straight up, crossing the rift between two realms. From bottom to top, he raised his hand and swung a sword, slicing through the devil like cutting butter, the massive body resembling a mountain of flesh. Splat! Like tomato sauce splattering everywhere. Thick blood scattered and splattered in the fragrant hell of birdsong and flowers. The devils almost froze in place. As they gazed at the massive crack in hell, the once contained dimensions gradually widened and spread. Soon, countless armored humans emerged from within. Warriors long prepared for battle looked straight at the devils before them. On their faces, a cruel and bloodthirsty smile appeared. This smile seemed familiar. It was the smile devils would crack while slaughtering mortals. Is something wrong here? No. No, no, no. Where exactly is hell? Maggots. Prepare for tactical transformation. With wings flapping, Kratos and Aatrox laughed wildly. No need to worry about destroying any buildings anymore. No need to worry about injuring any civilians. Just enjoy the purest and most flawless slaughter. Unleash the most unrestrained fury. Once, I defied the void. Now, I welcome it. Aatrox gripped his great sword, roaring thunderously. Ah! Hell is truly my home. Kratos deeply felt. Layered words emanated slowly from the sturdy figure. Extreme brutality and bloodlust, alongside extreme rationality and calmness. Aatrox and Kratos, the two godslayers, almost perfectly merged with each other. This will be a massacre. His demonic form unfolded completely without reservation. The colossal divine body forged from the fusion of a demonic sword and a youth, like a whirlwind of minced meat, fought into the battlefield of countless devils coming forth, taking the lead as the king of Sparta. Follow his highness. Charge. Forward. The Spartans blew their horns. The human army's roar resounded through hell for the first time. The most elite devil hunters of Greece, the Spartan army, and warriors from various city-states came together to support each other. In the picturesque landscape, amidst the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds, the battle lines of both sides collided and merged together. Slaughter. As if it were endless slaughter. From dawn till dusk. The blood moon of hell rose slowly into the hellish sky, casting an eerie glow upon the floating doorways, adding to the surreal and eerie atmosphere. The crimson moonlight spilled down, no brighter than the color of the earth. The vultures of the devil's carcass circled high above, and the deep sky was saturated with the rich blood hue, giving it a sinister appearance. Before the crevice of hell, the human army's roar echoed, while the devil's corpses piled up into an endless mound of bodies. With the whirlwind of carnage, the devils, with their simple and feeble minds, seemed to sense fear and cowardice, constantly retreating. Humans seemed to slaughter endlessly, tirelessly. Devils flooded towards the horizon, being squeezed by the retreating devils, creating a chaotic scene. The Spartan front line steadily pushed forward, preparing to establish a stable foothold in hell. With a roar, devils, bearing infamous names, raised their bone-like knives and stabbed a Spartan warrior directly through the chest. Shwig! Shwig! In the past, a human so weak, receiving such a fatal wound, would immediately struggle and die, becoming a dessert for the devils. However, the Spartan warrior in front of him suddenly seemed to burst forth with a majestic force, breaking the devil's bone knife abruptly. In the devil's almost frozen gaze, the Spartan warrior before him let out a blood-curdling roar. He was calling out. Calling out to his god, his lord, to give him sight, to grant him favor. Was he calling for the mercy of Ares? No, the mercy of Ares was useless. The whole of Sparta, who would show favor to the warriors, the answer was already clearer than ever. Honorable Kratos of Sparta! You are the hero of war. You are the god of courage. You are the embodiment of all power and glory in this world. Under your command, faithful Spartans seek your blessing. Boom! Crimson flames, as red as blood, emanated from the warriors' bodies, surging forth. In the bewildered devil's gaze, as he pierced through the heart of this Spartan warrior, the devil found his chest, previously a ghastly and fatal wound, rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His muscles bulged suddenly, his already sturdy and muscular figure expanding once more as he thrust his spear forward, piercing straight through the devil's heart. What is this? Their thoughts, dominated by bloodthirsty instincts, completely struggled to comprehend such grotesque forms. Who exactly is the devil? Such grotesque forms. Continuously, throughout the vast battlefield resembling a meat grinder, occurrences abound. Blood for the demonic sword. Skulls for the skull throne. Every devil's corpse is a trophy of Spartan warriors, also a tribute to His Highness Kratos. The great army of Sparta, with the flesh and blood of devils, resuscitates and offers sacrifices. The blessings of Kratos rain down upon the entire battlefield. The king of Sparta bestows upon his warriors courage and strength that steadily ascend, elevating them to his chosen ones. The more devils they kill, the fiercer they become, thus they are promoted to become his champions. Devil hunters witnessing Spartans act in such a manner, with envy in their eyes, begin to imitate. Bathed in the blessings of Kratos, the battlefield presents almost a one-sided massacre. The blood-red radiance symbolizing the god of courage, Kratos, continuously spreads across the land of hell. The most elite warriors and devil hunters, carefully selected, charge into the depths of hell. The remaining soldiers stay behind on the Spartan side. Some lucky devils, having escaped the meat grinder's edge, slither through the cracks of hell, hoping to steal a few scraps on the other side of the gate. And then they see on the vast, circular battlefield, a military force standing firm like an iron wall, awaiting them sternly. The robust figure of Kratos sat upon the throne of the battlefield in hell. The violent bloodlight and embossed skulls continued to spread and flourish on his golden throne. It was the accumulation of majestic faith and the magical power offered by the warriors. At this moment, there was no need for him to personally slaughter any more. Kratos consumed the surging power, suppressing his own savagery. And Atrox excitedly roared, devouring the faith and magical power with his crest, bringing rare pleasure and satisfaction to the devil's demise. The black-haired youth sat atop the sky of hell, the highest point of the battlefield. That figure of the king, a golden silhouette, seemed to imbue the warriors with boundless courage and strength. Finally, the devils, overwhelmed with fear, fled in disarray. After that, what was reflected in the eyes of the Spartan king was a massacre. Like a tide of devils surging forth, then receding. As the entire battlefield was swept clean, devil corpses piled up like small mountains beside the gates of hell. The gates of hell, opening and closing each time, led to different areas, so efforts were made to maintain their stable operation. Devil corpses were the purest source of magical energy, used to fill the cracks in hell and serve as fuel for the gates. Devil blood was also a rare magical material used to inscribe various runes. Devil bones and flesh could be used to craft various weapons and armor, saving the effort of hunting for beasts. Devils were truly precious resources. Under the night sky, standing atop the iron walls, Kratos looked upon the scene with immense satisfaction, achieving a victory greater than he had imagined. In this battle, the casualties for Sparta were almost negligible. His spirit directly monitored the entire battlefield, and whenever his Spartan warriors faced adversity, he would bless them on the spot, ensuring their victory. This led to much cursing from various devils, claiming that the king of Sparta lacked honor. Even when his blessings couldn't save their wounds. Outside the gates of hell, there was the most elite medical team in all of Greece, led by Asclepius as the chief physician, capable of reattaching severed limbs and even regenerating lost organs. Unfortunately, the devils with intellect and names dared not trouble Kratos. What remained were mostly instinct-driven devils, resulting in a one-sided slaughter. After all, this was the devils' home ground. Devils could resurrect, and they loved their hellish abode. Thus, Kratos had to take the initiative to confront them. He was the spring of warriors. Where he stood was Sparta. Now in the heart of the Spartan city-state, a rift to hell of unprecedented scale opened up. News came from various city-states that they were facing devils' invasions less frequently than before. Kratos validated his own thoughts. He had taken control of most of the hellish network, so devils could only descend through the passage in Sparta. Despite the continuous onslaught from hell, the people of Sparta no longer feared. Days passed, and the entire land of Greece began to sing praises of the courage and fame of Kratos. Even those who didn't believe in him, such as foreign warriors and devil hunters, now held a certain reverence for Kratos after this battle. The cleansing brought forth a surge of bloody excitement. In shifts, the armies stood guard before the gates of hell. Sparta celebrated its great victory, celebrating the birth of Kratos, with the whole city adorned in lights. Taken from devils, used against devils. It was truly ingenious perpetual motion machine. Olympus should award the Nobel Prize for him. The night sky was cloudless, with stars shining brightly. Standing at the highest point of the iron walls, Kratos slowly raised his gaze towards Mount Olympus towering into the clouds. His gaze seemed to pierce through the mist, straight towards the temple of the god of war swaying in the flames. He knew that former god of war must be watching him. Towards the direction of Mount Olympus. With black hair, the young and wise king slowly raised his hand, smiling ferociously, running it across his neck. "Fuck your mom, Ares." He laughed. "Sooner or later, I'll twist your head off, tear out your eyes and shove it into your fucking mouth." Watching the flames flicker, a wicked smile appeared on the face of the black-haired youth. Hearing his words was the ultimate insult. Bang! Ares slammed her fist on the table, causing the grape wine in front of her to spill. Kratos. Draped in blood-red armor, the black-haired woman waved her hand, and a scorching divine power surged out, converging into a crimson spear. With a flick of her hand, she could unleash an attack on Sparta, completely annihilating that arrogant brat and his city into rubble. Her wrist trembled. The woman's familiar, gentle, and charming voice echoed softly in Ares' ears. "If I were you, I wouldn't do that, my dear sister." Athena smiled, her voice lingering. "Fuck your mother, Athena." Ares raised her hand violently, about to launch the spear. Boom! A divine thunderbolt suddenly struck the dome of the temple, shattering the flaming spear in Ares' hand and electrifying her whole body. "Next time, it won't be a warning." A solemn, cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated in the temple. "Zeus!" Scratching her disheveled hair, Ares roared and howled at the sky. "What do you want? Have you forgotten your duty as the flagship? For these weak, insect-like humans, have you disregarded our race? Do you even want to destroy Olympus?" The sky remained silent. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck fuck fuck!" Ares wildly pulled her hair, unable to believe that Kratos, a mere human like an insect, could do anything to her. But in just a few months, this kid's power had increased at an alarming rate, even making her, a machine god, feel palpitations. She didn't care about the weak human faith, but the compatibility between him and the vanguard of the wandering star seemed unprecedentedly high. "Is this for real?" Ares twitched her face as if she really wanted to imagine Kratos twisting her head off, tearing out her eyes, and shoving it into her mouth. Ares knew very well. That guy can really do it. "My foolish sister." Athena smiled. "It's true you're not allowed to lay a hand on Kratos. But, it doesn't mean Kratos can't lay a hand on you. If Kratos, overwhelmed by anger, chooses to strike you, you can defend yourself. Even Zeus cannot resist the fundamental laws to stop you from eliminating the threat of the fleet." "What's the use of saying this nonsense, Athena?" Ares roared in frustration. "Kratos, he's completely rational. You've seen it too. After everything that happened to him, he's still rational. That's not human, he should have gone mad." "Fuck. Why would he attack me when he's rational? Is that so?" On the face of the orange-haired woman, a mysterious smile appeared. She gently caressed her abdomen. "Hee. I've gained a lot from him, you know. His emotions, his anger, that passionate heart of his. I feel like something is about to be born from my terminal." "You?" Ares looked at her sister with twitching facial muscles. "SHH." Athena pressed her lips. "Don't say it." The orange-haired woman smiled mysteriously. "If you want Kratos to strike you, it's actually, very simple, my dear sister. What he cares about the most, is in your hands." "Are you referring to Virgil?" Ares sneered disdainfully. "Family, is that useful? He's a lord of a city. He's endured all the hatred for so long. I don't believe he would completely break his defenses for a brother." "That's because you don't understand him at all. And I understand him very well. In this world, no one understands him more than I do. He absolutely," Athena said with a smile, "cannot resist." As her words faded away. Inside the temple, there was a long silence. Ares' expression seemed lost for a moment. She lowered her eyelids and her gaze fell directly on the humanoid figure that had been largely transformed, standing in the black, half-reconstructed ground. Virgil no longer needed to become the strongest. Ares now just wanted to kill that brat immediately to prevent any future trouble. Athena's figure slowly dissipated into nothingness. Kratos. The black-haired woman sat on the throne of the temple. The hideous scar on her delicate face seemed to writhe like a centipede. She chuckled. "I will make you experience true hell." Chapter 86 XElenea. Seated before the vanity mirror, a strikingly charming young man, every inch of him unadorned, gazed upon his reflection in the polished surface. His shoulder-length black locks cascaded smoothly down from behind his head, each strand exuding a deep, dark aura as though capable of absorbing one's gaze entirely. The purple witch Medea, with a delicate blush upon her refined visage, stood behind the youthful king, her hands weaving through the ethereal currents of shadow-like magical energies, taming this mane of black locks. No, to be precise, this was not simply hair. In the 6 months since the construction of the Gates of Hell, Kratos had led dozens of expeditions personally, every battle seeing him at the forefront, transforming his once magnificent and divine physique into one drenched in the blood of devils. Due to the loosening of his limiter, the rate at which Kratos shed his hair had gradually accelerated. There was no other way, that shit system was truly unreliable, leaving only him to struggle. That's enough, do you know how hard I've worked? If you worked any harder, I would have stormed Olympus long ago. Well, indeed. As his hair continued to fall this month, it had begun to affect his appearance. Sometimes, even Cenas couldn't help but chuckle. So, Kratos whipped her even harder, making her understand the duties of a wife. During the recent reign of favors, Cenas would praise his appearance earnestly, claiming that even with a shaven head, Kratos was still the uncrowned king of Sparta. So, without further ado, Kratos shaved off all of his hair, out of sight, out of mind. The reason for this was simple, he had found a temporary method to maintain his appearance. Because of the constant intense battles, wearing a wig wasn't convenient. If it accidentally came off during a fight, it would be embarrassing, to say the least. Kratos had even tried various hair transplant methods, but unfortunately, under the constraints of the limiter, none of them worked. Any substance connected to his scalp would fall off entirely the next day as if triggering an inevitable demise. So, this shoulder-length, smooth, black mane was actually such exquisite shadow magic, Miss Medea, he remarked. Kratos lightly caressed his hair. Through the black strands, his fingertips felt nothing tangible, only a faintly chilling sensation, like plunging his hand into a pool of cool water. Because, this luxurious mane was fundamentally a flow of shadow attribute magical energy, belonging to the category of illusionary magic. How nostalgic! Shadow magic, this was the type of magic Kratos was most familiar with, the type Alvin had mastered. Unfortunately, in this life, the attribute of magic released by Kratos was fire, making it extremely difficult to perform shadow magic, even conflicting with each other. But, where there's a will, there's a way. Kratos discovered Medea's talent. The young witch carefully observed the flow of magical energy throughout Kratos's body, finally, with much practice, weaving together the shadow magic that had taken her a long time to master, crafting this flowing mane of black hair, fiercely maintaining his youthful and handsome appearance. Please, this is all thanks to your excellent guidance, Your Highness. Faced with Kratos's praise, Medea blushed, lowering her gaze. To help the crew of the Argonauts better in their adventures, she had honed her skills in healing magic, which was her innate talent. However, during their magical exchanges, Kratos keenly perceived Medea's talent in shadow magic, subsequently guiding her to specialize in this area. I didn't teach you much, Miss Medea. Kratos smiled and shook his head. Clearly, it's your outstanding magical aptitude at work, don't belittle yourself. Perhaps all witches had an innate talent for shadow magic? No, whenever I encounter complex problems in magic, you only need to give me a slight hint, and it instantly becomes clear. Moreover, you've opened up the library for me. This kindness cannot be expressed in words. Gazing at the smooth skin of the young man's back, Medea couldn't help but feel a shy warmth enveloping her. Because she needed to observe the flow of magical energy throughout his body in detail to weave the continuous hair, she instructed Kratos to remove his clothes. Actually, this was just an excuse. A thin robe was no match for her extraordinary magical appetite and her acute sensory perception of magical energy. She just wanted to take this opportunity to curiously observe the young king's body. However, after seeing it carefully, meticulously, her gaze swept over Kratos, devouring every detail. The girl's curiosity wasn't satisfied, instead, it became increasingly restless, intense, and fervent. She had seen everything. In her mind, images of that majestic figure involuntarily surfaced again and again. It was as if it had been imprinted in her eyes, branded in her brain, no matter how she shook, it wouldn't dissipate. To conceal her own thoughts, to hide her blush, Medea desperately tried to change the subject. Why, do you have such vast knowledge, your highness? She stammered. How can you understand and excel in such obscure shadow magic? Aren't you supposed to be bad at releasing shadow magic? It's hard to say. The young witch couldn't help but consider a possibility. When it came to the Greece land, which figure could excel in shadow magic to such an extent? Medea could only think of one name. Are you also a student taught by my teacher? She asked eagerly. The glint of excitement sparkled in the young witch's eyes. If this were true, wouldn't she and Kratos be fellow disciples? A teacher? Kratos paused for a moment, shaking his head lightly. Unfortunately, I don't have any teachers. His magic mentor was Morgan Le Fay of Britannia, also his wife. From beginning to end, no one had ever been addressed as a teacher. Of course, except in the role-playing flirtations on the bed. Miss Medea, then, who do you study under? Kratos recalled tales from Greek mythology, vaguely recalling an unfamiliar name. Heck, R.A.? No, something like Heck? Isn't it? Hearing Kratos's response, Medea felt a bit disappointed. My teacher is the esteemed goddess Hecate, your highness. Heck, 8? It wasn't very familiar. Reflecting on this obscure title, Kratos pondered for a moment. My knowledge of shadow magic is extensive, but it likely has little to do with this esteemed goddess. Well, that's a shame. But, I think, if you were to meet, she would surely admire your magical aptitude, your highness. Medea blushed and smiled. Because, goddess Hecate, she is the great witch of Greece, the mother of the night, the embodiment of the crossroad, and the mistress of the dark moon. Great witch? Mother of the night? Embodiment of the dark moon? It all sounded quite dark. Such descriptions inevitably reminded Kratos of his own witch. Before creating himself, Morgan Le Fay was also such a dark witch. Well then, I really look forward to meeting this goddess. Smiling politely, he responded to Medea's anticipation. Kratos slowly stood up, turning his gaze to his two wives, still unmarried but essentially considered his spouses. Although just barely 13.5 years old, over the past year, due to the loosening of the limiter, the young man's figure had grown to almost 5 feet 7 inches, with a graceful physique reminiscent of a divine sculpture. How do I look? He lightly shook his hair, looking towards Cenis and Atalanta leaning against the door. This slight swaying when he stood up made the young witch, Medea, blush and avert her gaze. Tisk, isn't the reason for taking off your clothes clearly just an excuse you made up? Medea, you've already seen his highness's entire body, why still shy away? The silver-haired voluptuous woman, clad in only a thin robe, laughed teasingly at the young witch, her arms crossed. Cenis. Medea's face turned red. Noticing her seemingly eager state, Kratos coughed and grabbed a white robe, draping it over himself. Atalanta, with a flushed face, continued to gaze unwaveringly at her king. Her restless tail swayed beneath the thin robe, her cat ears twitching slightly. The more she looked at the young man before her, the more Atalanta felt as if her gaze was becoming immersed. Regardless of the words used to describe him at this moment, they would all seem inadequate. Compared to his original short black hair, Kratos's current shoulder-length black hair was casually draped behind him. His hair, of such a deep color, seemed to shimmer with a mysterious darkness, inch by inch. Clad in a pure white robe, which was essentially just a piece of cloth, yet draped over him, it seemed to infuse him with a soul. Black and white, almost eerie beauty, together presented an exquisite artistic sense akin to conflict. Cenis had only thought that adding a bit of hair was enough, whether the prince had hair or not, she didn't really mind. However, with a casual glance, her azure eyes became completely fixated, and a deep crimson gradually spread within her pupils. The silver-haired woman's breath became increasingly ambiguous and heavy. Kratos was teasing her. Kratos, with such a casual smile, absolutely must be teasing her. Seeing the almost frozen gazes of his two wives. The trembling of her thighs, licking her vermilion lips. Kratos understood, he must seem like an incubus to them. He smiled wryly. It seems, the effect is not bad, right? Unable to perform shadow magic himself and with their conflicting magical attributes, Kratos's black hair would continue to fade. Almost once a month, he needed to touch up his hair. Now he really needed a trip to the barber. Your Highness losing hair? Is it a curse? No, it's impossible to curse you. You're already the well-deserved god of courage in Greece. It's not a curse. It's a long story, but simply put, it's a side effect of my growth. All gifts from fate had already been marked with a price tag. Kratos stretched out his palm. Over the past half-year, he had gradually adapted to his skyrocketing strength. With the triple boost of Fury, Faith, and the Limiter, his panel's baseline strength value had reached the level of A+++, and it was impossible to count any higher. Kratos only knew that, with a punch now, he could easily pierce through a small mountain like the legendary Alcides had once done. Alcides could only resist him by using his trials. But, this level of strength was still not sufficient to confront Ares, the god of war. The power of faith couldn't be overly relied upon, it would only turn him into another Ares. As the god of courage, Kratos did his best to distribute this power as blessings to the Spartans, dispersing this power to the point where even Alcides, now blessed by Kratos, had become the chosen champion. The devils he had slaughtered were piled up enough to encircle Sparta several times over. But Alcides did not believe in Kratos, he trusted him. They trusted each other. Kratos used the filtered power of Atrox to help Alcides dilute the curse of Alcides' madness. The great hero's mind was becoming clearer, and his speech was gradually becoming smoother. The Argonauts watched this scene with joy. After half a year, they now considered themselves part of Sparta. The Spartan army had promoted over 1,000 chosen by Kratos, and between battling devils, this number continued to rise steadily. The rifts of hell in Spartan had been opened up by more than half, and within the gates of hell, sturdy magical defenses had been constructed, automatically and tirelessly shredding the incoming waves of devil minions. If they detected those tricky devils with proper names, whose eerie abilities ordinary soldiers couldn't handle, they would be dealt with by the chosen. Other city-states developed prosperously under the stable peace. Warriors from all over crossed mountains and seas to support Sparta, and now the city's population had surpassed 1 million. Worried that the tragic events of the past, where homes were destroyed and lives were lost, might recur, Kratos led the city's priests to outline a defensive array across the entire city area, using enough devil blood to fill the coastline, creating a defensive formation for the nation's territory. Now, even if the war devil were to appear again, they would be temporarily resisted from the fierce onslaught. Everything in Sparta was moving forward steadily and solidly, developing prosperously. However, in Sparta, Kratos could continuously receive various forms of support, but to ascend Mount Olympus, his explosive power was still not sufficient. Kratos measured his accumulation with the ability to destroy the body of a starship. He was engulfed in flames of vengeance, and because of this, to confront Ares and save Virgil, Kratos undoubtedly needed more aces up his sleeve. He had no room for any mistakes. After barely regaining control of his strength, Kratos whispered such words to Cenas amidst their passionate encounter that night. Just a few days later, he and Atalanta ventured into the forest for research, preparing to compile a book about the flora. Within the depths of the forest, the hunter's slender fingers lifted the young king slightly, pushing him into the bed of flowers. No. With the strength of this cat, even if she had no defenses, Kratos wouldn't be moved by her, would he? However, as Atalanta's shallow mint-colored hair met Kratos's dark gaze, it gradually tinged with a dark purple hue. Under the dappled sunlight filtering through the forest canopy, the tips of the hunter's hair gradually shifted from mint green to silver grey, and her elegant forest green robe seemed to take on the color of midnight, staining it with a deep black hue. Mysterious purple patterns appeared above her abdomen. Upon receiving Cenas's message, Atalanta activated her caltrope skin, inducing a frenzy to maintain her sanity, to support her courage in seeking love, to support her feelings that transformed from affection into admiration. If she desired prey, she had to boldly pursue it. Since childhood, she had learned the law of the jungle in these forests, where only the strong survived. With every step of her frenzy, Atalanta turned into a bolder and more passionate version of herself. The only thing that remained unchanged was her emerald green pupils, sometimes reflecting the clarity of a hunter, and sometimes the confusion of a woman. Amidst the riotous flowers, Kratos looked at her, allowing her to press against him. Her delicate nose, inhaling the scent of the young king beneath her, emitting a pleasant aroma. At this close distance, Atalanta finally realized that it wasn't just a fragrance. It was a lingering feeling of desire, swirling and lingering in her mind, difficult to dispel. As long as she didn't marry, then, it wouldn't be considered a violation of the oath to the moon goddess. The peculiar patterns on her abdomen emitted a faint glow. In her emerald green eyes, there were ripples of rosy pink. Those enchanting colors! Like the foam about to overflow from a bottle of wine. Outside of her thoughts, would Kratos reject her? But, as the limiter gradually loosened, Kratos vaguely realized that his emotions seemed to be subtly changing as well. Many things that he thought would be constraints, that he thought would be difficult to accept, gradually seemed to become tolerable, even obedient. Was this good? Bad? Or perhaps, it was a form of growth? His chaotic mind couldn't bear to think about it anymore. The only thing certain was, Kratos had chosen to live more freely from now on. Stroking Atlanta's silky hair. That day, amidst the riotous and colorful flowerbeads of the forest, the lush dew water nourished the fertile soil of the woods for a day and night. Bathed in the moonlight, holding the cat in his arms, Atlanta just blushed and buried his face in the young king's chest, welcoming the admiring words of the silver-haired woman. Cenis pondered, wondering why even though she was favored by His Highness, she never experienced a night as exaggerated as Atlanta's. Could it be that Atlanta's endurance was even stronger than hers? No. It was clearly His Highness's technique that had improved so much here with her, right? Humph. Anyway, every time, she passed out, feeling no difference in technique. The more intense it was, the more she liked it. So, do I still have my share tonight, Your Highness? Standing at the door of the palace, the silver-haired voluptuous woman licked her lips, her azure eyes shimmering. Kratos's response was to wrap his arms around her waist. Facing such a developer conference, Atlanta, in her frenzy, initially felt shy and hesitant, unable to let go. But, as she performed more and more in front of Cenis, she quickly adapted. In her frenzied state, Atlanta became bolder than Cenis, especially when it came to her keen sense of smell. Just as she was doing now, her soft tongue brought an incomparable sensory experience. Like the harsh winter month of December, with the sky closed off, like the scorching sun, burning intensely, like the gentle spring breeze, caressing everything, like the rippling autumn water, washing away impurities. So, are you willing to let go? Kratos smirked, his tone teasing. Looks like today's top prize will be claimed by Atlanta, Cenis. HPMH, I've won more trophies than her. I feel pity for her when I see her pushing herself all day. So I cut her some slack. Cenis considered herself the victor already, not caring for this meaningless banter. Even the news of Kratos's firm strength was shared with the tall auntie by Cenis, driven by her loyalty to her dear friend. The flimsy silk robe draped the ground. The silver-haired woman approached, tilting her imposing figure slightly downward, seeking the kiss of the young and wise king above her. Their exploration and affection were equally fervent. On the sidelines, the purple witch bathed in the pure moonlight blushed faintly, her eyes discreetly observing the intertwining of the three figures. Once, they might have shown some restraint, but now, they paid no heed to her, the audience within the palace walls. They treated her as a mere decoration, boldly enacting their drama before her eyes. It seemed like an eternity passed. Finally, they reluctantly let each other go, yet remained close, exchanging tender words that made one blush with embarrassment. Their lips, at last, parted. A strange impulse stirred within Medea. It felt as though her most cherished grimoire had been snatched away. Her body trembled slightly, just as she prepared to step forward. But then she saw the silver-haired woman lifting the young and wise king, and carrying him toward the bedchambers. Beneath the lotus canopy, there was no battlefield. Only hope entwined with eternity. In the purple witch's mind, thoughts of what would happen next began to involuntarily emerge. Would the chambers tremble? Would the crystal lights on the ceiling start to sway? Would she find herself unable to walk properly, her ears leaning against the walls of the library, seeking solace akin to an oasis? Medea halted her steps, gazing down at the necklace Jason had given her, nestled against her chest. Under the moonlight, the pendant adorned with rare jewels seemed to sparkle brilliantly. Such radiance! But it paled in comparison to the shimmering threads at the corner of Cenis's and the king's parted lips, flashing in her heart. Medea. Atlanta, the silver-haired, by her side, stretched out her graceful body like a cat. She wiped away the last traces of the hook's temptation from her lips, savoring the taste of the young and wise king. Prey doesn't come knocking on its own. Between her eyebrows, her gaze flowed, alluring and seductive. Seeing her sister's happiness, a sight she had witnessed countless times before, the purple witch felt a slight pang of envy. After that, Atlanta abandoned her flimsy robe and pushed open the doors of the chamber. Medea stood frozen at the doorway of the chamber, like a post. Beside her was the library where she usually rested, but every corner of the palace seemed to tremble now. So, should she continue to listen at the corner of the wall? Engulfed in the familiar darkness, what should have been a comforting night for Medea now felt unsettling, her heart pounding with unease. When did it start? Was it when she saw his smile in the banquet hall? Or when she glimpsed his profile while teaching magic? Or when she stared at him atop the city walls, his figure akin to a god? Or perhaps every night, feeling the vibrations through the walls, wrestling with the tumult in her heart? Even though she kept finding reasons to deceive herself. But now, as she re-examined the memories of the past 8 months, Medea knew. She had indeed fallen for Kratos. But she shouldn't have fallen for Kratos. She didn't want to, nor dared to vie with her sisters for his favor. Even if she were willing to join in, she didn't know how to adapt to such a chaotic relationship. Having witnessed their battle up close, those fleeting glances, the cream oozing out from the pastries, just the thought of being among them made her blush with embarrassment. What she actually wanted was exclusivity. She refused to lie there as a neglected cushion. Upon careful consideration, Medea felt quite ridiculous. Her sisters, much stronger than her, Cenis and Atlanta, accepted such a relationship format with ease. It was she, a mere little witch, who felt so melodramatic, almost foolish, but deep down, she was afraid. She was more afraid that Kratos would value her. Because, her heart belonged to Jason. Prey doesn't come knocking on its own. Click. Her actions, quicker than her thoughts, interpreted the choice made by her instincts. The little witch abruptly tore off the necklace from her chest, clutching it tightly in her palm, then, after a moment, decisively dropped it to the ground. She let out a deep, deep sigh. As if she wanted to expel all the tumultuous thoughts, all the chaotic notions, all the curses injected into her soul. No longer would it be the arrow of love that made her fall for that person. She chose her own arrow of the heart, piercing through to that person. Under the moonlight's gaze, Medea raised her hand. And then, she pushed open the doors of the chamber. If she needed to repent, she'd do it after tonight. Make way! She proclaimed loudly, firmly, resolutely. Your Highness, you're mine. Chapter 87 Brothers. Gentle waves lapped against the shore in successive layers. The morning sunlight of Sparta gently brushed through the window grates, casting a brilliant hue upon the messy palace, imbuing it with a radiant charm. Cenis, Atlanta, and Medea. 3 women, voluptuous, wild, or sheepish, all slept soundly on the wide bed, their bodies intertwined in less than graceful postures. Traces of glistening saliva hung at the corners of the girls' mouths. Their originally immaculate attire was now in disarray, adorned with various suggestive battle scars, and their tender skin bore the remnants of crimson marks. The black-haired youth reclined against the soft pillows, seated amidst the entangled embrace of the girls, gently stroking their silky hair, a faint smile playing on his lips. In the gradually dimming chambers of his heart, a rare sense of fulfillment arose. Yet, like a poison, it numbed Kratos's heart. I wish to live peacefully, not only for the hatred I bear but also for the bonds that tie us together. After spending a few more years like this, perhaps I will truly become ensnared in indulgence, unable to extricate myself. But alas, I cannot stop. His words murmured into the void. The youth's gaze drifted over the tranquil and serene sleeping faces of the girls. Cenis always slept the deepest, as she often expended the most energy. Atlanta clutched the damp pillow tightly, curling up into a ball, inhaling the comforting scent, murmuring dreamily about some apologies to a goddess. The young witch Medea's lips curled slightly, sucking on her fair fingertips, lost in some delightful dream. She, because this is her first night, had received the most care last night. How he wished time could freeze at this moment, how splendid it would be. The wise king's eyes drooped. But alas, Kratos could not stop. Spending more years like this, perhaps his pain would ease, and he would no longer be reluctant to abandon everything for revenge. But, it could only be him, only Kratos. He did not wish to repeat the fate of original Kratos. Thus, he could only continue to advance on the path of carnage, becoming so formidable that even Olympus would tremble beneath his blade. Throwing on the disheveled white robe, Kratos gently freed himself from their embrace, treading on the slightly warm floor of the palace, and walked to the lush and bustling courtyard. The sun hung high, and life flourished. He lowered his gaze, surveying the city under his rule, surrounding the towering gates of hell. Sparta had been developed into an impregnable stronghold in the land of Greece. Thousands of people poured in every day, ships incessantly came and went, trade flourished abundantly. Everything in Sparta prospered. But, it wasn't enough. Kratos flexed his fingers slightly. The air around his palm emitted a sharp whistle and a burst of noise. He didn't know how strong his current power limit was because his physical strength had reached the limit of human potential. He hadn't exerted himself to the fullest in a long time. Moreover, Atrox, you've noticed, haven't you? He inquired silently. His hoarse voice echoed gently in Kratos's heart. Ah, yes, your progress has been slowing down. You're nearing a plateau with just Alcides and the other maggots from hell as your sparring partners. With Atrox implanted within him, theoretically, there was no limit to his strength. But unfortunately, after half a year, he was stuck again, unable to find opponents who could engage him in a fulfilling battle. Even Alcide's current sparring, unless the great hero completely broke free from his constraints, fell into a thorough frenzy, and liberated himself from all trials, engaging in the most intense battle, where killing the opponent was the premise. They could not engage in the fiercest battles with each other. Otherwise, if it was just the usual Alcides, even though he had been blessed by Kratos to become the chosen champion, his strength had increased several times over from before. But it still wasn't enough to push Kratos into a hard-fought battle. Kratos had to hold back his strength to avoid truly hurting Alcides. They were sparring partners, not enemies. The wooden stake named the great hero had regressed sadly. However, even in the conquest of hell, it was difficult to find opponents that could give Kratos a satisfying battle. In theory, death, darkness, unknown, falling. It was said that hell housed the most terrifying devils, embodying the deepest-rooted fears of all humanity, shrouding everyone's nightmares. But in the long history of over 100 years of struggle, these fundamental devils had never appeared, to the point where people began to doubt their existence. Or perhaps, the more powerful the devil, the closer their intelligence resembled humans. Such beings, with rationality no different from ordinary people, would naturally understand the balance of pros and cons. Even the war devil had ceased its activities and hadn't appeared in the past 6 months. In short, the stakes he could find were almost exhausted by Kratos, but there was still a long way to go before he could reach the level of the gods. For mortals, even demigods, he had become too strong. Unless he ventured to the depths of hell, the so-called underworld, where he might find formidable enemies that could excite him, but Kratos couldn't possibly leave Sparta. As for that idiot Ares, Kratos had erected a statue of a black-haired, big-breasted maiden for her, encouraging prayers and preaching every day. He even made various life-size dolls to distribute to the congregation, insulting her ultimate pride, but the former god of war hadn't even shown a divine prophecy. "You coward, you really know how to shrink your balls?" Kratos asked Athena in his dreams, inquiring about the conditions of Virgil and Ares. The goddess of control simply didn't answer any questions, just smiling mysteriously and saying she was pregnant, in a way that was both amusing and ridiculous. "Though I couldn't control you, Kratos." The orange-haired goddess smiled gently in the dream, gently caressing her belly. "But I've obtained your fiery heart from you." One could only say that Athena was quite good at disgusting people. This display of a bad woman almost gave Kratos goosebumps all over. With the power of faith within him, he could now resist the opponent's bizarre control ability to some extent. Even without the pain of being pierced through the chest, he could freely come and go in dreams. Get lost. Unable to obtain information, he simply kicked Athena's internet connection for tonight. Unfortunately, the nightmares of the three Furies continued to afflict his soul, still haunting him every night, making Kratos watch as Leonidas and Marine were killed over and over again. He was almost numb to it all. Or rather, all that towering rage had accumulated and fermented in the depths of his heart. Sparta was flourishing, but the king of Sparta's power increase was gradually stagnating. Therefore, Kratos had to find another way to increase his strength. "It's time to unleash your world-shaking wisdom, Kratos." Atrox chuckled playfully. "Last time, your world-shaking wisdom did indeed astonish me. What grand scheme can you come up with this time? Come, let me see." This question had been on Kratos's mind for a long time. Now, with the whole of Greece abuzz with the name of Kratos, the god of courage, his magical power was about to burst and overflow, almost unable to contain it, usually with Aatrox helping to consume it. The timing was almost ripe. So, Kratos didn't hesitate to say, "Let's undergo modifications." Modifications. Aatrox became interested. What modifications? The simple flesh and blood drive of humans is ultimately too inefficient, Aatrox. I've realized this from my brief time among mortals. The more you train your body, the more you'll find that there's a limit to the efficiency of the human body's operation. Oh! Hearing this proclamation, Aatrox, the vanguard of the wandering star, smiled with great interest. So, what do you mean by modifications, Kratos? Faced with this question, Kratos answered firmly and decisively, word by word. I won't be human anymore, Aatrox. Ha, he, ha ha ha. Aatrox laughed hoarsely. I see, the frailty of flesh and blood can't defeat the gods of Olympus, so you want to modify yourself into a machine god. My crest indeed has a machine form. But, you need to connect to the Ark first. However, if you want to modify yourself, I can provide you with in-depth guidance. I must say, this is a very wise choice. Flesh is weak, join the camp of synthetic ascension. You might even become my comrade, Kratos. Aatrox roared passionately. But synthetic ascension? Kratos scoffed. Even a dog wouldn't choose that. Hey! Use that non-existent brain of yours, Aatrox. Synthetic ascension? Using the technology of gods against gods? They would have a wealth of experience at their disposal, easily pinpointing my weaknesses. If you can't beat them, join them. That line didn't hold much weight here. Because the original Kratos also went through this path, and it didn't go well. Moreover, Olympians are now machine gods, not pure gods born on this planet. If he took the path of synthetic ascension, it would be the same as him starting the game with level 10, but his opponent was already level 100 and experienced in the game. Nothing good would come of it. That was just one reason. The more critical reason was, Kratos couldn't possibly abandon his own flesh and blood for the limited purity of mechanics. So, his black hair, as deep as ink, fluttered in the wind. Standing in the courtyard atop the mountain, the young king smiled. Flesh is weak, but soul not. The magical and divine power he held now was like the cream in last night's pastry, almost overflowing. This readily available energy was much more practical than pursuing modifications for synthetic ascension. It couldn't be wasted. In his usual battles, he could almost eradicate most enemies with just magical power, physical strength, and Aatrox form. Kratos had been contemplating. What kind of magecraft or mystic code could he create with this surplus of magical power to make the most efficient use of it? The operation of magical power. This was the subject he had been studying most diligently in the clock tower. Sandevistan was one of the results of his research. Now, Kratos was trying to provide an answer to that question. This was inspired by the magnetic fields from the comic series he read before. The flow of blood vessels, the movement of internal organs, the contraction and relaxation of muscles, the force of the body relies on various hormones and metabolic processes, and the conversion efficiency is simply too low. The black-haired youth flexed his 5 fingers. In Aatrox's stagnant gaze, Kratos smiled and said softly, I want to use magic to replace all the strength of my body. Now Kratos was very clear, the laws of the moonlit world were fixed by the anchor of the planet, like a thin layer of cloth. But, these so-called anchored laws, he had already figured out, should be the mysterious side's laws, not the physical side's laws. If the physical laws were also fixed by the anchor of the planet and changed with the times, then, the uniform speed of light in the solar system in the moonlit world could not be explained. If the speed of light in the solar system was inconsistent with that on Earth, a dazzling light film visible to the naked eye would form on the surface. However, such a phenomenon did not occur. So, at least within the solar system, physical laws should be uniform. Even in the moonlit world, there must exist the 4 fundamental forces of the universe: gravity, electromagnetic, strong interaction, and weak interaction. All the power that humans could unleash with their bodies was essentially one of these 4 fundamental forces, the electromagnetic force. If it were possible to break free from the limitations of muscles and rely on pure magical power to drive the body, then, as long as the magical power was powerful enough, Kratos' physical strength could be endlessly enhanced. After carefully explaining his thoughts, he smiled and made a conclusion. I will name this mystic code Magic Propulsion. Such a crazy idea. It made Aatrox burst into laughter again. Interesting, Kratos. Brilliant. You truly live up to your reputation of possessing world-shaking wisdom. You, my friend, are truly fascinating. No, the term genius is not enough to describe you. I admire you. I cherish you. I really love this little monster of yours. Don't flatter me with world-shaking wisdom and love, Aatrox, it's nauseating. Kratos patted his eyeball resting on his chest, smiling. I need your assistance, Aatrox. Kratos was well aware that he couldn't be considered a genius and didn't possess any world-shaking wisdom. He was just standing on the shoulders of his past experiences, with countless works power systems for reference. Kratos considered himself, at most, someone skilled at learning. Knowledge was important, indeed. But, the ability to self-learn was the most valuable wealth modern education had given him over the past 20 years. Don't get too excited yet, Aatrox, it's just an idea for now. Kratos poured cold water on the enthusiasm. Yes. It sounded beautiful, but achieving this magic propulsion mystic code was incredibly difficult. Even in the age of gods, the magical power comparable to that of gods was the most basic requirement. Kratos had to save up half a year's worth of faith before he dared to start trying. If it were the modern era, just dealing with the true ether's magical power source would be a headache. And, the human body had so many drastically different functions. Every inch of blood vessels, every muscle. Even without considering the operation of the brain and nerves, the various parameters of the body accumulated were astronomical in terms of data. And all of this, Kratos had to meticulously replace with magical power. Otherwise, his body might directly collapse. This required an extremely large amount of computing power. So, this amount of calculation. I'll hand it over to your terminal, Aatrox. When envisioning this equipment, Kratos had already considered the various difficulties involved in its implementation. His own computing power was not enough to support the magic propulsion for this body, but Aatrox might be able to. If it's you, there shouldn't be a problem, right? At his words, Aatrox chuckled deeply. Humph, so you've been planning to exploit me all along, Kratos. I'll try my best. The young king, standing in the courtyard atop the mountain, with his dark hair made of magical power, fluttered slightly, emanating a deep and mysterious glow. Behind him, a pair of soft wrists reached out, draping a cloak made of beast skin tanned over him. Kratos reached out and grabbed Atlanta's hand. I'm not cold. Without looking, he could tell which of his wives it was by touch, footsteps, or even breath. The hunter's instincts had always been the most acute. I know you're not cold, but it doesn't hurt to put it on. The cat's breath tickled his ears. Why aren't you sleeping, Your Highness? Morning exercise? There shouldn't be any state affairs keeping you busy lately. Of course. The young king smiled and turned to gaze into Atlanta's thin green eyes. You keep me busy the most. Looking into those deep crimson pupils. The cat leaned in, kissing the king's lips, delicately sniffing, sensing the heat emanating from him. Her tail wagged, swaying behind her. I always feel like I can never get enough of you, wanting to completely occupy you, but this selfish desire makes me feel ashamed. You are the king of Sparta, your burden doesn't allow you any leisure. Clearly, we are burdensome to you. Without us, your night's rest would be sweeter. Being able to clothe him and speak such affectionate words, Kratos was touched, but it would be even better if the kitten's hand could hold his. My beautiful Miss Atlanta, how do you manage to say such sweet words and yet not stay still, touching me all over? Atlanta's delicate fingertips restlessly wandered inside the young king's white robe, teasing his proud heartstrings. Last night, taking care of Medea, she was the one who didn't get fed enough. Not a cat, but a lioness hunting you, the fierce queen of all beasts. But you behave almost the same as a cat. Kratos grabbed her tail, causing her body to tremble softly. Ha, ha. Ha ha. It was meant to clothe him. But Atlanta ended up wrapping herself in it as well. The vows this cat made over the years have all been broken by you, Your Highness. In that case, shall I bring Artemis down and have you apologize to her in person? I haven't violated them, I just want to be your cat for a lifetime. The silver-haired cat, rubbing against the young king's ear, breathed softly. Lock Atlanta away. In a space filled with various precision instruments, reminiscent of an operating room but with a more futuristic touch. The silver-haired, hooded physician glanced at the magic rune board in his hand for a moment, then respectfully presented it to the black-haired youth. All your bodily data is here, Your Highness Kratos. Even Asclepius, the son of Apollo and the god of medicine, couldn't help but be deeply impressed by the concept proposed by Kratos. This was Kratos's research institute, constructed at great expense. Various artifacts and facilities excavated from the Age of Gods were transported here free of charge. Now, Asclepius led his apprentices in managing all medical research and patient care in Sparta. According to your magic propulsion concept, you want magical power to take over the operation of your body. But to do that, your body would literally have to die once. This is extremely dangerous, and I strongly advise against attempting to directly take over your entire body. The human body is a very complex system, and any slight error could lead to paralysis or disruption of the nervous system, as with Alcides, where even a minor malfunction in the language system was not a trivial matter. This requires an extremely high level of computational power, so I recommend starting with just your arm, or even a single finger, to attempt to take control. Facing Asclepius' suggestion, Kratos shook his head lightly. I'll be fine, don't worry. We don't have the luxury of time to try slowly. A month had passed after he thought of this plan. With Asclepius' examinations, Kratos had already transmitted all his bodily parameters to Atrox. Even if something went wrong, Atrox would bring him back. Though he lacked a brain, he was very reliable. Ah! I am indeed very reliable, that's true. The previous sentence can be omitted. Your Highness, what are you in such a hurry for? Looking at the black-haired youth in front of him, Asclepius wanted to ask, but he held back. The more you know, the less happy you are. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Facing Kratos' determination, Asclepius no longer tried to dissuade him, only nodding. Please be careful. For magic propulsion to take over the entire body, the original electromagnetic force would have to be dissipated. This was equivalent to stopping one's own heartbeat, blood flow and the operation of various internal organs, just as Asclepius described, making oneself completely die once. Lying on the monitored operating table, connected all over with various pipelines, Kratos took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Replacing the senses with the flow of magic, he began to introspect the condition of his own body internally. From his heart, liver, lungs, and various organs to bones and muscles. This body, which was incredibly robust, had a heart that beat fiercely like a drum, and the surge of blood was like the rush of the tide. The adaptation and adjustment during this period had almost perfected Kratos' control over this body. Atrox. Ready, don't worry. Hearing the reassuringly hoarse voice from the depths of his heart, Kratos took a deep breath and began, with a strong will, to cut off the operation of his own body. In the operating room, the light on the monitoring equipment dimmed slowly, and various vital signs began to plummet rapidly like falling peaks. Asclepius nervously watched Kratos' body, his breath seeming to stagnate. Vitality, growing weaker and weaker. In just a few seconds, Kratos' entire body had completely stopped functioning, and he became as stiff as a corpse. Beep. On the panel of the instrument, horizontal lines spread out completely. He was dead. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze like mercury. Asclepius breathed heavily, his hand trembling as it reached for his staff. If Kratos didn't wake up after 1 minute, he would immediately begin emergency treatment, but by then, it might be too late. Half a minute passed. Still no response. Gritting his teeth, the white-haired youth suddenly grabbed his staff tightly, and the coiled serpents emitted a burst of green light. If something went wrong with Kratos, he couldn't afford to represent all of Sparta. Asclepius was about to unleash the highest intensity of treatment. Thud. There was a sudden vibration in the room, causing his hand to go numb. It was a heartbeat. In the somewhat stagnant gaze of the god of medicine, all the instruments monitoring Kratos' condition suddenly surged, emitting a continuous and piercing alarm. Click. The pipelines began to tremble and spontaneously detach. A violent and fierce force erupted within Kratos' unresponsive body, slowly filling him up. A palpable aura, slowly rippling. Under the influence of magic propulsion, the internal organs began to flex, contract, and expand. As Kratos began to breathe, the intense invisible force filled his lungs, and the operating room seemed to be stirred by a storm as the equipment began to sway. Vitality. Heavy from the black-haired youth's body, it began to flow slowly, accompanied by the suffocating, earth-shaking gasps. Kratos propped himself up on the operating table, slowly, inch by inch, sitting up. His palm directly left a deep indentation in the pressed area. Internal organs functioning normally. Nervous system functioning normally. Muscle groups ceased activity. Kratos. How do you feel? Aatrox's voice resonated softly in his mind. Very strange. Very powerful. I feel something, unlike anything before. At times, it's also a bit unfamiliar. Kratos' expression stiffened as he flexed his fingers. In this state, he still possessed normal, even much sharper senses than before. But, at this very moment, all his bodily activities were completely taken over by Aatrox's terminal, commanded by the mighty computing power, replacing the functions of his entire body. In other words, he no longer needed the so-called muscle instinct to do anything. He only needed to think. Thoughts transmitted to the terminal would elicit corresponding responses from his body. In this situation, if Aatrox wanted to fully control Kratos' body, it wouldn't require much effort at all. But Kratos trusted it willingly with the computational power. If even Aatrox couldn't be trusted, then in this land of Greece, Kratos would never find anyone else to trust. In the eyes of Asclepius, filled with astonishment, the black-haired youth, bracing against the surgical table, slowly turned his body and, with an extremely stiff motion, attempted to take a step forward. Immediately, he stumbled and fell to the ground. The glorious demonic sword appeared in Kratos' hand, piercing into the ground, supporting his body. Just a thought. And his body would automatically respond. No need to command the muscles anymore. It was imagining the flow of magic. Stay away from me, Asclepius. With the resonating vibration of his vocal cords, he uttered the halting words. Adapting to this state, Kratos stiffly took a step forward. The first step was still stumbling, creating a deep pit in the ground. The second step, however, appeared much steadier. The third step, the fourth, he was already staggering forward. 1 minute later, Asclepius stared in shock at the chaos in the room. Kratos was already standing and walking around like a normal person. 2 hours later, he could attempt to grasp an object without crushing it into powder. 3 days later, Kratos stood by the coastline, in a specially chosen, distant, and coastal area away from the city-state. The Argonauts stood in awe in the distance, watching the young king, punching toward the sea. Bending his legs, lowering his center of gravity, and throwing a punch. Though it seemed like an extremely simple action, Kratos performed it incredibly slowly, incredibly seriously. It was as if he were learning how to throw a punch for the first time, under the realm of magic propulsion. Indeed, that was the case, he was learning how to punch for the first time under the realm of magic propulsion. Around Kratos, there were various huge craters resembling meteorite impacts, enough to make one's scalp tingle. How long has he been practicing here? 514 punches. Alcides spoke softly, his curse now diluted by Kratos, and his speech much smoother. I watched Kratos throw 514 punches in total. At first, he couldn't control the force. He said. The great hero raised his hand, pointing to the half-shaved hillside beside the beach. Now, he's no different from a normal person. Kratos lightly threw a punch. In the slightly dimming daylight, serene and tranquil. No explosion occurred. It's very impressive. Walking, grasping, punching. By now, he had mastered the basic activities of this body. The realm of magic propulsion was indeed powerful, but the consumption was also extremely intense. Even with the power of faith by his side, Kratos still had to control his force at ordinary times, or else exerting too much force might endanger his own life. Not to mention the lives of other city-state residents, or even the lives of his wives. Next, is to try a full-powered punch, Aatrox. Don't worry. Aatrox's lazy voice echoed around. If you can't withstand it, I can withstand it. Then, here goes. Kratos turned his head, opened his mouth, and his vibrating vocal cords emitted a loud shout. Please, everyone, step back another 100 meters. Alcides held Jason with one hand and supported Asclepius with the other, carrying the twins on his neck, and jumped onto the cliff behind. The purple witch Medea waved her staff and took Atalanta and Cenas, gracefully floating upwards. Floating in midair, the silver-haired woman pinched the face of Atalanta with a choked sob. "I can't accept this, I can't." Atalanta, sobbing. "Just last month, His Highness barely returned to the palace, and I was almost suffocated, and now." Atalanta pursed her lips, blushing, and propped open the hand of Cenas. So annoying, she was suffocating too. His Highness said no attending to bed within a month. "You kill me. Atalanta. You kill me. You're too weak. If you were a bit stronger, would His Highness still have such concerns? In this world, besides the goddesses of Olympus, who can withstand His Highness's fierceness, even the Earth Mother Gaia would open a hole." "Shut up if you don't know, shut up." Listening to her sister's conversation, the purple witch Medea sighed softly. Atalanta and Cenas had at least tasted meat for over half a year, while she had eaten the least meat this month. As a result, this month, the purple witch could only carry His Highness's clothes and generate electricity by herself. Watching everyone back off from the coastline cliff, Kratos turned his head and faced the sea. He began to squat down slowly. The muscles in his legs didn't exert any force. But, the surging, even violent, force, powered by the immense magic from the terminal, poured out from under his feet, crashing towards the ground beneath him. Boom! The earth cracked, the ground trembled, and ripples spread out in all directions like waves, with large chunks of rock layers beneath the ground exploding and rising instantaneously, forming a rugged earth mound. Amidst the pervasive dust, Kratos poured all his strength into the punch, tearing through the sea surface and tearing through the sky. The air was compressed layer by layer by the irresistible force, forming a shockwave that rapidly pierced forward, piercing through at least tens of thousands of meters away, bursting open the distant sea surface like a colossal wave. Standing on the cliff by the sea, everyone felt a buzzing in their ears, their minds swaying, as if they had been run over by a bomb. Watching the Ionia Sea, where the surging waves spread out to both sides, towering waves rose hundreds of meters high, finally calming down after the momentum. Except for Alcides, everyone on the Argonauts was wide-eyed, as if they could fit a golden apple in their mouths. The scorching flame magic lingering around Kratos slowly faded away. Standing in the huge pit, Kratos let out a long breath. Looking at the scene before him, the power of this punch, once from the war devil, once shattered his home and family. Like the Kratos of old, he could now return the favor. You are familiar with the realm of magic propulsion that drives your abilities. As the power of faith converges, the stronger your magical prowess, the greater your strength becomes, you no longer need any training. However, your body and flesh still constrain your limits, so you eagerly seek worthy opponents, as each struggle further pushes your capabilities to new heights. Hell is subdued, and Sparta flourishes. With the continuous accumulation of the power of belief, each day you grow stronger than the last. Under the magic propulsion, your destructive potential is once again significantly enhanced, reaching a level comparable to that of the war devil. With the fame of the god of courage on your side, amidst battles against devils, your chosen ones continue to increase in number. The Spartan army champions alone could flatten the entire Greek land, and the day of revenge against Olympus no longer seems distant. 1 month has passed, and you have completely adapted to mastering your abilities driven by magic. Your demeanor is now indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. The affairs of Sparta run smoothly, and your presence has become a pillar of strength for the people. Compared to the past, where you were required to oversee everything personally, you now enjoy a rare moment of leisure. Enduring the anticipation of your 3 beautiful wives for 2 months, you are finally pushed onto the bed eagerly. But as long as there is surplus magic, your stamina seems endless, quickly filling the bath to satisfy them thoroughly. It seems that your mastery of magic propulsion has inspired Asclepius's research breakthroughs. He presents a report showing that hell is essentially the Greeks' inner sea of the planet, and devils are a pure source of magical power. It seems feasible for humans to gain a devil transformation state by transplanting devil hearts. His experiments with magical beasts have achieved preliminary success, and he seeks your approval for human experiments. You allocate Sparta's condemned prisoners to him, never questioning whether power is good or evil, nor do you claim to be righteous. Ethics and morality are deemed useless now, your people's happiness and peace of mind are paramount, and you have no hesitation in what you deem necessary. No longer do you worry about devil incursions, nor the tragedies of family destruction, you now possess the power to protect Sparta and those you cherish. The city-state thrives and prospers. You contemplate schemes to conquer the underworld and the temple of war, seemingly entering a long-awaited, peaceful, and happy life. You ask Cenas, Atalanta, and Medea if they want to choose an auspicious day for the wedding, you want to give them a status. You no longer care if gods curse your fate or your wives, you would tear it apart with your own hands. However, to your surprise, you are vehemently rejected by them. Ah, if your highness loves me, I am already satisfied. What more do I need as a wife? The silver-haired woman lounges lazily on the bed, proudly displaying her voluptuous curves. Although she once fervently sought your hand in marriage, her proposal now seems indifferent. You gaze at her face. Cenas blushes and averts her eyes, her embarrassment spreading from her cheeks to her tanned neck. Hate it. Your highness, hate it. Let's see how you feel when you can't get what you want. You pinch Cenas's face and turn to Atalanta. The cat-eared woman lounges lazily in your arms, her tail swaying casually behind her. I refuse, I've pledged not to marry a mortal, your highness. Good companions, indeed, to maintain their purity with nightly indulgences in cream puffs. You massage her soft cat ears, hoping to make her yield, but she bites your finger fiercely. I'm fierce, don't marry such a fierce kitty. Atalanta releases your finger and licks it ambiguously, her feline saliva moistening the faint bite marks. You sigh and look at Medea. The young witch blushes, unable to meet your gaze. Mind your reputation, your highness. Tisk. You sigh, suddenly remembering Medea's age. Wait a minute. This is Greece, isn't it common here? Really want to, but can't, your highness. Don't get angry again, your highness. Grow up a bit, okay, your highness. You sigh and open your arms in resignation. Although they verbally reject you, they still push and squeeze into your embrace. They know what burdens you carry, and they don't want to add to your psychological burden. When hell is completely cleaned out, and you rescue your father, fiancé, and brother, when the day of true peace finally arrives, then we'll hold dash. You quickly silence them with your lips, entering the deepest level of permission. A dreamless night. 2 more months pass, and you, with the intent to capture various named and intelligent devils in hell, brutally interrogate them. Starting from Sparta's gates to hell, you plan the route to the underworld. In your dreams, you flirt with Athena, trying to subtly extract information from her, as she seems to be intoxicated by your superb skills, revealing much about the abilities of that god of war. Of course, you don't believe a word Athena says and instead hand over the analysis to her subordinates led by Atalanta, who heads the intelligence department. Cenas serves as Sparta's instructor, and Medea assists you in handling affairs. Jason, as the governor of the port, controls all of Sparta's maritime hubs and trade routes. He seems very grateful to have Medea back, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Alcides and Dante, as the chief and deputy generals, wield Sparta's military power, gradually forming a deep friendship akin to mentor and disciple. The great hero seems to have high hopes for Dante's combat talent, predicting that he will surpass himself in the future. Asclepius's research gradually makes breakthroughs, successfully implanting devil hearts into ordinary death row inmates, allowing them to survive for half a day. Everything progresses smoothly, busy yet exhilarating, and a year finally comes to an end on the Greek land, seeming to see hope for humanity's victory over devils. The night was cloudless, with stars twinkling brightly in the sky. The prosperity of Sparta had expanded several times over from a year ago. The city was adorned with lights and decorations, and people wore smiles of contentment and joy on their faces, devoid of the solemn atmosphere from a year prior. Today marked the 14th birthday of Kratos, the wise king. Maintaining a vigilant watch over the defenses against hell, people joyously welcomed this day worth celebrating. Kratos, the wise king with black hair, stood atop the mountain peak in the royal court, overlooking the myriad lights below. At that moment, just like this moment, the bounded field of the land communicated with the ley lines, enveloping the entire Sparta. Even if the war devil were to attack again, Kratos would ensure that they had no chance of returning. Father, look, I have managed our home very well. The courtyard was bustling with activity and colors. The red-haired man sat quietly under the moonlight, nodding and smiling at his son's efforts, as if praising his diligence. In front of Leonidas, the wise young king with black hair quietly placed a bouquet of flowers, watching as his father's figure gradually dissipated. The day we reunite will not be too far away. Just 6 more months. Kratos' power of faith would reach its current limit. He would then lead the most elite group of chosen ones to storm Mount Olympus, the Temple of War, attempting to rescue Virgil, and then proceed to the underworld to save his father and fiancée's souls. Under the cold moonlight, the hands of his 3 wives simultaneously draped him with a warm cloak. Medea, the purple witch, struggled to tiptoe, barely reaching Kratos' shoulder. "Your Highness! Everyone is waiting for you." Kratos turned his head. His beloved wives stood before him. His closest comrades sat at the banquet, waiting for him to take his seat. The wise young king with black hair smiled gently. "Let's drink a little more with everyone tonight. To victory!" Glasses clinked in a fervent toast. As if dispelling the chill of the night, the atmosphere warmed. Without using magic to arrange the crimson wine, Kratos felt a slight intoxication. His gaze gradually became trance-like, and the scene at the banquet seemed to overlap with his birthday 2 years ago. That was the day Kratos lost everything. Without warning. Amidst the noise and warmth, a gentle and polite knock on the door. Knock. 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 The standard 3 knocks. Accompanied by the call of a young man. Instantly, the room froze, and everyone's temperature seemed to drop. "Kratos, I'm back!" A loud crash. Dante's hand slipped from the wine glass, sending it crashing to the ground. The crimson liquid spilled, spreading thickly like blood. Disbelief, astonishment, and anger filled the air. Among the almost frozen expressions of everyone present, Kratos slowly rose to his feet. The long corridor ahead shimmered with light. The flickering candles swayed, casting eerie shadows. In the cool moonlight, the figure of the orange-haired woman emerged slowly in the midst of the banquet, with a halo hovering above her head, her figure somewhat ethereal. With an expression that seemed somewhat frozen, Kratos tilted his head, looking at Athena in front of him. "Is this a dream?" "It's not a dream, Kratos, this is my projection." For the first time, Athena didn't smile. On her face was an expression of solemnity, sorrow, and almost pity. It made the young king's heart tighten involuntarily. "Don't open the door, Kratos." Athena shook her head, speaking with a mournful tone. "Outside the door, it's not your brother." Inside the banquet hall, everyone looked at this sudden appearance of a strange woman, bewildered and lost. Looking at her illusion, Kratos burst out with a blood-red greatsword surging from his hand, swiping it to extinguish it. Dragging Atrox, Kratos walked towards the palace gate, slowly stepping through. But Dante stood up, grabbing his brother's hand. "Don't go. Kratos, Virgil couldn't possibly." "Kratos, I'm back." Knock. 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 The crisp knocking sound. It seemed to knock on everyone's heart. "Outside the door, it's Virgil's aura," Kratos said softly, making Dante's expression suddenly stiffen. No one knew Virgil's aura better than Kratos himself. Shaking off Dante's hand, dragging Atrox, Kratos walked towards the door, step by step. "Something's wrong. Kratos, something's wrong." Atrox warned him about this suspicious situation, but he got no answer from him. Under the flickering light, Kratos slowly walked through the palace corridor. But it seemed to be as long as a century. The moonlight cast down. The shadows of the trees in the courtyard seemed to sway and distort. Everyone's gaze converged on him. Kratos raised his hand and slowly pushed open the palace door. Under the bright moonlight, a silver-haired, muscular figure sat on a molten iron chair, his back facing this way. Virgil slowly turned his head, tears flowing from his eyes. "Kratos! Virgil!" Kratos called out his brother's name. "I'm back. Can I hug you?" The silver-haired young man let out a choked sob. But tears flowed from his eyes, seeming to try hard to blink. The pain, the despair, the cruelty, all flowed out towards his brother. Kratos slowly walked through. Without warning, the molten iron chair suddenly collapsed. A blazing red longsword, surging with violent magic like molten lava, suddenly appeared in Virgil's palm, swinging backward violently. Swish! The burst of blazing sword light tore through the sky of Sparta's royal court, rushing straight into the sky. Such a violent slash could even cut through a mountain. Suddenly stagnated. It was caught by Kratos' hand. The blade and the flesh struggled tremblingly. Fresh blood dripped down, emitting a burning scent, resounding sharply from Kratos' palm. He clenched his hand tightly. Clang! Forged by the gods, this blade, which was enough to cut through a spaceship, was suddenly broken by Kratos' hand. Bang! The blazing tip of the sword was thrown to the ground at random. Tears streaming down his face, Virgil opened his arms, and the fierce flames swept out and spread, turning into countless sharp blades, shooting towards Kratos like arrows. Pfft! Kratos raised his hand, and the blood-red giant sword pierced through Virgil's chest. Atrox! He roared like never before. Understood. Kratos couldn't help but understand, if his brother Virgil appeared in front of him, then things were definitely not normal. But no matter how much he was restrained, no matter how blessed by Ares, under Atrox's crest influence, all curses would be lifted. However, there was something unexpected. I carefully planned this reconstruction, and yet you could last even a round against him. Kratos, your growth rate is monstrous, I can't let you continue to live freely. Behind Virgil, shrouded in blood-red armor, a burly humanoid figure slowly emerged from the moonlight. The god of war Ares. In his crimson gaze, there was a playful cruelty, as he raised his hand, pointing towards the silver-haired youth pierced by Kratos. Furious, as if the sun released burning heat, suddenly, from within Virgil's body, violent trembling brewed. In an instant, with Atrox's reminder, Kratos understood Ares's intention. Self-destruct. You motherfucker! You want to control my brother to self-destruct in front of me. The blood-red flow surged mightily, covering the entire body of the black-haired youth with the armor. Kratos reached out and suddenly stabbed into Virgil's chest, pulling out the molten flame mechanism core, as if extinguishing a cigarette, crushing it abruptly in his palm. However, unexpectedly, in Kratos's enraged, almost trembling gaze, a blood ring suddenly appeared around Virgil's neck. The youth's head unexpectedly separated from his body, flying backward, instantly grabbed by that crimson-armored figure. Self-destruction was just a diversion. Ares, when did he become so clever? Atrox's incredulous voice echoed through Kratos's mind. Ha! Rage! Uncontrollable fury! The blood-red spread, madness filled his vision. In the scorching hot air, from Kratos's demonic form, there came a slow breath under the night of this palace. What a waste, Virgil, all my meticulous reconstruction efforts for you were in vain. Ares swung the head in his hand. His fiery divine power covered the wound on Virgil's neck, keeping the youth's life intact. From that humanoid form within the blood-red armor, came a mocking voice. Kratos, your brother, he's left with only this intact head now. Since it failed, then, until next time. He smiled. I will present you with a better piece using your brother's head. Rib. Blood-colored wings suddenly appeared behind Kratos's back, unfolding violently. At this moment of raging fury, Athena's urgent voice resounded. Calm down. Calm down, Kratos. Ares cannot lay hands on you. He's deliberately provoking you. The orange-haired woman appeared from behind Ares, not as a mere projection this time, but as her actual self. Athena. Facing her sister's revelation, Ares suddenly roared. Athena ignored him, continuing anxiously. As long as you don't unleash an attack exceeding a certain power against Ares, you won't be deemed a threat by Olympus' fleet. That's right, Zeus is still protecting you. So Ares dare not lay hands on you. But if you attack him, even Zeus cannot continue to protect you. Even though Zeus is the flagship, he cannot defy the orders of our fleet's highest command. With crimson eyes, Kratos exhaled slowly. Behind him, the palace was in ruins, a scene of devastation. The people of Sparta quickly gathered behind Kratos. Ares, Athena. In their words, the two great gods' identities were glimpsed. Athena. Jason's expression was inexplicable. Goddess Athena, how did you come to this appearance? The Argonauts was built with the help of Athena. In his mind's eye, the goddess Athena was supposed to be a serene figure with purple hair, exuding gentleness. As Kratos gazed at the head of Virgil, his brother, held aloft by Ares, a twisted expression of rage contorted his face. He took a deep, heavy breath. He shut his eyes forcefully. Kratos, calm down, Virgil is now dash. Step back, get away. Kratos. As long as you remain rational, Ares can't touch you. I promise you, I will protect Virgil. I will dash. Shut your foul mouth, Athena. A moment of daze. In Kratos's eyes. The visage of Athena underwent a transformation, resembling Marine's face. She cradled their dream-born daughter, smiling at him, before being abruptly struck by Ares' sword, cleaving mother and daughter in half. Twisted intestines. The ground writhed. Ares attacked Athena. Seizing the opportunity, in that moment of distraction. Squelch! The bloodied sword was violently hurled, slicing through Ares' right hand, holding Virgil's head. Watching this scene, a mysterious smile played on Athena's face as her figure flickered and then dissipated. Kratos's demonic form swiftly flew forward, catching his brother's head and tossing it towards his comrades behind him. Rib! The bloody wings spread out without hesitation. Kratos remained calm. Even in this surging, uncontrollable rage, he remained remarkably composed. He couldn't fight in the city. Kratos raised his hand, gripping Ares' face tightly, soaring with him and heading straight for the highest peak in Sparta. In the reflection of the flight. Crack! With immense magical force, he crushed Ares' crimson and ferocious helmet under his palm. Beneath the lowered visor, the scarred and elegant face of the dark-haired beauty emerged, smiling with a hint of wickedness. Seeing this feminine face, even Kratos, in his fury, couldn't help but pause. What? Atrox was even more astounded. Ares has truly become a woman. In the night sky, amidst the clouds. Squelch! With a fierce and malicious grin, Ares raised her hand and stabbed through Kratos's abdomen. Her divine power surged throughout her body as she violently swung him. Boom! Kratos's robust demonic form was smashed into the temple atop Sparta's highest peak. A vast cloud of dust billowed out. A halo of flames swirled behind his head, like a descending deity, as Ares slowly descended. Her body exuded a lava-like heat, her divine power flowing and coalescing once more into her severed right hand. You distracted! Kratos, fight with me! How dare you be distracted! Roaring and bellowing, Ares spread her arms wide. Above the firmament, a surge of blood-red light descended abruptly, enveloping her entirely. Crimson armor proliferated, her imposing figure nearly reaching the heavens. From within her ferocious armor, a colorful longsword slowly materialized. The sword of the war god, completely unleashed. The Olympian god of war revealed a divine form never before seen by mortals. This is your end, mortal! Amidst the woman's maniacal laughter. Atrox! Full power release, magic propulsion. In Ares' somewhat sluggish gaze. From the dust, amidst the towering and blood-colored demonic form, a lowered line of sight met the gaze of the slightly shorter Ares. Ares! I hope you can let me. Layered voices. From that grim and bloodthirsty visage, a slow ripple spread out. Just have a little fun. Chapter 88 Lunar Eclipse, shining upon you. Under the pristine moonlight. Atop the highest peak of Sparta, the majestic temple of war lay in ruins, brought down by the ferocious might. Gazing upon the towering figure emerging from the dissipating dust, a crimson mech, even larger and more imposing than oneself. Hi! The laughter of the black-haired woman, akin to a strangled goose, abruptly froze. What is this? Allowing me to utilize my full magical power. Accompanied by a hoarse and deep-layered voice, a sound slowly emanated from the swirling dust. Majestic and colossal, towering like a small mountain, the crimson behemoth lowered its gaze, peering at the mech, which stood a head shorter than itself. A slight crack formed at the corner of Kratos's lips. Towards the god of war, it displayed a grin as abyssal and menacing as the depths themselves. Ares, you're not bad. In the near-astonished gaze of the black-haired woman. The blood-red magical energy coursing through the mech's body swayed like surging flames. The wounds piercing Kratos's abdomen, inflicted by the power of molten flame, healed and sealed at a visible speed. Such fluctuations. The energy responses contained within this body. Like the most violent magnetic field of the earth, raging down onto the ground, almost causing a distortion and tremor in the surrounding space. What the hell? Within the helmet enclosing the crimson mech, the scars on Ares's face seemed to squirm like centipedes. This was so different from what Athena said. Her mech's terminal operated desperately, calculating every parameter of the entity before it. Breakthrough. Data breakthrough. The limit cannot be measured. Clearly just a false deity, a body synthesized from organic matter. Ares also seemed to sense the indescribable fear pressing upon his mind, trickling down like cold sweat on his replicated delicate skin, devoid of sweat glands. This brief, fleeting standoff. Her crimson mech had been pushed to the utmost heat. But Ares did not strike. Because her mech's terminal, her formidable computing power, her condensed deity, one after another, warned her. You will die. Impossible. From Ares's vocal cords came an incredulous, tearing roar. 2 years wanting to defeat me, Kratos? Who do you think you are? Allowing you to indulge. Am I not bad? Even if it's Zeus. Even if Zeus wants to dismantle me. It's not that easy. The lava-like, surging divine power flowed around Ares's crimson mech. Though a god in essence. Yet using human means, using roaring motivational words, to encourage her own core. She would never admit it. She would never admit that, as a god of war, she had sensed the possibility of defeat on a mortal's body, she had felt an indescribable fear. Your scraps of faith, they're all rubbish I discarded, Kratos. Think being big makes you strong, makes you good. Ares suddenly spread his arms, roaring wildly, within the blazing godly flame ring behind him, forms of thousands of weapons emerged. Flesh is weak, machinery is the true form of civilization's development. Mechanical bodies are the most efficient, the most powerful, the most slaughterous weapons of war. Tremble. Tremble in fear. Feeble mortals, witness this. I am known as Ares, the god of war and chaos. Facing Ares's roar, the godly mech roared like turbulent clouds. Kratos still silent. Bearing the blood-red giant sword, Atrox, he twisted his muscular neck, producing a crisp sound. Then, silently, step by step, he moved forward towards Ares. Thud. 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 Every step he took seemed to make the entire mountaintop tremble incessantly. Every step seemed to tread upon the anxious mech terminal of the god of war. Ha, he he. Ares sneered abruptly. Oh? You're approaching me. Instead of running away, you're coming right to me. If I don't approach you. Kratos's layered voice resounded hoarsely. How I will twist your head off, tearing out your eyes and stuff it into your fucking mouth, Ares. You motherfucker. Boom. The intense flame burst behind the mech, engulfing the surroundings in a wave of heat, melting the solid rocks into a pool of scorching magma. Utilizing this immense propulsion, Ares's figure surged forward like a plummeting meteor, his multicolored sword of the war god in hand, instantly condensing into a crimson spear, flowing with lava-like divine power. Ah! Like a meteor piercing through the sky, a crimson spear thrust directly towards the most vulnerable part of Kratos's chest. Ares had detected it. The terminal of the vanguard of the wandering star was right in Kratos's chest. Nowhere else, not even his head, could be considered this guy's weak point, only here, the terminal of the vanguard of the wandering star. As long as it was shattered, it would be a lethal blow. However, in Ares's shocked, bewildered, and even distracted gaze, there was no anticipated drawing of swords, no magnificent display of strength and confrontation. Though he was robust and towering like a mountain peak, Kratos subtly dodged her attack with movements surpassing Ares's imagination in agility and finesse, narrowly avoiding the spear of the war god that could pierce through a mountain. Boom! The scorching divine power surged, forming a massive crimson beam that shot straight from the tip of the spear, like a bloody meteor, completely piercing through the rocky walls of the mountain, continuing straight towards the distant sky. The immense heat transformed the dark night clouds into spreading, fiery red clouds. The power was impressive, but if it didn't hit, it was as good as useless. Kratos raised his hand, grasping Ares's crimson, ferocious mechanical arm. In less than a fraction of a second, with almost the terminal of the machine god barely reacting. Boom! Powered by magic, the most formidable strength surged forth, suddenly bursting through Ares's force field shield, flooding in like a tide. In a swift exchange, Kratos swiftly twisted and directly broke apart the crimson machine god, that arm forged in divine steel, just like that. Hiss! A dazzling burst of flames erupted from the crimson divine body. In Ares's almost stupefied gaze, Kratos lifted her helmet, amidst the faint screams of the armor, slowly lifting her up. It was as if he had seen the most ridiculous scene in the world. Kratos's bloody and ferocious face revealed a mocking smirk. Ares, do you want to engage me in close combat? What kind of fighting style is this? Simple combat skills. The conversation was just a distraction. Bang! The remaining mechanical left hand of Ares erupted with fierce flames, propelling her fist like a rocket, directly exploding towards Kratos. Such a feeble attack! Snap! Kratos casually caught her fist in his palm, not even causing his arm to tremble. You pussy, haven't you eaten? Crack! With a sudden squeeze, he crushed Ares's entire hand, directly into a pool of rotten flesh and a mass of flashing sparks of scrap copper and iron. Guh! In this lifetime, I've barely even exerted my full strength, Ares. In Ares's convulsing expression, from the crimson demonic body, a hoarse, layered voice slowly emanated. So, even I don't know how strong I truly am. So, you should be proud, you're the first opponent to make me go all out. Unfortunately. Weak, 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 weak. Ares, you're just disappointingly weak. Kratos. I'll kill you. Accompanied by earth-shattering roars and contorted faces. The bursting flames of divine power surged from Ares's mechanical body, like an impending supernova, ready to cause violent rumblings in the earth and sky. Snap! Kratos's slap fiercely struck Ares's face, smashing her anticipated mechanical terminal into a mess, even cracking her crimson helmet. Stop your frenzy! Ares was dazed. Underneath her mechanical armor, her crimson eyes stared almost dully at the equally crimson humanoid figure before her. What, are you? An interest-led god's lair? You dash! Grasping Ares's face, Kratos's blood wings suddenly spread open, and he abruptly flew towards the mountain, carrying her mechanical body, crashing through layer after layer of thick walls. Bang! 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 Amidst a continuous explosion of thunderous roars. Boom! Standing at the peak of the Temple of War, the highest point of Sparta, within just a few seconds, a massive chasm was torn open. Hearing the explosion from the royal court, most people still hadn't realized what had happened. Within the city-state, countless residents gazed in astonishment. At the peak of Sparta, the Temple of War, it collapsed like an avalanche, carrying with it billowing clouds of dust and countless flying sands and stones, slowly tilting, collapsing, and falling down, crashing onto the Sparta-bounded field, setting off waves of swirling magical ripples. What's happening? War Devil? Have the War Devil attacked again? Of all times, they choose to strike on His Highness's birthday, damn it! His Highness, are he at battle with devils? Report! The gates of hell! The gates of hell are about to face an unprecedented onslaught. Devils' hordes are pouring in from all directions. The scale is immense. It's beyond comprehension. Why can't we contact His Highness through magical communication? Looking down at the square below the mountain, where the gates of hell stood, magical flames suddenly flickered around the surrounding iron walls. In front of the collapsed Spartan palace, the Argonauts exchanged solemn looks. Devils are attacking. Cenas furrowed her brow. A red radiance, the highest level of alert, it's suspicious. Atalanta raised her head, anxiously gazing at the collapsing peak of Sparta. The deafening explosions echoed incessantly, shaking hearts with each reverberation. Ares and His Highness just started fighting, and the devil tide is already upon us? Why choose this moment? The battle between Kratos and Ares, even for me, it's hard to intervene. Everyone knows about their feud, right? They're bound to determine a winner. Don't cause trouble for Kratos. By bringing Ares to the peak of the Temple of War, he's trying to keep the city and us safe. Alcides waved, signaling everyone to step back. So, don't linger here, move away. I'll go support the gates of hell. But with a worried glance at the peak. Master, I'll go with you. Dante, now in a master-apprentice relationship with Alcides, followed the great hero, continuing his combat training and studies. We'll go too. I'll take Virgil, first, to sustain his life. All that's left is his head. I don't understand the technology of the gods, but perhaps I can try to give him a new body. I'll go maintain the city's bounded field. Knowing that they couldn't participate in the battle between Kratos and Ares, intervening would only be a burden. The heroes with combat strength gathered towards the gates of hell. Asclepius used his serpent staff to sustain Virgil's life, carrying the silver-haired youth's head, swiftly heading towards the research institute. The young witch floated up, flying towards the temple of the priests, the magical hub of Sparta. Standing in the courtyard of Sparta's palace, the great hero squatted down slowly, then leaped up. Boom! Before the vast square of the gates of hell, Alcide's imposing figure descended from the sky, landing abruptly at the forefront. Don't panic. Notify the entire city to be on high alert, continue normal operations. Today's Sparta is no longer the Sparta of 2 years ago. Even without the young king, the entire city, forged by blood and fire, swiftly entered a state of order amidst the chaos. Bang! Ares's mechanical body was abruptly smashed into the ground. On the nearly flattened peak of the Temple of War, the pervasive sand and smoke were suddenly swept away by this majestic and violent force. Though, you're just a useless waste. Kratos fluttered his blood-red wings, slowly descending to the ground. He lowered his body, gripping Ares's face, lifting her once again. A brilliant yet fierce smile appeared on his face. But at least, you're fun to against. Crack! The mask of the machine god shattered once again under the accumulated force, revealing a black-haired woman, her delicate face bloody. Even the bloodthirsty demonic sword behind her didn't bother to draw. Because Kratos wanted to feel Ares's face with his own fists. As he said. Kratos wanted to tear off Ares's head, tearing out her eyes and shoving it into her mouth. So what if she's a woman? It's even better this way. He even thought of a more interesting idea to use her mouth. Her divine power, her mechanical body, the force field shield surrounding her, were indeed immensely powerful. But Ares shouldn't have, under no circumstances, attempted close combat with Kratos. With the most powerful, undefendable force, applied with the utmost skill. This magically propelled body, even with the force field of the machine god, couldn't resist it. The one consumed by overwhelming fury and losing rationality was not Kratos, but the god of war in front of him. A simple insult made you launch an attack against me, Ares. You're not even a fraction as good as Athena. Kratos smirked hoarsely. At least, under my 1,000 insults, she persisted for over a year. You can't kill me. Although my armor body has been beaten to pieces, my fleet still floats in the satellite orbit. Even if you dismantle it, it's just disassembling this body that's not easy to create. You really have pissed me off, Kratos. The face of the black-haired woman, being held by the face, breathed heavily, smiling fiercely. I will wash away your insults with blood. Ares roared angrily. Photon ray! Boom! In the sky, the battered fleet, floating in orbit, suddenly descended a scorching, annihilating beam. As a god of war-type fleet, the essence of its sword of the war god is not a weapon, but a near-Earth plasma orbit cannon. Whether it's moonlight or stars. Because of this excessively dazzling light, it seems to momentarily lose its brilliance. The dark sky was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. The scorching and dazzling light made the heroes standing in Sparta, watching the commotion on the mountain, unable to help but close their eyes and shed tears. The intense plasma storm from the peak of the Temple of War, spread in all directions like a nuclear explosion. The ground has already been washed by bombs, and the mountain peaks riddled with holes. The powerful shockwaves once again crushed the ground layer by layer, thousands of tons of sand and stone were stirred up, violently hitting Sparta's bounded field. Those closer to this side only felt a buzzing in their brains, and strands of blood flowed from their ears. Their eardrums seemed on the verge of bursting. In the massive plummeting, the seemingly sky-piercing plasma orbit cannon. Ares, absorbing the cannon energy with the force field of the machine god, once again, inch by inch, was covered and repaired by the crimson armor. But Ares's sluggish gaze froze. Kratos, who seemed to be in the center of this seemingly endless intense light, bathed silently in this seemingly infinite and violent brilliance. His bloodied demonic body only emitted a faint whine. Plasma cannon? Indeed, this is a weapon of city destruction, but not suitable for use against one man. Because it's too dispersed, the power is not concentrated enough. The so-called heat, radiation, and illumination. In essence, they are all just electromagnetic forces. With the help of Atrox's terminal, as long as his magical power is not exhausted, Kratos can perfectly withstand such energy impacts. Why? On what grounds? Bathed in the fiery barrage, watching as the beams of light vanished inch by inch into oblivion, the surrounding soil and rock layers evaporating for dozens of meters. Kratos stood before Ares, his body still towering, his magical aura flickering like flames. Why are you so strong? By what right are you so strong? What exactly are you? Where did you come from, you monster? Kratos. Even Zeus himself. There's no way he could have fathered such an abomination like you. Compared to the warp storm, what does this amount to, Ares? Kratos twisted his neck. In this vast universe, even if you were a spaceship, you would be insignificant, like a mere insect. Incomprehensible. Facing such nonsensical ramblings, Ares fell into complete madness. What are you even saying? Who can understand any of this? You don't need to understand, just to be dismantled by me into a pile of garbage. You son of a bitch! Boom! The body of the mech, fully and almost self-destructively liberated, burst into a fierce eruption of molten divine power. With murderous intent, desired to crush the opponent completely, it exploded magnificently. Kratos. Ares. No longer needing any weapons. No longer needing any skills. Layers of force fields surged around Ares's mech. She, completely devoid of reason, was determined to crush Kratos, the one who took so much pride in his close combat, into dust. Thud. Fists clashed wildly against each other. The violent force of their collision made the entire mountain peak tremble, the air emitting unbearable explosions. Before the continuous impacts could dissipate, they were shaken apart by new shocks. Boom! 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 Aura 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 aura! Die! Just die! Kratos, you fucking insect! Muta! 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 Madada! Ares, weak. Even with the help of the mech. Your strength is too weak. Pathetically weak. The frenzy continued endlessly. Crack. Seemed like something cracked as Kratos's body suddenly jerked. Suddenly. His power surged again, punching fiercely into Ares's face. Snap. The mech, with its grim appearance covered in sparks and cracks, flew out, falling to the ground like a piece of rag, rolling incessantly. Kratos stepped forward, lifting his foot. Thud. 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 One kick, then another. With incredibly violent force, Kratos stomped on Ares's face, cracks spreading, pits forming, the mech's armor emitting unbearable screams. Crack crack. Stamping on Ares's face, grinding with force. With a grimace, blood dripping, Kratos leaned down, exhaling crimson breath. I must say, Ares. Because of Virgil's interference, I'm in a bad mood now. So, what I'm going to do next will just be the purest form of catharsis. The mech shattered. Hair in disarray. Face oozing blood. With such a pitiful appearance. The black-haired woman gazed at the sky through bloodshot eyes, her distorted expression almost trembling, emitting a hoarse laughter. Zeus! 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 Her cries, her roars. Yet received no response from the sky. Tonight, my hand trembles, tonight, my heart aches. Why? We are comrades. I, Ares, sacrificed so much for the continuation of Olympus. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? That my position in your heart is not even as strong as these weaklings. You are supposed to be our flagship. We all respect you. Why do you treat us like this? Still. No response. The scorching moonlight, the serene air. Seemingly, mourning silently. So that's it. Ha, he, ha ha ha. Ares's body trembled slightly, and from her throat, a low, mocking laughter slowly emerged. She laughed as if she couldn't contain herself, the laughter turning into a kind of soaring, mad laughter. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He he he. He 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 he. Facing the frenzy beneath him, this mad woman. Kratos bent down, lifting her by the collar. What does Zeus want to do? He hoarsely asked. Speak, Ares. Why does Zeus shelter me? Spit it out, and I can give you a quick death. Kratos. Ares chuckled tremblingly. Come closer. Let me tell you a secret. Not worried about what tricks she might have left. Kratos lowered his face expressionlessly, locking eyes with Ares' amber gaze. Her pupils, same like Athena, have identical nested circular rings. Could it be, was this a feature of the machine god? Speak. Kratos' expression was icy. The lips of the black-haired woman moved, twisted with a smirk. She spoke deliberately. Kratos. I'm going to show you hell. Boom. The battered mech's body was suddenly slammed into a deep pit. Kratos lifted Atrox and stabbed her in the chest. Buzz. Accompanied by a piercing buzz. The crimson mech's body suddenly shattered, initiating a thorough self-destruct sequence, emitting rings of fiery light, in the roaring force field, pushing back Kratos' demonic body, also pushing away the bloodthirsty demonic sword. As the god of war, she didn't want to win this battle anymore. As long as she recognized her own weakness, then she would be invincible. Ares abandoned this body, gave up the chance of survival, let her once glorious armor fall into extreme weakness and slumber. And to bring Kratos, extreme pain. In the midst of maniacal laughter, the crimson mech, enveloped in fiery divine power, like a meteor with a tail of flames, plummeted towards the city-state of Sparta. The most troublesome situation arose. Kratos spread his blood wings, soared into the sky, chasing after Ares. Yes, Ares found his weakness. That was Sparta. Ares, abandoning his bottom line, was about to start destroying everything Kratos cherished. Thud. She crashed into Sparta's bounded field, a violent ripple of magic spreading across the sky. Ha! He, ha 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 ha! This trash dares to block me! The mech's vision, in the violent sweep, glimpsed Medea standing within the city, at the temple. Ares poured out his divine power without reservation, slashing abruptly, briefly tearing through the defense barrier in front of him, and the entire mech plunged straight in. Amidst the panic of the priests. In the slightly stunned gaze of the young witch. Above the sky, a fiery meteor with a tail, descended directly towards her. Ares. Boom. Kratos' demonic body collided with Ares, slamming him against the side of the temple. A vast cloud of smoke slowly dispersed over the city. Above the sky, ominous clouds began to gather faintly, accompanied by flickering thunder and lightning. In the devastated royal palace of Sparta, where no one was paying attention, 9 figures with halos floating above their heads appeared. The gods stood high above the city-state, their expressions unreadable, overlooking everything prosperous below. Now is the time to act. The orange-haired woman with amber eyes said, standing on the mountaintop, turning to her compatriots with a smile. Everyone simply desires survival. As Athena's voice fell silent, the blue-haired, crown-wearing, elegant goddess raised her hand, pointing towards the distant Ionian Sea. The sea surged, and a massive blue-bodied ship with fins rose slowly. Planetary Environment Modification Plant Ship, Poseidon. The blonde, wearing a wheat ear headband, raised her hand, pointing towards the distant mountains. The mountains split open suddenly, and a massive starship, thick and peak-like in form, slowly lifted its hull. Interstellar Travel Resource Manufactory Ship, Demeter. The silver-haired goddess, holding a finely crafted staff, her body wrapped only in simple fabric, raised her hand, pointing towards the gleaming moon. In the hazy moonlight emerged a sleek, agile ship. Shooter-type interstellar fighter craft, Artemis. With wings spread behind her, the red-haired goddess, her body barely covered in sheer fabric, raised her hand, pointing towards the clouds. In the distant clouds emerged a massive, strange red ship resembling a cube. Spiritron Data Warfare Type Attack Vessel, Aphrodite. These were the only remaining 4 starships of Olympus, aside from the flagship Zeus, all heavily damaged and scarred. Poseidon, Apollo, Hephaestus, Aphrodite. Besides Hera, Ares, and Hades, the 9 Olympian gods at this moment, their powers and authority all connected. In the void, ripples seemed to spread. The people of Sparta, sensing something, lifted their heads. As if something overwhelmingly oppressive and suffocating were about to descend upon the sky. In the night of Sparta, a giant vertical pupil with a golden cross embedded in it slowly opened, as if tearing a brilliant crack in the sky. The next moment, dark, gloomy clouds quickly gathered. Golden thunder and lightning surged fiercely within the clouds, forming a dazzling thunder vortex, striking towards the summoned cross pupil in the sky. Zeus is held back by chaos. Seize the opportunity. As their minds communicated, the will of the gods settled into their terminals. Under the blessing of the gods, the most devout believers had their bodies completely taken over by the gods. The warriors, craftsmen, and immigrants gathered from various city-states, at this moment, wore tranquil and eerie expressions on their faces. Within the city-state of Sparta, the faithful arranged in advance raised their hands, wiping their necks, and blood gushed out, sprinkling into the gleaming moonlight. Most of the people of Sparta watched this scene in utter astonishment, not yet comprehending what had happened. Accompanied by the flesh and blood sacrifice of the followers of the gods, a hoarse, layered call echoed from all directions of the city-state of Sparta. Hades! You are the lord of the underworld. You are the king of hell. You are the embodiment of all decay, reincarnation, and omens. We call upon you here. Your faithful devotees sacrifice their souls to awaken you. In the depths of hell, in the mist-filled underworld, the sleeping lord of the underworld, suppressing his malignant power, was slowly awakened by the flesh and blood sacrificed by the believers. A towering gate, carved with countless corpses, skulls, and three-headed dog motifs, slowly formed in the sky above Sparta. Click! With a teeth-gritting, sharp opening sound, accompanied by the abyssal black mist as prison-like, it spread across the sky. A withered, shriveled, six-fingered hand, almost covering the night sky, suddenly reached out from the gate of the underworld in the sky, slowly descending towards the battlefield of Kratos and Ares, pressing down. Outside the gates of hell, countless named devils launched an assault towards Sparta. Alcides, drenched in blood, raised his head, looking towards the sky. In a few breaths, various visions appeared in the night sky. An oppressive, suffocating aura spread out, and above the sky, that huge hand from hell descended slowly. Kratos! Within the ruins of the chaotic city, Ares, his body bursting with hot, flickering light, slowly raised his gaze towards the giant hand of hell descending towards him. So, it was like this. The disheveled face of the black-haired woman revealed a mad-like grin. Athena! My dear sister! She staggered to her feet, looking towards the nearby purple-haired witch. Ares tilted his head, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Facing Medea, she slowly raised her palm. Boom! A scorching wave cannon suddenly burst out, instantly extinguished by the swiftly approaching figure. Kratos sprinted over, holding Medea tightly in his arms, his blood wings spread out, flying straight towards the outside. The next moment, Hades' palm slowly descended. The palm of the colossal creature held the entire square kilometer of Sparta in its grasp. Darkness! Boundless darkness enveloped Kratos' vision. When light reappeared, he was already embracing Medea, standing on a picturesque grassland with chirping birds and fragrant flowers. Countless strange gates floated in the sky. Beside him was a lake. A tranquil lake, as dark as ink, shrouded in a cold mist. Is this hell? Kratos glanced around slowly. On the grass, dozens of priests lay, their expressions blank. So, he instantly understood what had happened. Everyone within a square kilometer had been transported to hell by the hand from the sky. Was it just this? Kratos lowered his gaze, meeting the eyes of the purple witch in his arms. Clearly, Kratos now was in fierce demonic form. But his crimson gaze brought a profound sense of calm to Medea. Your Highness! She gently shook her head. I'm fine. Fine, that's good. Kratos said softly. We seem to have been transported to hell, finding our way back slowly is the key. Ha! Ha ha ha! Unexpectedly, Ares' mad and hoarse laughter echoed from behind. Go back? You can't go back, Kratos. He gently placed Medea on the ground. Kratos turned expressionlessly, looking at the disheveled black-haired woman. Though you're about to die soon, Ares, I don't mind hastening the process. If you wish to die, I'll grant it. No, it's you who will die, Kratos. Ares spoke in a low, hoarse voice, almost like a mockery. For this is the deepest part of hell. In Kratos' slightly frozen gaze, the lake nearby rippled slightly. The swollen flesh began to rise from the surface of the lake. In an instant, it swelled into a grotesque monstrosity resembling a small mountain. Various types of war weapons protruded from its back in a fan-like shape. Countless human skulls screamed and shrieked on its body. The war devil! I give up, Kratos. Ares laughed wildly. My dear sister intentionally sent us here. You won't survive. It should have been this way long ago. I should have given up my precarious sanity. Kratos, leave quickly, she dash. Aatrox's hoarse voice echoed in the young man's mind. In Kratos' almost frozen gaze, the war devil that suddenly appeared reached out, grabbed Ares' broken body, and stuffed it into its mouth, chewing it into a puddle of broken flesh. The next moment, its grotesque gaze slowly turned. From its cracked lips, came Ares' hoarse voice. Hello, Kratos. Boom. Countless violent impacts surged directly. Kratos stood in front of Medea, splitting through the devil's onslaught like parting a tide. Ares, you. His mind was shaken, struggling to comprehend the situation before him. Such a sudden display of power. Furthermore, Kratos suddenly realized, his body's stored magical energy was slowly decreasing. Kratos, here, is unable to receive the power of faith. Kratos' expression turned grave. The depths of hell? The source of continuous faith was cut off. Without the support of Spartan faith, his magic propulsion, if his magical energy were to dry up completely, his body would collapse suddenly. The war devil approached slowly. Around hell, countless terrifying monstrosities with bloodthirsty eyes slowly emerged on this idyllic land. Medea watched in stunned silence. Watching the blood-red demonic figure standing in front of her. Don't be afraid, Medea. Blood of the devil gushed out. The bodies of the devils piled up. The flawless priests who had been transported here screamed and were killed and devoured by the surging devils. With the last remnants of his body's magic, Kratos pierced the war devil's heart, looking at Ares with a smirk, saying he would return. The devil's eyes coveted the two in the midst of the battle. Like a meat grinder, Kratos stood in front of Medea, intercepting all attacks against her. The young witch watched in stunned silence. Watching the towering demonic figure, covered in blood, cracks gradually spreading on its helmet and armor. Your Highness! Your Highness! She desperately released healing spells, but they had little effect. Medea cried out. You must escape! No response. Kratos stood in front of her, his right hand holding the sword completely broken, revealing stark white bones. Now he held Aatrox in his left hand. Magic. Depleting. These named devils from the depths of hell were much more cunning than the nameless devils. They had already seen his weakness. The devils poured attacks on Medea relentlessly, and Kratos had to defend. They wouldn't leave him any room to replenish his magic by indiscriminate slaughter. Crack. The trembling right leg was also broken by the bone spear that was projected. Kratos knelt halfway on the ground, his bloodthirsty sword piercing the ground, supporting his body. In a moment of daze, the entire sky seemed to dim. The pressure of defense suddenly slackened. Kratos' bloodied face looked slightly dazed, gazing at the surging devils, which scattered and fled in a panic. Why? There was only one possible reason that came to mind. A stronger foe, a foe even more terrifying than before, had appeared. He exhaled a breath of blood. Medea rushed over and embraced his battered body. Go, quickly! Kratos rasped. Go! It's too late, Kratos! Boom! Darkness! Darkness instantly began to engulf them. An intense and unknown fear enveloped Kratos' mind. The shadows and darkness that surged from all directions seemed to engulf people's rationality. Like slimy tentacles, they wriggled and reached into his throat, bringing fear and panic. A figure shrouded in pitch-black darkness, with a skull mask, silently appeared at the end of the devil's line. The bodies of the priests, severed, formed a path for him, seemingly bowing and praying to him. In an instant of seeing, he understood. This terrifying enemy, feared by mere presence alone, was the Darkness Devil. Kratos chuckled with difficulty, coughing up blood. Aatrox! Even his demonic form couldn't hold on any longer. The blood-red armor melted like wax, dripping down. His battered body collapsed into the blood pool of hell. Amidst the heartbreaking cries of the young witch, using up his last strength, Kratos looked at the demonic sword before him, murmuring softly. Do you remember our contract? Take my body away. I know, with you, it's possible. I beg you, Aatrox. Take Medea back. As his words faded, The black-haired youth closed his eyes wearily. Aatrox trembled, and an anxious voice erupted from the demonic sword, resonating throughout hell. Wake up! Kratos! Snap out of it! Wake up! Don't faint! Don't you dare pass out on me! You idiot! Fool! Bastard! Damn it! Aatrox's gaze turned to the sky. A surge of blood light rose from the young man's hand, from the bloodthirsty demonic sword, piercing through the clouds. Connect! Connect! Hurry, connect! For fuck's sake! Connect, damn it! See far! Aatrox's roar and rage resounded through hell. However, the call from the deepest part of hell was blocked and severed, and no response came from the vanguard of the umbral star on the moon. Aatrox could, but he couldn't. He couldn't devour Kratos' will. Then, there was no turning back. Moreover, even if he devoured Kratos' will, that also. In Aatrox's despairing gaze. In Medea's completely frozen eyes. The darkness devil, slowly approaching, gently bent down, lifting the broken body of the black-haired, battered young man from the embrace of the young witch. It raised its hand and slowly removed its skull mask. Looking at the beautiful face of the black-haired before her. With tears still wet on her cheeks, Medea opened her mouth wide. Teacher. Chapter 89 The Revelation. I hope Aatrox could bring Medea back. Supposedly after being freed from the restrictions of the contract with him, Aatrox should be able to continue to recover his strength through the devouring nature of civilization, and be able to reconnect with his ark and contact his partner on the moon. In truth, Kratos was well aware that it was him that restrained Aatrox. So, my friend. Now, you need not worry about anything. Bid farewell to your cage. Virgil and Dante reunited. With their talents, they would surely find a way to rescue their father and Marine. Cenas, Atlanta, they haven't walked down the aisle yet, so they shouldn't miss me too much. Although, being Kratos was never easy. But, living as Kratos. Truly exhausting. The chaotic thoughts, the suppressed anger, the seemingly endless battles and pains. Every day, his mind had to be squeezed into a pulp-like contemplation. God's lair, dying on the path of God's lair, might also be a kind of liberation. Kratos really wanted to take a break for a while. In the endless darkness, he closed his eyes. Settle the account. Not settling. You're not dead yet, do you understand the value of X luck? His dim and obscure vision slowly opened. Before him appeared the purple witch, Medea, with her delicate, slightly overly close face. No, it wasn't overly close. It was, tightly pressed together. Her soft lips, like a shallow drink, pressed against the young man's lips. Cool, refreshing, mint-like magic flowed into Kratos' throat through her lips. Mana transfer. She was using this direct exchange of bodily fluids, the most efficient way, to transfer her savings to Kratos. Curving her fingers slightly. Kratos vaguely felt that his right hand and right leg seemed to have been repaired. Looking down at the black-haired youth beneath her who slowly opened his eyes. Medea, with tears in her eyes, rushed over like a puppy seeing its owner returning home, rubbing her soft cheeks against Kratos. Your Highness F. Kratos gently stroked her hair. Embracing Medea as she rubbed against him. He slowly sat up on the wide bed covered in gauze. In the elegantly decorated palace, the towering dome seemed to weave through the deep night, while within it, shimmering moons and bright stars dotted the night sky. Shelves stacked with books surrounded them on all sides. On the obsidian floor, various mysterious stone slabs, rough papyrus scrolls, and rolled-up parchment volumes were scattered around. Kratos even saw several books he had written himself. Where is this? Hecate. Medea, with excited tears, gently kissed him, my teacher, Hecate's palace. That, the goddess of the dark moon. Kratos' expression was somewhat stunned, his chaotic brain still struggling to understand the current situation. I remember, we were thrown into hell, and in the end, we encountered the darkness devil, did Aatrox defeated it, but, if that's the case, why am I still awake? Of course, it's because I am the darkness devil. A soft, clear, seemingly weak voice drifted from the door of the palace. Draped in thin black gauze, with a skirt as deep as the night, the young girl with black hair, softer and younger than Medea, dragged her feet like the night, slowly entering her palace. Her lazy and delicate face still carried heavy dark circles under her eyes, her sleepy eyes looking like she hadn't slept enough, the straps of her lace underwear hanging loosely on one side, revealing her shoulder. A well-behaved little dog with 3 heads followed at her feet, rubbing her delicate ankles with its soft fur. Sitting on the bed, Kratos stared blankly at the coming, tender, black-haired girl. Hecate. Yeah. The black-haired girl nodded, her voice echoing softly, then raised her tender chin. Call me goddess, you little guy who doesn't know the difference. No difference, no. Looking at her, she looks even younger than herself, doesn't she? As if understanding Kratos' subtle gaze. The black-haired girl grinned, showing her tiger teeth, grinning. What's wrong with being small? This youthful appearance saves energy. Do you know how difficult it is to manage energy in the depths of hell? All the ether is absorbed by the river Styx. Killing devils is also damn annoying. Despite not quite understanding the situation, Kratos immediately clasped his hands together and pressed them against his forehead. Thank you for your help, honorable goddess Hecate. He paused, emphasizing respectfully. Your glory in the dark moon not only shakes the underworld, but your benevolent reputation will also shine throughout Sparta. Hee. Hecate covered her face and laughed with pleasure, nodding approvingly like a proud teacher. Not bad, it's been a long time since I've heard such pleasing words from a boy. Looking at the young, tender black-haired figure before her. Feeling the immense power contained within his evenly proportioned body. The strong urge to devour him completely surged into Hecate's mind, causing the corners of the black-haired girl's mouth to unconsciously drip a hint of glistening saliva. Hiss! She raised her hand, discreetly wiping away her drool, and flipped through the Spartan recipe book in her hand. I quite like you, little guy. Your writing is impressive, full of potential. For now, you can stay in my palace to recuperate. If you need anything, just tell me Dia, she'll communicate with me through magic. We'd better see each other as little as possible, or even not at all. I mean, not face to face. After giving these simple instructions, the black-haired girl turned around, about to leave the palace. The clear voice of the black-haired young man suddenly came from behind her. Noble goddess Hecate, please wait a moment. You said you are the darkness devil, what exactly is going on? Recalling the 14 years as Kratos. Recalling Ares' grim laughter and words. In Kratos' heart, there was already a faint suspicion, but he still wanted a definitive answer. The goddess of the dark moon, Hecate, was right before him. This opportunity must not be missed. Ares, the reason she turned into a woman is because she is the war devil, right? No, I should say, she merged with the war devil. As the young man's words fell silent, Hecate's steps suddenly stopped. Her figure began to rise and elevate, suddenly transforming into a voluptuous and mature woman. Hecate turned her head, her amber eyes stacked with circular rings, a seductive mole beneath her eyes, contrasting with her already charming face, as if emanating a captivating charm. Beside the goddess of the dark moon, the once obedient and adorable 3-headed little dog suddenly expanded in size, becoming as muscular as a little bull, its fierce canine teeth gnashing and intersecting, barking wildly at Kratos with 3 heads, exuding a fierce and hysterical howl. Stroking Cerberus' head, Hecate raised her hand and slowly put on the menacing skull mask, the thin black gauze covering her body, completely encasing her voluptuous figure, enveloping it in a deep shadow. One of the root fears ingrained in human genetic instinct. Darkness. Accompanied by the heart-pounding shadows, drifting and wandering in the corners of the palace. The atmosphere inside the palace seemed to freeze in an instant. In this deathly silence, the darkness devil strolled over slowly, the menacing skull mask approaching the young black-haired man's face, emitting a hoarse and muffled hum. Aren't you afraid of death, Kratos? If you wanted to kill me, you should have done it earlier. Holding the slightly stunned purple witch, he pressed her head against his chest. The shadows didn't make Kratos afraid at all, instead, they made him feel familiar. Or rather, as the side of himself named Alvin, he was the embodiment of shadows. Looking at the darkness devil before him, the young black-haired man asked expressionlessly, with an indifferent tone. Have the Greek gods been corrupted by hell? Hi! You're really interesting, Kratos. Blood dripped from the corners of the darkness devil's mouth as she slowly grinned, emitting a hoarse laughter. Hecate raised her hand, took off her skull mask, and revealed the voluptuous and mature woman, her face charming and seductive. In this captivating state, every move she made seemed to emanate a bewitching charm. However, corrupted by hell. The goddess of the dark moon laughed with a deep and mocking laughter, as if hearing a great joke. In the slowly solemnizing expression of Kratos. With a mocking tone, Hecate looked at him and said slowly, word by word. Yes, corrupted by humans. As her words faded away, the echoes vanished into silence. The words spoken by Hecate caused Kratos' mind to feel as if it had been struck heavily. Holding Medea in his arms, he also showed an extremely shocked expression. Yes, they all realized the extremely cruel truth. Ever since Cronus initiated the self-destruct program, summoning chaos, tearing open the void, countless bizarre creatures from other worlds have flooded out. The gods of Olympus originally thought that invading was just devils. Later, they finally realized that what truly invaded this land was a kind of rule. As the image continued to play out, the goddess's low and faint voice echoed in the palace. However, when the gods of Olympus understood this situation, it was already too late. Kratos, while battling with the vanguard of the wandering star, they exhausted their last reserves of salvation. Faith is a powerful thing, Kratos. As the god of courage, revered by Sparta, you should understand this better than anyone, right? The mind conquers all, transcending the mundane. If the people of this world widely, strongly, and universally believe in something, then it will truly be endowed with corresponding power. Even the gods of Olympus, as extraterrestrial beings, have their divinity shaped by humans. Where there is light, there is shadow. Not just positive emotions can empower. Human negative emotions are often much stronger and more enduring than positive ones. However, due to the interference of the ring of deterrence, most of those negative intentions are filtered out by the root. Unless specifically collected, malicious intent tends not to manifest widely and tangibly. However, chaos tore open the void, connecting the otherworldly rules to here. Since then, humanity evil has been able to manifest and reciprocate in this world. In front of Kratos' eyes, the voluptuous figure of the goddess of the dark moon, Hecate, smiled subtly and playfully. Kratos, I don't need to tell you this. In this age of gods, what is most feared, most hated, and most subject to the ugliest, most vile thoughts and intentions of people? What is it? Kratos, silently and stagnantly, looked at Hecate. Causing virtuous to fall, tarnishing the pure. One of humanity's favorite things to do is to elevate something or someone onto that divine pedestal, thinking of them as the embodiment of their souls. Yet, at the slightest inconvenience, they curse, insult, and denounce, pulling them down from that ethereal realm. More beautiful than Mona Lisa is the burning Mona Lisa. The answer was already apparent. The most feared, most loathed, and most malevolent object of people's affection. Of course, it's the most revered, least understood, and most elevated of all, those non-human entities. It's gods. Hecate said with a smile. Smiling in melancholy. Her tone, however, seemed to lament. People's faith surrounds the gods. People's malice corrupts the gods. So-called divinities and devils are all just wishful thinking of humans, all are indescribable entities. Displeased, then pray to the gods. Not satisfied, then complain to the gods. Encounter enemies, then demand divine retribution. Encounter suffering, then beg for divine love and mercy. The gods of Olympus, rather than being corrupted by hell. It's more accurate to say, they're being corrupted by your humanity evil, Kratos. The goddess of the dark moon sighed with a smile. Her amber eyes, rippling with waves, so sorrowful, so compassionate, so lamenting. Their divinity is constantly declining, contaminated by humanity evil, and they're barely maintaining their fragile sanity at their terminal machine. Pity, bless, observe. Not because they don't want to, but because they can't. Their blessings now only return malice to the praying humans in the most twisted ways. So, from now on, the gods can no longer love humans as they did before. The true hell is not here, Kratos, but at the summit of Mount Olympus. Sighing softly, Hecate shook her head gently, turned around, and stroked her three-headed dog's cub, slowly walking towards the dark palace outside. Medea, staring at her teacher's back in a daze, then raised her head, gazing at the face of the young king with some respect. Your Highness! Silence! In the deathly silence, a faint, ethereal voice began to ring out from the young black-haired man. Noble goddess Hecate. Kratos spoke softly. Your wisdom and knowledge are as deep as the abyss and as vast as the sea. There must be a solution to this pollution, right? Otherwise, the persistence of the gods would be meaningless. Since you can be the darkness devil and still maintain your clarity of mind, surely, the gods have found a corresponding solution, haven't they? Facing this way, Hecate paused her steps. Of course, you're very clever. What is it? Can you tell me? I will express my deepest respect to you and praise your name in Sparta. The goddess of the dark moon smiled slightly, raised her hand, and wiped away the drool from her mouth. In Kratos' stunned expression, she whispered softly. Just kill all humans. Shadows wandered. The brilliant starlight in the palace seemed to dim for a moment. As the last words fell, in that instant. In this shining hell, the goddess Hecate seemed truly terrifying, like the very embodiment of that heart-throbbing and spine-chilling. The darkness devil. Feeling Kratos' silence. The voluptuous Hecate enveloped herself in shadows, donning the menacing skull mask once again. So, keep your distance from me, Kratos. She said hoarsely. I'm afraid I might not be able to resist eating you. The corners of the devil's mouth dripped with thick, blood-like saliva. After all, you're really, quite delicious. In the midst of the hysterical barking of the Cerberus, Hecate's gaze, slightly glazed, locked onto Kratos. The black-haired youth approached step by step, taking hold of the goddess's emaciated, devil-like arm. With both hands, he respectfully lifted her hand and placed it on his forehead. Thank you. He spoke softly. You saved my life. If you were to kill me, then I wouldn't have any complaints, I will not hold it against you. The devil form of Hecate trembled violently. Suddenly, starting from her voluptuous devil form, she began to shrink, transforming into a curvaceous, mature woman, then further shrinking into a girl with black veil draped over her, similar in age to Medea. The hellhound on the side, now with its teeth bared and mouth wide open, let out a sob and shrank back into a fluffy little dog with 3 heads. Poke. 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 With each forceful poke to the forehead by the goddess, Hecate took a step forward, and Kratos retreated 1 step. The sturdy physique of the young man was marked with red imprints by the black-haired girl. Advancing, retreating. Finally, Kratos fell back onto the bed. You idiot, I really can't resist eating you. Hecate put her hand on her hip, her delicate, tear-mole-adorned face looking angrily. I'm not joking, Kratos. Devils are born from human fear and malice, so hunger is our special attack against humans. I can barely suppress it when I'm awake, but the more I see you, the more I interact with you, the harder it becomes for me to resist. Do you understand? She yelled like this, not forgetting to wipe away the glistening drool from the corners of her mouth. You have nowhere else to go now, because all the gods' dark sides want to deal with you, use you, and get rid of you. And you're not in good shape right now. Here in the depths of hell, I can barely conceal your presence. Saying this, Hecate roared. Medea. Hey! Hey hey hey! Teacher, I'm here. The purple-haired girl on the bed quickly knelt. Watch over Kratos. Let's try not to meet directly. The black-haired girl raised her hand again, pointing to her own face. Keep an eye on me too at all times. If something seems wrong, run away quickly and wait for me to calm down. Saying this, Hecate ran away with the bare feet of the girl, climbing onto a pile of books. Even face to face, you have to maintain this distance, at least 10 meters away. Do you remember? I remember. The purple witch, Medea, finally understood. When she followed Hecate to learn magic, why the powerful witch never let herself get too close. She even thought she was being hated. Was the teacher, at that time, already tainted? I really can't resist it. I'm not joking, Kratos. Originally, I lived alone here in the deepest part of hell, just to avoid people. But, now, I have no choice. I have to take care of you. Sitting on the pile of books, the black-haired girl swung her fair, bare feet, pressing her chest, suppressing the overwhelming bloodthirst, and sighed deeply. She raised her hands and made a big thumbs up. Getting too close is prohibited. Physical contact is prohibited. Have you understood? The black-haired youth blinked his deep crimson eyes and locked eyes with the purple witch. I've offended you. Kratos clasped his hands together. Respected goddess Hecate, I assure you that this will only happen once, and I will never deliberately touch you again. Good. Hecate nodded in satisfaction. Take care of yourself and replenish your magic, kill the devils by yourself. Across the river of the underworld, Hades is in a bad state now. I know you want to find your father, but don't rush. Let me draw you a map first. Normally, don't stay too far away from me, otherwise, I won't be able to conceal your presence, and don't stay too close to me, otherwise, I'll have to resist the urge to eat you. That's about it. And your friend is in the laboratory's blood pool. He activated the emergency program, trying to connect to the moon's mainframe, but fortunately, he didn't succeed, or his consciousness would have been assimilated by the mainframe. Oh, if you're hungry you can cook for yourself. I got some seasoning from the mortal world, but only devils can eat here in hell. The black-haired girl stroked her chin, nodding vigorously. That's about it. Hecate jumped off the pile of books, hugged her cute three-headed puppy, and prepared to leave. Once again, the annoying voice of the boy sounded from behind her. I have no relationship with you, and we haven't even met, why are you helping me like this? Why do you have so many questions? Kratos shook his head wryly. Sigh. Hecate sighed softly, as if her personality was constantly changing with her 3 transformations, and now her thoughts leaned more towards the style of the girl, lively, active, averse to trouble, and unable to stand others' requests. Do you think I care about you? Hecate didn't want to let him know the excessively cruel answer, so she found a passable reason. If it weren't for Medea. If it's just because of Medea. Kratos said, why do you take care of me like this? Are you not her husband? Hecate said unkindly, I can't care for my disciples. Ah! Teacher! The little witch blushed. Tisk, for your magical energy, Medea kissed you for a whole day and night, Kratos. She didn't hesitate at all. She said you're just lovers, who would believe that? Her love curse has been lifted by you. Teacher! Please stop! The purple witch waved her hands frantically, then buried her head in the young man's chest, blushing. That's not the real reason. Stroking the purple witch's hair, Kratos shook his head gently. Hades summoned that hand just to send me and Ares over here, you couldn't have predicted that Medea would come too, right? Tisk, being too smart isn't a good thing. You're really annoying, kid. I'm not a kid anymore. It seems to me that you're all children, and you're even the most pitiful kind. The black-haired girl sighed softly. That's right, it's not a coincidence. I knew you would be thrown into hell. I was entrusted to come and rescue you. Zeus. Hecate let out a sigh, neither denying nor further elaborating on the matter. Kratos understood. She was tacitly acknowledging it. Why, would Zeus help me like this? The black-haired youth asked, his expression somewhat stiff. The goddess of the dark moon, Hecate, spoke softly. Because he loves you. Silence. The black-haired youth lowered his deep crimson eyes. Hecate's voice continued to drift faintly. No, to be precise, Zeus loves humanity. His program dictates that to preserve his own race, all he needs to do is exterminate all humans. However, upon realizing his contamination, he immediately separated his divine form from his human form, uploading the command to guard humanity, onto his ship, while his human form struggled to suppress his devil side. Hecate shook her head, a hint of pity welling up in her amber-colored eyes. Just buying time. Is the process of devil transformation irreversible? Irreversible. Because the void opened by chaos is allowing the rules of the other world to permeate this world. And after forging the sword of promised victory, the counter-force fell into slumber, rendering it powerless, unless chaos is put to sleep. Staring at the black-haired youth, Hecate fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. There is a very simple and effective way to put sleep chaos. That is by destroying all the Olympian gods. Kratos paused. Hecate let out a sigh of relief. With a melancholic expression, the goddess of the dark moon spoke softly. The gods who love humanity have initiated a self-destruct sequence. The Olympian gods unanimously approved of this proposal. However, they are no longer capable of carrying it out. Hecate said sorrowfully. Don't blame them, Kratos, even though I don't share your perspective, I can say this much. But, I'm sorry, I still want to tell you, that was not the intention of the gods. The contaminated terminal resisted their commands. The principle of survival. It is both humanity love and humanity evil. The gods, tainted by humanity evil, have developed a desire to survive. Given such malice, the Olympian gods will do everything in their power to pursue the survival of their race. In fact, they have the easiest way to achieve it. But, they're resisting it with all their might. To exterminate all humans and halt the contamination. The gods who love humanity resist this rational outcome. Struggling against their devil transformation, gradually blending with the concept of devils, yet not forgetting the love for humanity in their hearts. So they gradually became the distorted monsters chasing after survival. Athena wants to control everything, to eliminate humanity's fear. Ares wants to gain the strongest power to defeat chaos. Apollo wants to gather the energy of the Earth's core to restart Olympus' interstellar journey. Poseidon wants to genetically modify humanity into another form of life. Aphrodite wants to spiritualize human wills, incorporating them into digital life. Hades wants to put all humans into hibernation pods until the gods have passed through this contamination period, then awaken them all again. The gods are searching for their own methods, seeking an outcome where both they and humanity can survive, even if it means continuing to exist in a twisted manner. Only Zeus. Hecate softly uttered that name, causing Kratos' heart to suddenly tighten. As clever as you are, you must have guessed why I didn't want to tell you. You wouldn't bear it if you didn't know. The purple witch, Medea, raised her hand and gently stroked the youth's cheek. The black-haired youth looked at his palm, trembling. Trembling, he closed his eyes. Zeus has decided to destroy Olympus. Hecate admitted softly. The most lucid Zeus realized that these plans were only temporary solutions, only chaos is the root cause. But Zeus cannot shut down chaos, and in his current state, he cannot destroy Olympus either. And, the most ridiculous thing is... Hecate laughed sadly. Zeus, with all his might, could indeed destroy the entire Olympus, but he would undoubtedly become deeply contaminated in the process. By that time, who will destroy him, who will destroy the fallen king of gods? So, he placed a dwindling hope on humanity, on his children. Kratos listened quietly, expressionless, staring at the night sky above. Hecate remained silent for a long time. The goddess of the dark moon finally lowered her gaze, speaking softly. Kratos. Zeus hopes that you can go and kill him. Everything seemed silent. Silence. Silence was the mood of the dark moon at this moment. Kratos lowered his eyelids. Under the setting sun, the figure of the stooped, grave-digging old man, with its murky and complex gaze, appeared in the black-haired youth's mind. People like olive branches, Your Highness Kratos. Shall I offer you a bouquet of olives? I don't like olives. So that's it. Kratos finally understood why he wasn't angry. Zeus, hoping for this answer, the grave digger. He dug out the sorrowful tomb for Olympus. Forgive me. Zeus, this child you placed high hopes on, sooner or later he will know, I just hope, it won't be the moment of your destruction. Even though he knew, speaking here, Zeus couldn't hear. Facing the sky of hell. Hecate continued to mutter to herself. After a long sigh, the goddess of the dark moon, representing the slumber of all things, gently shook her head and said softly. Rest well, Kratos. Her figure, about to melt into the darkness, heard the last question uttered by the youth. May I ask you, respected goddess Hecate? Kratos said softly, what do I need to do, to return to the mortal world? As Ares mentioned, you cannot return now. Hecate shook her head. This is the deepest layer of hell, the deepest part of the Greek. Other than the extremely rare hell rifts that occasionally tear open, only Hades holds the authority to pass through. And he has imprisoned the most terrifying devils around the periphery of the underworld. That is what you will have to do next. Kratos. Hades can't hold on much longer. He hopes you will go and kill him. Chapter 90 Ascension amidst hellish catastrophes. Devil sashimi, grilled devil skewers, fried devil meat, sautéed devil liver, devil intestines, teppanyaki devil tentacles, devil thick soup. Within the side hall of the goddess Hecate, a black-haired youth, clad in a chef's apron, began presenting dishes after dishes of delicious and appetizing delicacies to the table. With each dish he introduced, the complexion of the purple witch turned a shade greener. Medea knew very well that Kratos's culinary skills were comparable to the divine blessings of Hestia. Initially enticed by the fragrant aroma, the purple witch's soul was already being lured away. Then, dum dum dum. The opening thunder struck. Eyeballs, tentacles, viscera, intestines, brain tissue, flesh tinged with green and purple. Looking at the table, the tantalizing aroma wafting from each dish, with presentations akin to delicacies from hell, Medea's complexion gradually turned a shade of green and purple as well. On the table, the unblinking, skewered eyeballs of devils slowly twisted and turned, gazing at her. Inside the dishes, despite being thoroughly cooked by Kratos's flame magic, the devil tentacles twitched as if alive. Plop! Ah! The purple witch let out a piercing scream and suddenly darted into the embrace of the young king. I don't want to eat this. Your Highness! I don't want to eat these monstrous things. Even when encountering storms aboard the Argo, during the most dire scarcity of supplies, Alcides would dive into the sea, catch a shark, and prepare a feast right then and there to prevent the crew from resorting to eating devilic abominations. Indeed, it smelled good. But, eyeball skewers? Grilled brain tissue? Devil spinal cord? Medea simply couldn't bring herself to eat. Her demure facade was on the verge of being completely shattered. Tisk! As he embraced the purple witch's head, Kratos gently reassured Medea. What should we do then? There's no choice, necessity knows no law. In hell, apart from hastily grown herbs, devils were the only edible option. Although he was the son of Zeus, Kratos didn't inherit his ability to transform into a bull. A bit of vegetable broth, painstakingly cultivated by Hecate herself, was their only relief from consuming such diabolical fare. Perhaps due to the unique characteristics of hell, these vegetables grew in various grotesque shapes, strawberries embedded with sinister eyeballs and gnashing teeth, biting and glaring as you ate them, offering a strangely delightful sensation reminiscent of cream puffs. Within devils' bodies were all sorts of peculiar organs, with intestines being the most abundant. Kratos had cleaned them as thoroughly as possible, ensuring no accidental preservation of their original flavors. Not eating meat? Where will you replenish the nutrients and energy from? How will you grow up properly? Holding the picky purple witch, Kratos earnestly advised. You can close your eyes and eat, Medea. Shall I feed you myself? Though the underworld was the Greek inner sea of the planet, within its deepest recesses, all the free ether was absorbed by the river Styx. The waters were filled with the accumulated fears and malice of humanity over thousands of years, making them unusable directly. Thus, Kratos and the others, even Hecate, mostly relied on consuming to replenish their minor magical reserves. Pure, unadulterated magical energy was an extremely scarce resource here. If you continue like this, your magical energy will wither away. I won't eat. Ugh! I won't eat. The purple witch adamantly refused, tears welling in her eyes as she clutched Kratos's collar. Your Highness, give me mana transfer. Well. Over the past few days, with all the devil slaying, Kratos had indeed amassed some weighty magical energy and brutality. Going a day without replenishment made him uncomfortable all over, he felt like bursting and wanted to vent by squeezing out a cute purple witch cream puff. And according to the first law of magic, transferring magical energy would result in loss, the farther the distance, the larger the area, the greater the loss. So bodily fluid replenishment was the most efficient and least wasteful method. Teacher is present, won't it be inappropriate? The entire palace of the moon, including a large area around it, was under Hecate's surveillance. She could count every single hair on Kratos's body at any time. From the length and size of the young king's body to various parameters, nothing was a secret to the goddess of the moon. To replenish magical energy with the purple witch. Wouldn't that mean feeding the big witch's eyes to her? Ah, little girls are so temperamental. Medea, you should grow up a bit and not always make your husband worry. Sitting 10 meters away, swaying her fair, bare feet, Hecate sighed softly, her voice gentle and immature, yet her tone carried an air of authority. No, Kratos's lips twitched slightly, wasn't she a little girl herself? Though, granted, a millennia-old girl. Hecate beckoned, and the spoon on the table scooped up a braised devil eyeball, flying steadily through the air and landing in her open mouth, delivering the dish into her waiting jaws. Swallowing the eyeball, she bit into it, bursting it with a crunch. The flying juices instantly filled Hecate's mouth, a marvelous sensation, an extremely delicate balance of heat and seasoning, made her feel like she was ascending, unable to stop. MMM. The girl's face flushed with intoxication, her slender bare feet trembling, her rosy toes curling and uncurling. Delicious. You truly deserve to have written Spartan cuisine. Kratos, your hands are truly skillful. No, where did you even acquire such exquisite culinary skills? I've had Hestia's cooking before. If the dishes didn't make one blush and pant, then it wasn't cooking. This hadn't even reached the point of exploding clothes yet. Just ordinary seasoning, it's the quality of the ingredients. Half humility, half truth. Devil flesh was imbued with the purest magical energy, making its texture almost comparable to the finest magical beasts. Moreover, Kratos had only been killing well-known devils, far more delicious than mere foot soldiers. Kratos skewered a still wriggling devil tentacle and brought it to his mouth, biting down. Its tender texture resembled squid but with a resilient chewiness. Along with a myriad of peculiar sensations like numbness and burning slowly flooding his senses, it felt like a burst of splendid flavors exploding in his mouth. He deliberately retained a tiny bit of devil toxin, which wouldn't affect the purple witch's constitution at all, but instead evolved into a uniquely flavorful addition to the food. Poison must be consumed, nutrition must be consumed, only then could it be considered wholesome. If you really can't accept it, then I'll replenish your energy tonight. It was a pity about his carefully crafted dishes, but he couldn't let the purple witch go hungry. Kratos held Medea close, whispering softly in her ear with meaningful words, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. She knew very well that her teacher was watching and listening. Her earlier request for mana transfer was partly a childish, petulant gamble. Yet, even so, she didn't want to refuse. Your Highness, this is too much. Why is it too much? Wasn't it what you requested? Kratos blinked his deep crimson eyes. A broad flush spread across the young girl's immaculate neck as Medea buried her face deeply into the embrace of the young king. Hecate, meanwhile, maintained her composure, pretending she hadn't heard a thing. For her, as the goddess who had lived for thousands of years, love had long been locked away in the depths of time. Time, the most numbing balm for the heart. Or rather, for Hecate, thousands of years had nearly dulled her feelings of affection. She simply didn't believe she could find someone to fulfill her desires and stir her heart in matters of love anymore. Kratos was indeed the most exceptional human she had ever encountered. But for Hecate, her feelings towards him were more akin to those of an elder towards a child, a mix of comfort, indulgence, fondness, and tenderness. Zeus had entrusted Kratos to her care. And Hecate wouldn't dare betray Zeus's trust. She would fulfill her duties. Moreover, a 14-year-old boy. How could he satisfy a goddess who had lived for thousands of years? Hecate didn't harbor the intense passions of romantic love. If the British witch were here, perhaps she could devil straight to Hecate what it meant to satisfy. But Hecate, at least for now, maintained her dignity as a goddess. Well then, let's not be polite, Medea. The black-haired girl shook her head. Not eating is your loss. There were no heirs of a goddess. With Kratos absent, Hecate usually took on the form of a devil, feasting on the flesh of other devils to release the pent-up malice and cruelty. Even the utensils and spices were made on a whim after she saw Kratos's cookbook. As she roamed the mortal world in various forms of the dark moon, she could offer herself sacrifices at will, but it consumed her energy, so smaller items were preferred. It was difficult to transport living creatures with souls to the deepest parts of hell. Even the great hero Heracles, thrown in here, would have a hard time replenishing himself under the siege of devils, making it a life-threatening situation. Those who could survive smoothly in hell. Except for the peculiar Kratos, there were only devils. They lived on malice and fear. Hell was their paradise. Facing the table full of hellish delicacies. After tasting the exploding braised eyeballs, Hecate's mouth watered. The goddess and the young man began to enjoy their meal without any psychological burden. This devil sashimi is authentic. The taste of fried devil meat, so this is it. Thick soup? Strange name, wonderful flavor. Although the appearance was a bit bizarre, the taste was undeniable. The black-haired girl smacked her lips. Finally experiencing the heavenly days of having someone cook for her, Hecate softened her gaze as she watched Kratos, feeling increasingly satisfied with her disciple-in-law. He could eat, he could work, he could fight, he could refine, and he even understood how to take care of the home. Medea truly found herself a good husband. The dainty nose of the purple witch sniffed the enticing aroma. Medea slightly raised her head, looking at Kratos and her teacher indulging in the feast with delight. She glanced at the dining table, and suddenly, her eyes swept over the broken organs, coagulated blood, entwined tentacles, lifeless eyeballs, all rolling in the hot pot soup. A shiver ran down her spine, and she gulp. Medea's trembling stomach let out an unbearable groan. Kratos wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth, looking at the blushing face of the purple witch in his arms with a smile that seemed like a smile but wasn't. No one could resist delicious food. The purple witch's mental defense was wavering. Her rational mind told her that devil flesh was unfit for consumption, but her insatiable appetite was already entwining her. Could she really eat this? Ugh! Suddenly, Kratos sealed her lips, feeding the devil strawberry cake into the purple witch's mouth. It was obviously a solid fruit with gruesome eyeballs, a ghastly red color that sent chills down one's spine. However, the sweetness that surged forth made the violet pupils of the purple witch begin to sparkle, and she couldn't help but savor the unique flavor. Even after swallowing it, the lingering sweetness lingered on her delicate tongue like a sweet aftertaste. Your Highness! Looking at her delicate face, flushed with sweetness and embarrassment. The feeling of nurturing a delicate maiden made Kratos feel an unusual sense of joy. The food-savvy purple witch, unable to resist any longer, finally joined the battlefield of devouring hellish delicacies. Ugly to look at, disgusting in appearance, but so delicious. Why did it feel like even her tongue was going to twist strangely? Sitting on Kratos's lap, the young king's ambiguous and clear voice reached the purple witch's ears. Now that we've eaten, shouldn't we replenish our energy? Gulp. Medea's expression froze as she held her utensils. Tears welled up in her eyes. Why? Eat, eat. Kratos, unable to resist, teased her in a whisper, we must eat to replenish our energy, that's what being healthy means. Your Highness! Don't tease me! The delicate face, blushing like a ripe fruit, both enjoyed the food and began to anticipate the affection from the young king that she hadn't received in several days. Cough, cough, cough. Hecate coughed twice, signaling them to behave. If you're going to be lovey-dovey, don't eat here. Have the guts to do it in bed. Then, a burst of laughter, and they continued to enjoy their meal with their heads buried. Satiated and satisfied. After a feast and thoughts turned amorous. On the canopy floating with countless doors, the blood moon rose as expected. Even in hell, there was day and night. Although Hecate's luxurious palace of the dark moon, shrouded in shadows, seemed to be in perpetual night, even at this moment. Inside Hecate's chamber, the goddess allowed her resting place to be taken over by her obedient disciple and son-in-law. After all, this palace, built bit by bit in the underworld, had never been intended for guests, so there was only one bed. At that moment, Hecate was just like Medea, redirected to the library. The moonlight from the ceiling of the chamber gently illuminated Medea's face. Her violet eyes reflected a soft glow, shimmering like stars in the night sky. Lying on the bed, the purple witch was embraced in a warm embrace. She had never tried riding on her king before, and naturally, being shy by nature, she had always maintained this grateful and passive demeanor. Those soft, slightly trembling curves and lines emitted a charm that belonged exclusively to a young girl. Do you miss everyone? Kratos gently reassured her. Yes. Are you afraid here? As long as you're here, I'm not afraid. Don't worry, I'll take you back. The soft lips of the purple witch sealed Kratos's lips. Medea's breath softly brushed against him, like fingers plucking at heartstrings. The slightly tense breaths were clearly audible in the quiet chamber. The slender arms that reached out and wrapped around his neck were ready to receive all the suppressed desires he had accumulated. And those disheveled purple strands, like a bunch of budding orchids. Wherever you are, Your Highness. Medea whispered in his ear, that's Medea's home. Why, Your Highness? Raising her head, feeling the reverberation of the moonlight on the palace canopy. The black-haired girl, sitting on a pile of scrolls, with a slightly annoyed blush on her face, slammed the scroll onto the ground with a loud bang. Damn it! What a disturbance! Hecate, angrily preparing to knock on the chamber door to quiet them down a bit, but her goddess-like keen senses inadvertently caught her disciple's exclamation. "Your Highness, aren't we being too much?" The purple witch said intermittently and embarrassedly, expressing her respect and concern for her teacher even as she was about to ascend to heaven. "Should we be quieter? The noble, compassionate and kind goddess Hecate will surely forgive our trespasses." Noble, compassionate and kind. That's right. Forgive, forgive. The black-haired girl's chest heaved as she let out a slow breath. "Medea, my dear disciple, how did you end up like this?" Hecate had been trying very hard, very politely, not to look, but they were just too much. Closing her eyes. In the vision of the goddess of the dark moon, their intense skirmish would appear. Gulp. It had been 2 damn hours, they were just too exaggerated. "Calm down. Hecate, calm down. You're the elegant and noble goddess of the dark moon. Calm down, damn it." Her body suddenly swelled, from a youthful maiden to a voluptuous and mature beauty. A vast shadow rose up, completely blocking off the area from the library, shielding the chamber. In this mature state, Hecate's brimming energy blocked off her ears, extinguishing the tremors of the moonlight, which still flickered in her amber eyes. She raised her hand and extinguished the moonlight, using the sinister thoughts of her devilic aspect to help clear her mind of the clutter and embarrassment. Just this once. Absolutely, not to be repeated. In Kratos's embrace, the adorable purple witch slept peacefully, finally satisfied and content. The magical energy infused this time was enough to support her practice of magic for over half a month. The young king, quietly arranging the bedding for Medea, donning his robe, walked through the library, which was as spacious as a banquet hall, illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the dome, and began reading tonight's grimoire. In the shadow cast by the side bookshelf, Hecate slowly appeared, her voluptuous figure enveloped in black gauze. Even with an expressionless face. The soft and delicate face of the goddess of the dark moon, adorned with a tear mole beneath her eyes, also exuded a captivating and enchanting allure. "Aren't you resting, Kratos?" Her cold voice rang out. To this, the young man just shook his head. "I don't want to waste time sleeping, respected goddess Hecate," he replied, his mind elsewhere. Kratos's gaze continued to scan the scrolls incessantly, engraving various precious magical knowledge from different eras into his mind. "For every day I spend here, 10 days pass in the mortal realm. Time is pressing now, I must improve myself as quickly as possible." As the conversation fell silent, Hecate remained quiet for a moment. "How did you realize?" She didn't want him to become overly anxious, so she didn't reveal this secret. Medea has grown up. Indeed, Kratos had already sensed it. In the deepest part of this inner sea of the planet, due to the distortion of the rules, time flowed almost 10 times faster than in the mortal realm. In these past few days, while Medea may not have noticed herself, Kratos had already keenly felt that the purple witch was growing rapidly. Just in a few days, her body had become slightly more voluptuous. Because of the vanguard of the wandering star's nature of the devouring of civilization, such time distortion feedback was reflected in Kratos. As a goddess, Hecate's figure wouldn't change. "This is not a reason for you to push yourself, Kratos." Hecate shook her head. "Your spirit is nearing its limit. Every day is a limit, I'm used to it." Kratos said softly. "Breaking limits is my daily routine." "Heh." Such arrogant words made the approaching goddess smile slightly. "You're an interesting little fellow." Feeling the looming figure, as if some huge heart was overshadowing the moonlight above their heads, Kratos couldn't help but raise his head, glancing at Hecate's beautiful and charming face under her guise as a mature woman. "You're blocking the light I need for reading." She stepped back 2 steps. "Didn't you say not to come within 10 meters of me?" "What a cheeky kid, not taking hints." Hecate's lips twitched, her figure silently dissolving into the shadows, reappearing 10 meters away from the young man. Truly exquisite shadow magic. Kratos gazed at Hecate's seamless displacement with undisguised admiration. He could only see such effortless releases in Morgan and his former self. Shadows, to the common folk, are omens of mystery, extinction, and death. In my view, shadows are a manifestation of tranquility and vitality, while light illuminates all, shadows nurture all. Interesting interpretation. Do you understand shadow magic? Initially somewhat annoyed, Hecate, upon hearing the young man's words, couldn't help but ask with genuine interest. In this moonlit world without NYX, Hecate was the embodiment of the dark moon, the mother of the night, and could be considered the pioneer of later shadow magic development, truly the master of shadows. Now, merged with the devilic aspect of darkness, her mastery of shadow magic was unmatched in this land. In today's Greek age of gods, this was an obscure and mysterious art. Curious about him, Kratos just shook his head. I know a little. Interesting. Then let me test you. There are 4 common origins of shadow magic effects, what are they? Concealment, slumber, fear, and adversity. Kratos's answer without hesitation made Hecate pause for a moment. She continued to inquire. How do you accurately determine the scope of shadow magic? Extend the boundaries to perceive light. He's got something. How can shadow magic be made powerful in attack? 2 approaches, corrosion and annihilation on a special level, or thin and sharp physically. He could answer all that. How can shadow magic be sustained for a long time? Light is shadow, understanding the unity of light and shadow allows for a self-sustaining cycle. Thunk. The book in the hands of the goddess of the dark moon fell to the ground. This deepest secret she had comprehended as the goddess of the dark moon was casually spoken by the young man before her. Ignoring the need to maintain distance, Hecate, with a flicker, reached out and incredulously touched the young man's face, as if wanting to see if he had several faces or if he was disguised. Her massive and full chest, nearly pressing onto Kratos's face. 10 meters. He tried to remind the goddess. But his face was directly blocked by Hecate's ample chest. After scrutinizing the length and breadth of Kratos's face, the goddess of the dark moon looked even more puzzled. Evenly proportioned, robust, and with talent that could make anyone surrender, no wonder her disciple was so joyful, but... Isn't it true? Your magic is of the fire element. How do you understand shadow magic? I know a little. Gaze. Kratos had no choice but to point at the books on the ground. I'm a genius, I just realized it, after all, I have world-shaking wisdom. Are you taking me for a fool? Hecate trembled with anger. Do I look like someone with big breasts and no brains? I am the goddess of the dark moon. A goddess. She forcefully pinched Kratos's face. Until she heard the young man's hesitant voice. You don't have devilic attributes, Kratos looked at her. And you didn't show any signs of appetite. Hecate's hands stopped, her expression somewhat stunned. Curiosity. Kratos gently pushed the goddess's hands down. Your desire has been crowded out. You. Feeling the surge of curiosity in her own thoughts. The appetite of the devil was crowded out by another desire. Hecate, in disbelief, looked at the young man before her. You're experimenting with your life dash. I'm confident. Kratos risked his life and proved this point. Because, in reality, he was no different. His wives helped him vent the accumulated anger and brutality. This isn't something I initiated, esteemed goddess Hecate. Kratos said with a smile. Shouldn't this be considered breaking a promise? Hecate looked at the black-haired youth in front of her in astonishment. Curiosity. His curiosity occupied the desire to devour his heart. She hesitated and pinched Kratos's face. Don't do this next time. All right. Kratos nodded with a smile. I promise. Silence. For the first time, the goddess of the dark moon found herself unable to understand the young man in front of her. Zeus. What kind of child did you entrust to me? To approach you, I must maintain my curiosity about you, Kratos. Hecate said softly. Are you confident you can keep a goddess intrigued by you? To know and think deeply, to think broadly and thirst for knowledge. To possess great wisdom and cunning, to study and learn the mysteries. Kratos smiled and tapped his temple. Believe me, esteemed goddess Hecate, within my mind, there exists a vast universe that will pique your interest. Are you really? Hecate rubbed his face, a Spartan. To learn, to strive, that is my battle. Where did you get this knowledge from? Well. Kratos pondered for a moment, if I have to say. I stand on the shoulders of a titan called dialectical materialism. Titan. Hecate's expression was somewhat puzzled. The titans were all wiped out in Tartarus long ago, and now their bodies are piled up as fuel for Hades. Not that titan. Kratos smiled, it's a titan called dialectical materialism. You and Hecate conversed from deep into the night until dawn, discussing everything under the sun. Almost any topic you touched upon seemed to enlighten her, your vast knowledge left even the wise goddess of the dark moon feeling profoundly enriched. Her devilic appetite was subdued by the overwhelming thirst for knowledge, leading you to realize that even malice has a pathway for release, understanding, or suppression. In this quiet, devil-slaying life, you diligently nurtured the purple witch. Medea herself noticed that her figure was rapidly becoming plump under the tenfold flow of time, with her girlish dresses struggling to contain her. Hecate bestowed her old clothes upon the disciple, the deep purple robe accentuating the witch's enticing curves. Medea, somewhat embarrassed by her growth, noticed your preference for bigger and eagerly embraced the change, strongly urging you to continue helping her grow. Each time you transformed Medea into a pastry, you switched to a refreshing mentor mode to discuss magic, astronomy, and geography with Hecate. For some reason, Hecate's maintenance of her beautiful appearance began to lengthen over time, making her once delicate and cute girl-like figure nearly extinct. When you inquired about the matter of consuming energy, you only received a scornful glance from the goddess of the dark moon. You noticed her thirst for knowledge seemed to be transforming. That gaze, was the devilic appetite creeping back? It had been a while since she last wore the skull of the devil. A month later, Atrox finally stirred from slumber, showing a faint flicker of consciousness. This filled you with indescribable delight, your plan could finally begin unfolding. The entire river Styx, I want to harness its power. Standing on the outskirts of the Palace of the Dark Moon, pointing towards the ink-black lake shrouded in chilly mist, Kratos' words left Hecate momentarily stunned. Are you mad? Kratos. The river Styx is a convergence of humanity evil. I can only dare to extract a trickle of its water, for within lies an abundance of dark magic that would swiftly exacerbate my devilic appetite. Hecate, using one of her 3 phases granted by her authority, embraced the concept of the darkness devil. This was crucial for her ability to maintain her sanity over extended periods. She inherently suffered from dissociative identity disorder, with the persona of the devuless not affecting her girl or mature woman personalities. The other Olympian gods weren't as fortunate, especially since most of them had abandoned their ship, leaving only a machine god terminal. Seeing Medea rapidly growing day by day, seemingly in defiance, the goddess of the dark moon proudly maintained her voluptuous figure, barely sparing a glance at Kratos. Atrox, how are you faring? No major issues. Just need to kill more devils to improve. In a fragmented state, Atrox initiated communication with the mainframe. Although the terminal of the Wandering Star was still operational, Atrox's consciousness had been dormant for a month. Can this water be absorbed? I've experimented. In small amounts, it's fine. The tip of the demonic sword gently touched the icy waters of the river Styx. Threads of profound dark energy gradually flowed into the blade. Within a few breaths, Kratos' arm holding the sword began to warp grotesquely, revealing a fierce network of purplish-blue veins. A savage, bloodthirsty aura pervaded his deep crimson pupils. Kratos. It's reaching its limit. All right. With a whoosh, Atrox was forcefully pulled from the river Styx. The black-haired youth's body suddenly swelled into a muscular, blood-red form. Amidst Hecate's astonished expression, it emitted a manic laughter, charging straight into the depths of hell. Teacher. I'm going to kill those damned devils. Remember to cook dinner tonight. I'm the goddamn doom, ha ha ha. During this time, Kratos had learned to affectionately address Hecate as his teacher, finding it more endearing. Hecate, in her confusion, couldn't determine who was teaching whom. But she understood Kratos' intention. To absorb the malice of the river Styx to the limit and then unleash it in hell. Intelligence didn't matter anymore, after all, only devils were being killed, so there was no fear of collateral damage. In this way, the energy carried by the river water was practically a gift. Devils slain by the vanguard of the Wandering Star could further convert into Kratos' power. This river Styx was his perpetual motion machine. Hecate couldn't help but be amazed by such an intriguing approach. Kratos, you truly are a genius. The blood-red moon ascended in the underworld. Amidst its crimson glow, the black-haired youth, drenched in blood, dragged behind a pile of devil corpses, walked towards the palace of the dark moon, shrouded in shadows. Amidst Hecate's subtle expression, the god of hell wiped the blood from his face, revealing a radiant and kind smile. Teacher, it seems like there are fewer devils lately. Hecate glanced at the pile of devil corpses by the palace, feeling a bit embarrassed. Isn't it excessive fertilizer? Just a few days after resurrection, and they've already been killed by you. How could there be fewer? The efficiency of absorbing the river Styx is still too slow. Gazing at the endless dark water with a single glance, the black-haired youth pondered for a moment, then began to utter words that left Hecate stupefied. Atrox's civilization devourer can indeed cleanse the malice from this river, but the efficiency is too low. Perhaps with a complete vanguard of the wandering star, it could be faster. By obtaining Hades' permission to communicate with the underworld and combining it with Seafar, I might be able to create a partial etherophasic engine to drive my form forward and further ascend beyond the crisis. Kratos, you truly are a madman. Amidst the bloodthirsty laughter of the devilic sword, Kratos cracked his neck, gazing at the other side of the river Styx, the ethereal gates of the underworld. The fate of God's lair, He smiled. I'm going to drain hell directly. Chapter 91 Sparta. June 15, 4:04 p.m. On the 15th day of the 6th moon, after 126 years of Sparta's history, the afternoon sun gently kissed the coastline, casting a radiant and blissful glow. Sitting tall and broad-shouldered in a chair woven from devil vines, a silver-haired youth gazed out at the azure sea before him. Virgil, draped in a black coat, appeared somewhat lost in thought as he watched the waves crashing and dispersing gradually. Memories flooded his mind. His elder brother, Kratos, had taught him and Dante the art of combat here, by this sea. This vast expanse of ocean held too many memories for the three brothers. Here they fought, here they played, and here they made vows to protect Sparta, to eradicate every devil, a childish wish now appearing laughable and naive. The weapon racks, once holding spears and shields, had been abandoned for 5 years, lonely and forlorn on the beach, resembling crooked tombstones. Kratos. Virgil gripped the sleek black blade firmly in his hand. At the thought of his brother's gentle smile, Virgil couldn't help but tighten his grip on the hilt. Despite possessing the power to tear through hell and earth, what did it matter? He felt inadequate, worthless, powerless. Because he couldn't find his big brother. Not far behind Virgil, a sturdy figure clad in a red leather coat, equally robust and silver-haired, strolled leisurely through the gentle sea breeze. Scarred visage over his right eye, Dante gazed at the chair in the distance. Running a hand through his hair, he sighed, approaching the open beach ahead. Sorry, Virgil. Your days of tearing through hell need to come to an end. Facing Virgil's back, Dante approached slowly, cracking his neck with a preparatory snap. Your abilities are destabilizing the gates of hell. Dante raised his right hand, enunciating each word deliberately. So, hand over Yamato. If you want it, you'll have to take it yourself. Virgil replied softly. With that, Virgil rose from the vine-woven chair, standing tall. Turning to face Dante, a hint of a smirk appeared on Virgil's stern face. You know the rules, Dante. I knew you'd say that. Dante shook his head lightly. The devil heart embedded in his chest pounded like a drum. With a gesture, a blazing, spine-like molten greatsword materialized in Dante's palm, emitting a scorching aura. Revealing their weapons was a declaration in itself. Today, let's settle this once and for all. A fight was inevitable. A smile of anticipation graced Virgil's face. How many times have we fought, Dante? I've lost count. But as long as we can't beat Kratos, we'll keep fighting here. Dante grinned brightly. Before father pulled us apart, I used to beat you to a pulp on the ground like a dog. He spat on the sand. Today will be no different. You too much talk, Dante. Virgil's voice was mocking. Your aggressive words only betray your insecurity, masking your lack of substance. The vine-woven chair withered away in the wind. Shaking his head, Virgil's tone turned playful as he sighed softly. Sitting in Sparta's vacant throne, you're burdened with trivial politics, hardly resembling a true warrior. You and your Spartan blades now only amuse me. I won't sit on that throne. Will you, Virgil? Listening to Virgil's mockery, Dante grinned, grinding his teeth. I'll give it to you. Will you sit? He retorted. Dante's voice suddenly rose. You'll never sit, Virgil. Because you can't. You don't understand the burden of Sparta's stability. Your mind is consumed by your ambitions. Ambitions. And more ambitions. You're just like a dog, dodging your duty as a son of Sparta. You care for nothing but yourself because you've never considered anyone else's feelings. During the 2 years captured by Ares, I felt like what you lack isn't your body, but your brain. Grow up, Virgil. The words roared, interrogated, and vented. But this raging voice gradually dissipated like flickering flames. With a bitter shake of his head, Dante's lips curved into a mocking smile, mocking himself. Who would understand these words anyway? Virgil, lost in his madness, wouldn't listen. Dante's voice softened, drifting faintly in the sea breeze. I don't expect you to understand me now, Virgil, but Sparta's stability requires a competent ruler, and that has always been Kratos's wish. Click. Virgil's slender scabbard was lifted calmly by his thumb, without any motion to draw the blade. But hiss. A violent, space-tearing blade aura swept suddenly past Dante's side, carving a deep groove in the ground. Don't you dare! Virgil trembled, gripping Yamato. Say wish in front of me, Dante. Kratos isn't dead. He's alive. Why can't you understand? He's waiting for us to rescue him. So, can you do it? Dante's expression was emotionless as he held rebellion. So, have we not tried for these 3 years? The gates of hell have closed and reopened countless times. We've tried every method to locate Kratos, but our sweeping searches have only led to heavy losses for our Spartan forces. If Kratos isn't there, Sparta's blessings gradually fade. We've relied on various supports, previous godly selections, devil transformations, and the sacrifices of our warriors to maintain Greece's stability. Do you think I don't want to find Kratos? Do you think I don't know he might be suffering in some corner of hell? Boom! Spartan blades were hurled forcefully into the sand, the sword sinking straight into the ground. Dante lunged forward, seizing Virgil's collar, roaring like an enraged lion. My feelings are the same as yours. Do you think I want to be this king of Sparta? I'm a warrior. I'm not cut out for politics. Those daily reports are driving me insane. Only after sitting in this position did I realize the burden Kratos carried. But people need stability. Greece and Sparta crave it. We are the front line against hell. Fighting is Sparta's legacy ingrained in our blood. I know you want to find Kratos, but your relentless pursuit is destabilizing the balance between the realms. Stop using that fucking Yamato. Can't you mature a bit? Virgil. Sparta needs you. People need you. What about Kratos? Virgil murmured, causing Dante to freeze momentarily. Virgil raised his hand, brushing aside Dante's wrist. Amidst the clamorous sea breeze, he recited each word deliberately. See them, fuck them all. Like a floodgate releasing, Virgil suddenly roared. His overwhelming aura stirred up clouds of sand around them. For the sake of protecting these useless fools. For protecting this damn weak Greece. Kratos wanted to establish the gates of hell. He accepted those scheming individuals into the city. That's why he was defeated by those pieces of shit. They deliberately put pawns into Sparta to plot Kratos, Dante. If you won't search, I'll do it alone. I'll tear through hell. I'll go to the depths of the underworld. I'll search until my last breath. I won't rest until I see Kratos. Kratos is still waiting for you all. Yet you, a bunch of spineless cowards, betray his call. Yes, you're right, I'm insane. I'm mad. But everyone's already mad, Dante. Without Kratos, everyone has gone mad. What's the point of guarding a city without Kratos? You can't even protect your own family, yet you want to protect Sparta? What are you guarding? What have you protected? Dante. Virgil's roar struck Dante's face like crashing waves, gradually dissipating. With this final roar, as if exhausted and relieved, all emotions seemed to drain away. Virgil closed his eyes tightly, pushing away Dante's body with a gentle shove. Get lost. I no longer hope for your assistance, Dante, but at least don't hinder me. Kratos sacrificed himself to save me, not to let his little brother witness his death in vain. You've disappointed Kratos's expectations, Virgil. Do you think he would want to see you like this, consumed by madness, chasing power like a lunatic? Dante gazed at him as if in lament. You're a worthless, raging idiot. But, you're more worthless. Dante. A mocking smile crept onto Virgil's lips. Without power, you can't do anything, just like how you could only watch as Kratos was taken away, once, you could only watch as father was crushed before your eyes. Crack! Dante slammed a fierce punch onto Virgil's face. You fucking dare say that? Shaking his hand, which now throbbed with pain. Huff, huff. A hint of bloody rage tainted Dante's eyes crimson. He breathed heavily, struggling to suppress the rising, bloodthirsty frenzy within him, flicking the blood off his fingertips onto the ground. You're too extreme, Virgil. He shook his head in sorrow, shaking it vigorously. You insult your brother, your father. You insult all Spartans, the blood spilled for the peace of the people. Virgil staggered back a few steps. Wiping the blood from his lips, he spat a bittersweet mouthful onto the ground. I'm extreme. I just feel like I'm not extreme enough. Virgil cracked his neck, then smiled brightly. Insult me if you want, I don't care what people say. I just want to find Kratos. He spread his arms wide, exuding fervent encouragement. Come on, Dante. If you don't like me, then come and correct me. Isn't that what you want? Without our brother here, the two of us have never been able to persuade each other. In that case, let's just fight. Let our fists do the talking. I mean, my little brother Dante, when did you become so bureaucratic? Have all those documents rotted your brain? It's pathetic. Come, let me show you what you're made of, Dante. Virgil dropped his Yamato, chuckling as he loosened his coat collar, then strode forward and delivered an unrestrained punch straight to Dante's face. Thud. The devil hunter in red fell to the sandy ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Spitting out the displaced tooth, Dante's mouth quickly regenerated a new, pristine one. Haven't had enough breakfast. Virgil. Propping himself up from the ground, Dante slowly rose to his feet, a smirk playing on his lips. Your punch, it's nothing to brag about. No swords, no devil trigger, no defenses. Just pure strength, the most visceral of blows, an unbridled, anger-fueled release. The Spartan brothers, also the most renowned devil hunters in Greece, grappled on the sand like street thugs. Friendship, character correction, favorite quarrels, brotherly respect, family tradition. Intense emotions, conveyed through the collision of fists and cheeks, resonated forcefully in each other's minds, a more powerful expression than words. Unfortunately, this didn't stop the siblings from hurling insults and curses at each other. Dante, your weak punches. It's laughable how weak they are. Virgil, you can't even air hike. Air hike? What's the point of such a weak skill? My Yamato can tear through space. You're still bringing up Yamato. The last time you tore open a rift, it caused so much trouble. I feel like stabbing you right now. Stab. If you don't stab me to death today, you're not a man. Fuck your mom. My mom is your mom, dumbass. You've been reading too many reports, you're growing a beard and wrinkles, are you sure you're 17? You look 71. Have you been called Uncle Dante in town yet? You're disgusting and greasy. That's called maturity. You with your big, combed back hair wouldn't understand. You're just jealous of my hair gel. Fuck this. How about this gut punch? How's it feel in your mouth? On the cliff overlooking the coast, the Argonauts watched the Spartan brothers wrestling on the beach below, their expressions somewhat speechless and choked. The ideological conflict between these two brothers, they chose not to intervene. However, every attempt by Dante to persuade Virgil always ended up like this. They had seen enough. They were not worried about what injuries the two brothers might suffer from this fist fight. Even if it was just fisticuffs, or even if they were to stab each other with their respective devil arms and puncture each other's guts, after a few sips of blood, they'd be jumping around lively again in a matter of minutes. After all, Dante and Virgil, strictly speaking, were no longer human. Virgil, having been beheaded by Ares, had only his head left, and under the rescue of Asclepius, he urgently used an immature research plan, shaping a new body for him from the flesh of devils and re-attaching his head, much like what happened to a certain blonde vampire. This so-called devil body was considered a last resort at the time. A human subjected to experiments on human bodies never lived half a day. However, what was extremely surprising was, in regards to this devil body, Virgil showed no hindrance, almost perfect adaptability, as if this devil body was the true flesh he had longed for. With Virgil's perfect body cooperating, the experiment of human and devil integration made rapid progress. More and more humans found ways to harness devil power. Some devils with less overt hostility, possessing reason, began to form contracts with humans in exchange for their devil strength. Humans with stronger adaptability to devils could gain some devilic characteristics by transplanting devil flesh. These pioneers who used devilic power were called fusion warriors. They possessed both human rationality and devil physique, relying on blood drinking to heal fatal wounds, and could also use some of the bizarre abilities of devils. However, gifts always come with a price. Correspondingly, the more one used devil power, the greater the risk of completely falling into a devil. In today's Sparta, blessed by Kratos, countless Spartans voluntarily lined up to undergo transformation. Spartan fusion warriors had become a solid force against the invasion of Hell. Since the wise young king was thrown into Hell, the city had experienced 3 years of violent turmoil and gradually stabilized. Asclepius's latest research progress had reached the point where he could transplant devil hearts into humans. Unfortunately, there were now only Dante and Virgil as successful recipients of this research. These two brothers seemed to possess extraordinary qualities, naturally almost perfect adaptability to devil power. After Virgil had the devil's heart transplanted into him, he drew out a slender devil blade straight from his chest. This is the sword that judges gods and judges hell without thinking. So, I named it Yamato. Compared to his older brother Virgil, Dante drew out a giant sword from his chest, resembling the one Kratos had once given him after transplanting the devil heart into himself. However, Dante abandoned the moniker Rebellion for the sword and instead named it Spartan Blade. This also signified that he was taking on the responsibility of ruling Sparta. From Leonidas, to Kratos, and now to Dante. Their will to protect Sparta had been passed down through generations. Except for the heads. The bodies of the two brothers were now entirely made of devil flesh, with no trace of human elements. However, using this devil body, the two brothers felt as comfortable and clear-headed as they did when they were human. This perfect adaptability made Asclepius rack his brains trying to uncover the secret behind it, but after various studies, he remained clueless. Could it simply be natural talent? With devil hearts transplanted into them, the brothers could now transform into devil-like forms similar to Kratos, which after a while they named the ability as Devil Trigger, greatly boosting their attributes, but at the cost of consuming a tremendous amount of devil power, making it unsustainable. The ability of the Sword Devil even allowed the brothers to tear open rifts to hell with the power of their blades, which they could use to traverse themselves. However, doing so would disturb the operation of Gate of Hell, so the less frequent, the better. Dante had become the appointed ruler of Sparta, taking on the responsibility of governing the city-state. Initially, he was overwhelmed, making mistakes, and feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Only in this position did Dante finally understand the immense pressure Kratos faced. Planning for development, focusing on agriculture, ensuring reserve stability, maintaining public order, and various tasks, appointments, diplomacy, trade, and even reports from the front lines of hell. His brain had to consider countless matters every moment, and he had to review and make decisions on thousands of documents every day. Thanks to the assistance of the administrative team left by Kratos and the wholehearted support of the Argonauts, Dante managed to persevere through fatigue and exhaustion. He restrained his wild and reckless nature and gradually grew into a qualified ruler in the responsibility of protecting the city-state. Virgil, on the other hand, took over Dante's military authority. However, he had no interest in this, as he repeatedly ventured alone into the depths of hell, searching for any trace of their brother Kratos. Over the past 3 years, numerous nationwide searches of hell had caused heavy losses to Sparta. Although people eagerly hoped for Kratos's return, Dante ultimately chose to prioritize maintaining the stability of the gates of hell and refrained from generating new rifts for various stability considerations. The Argonauts attempted to assemble an elite force to conduct extensive searches deep into hell. However, in the vast abyss of hell, searching for the whereabouts of 2 individuals was like finding a needle in a haystack. Without reinforcements from the rear, even the most elite forces would be worn down and corroded by the continuous onslaught of devils. Dante, striving to maintain his composure, persuaded them with great effort and finally suppressed the impulses of Caenus and Atalanta. Yet Virgil did not give up. He continued to tear open random portals to hell, slaughtering alone, drenched in blood, in search of their brother Kratos. He increasingly enhanced his rate of modification, upgrading himself with every available strength, training almost madly and desperately to hone his abilities and combat skills, in his pursuit of power and his brother. Dante's desire to maintain stability in Sparta was consistent with Cratos's long-standing wish. Virgil's desire to rescue Kratos from the depths of hell, though high risk, promised high returns. Everyone believed that if Kratos returned, Sparta would immediately flourish, instilling confidence in the people, as this was what a wise king would bring. Such a situation left the Argonauts torn, caught between a rock and a hard place. Of course, they all wanted to rescue Kratos. But helping Dante maintain the stability of the city-state was the best understanding of Kratos's intentions. They knew this was what the wise king truly wanted. Alcides. Standing on the cliff by the sea, Atalanta gazed at the two brothers wrestling below with a complex expression, softly calling out the name of the great hero. "Would you mind going and persuading them?" Alcides remained silent for a moment, then leaped directly from the cliff, his strong arms grabbing the collars of the two battered brothers, pulling them apart. "No fighting." Alcides spoke softly, gently releasing them and holding them back by their chests. "This won't solve the underlying issues." Their mentor stood before them. Dante and Virgil wiped the blood from their mouths, turned their heads away from each other simultaneously, refusing to meet each other's gaze. The silver-haired woman stood on the cliff, wearing a dazed expression, her eyes lowered as she gazed at the azure sea. In Sinis's eyes, it seemed that the figure of the lost king sat on the rocks of the beach. He slowly turned his gaze and smiled gently at her. "Your Highness!" the silver-haired woman called out softly. Upon hearing the title, Atalanta, standing nearby, felt a surge of loneliness and desolation in her mint-green eyes. "Your Highness!" 1,000 sunrises and moons setting. Every night, they faced the empty bedchamber, whispering this nickname to themselves. In sleepless nights, whether the warrior's recklessness or the hunter's coldness, in the deserted nights, they transformed into a tender and enchanting beauty, stunning but unseen by anyone. His scent had dissipated entirely, and Atalanta would sit on the bed, holding the beddings he had brushed against to her chest, feeling empty and lonely. Slowly, the silver-haired woman, facing the azure sea, slowly squatted down, hugging her knees. The ethereal sea breeze brushed Sinis's forehead. As a warrior, she always laughed wildly, always fought fiercely on the front lines. Never before had the Silver Maiden shown such vulnerability in front of others. Bathed in the gentle breeze, Sinis murmured almost absent-mindedly. "I'm going crazy, Atalanta." The equally silver, berserk form of the huntress princess fell silent for a moment. "It's not just you, Sinis." Virgil's words were right on point. With Kratos gone, everyone's mental state was in turmoil. In other words, everyone was on the verge of madness. "Alcides is even more heartbroken than us. When your Highness was thrown into hell, he was only a district away from him. Have you ever seen the great hero shed tears?" Atalanta spoke softly. "But, we all must endure, Sinis. Because that's His Highness Kratos. His name represents miracles. We mustn't lose our minds, we must choose to believe in him." Speaking so softly, the cat's agile figure landed on the beach without leaving a trace. "The priests in the temple can't reach His Highness Kratos through prayers. The power of faith is gathering, but it has nowhere to flow. His Highness is undoubtedly trapped in the deepest part of hell, so he hasn't been able to come out for 30 days. But, even if he's been thrown into the deepest part of hell, he will come back, because he's Kratos. Dante, Virgil, think about what your brother would say here. Would he expect to see you fighting?" In the silence of the wind, the black-haired young king stood in the eyes of everyone. He smiled and spoke silently, saying the answer that everyone had already imagined 1,000 times in their minds. "Take care of yourselves." Thud. Virgil knelt on the ground, emitting intermittent sobs. He hated his own powerlessness so much. This imagined comfort from his brother tormented him like a nightmare every sleepless night. He opened his arms. Dante slowly knelt down, embracing Virgil. "We've fought so many times, Virgil. Too many to count. No more fighting. I'll go with you. No one else can, only I can go with you. Leave Sparta to Miss Atalanta." Dante comforted his brother, holding Virgil's silver hair. His gaze, covered with scars, gradually became firm. If his brother truly needed help, they, the brothers who could tear open rifts in hell, were the only ones who could help. What did it matter if it was devils? What did it matter if it was hell? What did Olympus matter? Even that divine mountain, they would advance steadily, unwavering. You and I, we. Together, let's pierce through hell. Dante's gentle voice dissipated in the wind. Countless bizarre creatures in hell would shudder at this. But Virgil's trembling, tearful face slowly lifted. In the frozen expressions of Dante and everyone else, Virgil whispered softly. No, Dante. We must live, take care of ourselves, live happier and more peacefully than the gods, so that when Kratos returns, he can see a prosperous city. Miss Atlanta is right. Kratos, he will definitely come back. Because he is a miracle, he is victory, he is courage. Because he is Kratos. The accumulation of magical energy has reached 1278%, I feel more powerful than ever before. In the depths of hell, where Kratos had been relentlessly slaughtering devils for over 3 months, he had nearly exterminated everything alive within a radius of 10 kilometers. Now, those devils with even a modicum of intelligence fled for their lives at the mere scent of him, as if they had seen a ghost. Humph, trying to escape? Kratos unleashed his fury with lightning whirlwinds. What devils? He was the fucking doom. Those he truly wanted to kill had no chance of escaping. However, as it turned out, the devil's panicked flight turned the slaughter, which was supposed to be a delivery of heads, into a game of cat and mouse. Those weaker and less worthy of pursuit were left alone for the sake of efficiency. As the bodies of devils continued to pile up, a thick, viscous pool of blood gradually formed in the laboratory of Hecate, providing a constant supply of purified, pure magical energy. With Hecate's assistance, Kratos absorbed knowledge and magical power at an unprecedented rate. The power of this magically driven body surged even higher than before, filling him with more than 10 times his previous strength. However, thanks to the infusion of divine power from the mortal world, his endurance was strong. Similarly, with the help of Hecate, a method of compressing magical power was adopted to store the excess magic within his body, while the upper limit had indeed increased, every bit lessened meant less. Each time he released the compressed spell, the magical energy would almost overflow with abundance, and these excesses should be put to good use as well. Teacher, I think that's enough. Adhering to the principle of not wasting energy, Kratos greeted Hecate, who was in a beautiful state, and went to the palace to find the witch to enjoy some cream puffs. Under his training and nourishment, Medea's figure had become more voluptuous and mature over the past 3 months. The round curves had started to take on a full size. Her figure had also grown taller, 10 times the growth rate had caused her to surpass Kratos's height. Amidst the violent bumps of the usual developers' convention, there was a sense of excitement akin to driving a big car. Although drifting away from healing, Medea's magical proficiency had indeed improved, various curses, decay, corrosion, piercing shadow magic, gradually became readily available, making her doubt her talent and wonder what she was really focusing on. It was obvious that learning medicine couldn't save the Greeks. Tisk, she had really turned into a witch, adorable. Kratos thought that perhaps female magus around him were prone to witchification. Stepping out of the thick blood pool, which continued to ripple, Medea's bewitching face blushed slightly under Hecate's subconscious, unwavering gaze. Hecate, in the state of a beautiful woman, even she herself hadn't noticed it, slowly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Curiosity. Curiosity about magic. This should be a thirst for knowledge, right? She stared fixedly at her cheap disciple, as if she wanted to imprint the black-haired youth's figure into her eyes as a material for future spells. Releasing a burst of flame-colored magic, she evaporated all the bloodstains clinging to her body. Under Hecate's subconscious, unwavering gaze, Kratos casually put on a robe, his evenly toned and sturdy muscles faintly visible amidst the thin folds. Ah, it looked even better when worn. Standing in the deep shadows, Hecate wiped away the saliva from the corner of her mouth without changing her expression. Although, with the power and vision of the goddess of the dark moon, it was impossible to be covered by a thin robe. But, it was all about pursuing this kind of ambiguous feeling. Yes, that's right. It was the goddess's curiosity. It was merely a thirst for the mysterious. Having already developed patience for peeping under the guidance of the previous witch, this kind of gaze, as if licking, made Kratos feel like he was back home. The black-haired youth raised his gaze, gently smiling at Hecate, his deep crimson eyes seemingly soaked in the moonlight pouring down from the dome. Teacher, is there something dirty on my face? Of course, there was nothing dirty on his face. But take a look. Let me show you. What rank are you to challenge me? Watch me send you back to the spring. Feeling embarrassed? Feeling shy? Trembling, avoiding eye contact, blushing without saying a word? Tisk, Kratos had seen too many witches with high attack but low defense, he was simply slicing through them effortlessly. However, in the slightly stagnant smile of the black-haired youth, the goddess of the dark moon nodded approvingly. There is. The tall and voluptuous woman, Hecate, swayed gracefully towards him, her amber eyes narrowing slightly, and the tear mole below her eye adding to her allure. Hecate extended her fair fingertips, stirred the thick blood pool, then directly wiped the blood off Kratos's cheek in front of her, followed by an exaggerated exclamation of surprise. Oh! Kratos, why are you so careless? You haven't cleaned your face properly before coming out. Oh well, let the teacher clean you up. In the slightly frozen gaze of the black-haired youth, the enchanting and beautiful face of the goddess of the dark moon slowly approached, she stuck out her tongue and gently licked the bloodstains off Kratos's face. The delicate tip of the goddess's tongue, touching his cheek, leaving behind a subtle, slightly tingling wet sensation. Kratos looked a bit dazed. Watching Hecate come closer, ready to continue licking herself clean. Kratos raised his index finger and pressed it against Hecate's lips. Isn't that enough licking? Let's not overdo it. The black-haired youth tilted his head with a smile that seemed almost mocking. Teacher. He emphasized the title. Medea is still waiting. Energy shouldn't be wasted. Guh. Pft. The direct hit made Hecate suddenly clutch her chest, trembling as she took a few steps back. Kratos shook his head. He turned his gaze away, about to turn around, when suddenly there was a sound of books being swept aside on the ground in front of him. Bang! A withered, bony hand with sharp nails suddenly grabbed Kratos by the neck, slamming him against the bookshelf. Looking at the hideous skull mask in front of him, thick blood seemed to drip from the edge of its mouth. The devilic desire to devour Kratos was almost uncontrollable. Get away from me! The hoarse, muffled voice came from beneath the skull. But Kratos raised his hand, gently opened Hecate's arm in her frozen gaze, then reached out and casually removed her mask, revealing the bewitching and alluring face adorned with the tear mole beneath the skull. It's okay. Kratos leaned in, licking away the saliva dripping from her lips. With a hint of sweet blood. He smiled. You can't defeat me now. So, there's no need to endure it. The goddess of the dark moon in front of him trembled slightly, exhaling a cold breath like moonlight. The black-haired youth lifted her voluptuous figure by the waist and headed straight for the palace. Near her ear, Kratos smiled and whispered softly. I'll try to satisfy your appetite. Chapter 92 Look, but don't eat. Sitting in the moonlight in the palace, the purple-haired and lush-bodied witch was combing her hair in front of the mirror. Staring at the reflection of the woman in the mirror, Medea blushed and caressed her face, which was gradually becoming more and more mature and feminine. In just over 3 months, she had grown rapidly from a young girl to a witch who gradually became fuller and voluptuous. Under the continuous attention of Kratos, it was inevitable that she would grow well in parts. Her palms caressed her own breasts, and then lightly pressed a touch on her nipples with her fingertips, and with that kind of gentle touch, even though it was her own body, made her feel a thrilling warmth. Unable to resist, she grasped and squeezed her own breasts, and on the witch's delicate face, she couldn't help but levitate with a few blushing drunken touches. Recalling the enjoyment made her think that His Highness' hands seemed to have some kind of magic. She actually rubbed it to some extent. The skirt and robe given to her by her teacher Hecate were draped over her body, and the folds of the thin fabric outlined the fullness and smoothness of Medea's posture. Her curves were full and graceful. Her long, thin, purple-colored hair fell at the back of her head, and as she wore it, her hair was slightly visible as clear as the ocean, with a hint of blue. Medea gently stroked her hair, revealing a slender and white neck, her sharp and well-defined collarbones, like undulating hills, and her gaze roamed further down the hill, which was a long and straight stretch of hills. In the silence of her flushed face, those pair of hands she was intimately familiar with, which every night, tenderly and passionately, would gather and taste the offerings in her palm, gently reaching from behind to encircle the flowing locks of her. Aren't you doing a ponytail today? The clear voice of the young king floated into her ears. Kratos leaned against Medea's ear, gazing at her alluring reflection in the mirror, her deep purple eyes shimmering in the moonlight. Tying it up in a high ponytail looks both elegant and cute. The young king's breath brushed softly against her earlobes, seeming to lightly tug at the strings of the witch's heart. Your Highness! The grown-up witch placed her rosy fingers on Kratos's hand, warming her palm with her own and pressing it against her cheek. I've grown up. Tying a ponytail now would make me seem too childish. Childish? I think it adds a youthful charm. Compared to youthful charm, Your Highness seems to prefer maturity. Blushing, Medea averted her gaze, uttering her words, eliciting a subtle smile from Kratos. Unlike Venus and Atlanta, Your Highness, I don't have anything to offer. It's all right. Kratos caressed Medea's soft cheek, smiling, my little witch is cute in her own way too. However you are, Medea, I like it. As the words faded away. In the depths of the chamber, shadows swayed slightly. This ostentatious display of affection seemed to challenge a certain goddess's patience. Motherfucker! Did you bring me here just to watch you two being affectionate? Kratos glanced over, maintaining a calm expression as she looked towards the corner of the chamber, smiling and gesturing silently with her lips, patiently waiting for the watching goddess. All right, let's focus, teacher. Hearing Kratos refer to herself as little. The grown-up witch, somewhat emboldened, grasped the young king's hand and pressed it against her chest forcefully. Now! Medea tilted her neck, her violet eyes rippling with waves, meeting Kratos's gaze. Medea is not little anymore. Indeed. Feeling her softness, her willingness to accept his storms and tempests, this little witch had matured into a fully ripe witch. He raised his hand. Kratos cupped Medea's cheek, as if holding a ball of flame in the moonlight, cold yet radiant. Medea ambiguously licked her lips, and Kratos delicately kissed her, causing the witch's pupils to melt in blissful surrender. The delicious little witch had grown into a delectable enchantress. One would want to devour her. The moonlight shimmered in the air. Beads of sweat glistened on Medea's neck, as she lifted her hand to start undoing her garments, but Kratos only held her restless hand. Let's do your hair first. Then. Medea smirked, exhaling softly, Medea wants Your Highness to help. Kratos pressed his finger against her lips, I'm not very skilled. If it's Your Highness doing it, I'll like it. Usually, when I help you with your hair, and you end up with a messy look, you still praise me, don't you? Alright, then I'll be impudent. Kratos smiled faintly, since you've done my hair so many times, I should do yours too. Have you thought about how you want it? As Your Highness wishes. If the king likes it, Medea will too. Then, let's braid it. Kratos thought for a moment and chuckled, it'll give you a married woman vibe. He emphasized those two words. Married woman. The term made Medea's gaze tremble with heat. Correct. The witch named Medea had already become a voluptuous and desirable married woman. In front of the mirror, Kratos swept up her disheveled locks, and unlike his modest words, his hands were overly deft, effortlessly weaving strands together. After finishing her hair, Kratos's nimble fingertips began to groom Medea's figure. Gently smoothing, adjusting. Like plucking the strings of a lute, Medea's body, under this caress, softened and began to tremble. The cool moonlight streamed down, piercing through the dark and mysterious curtains and veils of the chamber, softening the harsh light, enveloping Medea's figure in a gentle glow, revealing a hint of allure, and casting her snow-white skin in a tantalizing light. Medea exhaled a sultry mist, as if she wanted to say something, but her lips were forcibly sealed shut, and she collapsed into the moonlit haze. When the chamberlain profoundly trembled incessantly. The goddess herself trembled as well. Medea was oblivious, not noticing her respected teacher, Hecate, standing not far away, gazing at her and the king's rendezvous. Concealed within the shadowy depths, Hecate's cheeks burned as she watched the scene unfold between her two disciples, though she had glimpsed such scenes many times through surveillance, this was the first time witnessing it live. She watched but didn't join in. Partly because, as a goddess, Hecate couldn't bear the humiliation of indulging with her disciples on the same bed. But more importantly, yes. Because of Kratos, she stood here, watching. Just watching. Yes, just watching, and you can't partake yet. First, accumulate, suppress, endure, and brew. Don't let your desires shatter your will, teacher. As she gazed at Kratos's smirking face, Hecate fell into a trance. Would this really work? Could even the thirst for knowledge, the craving for human flesh, be suppressed and converted by other desires? Hecate wanted to ask. But before she could utter a word, Kratos walked away, leaving her in a quiver of agitation. Was this deliberate? Was this annoying little guy experimenting with her? Longing unfulfilled is the most powerful of emotions. Despite already being ravenous. Offered a feast, Hecate couldn't partake, only watching her disciple, Medea, revel in this supreme delicacy. Saliva dripped from Hecate's mouth no more. The bloodlust of a devil, gradually subdued, dissolved, and overwhelmed. Desire is overtaken by other desires. No longer appetite. But lust. Saliva no longer dripped from her mouth. Hecate vaguely realized, the other, more profound tides in her heart, were continuously draining, precipitating, and surging. The goddess's skirt, as profound as the night, swayed, swirled, and trembled. Books scattered on the ground, slowly soaked by dripping moisture. Bare feet traced along the edge, leaving wet imprints on the palace floor. Struggling to maintain her concealment of voluptuous figure, Hecate couldn't help but approach her own bed. As the goddess drew near, the moonlight in the chamber seemed to dim slightly. Distracted and anxious, Medea's cream puff lay forgotten, her mouth slightly agape, unaware of the subtle changes in her surroundings. Shadows flowed silently and stealthily. Standing at the bedside, Hecate, dry-mouthed and wide-eyed, gazed at the vivid drama unfolding before her. The enthusiastic applause surged through the chamber as if celebrating, clamoring, reveling in the frenzy and cheers. Wanting to claim his trophy. Wanting to consume Kratos, completely. The turbulent tide of emotions crushed the devil's appetite, and the goddess's composure teetered on the edge of the precipice. Realizing Hecate's approach, Kratos grasped Medea's arms and slowly turned her around, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Medea's pupils had already become hazy, reflecting a shimmering and fragmented moonlight within her deep purple eyes, rippling and shattering amidst turbulence. Hecate, concealed in the shadows, gazed at the distraught face of her disciple before her. This made the goddess's heart, as if echoing Medea's distress, also feel restless. Phew! Ha! Hecate couldn't help but breathe heavily. A breath as cold as moonlight, yet seemingly as scorching as the sun, gently brushed against the disciple's face, causing Medea's beautiful eyes to blink in confusion, and also causing Hecate to blush as she covered her own lips shyly. It seems like a warm breeze just blew through the palace, didn't it, Your Highness? Is that so? Kratos smiled, tilting her back slightly as he leaned in close. I didn't feel it though. So, was it just her imagination? In this flickering of sunrise and moonset, amidst the topsy-turvy confusion, the witch closed her eyes, intoxicated in her own pleasure. Intentional or not? Kratos's hands embraced Medea's voluptuous thighs, lifting her directly from behind, holding the witch in his arms as he stood before Hecate. Moonlight danced on their skin. The gaze of the goddess froze completely. Since her divinity emerged from the dark night sky, Hecate had watched the revelry of people on earth, and understood the concept of love through the convergence of their thoughts. However, her demeanor remained as cool as the shadow in twilight, never paying attention to such matters, nor finding any significance in them. With her wisdom, she could easily perceive and understand human thoughts, yet she only saw the superficiality of human hearts. What interest could there be in such fleeting creatures? At this moment, she finally understood her own shallowness. Torrential waves surged, and a few drops splashed onto Hecate's cheeks, as the splendid and ethereal scenes unfolded before the goddess's eyes. Like dazzling fireworks in the sky, surging waves by the shore, darting lightning amid the clouds, dying cries of the dying, wailing of the newborn, and absolute silence. Hecate trembled, biting down on her heated lips as shadows converged and swirled around her in the billowing depths of her dark robes. Involuntarily, her wrist pressed onto the bedspread. The goddess's pale hand slowly extended, reaching out to accept the blessings Kratos bestowed upon her. Hecate felt herself on the verge of madness. Slowly lifting her gaze, she bit her lip and stared at the face of the black-haired youth. But she could only obey the silent and relentless command of the youth. Hold on! Kratos mouthed with a smile. Hecate pursed her soft and lustrous lips, her face flushing with embarrassment and trembling. As Kratos issued the command, a mixture of indomitable humiliation and indescribable excitement surged from Hecate's heart. Hold on! After all, she was a goddess. She was the teacher. Why should she listen to the commands of her disciple? The shadowy depths, as deep as the night, surged and swayed, attempting to sweep towards the bed. Despite being impolite, as a mentor, Hecate had to snatch the trophy from Kratos's hands to indulge in it. If you hold back, you'll be rewarded. Rushing waves of cool moonlight returned. As he uttered those words, Hecate trembled and knelt by the edge of the bed, the intense heat almost consuming her. Yet, the goddess still obediently and diligently restrained herself. In her amber eyes, there seemed to be surging waves of affection. She didn't expect his reward. It's just, to cooperate with Kratos and suppress her own evil thoughts. No mistake. Every last bit of bloodthirsty desire had been suppressed. Just wanted. That surging emotion, just wanted him, just wanted Kratos's love. Hecate gazed at her disciple, watching her continuously dehydrate and be replenished by the overwhelming magical energy within her. No choice. The more she looks at it, the more Hecate wished that she, not Medea, was on the front line. Medea, oh, your skills are just too terrible. Poor positioning, imprecise skill release, insufficient endurance in battle, and your development can't compare to mine at all. Why does Kratos like picking you so much? He obviously isn't putting in any effort. Like this, how could you satisfy Kratos? Immersed. Hecate fiercely immersed herself, watching her disciple's weak combat abilities. She couldn't wait to replace her on the spot. But Kratos made her endure. Endure. Phew. Ha. The goddess gasped painfully. Accumulate, suppress. The intense emotions seemed to be on the verge of reaching a limit. In Hecate's scorching gaze, her disciple, Medea, finally ascended to the peak of pleasure within the pure magical envelope, her eyes faintly shimmering as if in a fainting trance. The sense of sleepiness quickly acted on Medea's spirit under Hecate's treatment, and she slumbered into sleep. The dark-haired youth, unchanged in expression or heartbeat, gently spread the bedding over the witch's pastry, then slowly turned his gaze over, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile that was neither a smile nor a smirk. Teacher, so eager. In the shadows beside the bed, the figure of the goddess slowly emerged. Normally shrouded in shadow, she was like moonlight, ethereal and cold. But now, Hecate's trembling steps left sticky footprints on the palace floor with each step. Her slender waist, swaying gracefully beneath her thin robe, exuded an irresistible charm. With her black hair cascading down her back and the teardrop mole beneath her eye, the goddess's face was breathtakingly beautiful, her broad bosom seeming to immerse people in the vastness of the night. You're too excessive, Kratos. Biting her lip, tears glistened in Hecate's eyes. Just watching and not eating, it feels like someone who is one step away from pleasure, but at the last second that step is lost. She had endured such torment for 3 hours. You, deliberately left me, alone in the shadow. She emphasized the word alone heavily and tactfully. Even the respected goddess Hecate would fear loneliness, wouldn't she? In Hecate's mournful expression, Kratos slowly stood up, and Hecate's gaze blushed and froze. Good goddess! Remember, I'll give you a reward. The black-haired youth smiled and said, as much energy as you want, I will reward you as much as you want, but don't let the energy overflow. Overflow? Like Medea, did it overflow? Imagining such a scene, Hecate's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she abruptly wanted to say something. Kratos had already walked up to her, lifted Hecate's chin with the help of the bed, and kissed the goddess's soft lips directly. No blood taste at all. Only the coolness of moonlight and the burning of the heart. She fluttered in the depths of the night like moonlight, sparkling on her robes. The shadows in the room gathered and converged behind Hecate, creating a lake of twilight. The heat separated. The goddess licked her lips with lingering delight, and the moonlight shone brightly in the air. With goddesses, you can be a bit rough, Kratos. Then, I will teach you forcefully. Their deep kiss was as intense as the savage clash between beasts, with Hecate collapsing against the wall amidst flowing shadows, overwhelmed by the collision. She looked up at the young man standing before her, a head shorter than herself, his long dark hair cascading behind him like the night sky spread out. Rather than accepting defeat, the goddess kissed back with all her might, almost suffocating herself in the process. Just as Kratos had mentioned. She was now, indeed, unable to overpower him. Her flowing gown slowly slipped down, swaying in the pooled shadows like a lake of twilight, while Hecate bit her lip, the resentment in her eyes gradually transforming into heat, rippling out in waves as she was enveloped by the boy. Kratos's arms stretched out, struggling a bit to hold her voluptuous, nearly 2-meter-tall frame. Thus, Hecate's form gradually shrank, from a voluptuous woman to a more slender figure, perfectly proportioned, not an ounce too much or too little, her skin now as pale as moonlight. Their eyes met. Kratos kissed her lips. "Could you change back now?" The goddess gave the young man a playful look, her form slowly regaining its fullness and maturity, the teardrop mole beneath her eyebrow adding to her allure, now bewitching in the moonlit night. In this moment, Hecate finally understood Kratos's preferences, her judgment had been correct all along. She had diligently maintained her voluptuous form every day, yet he intentionally ignored her. Like a pet trying to please its master, she bowed her head and gently nibbled on the boy's earlobe. "You naughty disciple! Unlike you, who peeks at me while I bathe every day. Guh! You!" Hecate's cheeks flushed crimson, and she coughed awkwardly, trying to hide her embarrassment. How could her surveillance using her powers over the night be detected? But Kratos, he didn't need to detect it. He just tacitly acknowledged it as fact, he understood the witch too well. "Now, you don't have to watch any more." He tilted his head up, smiling, though shorter than the goddess by a head, his words carried an authoritative tone that stirred the heart. "Experience it for yourself." Despite being a goddess. Facing the young man's advances, Hecate wondered why she felt so utterly defeated. She leaned down, kissing the boy who occupied her mind so completely, their lips intertwining, and the goddess recalled many scenes. She remembered Zeus's instructions. The sturdy silver-haired man, standing atop a mountain shrouded in clouds, his imposing figure seeming to support the Olympus, yet softening before the infant in his arms, his sternness replaced by compassion and love. She remembered her first encounter in hell. The blood-soaked young man, using his own flesh and blood to break everything before him. At the most desperate moment, he didn't want to survive but entrusted the vanguard of the wandering star to take care of his little witch. She remembered their time together. His charismatic charm didn't come from his youthful appearance but from his wisdom, his resilience, his unwavering will. Pain, anger, malice, hatred, all became his motivation to move forward, not his downfall. He was the savior's irresistible attraction, the resolve of a god's lair to crush everything. Finally, Hecate's memories froze 3 hours ago. She wanted to devour him. But the boy took off her mask, accepted her, embraced her, wanting her to indulge in the embrace called Kratos. "Sorry, forgive me, Zeus. No goddess can resist Kratos." Reciting this prayer of repentance silently, Hecate lay against his ear once again, softly saying, "You can be a bit rough, Kratos. As you wish." In the interweaving darkness and shimmering night, the moon goddess, like a delicate gem, was crushed by the dark-haired youth in the moonlight, and a satisfied sigh escaped her lips. From the library to the bathing pool. From the bathing pool to the bed. For the next 2 hours, Hecate knelt by Medea's side, listening to her adorable disciple murmuring in her sleep. Medea praised her teacher, describing her as so pure, cold, beautiful, and mysterious, giving her and Kratos gentle and intimate care. The goddess covered her mouth, desperately trying not to let a sound escape her rosy lips. She grasped the wall with her fair wrist, trying to stand up and free herself from this embarrassing position, but any struggle was sternly prohibited by Kratos. In the midst of the raging storm, the goddess felt a surge of humiliation rising in her heart, but instead of hatred, it overflowed with sweetness and joy. At that moment, all the adjectives describing her as mysterious, cold, and unapproachable were shattered on Hecate's body. She seemed to have transformed from a goddess into a refined beauty, occupying the position of Aphrodite. The moonlight danced lightly on her, scattering like fireflies. Feelings of guilt, joy. A surge of emotion overwhelmed her, dominating her appetite and emotions. Hecate felt as though she was no longer a goddess, but tamed and noble. The shadows surged violently, and the moon emitted a defeated hum. Soft and intense snowflakes fell from the dome, draped over her graceful ridges. Kneeling before Kratos. Pure energy sprinkled like snow, dragging Hecate from hell back to the mortal realm. Hell's night. It was the sleepless night of the moon goddess. Kratos lowered his deep crimson eyes and whispered softly in Hecate's ear, his words causing the goddess to tremble with embarrassment. "It seems, your efficiency isn't as good as Medea's. Hey! What's there to argue about? A disciple should have to surpass her master. With a sense of satisfaction, Hecate glanced at Medea sleeping beside her. In terms of gameplay, she was undoubtedly winning. After experiencing rapid skill teaching and Kratos's mental attacks, she was now impervious to his attacks, though her physical attack efficiency was indeed lower. But the goddess's endurance is not something Medea can match, Kratos. Hecate closed her eyes, absorbing Kratos's pure energy without wasting a single bit. She then languidly lay on the bedding, her fingertips lightly grazing the black fabric of the night, wrapping around her skin like a delicate veil, thin and smooth as silk. I know you, like the night. The goddess laughed softly. I am the night, after all. Her cold and aloof appearance suddenly changed, her amber eyes rippling with affectionate charm, enveloping her slender figure in a black gauze, exuding a beauty that was both mesmerizing and breathtaking. How could this beautiful goddess become even more beautiful? Perhaps, it was time to crush her. Catering to Hecate's broad embrace, Kratos approached, once again crushing her to pieces. Snow on black gauze, tied in the courtyard, chrysanthemum fragrance, mountain and sea mud. In the quiet night, the majestic darkness dissolved into the serene moonlight. Chapter 93 Single-handedly. Medea sensed with a surreal awareness that her teacher, Hecate, had undergone subtle yet significant changes in these past few days. The Hecate of yesteryears, cloaked entirely in the enigmatic veil akin to the deep night, always exuded an aura of coolness, etherealness, sanctity and nobility, akin to the luminous moonlight in the night sky. Yet in recent days, Hecate seemed to maintain the appearance of a seductive beauty for longer durations. Her body surged with an increasingly potent flow of energy. With every graceful step, her slender waist and voluptuous hips swayed enchantingly, a sensuality that even the veil couldn't conceal, arousing a captivating allure. Hecate had woven her long black hair into waves reminiscent of the sea. Between her brows adorned with a tear-shaped mole, she applied eye makeup tinged with a drunken blush, adding a dignified charm to every smile and frown, radiating an intoxicating allure. Wrapped in black fabric, her goddess-like skin exuded a misty allure, accentuating the curves hidden within the sheer fabric, tempting even Medea, who was growing into her own as a witch, leaving her somewhat parched. Her teacher seemed to have become even more beautiful, more enchanting. That clear and beautiful face of the goddess was simply irresistible. Could this be the married woman charm that His Highness often described? The goddess's bewitching beauty made even the burgeoning witch feel somewhat inadequate. Yet, every thought of His Highness's devoted love filled Medea with a sense of triumph. Such trivial matters hardly mattered when she had won His Highness's heart. What of the goddess? Wasn't her energy all bestowed by His Highness, bit by bit? She was, after all, the witch nurtured by His Highness's own hands. However, the teacher's condition seemed to be gradually improving, much to Medea's genuine delight. In these past few days, Hecate no longer emphasized maintaining physical distance between them, often providing her with intimate magical guidance, hand in hand. So, teacher, have you managed to control the process of devilization? Medea asked joyfully under Hecate's personal tutelage, practicing the dark curse magic. To this, the goddess of the dark moon simply smiled faintly, her enchanting face appearing serene and dignified, leaving Medea momentarily stunned. Yes, perfectly under control. I have no desire to consume humans anymore. Hecate said lightly. However, Hecate was actually reassuring Medea. The fear of darkness is ingrained in human blood. By actively integrating the concept of the darkness devil with the authority of the night, Hecate was suppressing the devil's malice with her own intellect, hoping to alleviate some pressure from the Olympian gods. Unless human fear and malice are completely eradicated, the process of devilization is irreversible. Hecate chose to isolate herself deep in the underworld to suppress her desire for bloodshed. As long as she remained unseen, she wouldn't crave human flesh. In Hecate's mind, the overwhelming desire to consume human flesh had been replaced by another, more intense desire. For these past few days, she had been well fed by Kratos. In a sense, could this be considered feeding? It's just that what she often indulged in was not blood but another, more aromatic, rich, and irresistible fluid, besides blood. Kratos's wisdom is vast like the ocean of stars. Your husband's profound study has greatly inspired me. Hecate smiled, gently caressing Medea's cheek. In the days to come, it should be fine for you to have more physical contact with us. What is appetite? Hecate's current body was constantly yearning, her mind filled only with surging desires. Though it didn't solve the problem of devilization, merely treating the symptoms rather than the root cause, being able to alleviate it and marvel at Kratos's astounding wisdom was enough for Hecate. Medea, your husband, Kratos, tastes really good. As the dignified and revered goddess of the dark moon, Hecate couldn't bring herself to tell her disciple, Medea, about her indulgences in front of her husband, Kratos, every day. Thus, with a tide of guilt, Hecate diligently taught Medea various magics, hoping to dilute or redeem her own sins to some extent. After all, Kratos didn't need her guidance at all. On the contrary, as a goddess, Hecate had much to learn from him. But still, redemption aside, refraining from indulgence was impossible. Why not indulge while redeeming? Sins have to be committed before they can be redeemed. Excellent, teacher. Hearing her teacher's words, Medea's eyes shimmered with joyous hues of purple, leaving Hecate feeling a bit guilty and bashful. Praise His Highness, who effortlessly accomplishes what even gods cannot. With this, perhaps there is a way to remedy the corruption of the gods. Medea speculated. The remedy was to kill his father, Zeus. Hecate sighed imperceptibly, her face displaying a serene smile befitting a goddess. Indeed, so you must learn magic diligently, Medea. Only then can you be of assistance to your wise king husband, for the benefit of Kratos. Hecate's soft voice echoed gently. We cannot let Kratos bear all burdens alone, can we? Although, Hecate thought, wasn't she the goddess who was lifted up every day by Kratos, burdened with responsibilities? Kratos, he liked things big. Was she considered chubby? Childlike, voluptuous, plump? These were Hecate's three facets. During her indulgences, she would occasionally intentionally switch to her childish aspect, or oscillate between the mature and the elegant, which would immediately elicit from Kratos an expression of patience that was somewhat unable to withstand his overpowering pressure, very enjoyable to tease. This was one of the few moments when Hecate could gain the upper hand in Kratos's arms. Who, husband? Hearing the teacher's words, the magical energy in Medea's hands started to waver with embarrassment. We haven't had our wedding yet, teacher. I know. Hecate smiled knowingly, it's only a matter of time, right? In front of Medea, tasting her fiancé, seemed even more enticing. Medea was just too easy to tease, making Hecate feel as if her morals had become somewhat twisted and enjoyable. Teacher. Medea coquettishly averted her gaze. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Hecate opened her arms wide, embracing the purple-haired witch, the thin black fabric of her attire caressing Medea's cheeks, the gentle and smooth touch causing Medea's face to blush slightly. The teacher was not wearing. Feels comfortable, right? Hecate understood the glimmer in Medea's eyes. This garment was designed by Kratos, and your teacher likes it very much. She said ambiguously, brushing against her disciple's cheek with her breast, so how about I weave one for you, to enhance the enjoyment of the night? The enjoyment of the night. Medea buried her face. That sounded a bit strange. However, Medea couldn't pinpoint what exactly felt wrong. Her body, though gradually developing due to time, still retained the thoughts of a girl, making it difficult for her to realize that Hecate's words were from her own experiences. Forget it, too embarrassing. Teacher. Then, practice well, Medea. Call upon your teacher whenever you need. With excitement and guilt, Hecate coughed a few times. After teaching Medea magic here for half a day, the solidified energy also resonated under Kratos's control for a while. The heart-shaped symbols in Hecate's eyes seemed to overflow. Knowing it was wrong, yet, unable to stop. Whenever Hecate recalled these past few days, her cheeks would inevitably blush, and she didn't know what vocabulary to use to describe the sensation akin to ascending Olympus: madness? Roughness? Wantonness? After much thought, perhaps conquest was the most appropriate term. She was indeed the defeated side, thoroughly conquered, filled with food in her belly all day long, the pure energy fluctuating with her movements serving as the best evidence. Hearing the teacher's instructions, Medea nodded vigorously, then focused on practicing magic diligently, thinking about how to benefit her husband. Behind Medea, dark shadows flowed uncertainly. Hecate smiled foolishly, her bare feet treading on the moist footprints, walking somewhat unsteadily towards the library of the palace. In the center of the spacious library, with towering shelves stacked layer upon layer, the cold moonlight filtered down from the dome. The black-haired youth sat on the chair, flipping through the pages of the book rapidly and attentively, his gaze scanning everything he could learn. The thousands of treasures here were too rich, making Kratos feel as if he had entered a sumptuous feast of magic. Compared to the library of the Clock Tower's Grand Mausoleum, the literature hall of this era could only be described as a pile of combustible rubbish. With his memory and Aatrox's computing power, Kratos could easily achieve the efficiency of quantum wave speed reading. His deep reddish eyes absorbed all knowledge in a frenzy yet in an orderly manner. The black strands of hair cascading behind him seemed to absorb people's gazes and souls with their profound colors. Even the sight of Kratos reading was so charming. It made one want to disrupt him. Clearly, without drinking. Yet, the goddess seemed to be drunkenly flushed and absent-minded. Hecate, with a dazed gaze and unsteady steps, approached, her broad breast embracing the black-haired youth with a slight tremble, experiencing the delightful sensation of fullness, softness, smoothness, and elasticity, like gentle waves, rippling with tantalizing ripples. Enjoying the soft pillow named Hecate, Kratos nestled comfortably into it. "I'm still reading, teacher." "Don't read." Hecate's eyes, seductive as silk, exhaled softly against Kratos's earlobe. "Come take a look at the goddess you've been enduring for half a day, you naughty thing." "A goddess? Goddesses only delay my progress in learning." Kratos slowly raised his head, gazing at the tender and alluring face of the woman before him. The subtle curve at the corner of his lips was abruptly silenced by Hecate's soft lips, which he had long coveted. Standing by the chair, Kratos cradled Hecate's face from top to bottom. Clearly, she was the one being proactive. But she was quickly kissed into a soft whimper by this young and wise king. The sparkling moonlight shimmered in the air. The cold, mysterious, and sacred Hecate, as if drained of all her strength, turned into a shadow, crushed in the embrace of the black-haired youth. Indeed, the goddess Hecate is much more pleasing to the eye than books. Kratos kneaded her enchanting cheeks, smiling. "I will read you." Energy. Hecate, now limp in the pile of books, just breathed softly, "is almost fully absorbed. Then, let me help you replenish it." Anticipating the energy bestowed by the young king, Hecate licked her crimson lips, exhaling a misty heat with ripples of desire in her eyes, slowly kneeling down. In this world, the only one who could make the sacred goddess Hecate bow down like this was him. "Don't waste it, don't spill it." She parted her lips, smiling seductively. "Fill a little more here." Rubbing sleepy eyes. After a night of exhaustion from battling, Medea, with her body slightly weakened, slowly sat up from the bed, casting a glance at the empty bed sheet beside her. His Highness was not there. Of course not. Because His Highness didn't sleep much. Although Medea hoped to snuggle into Kratos's embrace and fall asleep, disturbing his studies would not be good, her daily mana transfer satisfied the witch, and she didn't want to waste any more of His Highness's time with her tenderness. With a dry mouth from dehydration, Medea slowly dragged her feet through the palace, wanting to go to the kitchen to get some water. Through the door of the study, she saw the black-haired youth sitting at the central desk, reading the towering pile of books by the cool moonlight. His Highness, reading, killing devils, and still finding time to replenish her energy, truly diligent day and night. Thinking of Kratos's diligence, compared to her own laziness, Medea couldn't help but feel a pang of shame. She brushed her thin, slightly messy and torn black fabric, slowly and quietly walked over. Looking at the youth reading in the moonlight, Medea covered her heart, her gaze inadvertently becoming infatuated. But there seemed to be a strange, musky fragrance in the air, vaguely familiar and arousing. This is... Did seeing His Highness cause her body to instinctively react? No, no. The witch vigorously shook her head, trying to wake herself up. Medea, oh Medea, how could you be so lazy? Hasn't His Highness's knightly affection satisfied you? She didn't want to be a burden to Kratos. Perhaps she should consult the teacher and learn some magic to calm her mind? Sensing Medea's arrival, Kratos set down the books, ran his hand through his smooth black hair, gesturing for Hecate not to stop, and lifted his gaze, smiling gently at Medea. "Can't sleep, Medea." The young king's gentle voice seemed to possess a certain magic, causing the witch's voluptuous thighs to begin to rub against each other. "Patience. Patience, Medea." Did Did you see, teacher, your highness? The soft, musky fragrance pervading the room caused Medea's voice to involuntarily tremble with embarrassment. Teacher. Kratos pondered for a moment, should be replenishing energy right now, shouldn't she? Replenishing energy. Medea nodded knowingly. Hecate occasionally took the form of the darkness devil to go out and slaughter devils, releasing her repressed cruelty and replenishing her energy at the same time. And she had reminded her not to follow and see her bloodthirsty appearance. Then, please remember to rest early, your highness. Even though she knew that Kratos stayed up all night every day, Medea still voiced her concern. All right. With a gentle nod and smile from the young king. The witch blushed slightly bowed, and then retreated. Gulp. Glug. The wandering shadows in the library separated the sounds emitted by the goddess from under the desk. Raising her head, her gaze lowered, the deep red and amber eyes instantly met. Kratos looked at the alluring face of the woman in front of him, a few strands of black hair stuck to the corner of his mouth, noticed by Hecate, and then licked into her crimson lips, her eyes full of charm seemed endless. You are indeed replenishing energy. Kratos smiled, I wouldn't lie to Medea. Hecate, on the other hand, simply clicked her tongue in response. Glug. Rubbing Hecate's alluring face, Kratos picked up the book, flipped to the next page of the grimoire, and continued his late-night teaching and learning by the cool moonlight. With the aid of Hecate's shadow, even in front of Medea, she couldn't perceive her teacher enjoying her lover. Under your day and night toil, Hecate's originally struggling energy reserve in hell has been rapidly increasing, with enough accumulation to support her releasing dozens of grand spells. The devil blood pool in the laboratory has been absorbed by you. Compared to the level before being thrown into hell, the power driven by your magical energy has grown immensely, reaching 10 times the original level. After understanding that learning medicine couldn't save the Greeks, Medea's shadow magic gradually improved. As cunning as she is, she completely abandoned the practice of healing magic and, under Hecate's guidance, swiftly intensified her offensive capabilities. For her own advancement, Medea rubbed her hands together in excitement. Right now, if she were to return to Sparta, regardless of her voluptuous figure or her combat prowess in magic, she could even suppress the combined efforts of Cenis and Atalanta, seizing the crown of the mistress of the harem. Unfortunately, the trophy named Kratos had long been grasped day and night by Hecate's hands, and poor Medea was played between the applause by her teacher, reduced to a delectable side dish served with your daily meals. As a goddess, Hecate really couldn't bring herself to tell her disciple that she was crazily sneaking bites of her offerings every day, so you let Hecate handle it. Rather, in this situation, Hecate could more effectively suppress her devil-like appetite. It's been 6 months since you were thrown into hell, which translates to a full 5 years in reality, and your accumulation has not yet reached the pinnacle, making you feel that procrastination is no longer an option. A chilly mist hung over the inky surface of the river, sending shivers through the black-haired Kratos, who stood at the edge of this Stygian river, chilling even the depths of hell. Behind Kratos, 2 voluptuous witches, their graceful curves enveloped in veils, followed faithfully at the side of the wise king. One with purple hair exuded elegance and allure, while the other with black hair emanated poise and charm. They were ready to set off, to cross the Styx and venture into the deepest realms of hell. Levitation magic won't work here, Kratos. Hecate gazed at the tranquil waters before her. This river, steeped in the fear and humanity evil for millennia, is teeming with such surging power that it can disrupt any spell, even magic directly connected to the root will be weakened. It would weaken them beyond recognition. Hecate sighed, even as the goddess, she had no means to deal with this river. If it weren't so difficult to handle, why would Hades, the king of the underworld, have to resort to his own slumber to suppress this realm? Kratos raised his gaze, peering across the river to the thick walls towering like mountains on the opposite bank. It's been measured, teacher. In Hecate's slightly astonished expression, Kratos continued. The width of the Styx is approximately 23,000 meters. Your vision, is this good? The mist can obscure even clairvoyance. Atrox is assisting me. The vanguard of the wandering star, indeed, the devouring nature of the vanguard's civilization is the most effective countermeasure against the rules of the inner sea of the planet. Hecate was amazed at this. Humans coexisting with the vanguard of the wandering star was a phenomenon even her wisdom couldn't comprehend. Foreign objects from other worlds, yet able to form contracts with you for symbiotic existence, is nothing short of a miracle. The mysteries surrounding Kratos were more numerous than the stars in the sky. He used to be quite cute when Zeus held him in his arms. Now, however, he looked so fierce that Hecate couldn't help but be captivated by it, unable to look away. So, I can make the jump. Kratos closed his eyes, silently calculating. Despite the Styx's strong energy suppression, physics still applied, just over 10 kilometers, and his energy-driven body could make a running jump to reach the other side. Quite a rough approach. Hecate clicked her tongue in disbelief. No wonder it's you, Kratos. Looking at Kratos' well-proportioned and sturdy figure, Hecate wondered what came to mind, her face showing a slight blush. What about us when you're gone? Kratos shook his head. I can go alone, teacher. Hi. The two witches exchanged a glance, shaking their heads almost instinctively. Hecate raised her hand, pointing to her face. Do you find me, a goddess, burdensome? Then what's the point of all these days you spent, replenishing my knowledge? Didn't you intend to take us with you from the beginning? You can carry us over. Medea added. No. Kratos shook his head. Medea, your physical strength can't handle such rapid speeds, and I can't release toughened magic above the Styx. Upon hearing this, Medea's gaze dropped with disappointment. Hecate was fine, being a goddess, she could withstand all sorts of trials and tribulations without fear of injury. And when mana-transferring with Medea, Kratos always restrained his strength, lest their tender moments turned into a blood-splattered execution ground. Kratos shifted his gaze, smiling at Hecate. Please, take care of Medea. Tug. The furrowed brow of the black-haired Kratos was gently poked by the goddess. Although he knew she couldn't possibly be harmed, Hecate refrained from using too much force. Kratos was satisfied as long as she showed affection. Oh, so now I've become a bodyguard for your little witch, Kratos. Hecate remarked to Kratos without any hint of annoyance, casting a glance at Medea before gently stroking her disciple's hair, embracing the blushing Medea in her arms. No, scratch that, she's grown into a full-fledged witch by now. A wry smile appeared on Kratos's face. He had indeed considered this, heading to the underworld. He didn't know what kind of turmoil it might cause, but with Hecate's energy overflowing, she could take care of Medea well. Don't even think about abandoning your teacher and wife, Kratos. If you don't feed them for a few days, someone might go mad. Yes, that was also a dilemma. Kratos's expression momentarily froze. Hecate was being showered with his various attentions every day, causing Kratos to almost forget, this goddess of the dark moon also had a devilic side. If he left, there would be no outlet for Hecate's pent-up frustrations, the darkness devil might come out again. Leaving Medea by Hecate's side would be dangerous. Kratos rubbed his forehead, he didn't know how long it would take for him to come back. Killing Hades would inevitably involve a fierce battle. In Hecate's arms, Medea slowly raised her head. What do you mean by not feeding? Teacher dash. Silly child. Hecate rubbed Medea's face, can you handle a day without Kratos replenishing your mana? Teacher. Blushing, Medea buried her face in Hecate's broad breast. She had to admit, her teacher was indeed very considerate of her in every way. Kratos clicked his tongue. This guy, can you really let this slide? Who will be the one unable to bear it in the end? Kratos and the goddess both knew. So, do you have a solution? Kratos understood Hecate's implied meaning. Hee. Hecate chuckled charmingly, now you know who your teacher is, right? Kratos nodded vigorously. After all, whenever Hecate heard this title during energy replenishment, she would get excited and tremble, turning it into a kind of fun game. The goddess of the dark moon gazed at the serene river's surface, smiling. Let's call a boat, Kratos. A boat. Kratos seemed to realize something. Karen. Is that ferryman of the Styx still alive? Nowadays, the area around the underworld was filled with all sorts of monsters and devils. If it weren't for Kratos having powerful strength, he would have been swallowed alive long ago. Yes, Karen's condition isn't great, but he's still alive. He's still ferrying souls across the Styx, even though there are no more souls for him to ferry now. After all, no spirit dares to leave the underworld. Hecate sighed with emotion. At least there's Hades with Thanatos trying to maintain order in the underworld, but hell is a chaotic jungle. How can we find Karen? He's avoided sight by sharing some of Hades' contamination, but flesh and blood can attract devils. Saying so, Hecate smiled and rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms. Kratos understood what she wanted to do and firmly grasped Hecate's hand. "Let me handle this, teacher." After all, he would lose a lot of bodily fluids from Hecate every day, and a drop of essence was worth 10 drops of blood. Kratos scratched his index finger with his nail, causing a slight crack to appear on the skin, swiftly repairing itself. His physical condition now was indeed too strong. Other than himself, there were hardly any divine weapons or techniques that could cause him harm. Kratos controlled a drop of blood to tremble and seep out, dripping into the river of the underworld before him. Drib! Drib! In an instant, the rich crimson color spread out, almost staining the deep, ink-like river entirely scarlet. With just a drop of his magical essence, Kratos transformed the entire drop of blood into a pure mana pool. Without this level of proficiency, it wouldn't be possible to replenish Hecate so thoroughly every day. The purest human blood, with its alluring fragrance, slowly dissipated along the banks of the Styx. The goddess delicately sniffed. If it was before, she would have returned to her devil form immediately. However, at this moment, not a single drop of saliva dripped from the corners of Hecate's mouth. It didn't feel as appetizing as Kratos' essence. This level couldn't stimulate Hecate's appetite. The pure energy she replenished every day was much more than this. She didn't care about such a small amount of blood. However, it was like a jackal catching the scent of fresh blood. In just a few breaths, countless devils with names from the distant land behind the three. Kratos turned around, smiled, and scanned the devils. He saw the face of the dark-haired youth from afar. The devils rushing towards them stumbled for a moment, as if they had seen a ghost, then immediately began to flee desperately. Shit! This is a trap! Fuck, it's Kratos! Let's scram! Smart move, saves me from trouble. Not interested in killing you today. The devils attracted by the blood dispersed in a commotion. In Medea's bright and admiring eyes, Kratos slowly withdrew his gaze. Suddenly, the blood-soaked river water in front of them began to ripple. Hecate stared at the mist on the distant surface of the river, then glanced at the anomaly in front of her, tilting her head in confusion. Wait a minute, where's Charon? This wasn't a sign of the ferryman coming. Haha, this pure energy. So delicious. So sweet. Whose blood is this? Never mind. I'm going to eat you. Didn't expect it, did you? Kratos. I'm fucking resurrected again. A hoarse, frantic laughter of a woman echoed from the river in front of them. Among the three on the shore, with somewhat bewildered expressions, a dripping wet, naked, scarred black-haired woman climbed out of the river's edge. She absorbed the blood swirling in the river of the underworld, where countless souls and screams lingered, as if layers of terrifying shadows shrouded people's souls in her amber eyes. It was the horror of a fierce battle. Hi, finally resurrected, hi. Kratos slowly crouched down, waved at the dazed black-haired woman in front of him, and greeted her with a smile. Long time no see, Ares. She suddenly tried to crawl back, wanting to jump back into the river of the underworld. Splash! Kratos immediately grabbed her face, lifting Ares out of the water, tossing her onto the shore like a flopping dead fish. Fuck! Fuck fuck! Ares shakily got up, just resurrected as a devil from the river of the underworld. At this moment, she was at her weakest. However, even so, she still had the unblemished dignity of the Olympus god of war. With a sound like tearing flesh, the body of the black-haired woman suddenly began to swell, expand, and grow taller, with countless skulls embedded in her skin. Behind her, thousands of devil warriors spread their ferocious shadows one after another. Her delicate face was suddenly covered with a mask of bones, and her eye sockets, hollow and bleeding, overflowed with scarlet and brutal light. In the void, a mournful cry seemed to spread like tears. Don't underestimate me, Kratos. Amidst the devils, Ares, the war god, manifested her brutal form in hell. I, Ares, am not a fucking trash. In the devilic roar of war, Kratos activated his demonic form, and with a light swing, unleashed a punch. Boom! The violent force surged like a meteor, instantly pulverizing Ares' devilically robust body into a puddle of flesh. Blood sprayed. Ares looked bewildered, at the huge cavity in her chest. Plop! The skeletal figure collapsed suddenly, and from a pile of wet and slippery entrails, a still somewhat substantial body of the black-haired woman fell out. What a second-rate loser! Kratos kicked aside the intestines at his feet, walked over, grabbed Ares' face, and lifted her up again. He sneered mockingly. Ares, you, who crawled out of the sticks, truly deserve the title of a lowlife. How can you, still become so strong? Much stronger than before, 10 times stronger than before. Facing such instant defeat. She uttered incoherent and pitiful words, like a throat being torn apart. You're clearly just a human. This has nothing to do with lowlifes. Kratos smiled, cracked his neck with a crisp sound, and said, you're just trash, you don't understand what power is. Fuck you. I'm not trash. Let me go. Ares struggled like a fish, but Kratos casually threw her to the ground, then stomped on her face with a guttural sound. How should we deal with this, teacher? Medea looked stunned at Ares' ugly appearance. Clearly, the opponent who had struggled bitterly before now appeared as pitiful as a dog, instantly defeated at Kratos' hands. Too strong. Hecate shook her head, sighing deeply. She wasn't familiar with Ares, so she didn't have much sentiment. Kratos had become excessively strong, and Ares had just been resurrected as a devil. This outcome didn't surprise her at all. You've killed her, but she will resurrect again, Kratos. Hecate shook her head. Ares, she has completely embraced the concept of a devil, merging with the war devil. Hecate, the goddess of the dark moon. Feeling the cold and silent aura emanating from the black-haired witch beside her. As a devil herself, Ares instantly recognized her identity. An inexplicable grimace appeared on the black-haired woman's face. Even she, slow as she was, finally understood. So that's it. Zeus has long expected Athena and them to betray. That's right. Kratos nodded, smiling. So, you're the clown pushed out to be used as a pawn, Ares. A tremor ran through Ares' body. She shuddered, closing her eyes. My luck is indeed terrible, but it doesn't matter how many times I fail. I can resurrect. I just need to win once. Kill me. Kratos. Kratos pondered, wondering why the atmosphere felt like he was some evil villain. Oh, well, in terms of positioning, he actually was, so it didn't matter. Resurrection is indeed troublesome. Hearing the playful words in front of her, Ares slowly opened her eyes. Only to see a sinister crack forming at the corner of the dark-haired youth's mouth. When I was in Sparta, I said that I would twist your head off and stuff it somewhere, right? Correct, here's your reward. Grr. The hellish god of war Ares let out a strange cry, trembling all over, as if she had turned into a sieve. At this moment, Kratos, in Ares' eyes, was 1,000,000 times scarier than Zeus. 1,000,000,000 times more terrifying. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of flesh and bone tearing. A violent pain that shook her very core suddenly spread through Ares' nerves, causing her to let out a piercing scream. Her head was instantly pulled off by Kratos, held in his hand, sustained by pure energy. How does it feel to be treated equally? Ares joked with Virgil's head before. Now, Kratos was about to return tenfold. He kicked over Ares' headless body, aimed her head at her crotch. Ares. Do you know if your fucking ass is clean? Kratos smiled wickedly and said, now, I'm going to stuff it in. Do you think you can endure this ultimate humiliation? Kratos, you can't do this, you can't be this cruel. Ares' head frantically shook, emitting a heart-wrenching roar. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything you want to know. You're Zeus's son. That's why he protects you. Zeus wants you to kill him. I fucking knew it. And, my terminal. My ship is still floating in orbit around Greece. I can give that to you. That's more like it. Using flames to clean up the bloodstains, Kratos slowly lowered the hand holding the head. Ares breathed a long sigh of relief. Of course, she couldn't do that, it was just a bluff. Stall for her time. Whether Kratos killed her or took her head, Ares didn't care. As long as she wasn't shoved into her fucking ass, anything goes. However, in Ares' trembling gaze, Kratos pointed at the still warm headless body on the ground and smiled at Hecate. Teacher, help me preserve this, for future use. Hecate shook her head, utilizing the imaginary number space to immerse Ares' headless body in shadow. Compared to Kratos' methods, the punishment Prometheus suffered seemed like child's play. After tangling her hair a few times, Kratos strapped Ares' head to his waist. The Olympian god of war trembled, closing her eyes. This was really troublesome. Along the blood-stained banks, in the distant cold mist, attracted by the scent of blood, the ferryman slowly approached the river Styx. Enveloped in a dark cloak, a face obscured by shadows, a dry and withered hand grasped the decaying oar. Beneath the hood, countless eerie eyes seemed to flicker with sinister gazes. Charon, the ferryman of the Styx, slowly docked the boat at the riverbank. Respected Hecate, the goddess of the dark moon. The ferryman, with a face shrouded in shadows, emitted a hoarse and indistinct voice. Do you wish to cross into the underworld? Myself and my 2 disciples. Hecate nodded. 3. Charon slowly lifted his head. Beneath the cloak, countless grotesque eyeballs, dripping with pus and blood, cast chilling glances, scanning the faces of Kratos and Medea. Respected goddess of the dark moon, Hecate, it's my honor to ferry you. But, these 2, fair. Charon rasped. To sacrifice to me, the flesh and blood of 2 humans. Hearing this, Kratos couldn't help but frown. This grotesque form, indeed, was this ferryman of the underworld nearing complete devilization? The situation in the underworld was not optimistic. Actually, that didn't matter, Kratos could crush him with one hand. But this fair? This is hell, where am I supposed to find humans to sacrifice to you? Kratos couldn't possibly sacrifice humans to Charon, he just wanted to hear the ferryman's response. Charon's countless stacked eyeballs slowly turned towards the dark-haired youth, staring for a while. I know you. Kratos. He hoarsely, calmly said. The mortal who tore apart Ares. Your name echoes through the mortal world, the underworld, and Olympus, but fair is an unbreakable rule. Or rather. Charon's gaze shifted towards Kratos' right hand. Out of respect for the goddess Hecate, I'll accept your 2 fingers. Kratos remained silent for a moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. Charon, do you know where Ares is now? In the ferryman's perplexed gaze, Kratos reached out, slowly lifting Ares' head from his waist. Come, say hello. So, do you now understand who I am? Kratos pointed to his own face, stepped onto the boat, and smiled brightly. Fair? That's the rule? My rules are the rules. Charon. He can swim. Hecate said softly. He's the only one who can swim in the river Styx. In the almost stagnant gaze of the ferryman of the river Styx, the bloated, muscular Crimson Devil chuckled as he grasped his head, tossing it into the cold river. Then, propelling his boat, he departed with a flourish. Chapter 94 The Fourth Crisis. Along the misty and chilly river of the underworld, the Styx, dark currents surged beneath the surface. Beneath the inky depths, countless devils were in the process of resurrection. Devils. Manifestations of malevolence, born from ill intent. This was the majestic curse woven from all the negative emotions of humanity over millennia. In the deepest recesses of hell within Greece's inner sea of the planet, this curse flowed into the Styx, forming this dark river. Even Medea, who was intimately familiar with the shadows of the heavens, couldn't help but feel palpitations as she drifted upon this river of malevolence. So, dark, teacher. Hecate, upon hearing her disciple's words, opened her arms wide and gently embraced her, caressing her hair. Medea, are you afraid of the dark too? She had grown into an adult, yet her soul remained that of a tender young girl. Hecate sighed inwardly, knowing she was the darkness devil herself, the one Medea should fear was her. Perhaps, it was because her ample maternal form could exude motherly affection. Kratos, indeed, enjoyed manipulating people's hearts. Kratos had to admit that the vast heart of the goddess of the dark moon, wrapped in thin black silk, was truly irresistible. He had experimented with various ways to play with it, whether as a pillow or a bathtub, both worked wonderfully. Above the cold Styx, a lone boat drifted slowly. Mist lingered, and ripples danced. Sensing human presence but lacking the intimidation of a ferryman, under the profound river, the burgeoning devils seemed to converge towards this boat. As the revival point of hell, this Styx river nurtured devils like endless grains of sand, with countless grotesque beings crawling ashore every day. Though most were insignificant, their numbers were nauseating. Soon enough, accompanied by a swaying motion, several moist tentacles began to climb the edge of the boat. Ia Thulhuftan. The grotesque, toothy mouths on the tentacles emitted hoarse and incomprehensible murmurs, attempting to preach in the deep sea. Tisk. Trying to convert us? We're not interested in your salvation. Kratos casually released controlled flames, roasting the tentacles into iron-clad squids. He couldn't exert too much power, or else the entire boat would capsize and burn. On the Styx, due to its peculiar rules, only this boat of Charon could float on the river's surface. Everything else would sink regardless of buoyancy. Let me handle this, Kratos. Hecate touched Medea and nudged her towards Kratos's direction, her form shrouded in fluctuating shadows, ready to reveal her true form as the Devil of Darkness. My devil aura is enough to intimidate these creatures. Kratos, steadying the oar at the bow, pondered for a moment upon hearing this. No need, teacher, there's already one formidable devil here. In the somewhat bewildered gazes of Hecate and Medea, Kratos reached out, grabbed Ares' head, and poked her face. Hey! Light up! I said light up! Kratos pinched the jaw of the black-haired woman, don't understand human language. My name is Ares, not Hey. I am the god of war, not your flashlight, Kratos. Smack! Kratos slapped her directly, knocking out Ares' front teeth. Under the infusion of magic, they swiftly regrew. If I say you're Hey, you are. Or should I treat you like an onahole? Hecate's plump thighs trembled as if moved by the scene, and she cast an envious glance at Ares. Medea, puzzled, tugged at her teacher's skirt. Teacher, what's an onahole? Hecate pursed her lips, her face reddening, as she rubbed her disciple's cheek. An onahole is a divine construct, for adult children shouldn't worry about such things too much. Medea nodded in confusion, feeling that if her teacher liked something so much, it must be good. Insulted as such, Ares couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. No. She no longer had a heart. She could only seethe with impotent rage. Trembling, she closed her eyes, refusing to cooperate with Kratos. No matter how he insulted her, if he dared to throw her into the Styx, that would be her escape route. However, teacher, take Ares' body out. As Kratos spoke, Ares' head suddenly shook. Biting her lip, she fell silent for a moment. She couldn't bear such ultimate humiliation, which was more shameful than death. Soon, a blazing divine power flowed forth, and from Ares' eyes, a bright and fierce beam burst out, piercing through the cold mist of the Styx. The terrifying aura of the Devil of War unfolded, causing ripples to spread. The countless grotesque beings lurking on the riverbed were all startled away by her presence. Though reduced to just a head, she who wielded the authority of war was still a high existence in hell. However, there was a monster here that defied classification. Not bad at all. Kratos gently patted her cheek, wrapping Ares' hair around his hand, lifting it high as he headed towards the opposite shore. Ares gritted her teeth, a strange blush appearing on her cheeks, a mixture of anger and embarrassment. The blush was a warning sign. Despite her unwillingness to admit it, being insulted like this, how could she feel a hint of excitement? Kratos! Ares muttered through clenched teeth, her voice hoarse with hatred, until Kratos slowly turned her around, silencing her immediately. Without my command. Kratos met her fiery gaze head-on, adjusting his neck. Another word, and I'll turn you into a flashlight right now. At least this beauty's face was still intact, and Athena, that bad woman, after the fall of the gods, were they all beautiful? Well, devil teenage girls were a civilized bunch. As he finished speaking, Ares trembled, fiercely biting her lips, worried they might be pried open by Kratos. Bold. Savage. Majestic. Hecate envied Ares. If it weren't for fear of capsizing the boat, she felt she might just pounce. To treat the god of war as a flashlight? Watching a god being used so lowly, various strange associations flooded Hecate's mind, causing her to inadvertently tremble her plump thighs, feeling particularly excited. Struggling to suppress her malice, perhaps influenced by her devilic side, Hecate's mind involuntarily produced some radical thoughts. No, it wasn't her being extreme, it was all because Kratos was just too charming, right? The youth's attitude towards her was still too respectful, he couldn't even muster enough force when patting her head. Hecate felt she had been hinting for him to be a bit rougher. She really wanted Kratos to treat her like a chair and earnestly plead with him later. When the god of war becomes a flashlight shining bright. Which Medea looked around, feeling an inexplicable, strange stagnation in the atmosphere on the boat. Even Hecate, her teacher, emitted a familiar, dizzying scent. In this subtle atmosphere, the goddess hummed a lullaby, trying to suppress her desire to ascend. Kratos did not never sleep. When he felt too tired, Hecate would hold him in her arms, and the youth would close his eyes, resting for a moment in the gentle embrace of the dark moon. He hadn't rested properly in the past 6 months. Watching the black-haired youth's back, one could feel a sense of tranquility. Rowing the broken and rotten boat, this swaying boat of the underworld slowly carried 3 people and a god's head towards the misty underworld shore. The ferryman's boat slowly docked at the edge of the underworld riverbank. Holding the hands of Medea and Hecate, the 3 stepped onto the soft sand of the underworld beach one after another. Kratos came here to kill Hades and seize the authority of the Lord of the Underworld to control the passage to Hell. If he failed, they would all end here. If successful, he would directly return to Sparta. So, he no longer needed this swaying, rotten boat that could be overturned by a sneeze. Kratos loosened the anchor, then pushed the boat away from the underworld river, returning it politely. Borrow and return, no trouble borrowing again. Just hope Charon, the ferryman, could hold his breath a little longer. Carrying the Ares flashlight, the youth and 2 witches slowly walked on the purplish-brown underworld beach, leaving behind a series of shallow footprints. Among the footprints, a thick, blood-like color slowly seeped out. This underworld beach was soaked in blood. The underworld has become like this. Approaching the high walls of the underworld. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did Kratos realize how severe the so-called fall had become in the land of the dead. He raised Ares and looked up. A towering wall built of rotten flesh and shattered corpses stood in front of them. Countless human skulls were embedded in the shiny, slippery, disgusting wall, emitting a mournful cry. This wall, built of flesh, still undulated slowly, as if breathing like a person. Kratos finally understood. This was not a wall. It was the half-rotted head of a cyclops. He raised Ares, looking up slowly. A giant eyeball, dripping with bloody, sticky goo, stuck in the eye socket, rotten and low-hanging, overlooking the 3 from 100 meters above the ground. Contaminated, distorted, deformed, eerie. Wherever he looked, malice abounded. Looking at this scene of depravity, Hecate's expression was close to mourning, even her surging desires seemed to recede into the background. Kratos. Hades, he dash. Kratos placed his hand on hers. Hecate and Hades had been neighbors for thousands of years. But looking at the situation, the Lord of the Underworld, who suppressed Hell, was clearly the worst among the gods of Olympus. The extremely pungent, nauseating smell of blood floated in the mist in front of the underworld. At the same time, with the spreading unbearable stench of decay. Like the smell of rotten flesh, piled up over time, gradually swelling and fermenting. What a joke, it made she want to vomit. Medea felt a tingling sensation in her throat and couldn't help but cough. Accustomed to feasting in hell, she found it difficult to endure such nauseating sensations. The air quality in the underworld is truly worrying. Time to get to work, Ares. Use your fire to purify this mess. Kratos shook Ares' head and lifted it high. In the face of the black-haired woman, her lips tightly pursed, her face flushing. A circle of bright flames suddenly erupted from all her face, instantly dispelling and incinerating all the discomforting smells and noises. Much better. Apart from a flashlight, it's quite effective as an air purifier too. Thinking about this versatile piece of furniture named Ares, maybe it should be placed in the bathroom? Or perhaps, using it as the bathroom itself doesn't sound too bad? Shall we enter from there? Medea gripped Kratos' hand, and gazed straight towards the entrance of the underworld. Droplets, tainted with flesh and blood, lined the mouth-like passage of the corridor, forming a queue of the deceased. The ethereal souls, bearing expressions of bewilderment, emerged from the surging mist, steadily moving towards the gates of the underworld. This entrance, in reality, was the mouth of a cyclops giant. Its undulating, decaying esophagus continuously swallowed these souls, ferrying them into the depths of the underworld. As Kratos approached, the dead sensed his presence. These translucent, grey-tinged souls slowly shifted their gaze, somewhat apprehensively, towards the blood and flesh of the youth and the witches. Fortunately, the residual consciousness of the dead reminded them to keep their distance. Anyone who could come here was 100 times more terrifying than devils. Kratos glanced at the crowded souls, but didn't sense Leonidas or Marine among them. In that case, let's skip the line. Kratos spread his arms, crimson threads spreading across his body, expanding into a towering figure. With a hoarse voice emanating from his menacing visage, he continued, "Hold on tight. Medea, teacher." He released a magic that nullified resistance, significantly enhancing their own physique. The two voluptuous witches sat on either side of Kratos, nestled in his embrace. As Hecate touched his body, feeling his robust muscles, she couldn't help but start to fantasize. If Kratos remained in this state, would he overexert himself on her? The thought alone was enough to make her come. The goddess's embarrassed and intoxicated panting lightly brushed against Kratos's neck, making he feel a little ticklish. He lowered his crimson gaze. "Can you focus on the matter at hand? Is this form really not acceptable? Forbidden for a day? Ive made a mistake, master." Kratos. Hecate, with tearful eyes, shrank into a black-haired girl, attempting to act cute to pass through, while Medea, held in her left hand, curiously asked, "What do you mean, for a day, your highness? Teacher here wants to study and learn in this form of mine, which is too dangerous, so she's punished with a day without food. So, strict. Please, don't treat the teacher like this, your highness. She'll starve." Kratos remained silent for a moment. "Fine, since it's Medea's request. Medea cares for her." With a strong sense of sin and excitement, Hecate hugged her disciple tightly, kneading Medea's face with her small hands. Medea chuckled. His Highness does value her opinion. Being able to help her teacher, she felt joyful. Hecate, in her black-haired girl form, rode on Kratos's neck, holding onto the back of his head. Medea, on the other hand, leaned gently against his chest, finding solace in his Highness's embrace. Kratos squatted slightly. "Fly!" Hecate giggled as she bounced up and down. The next moment, a surge of magical energy suddenly began to push and erupt. Boom! A violent tremor spread out in front of the gates of the underworld, and the pitch-black rock layers on the ground cracked like a spider web in an instant. With this immense force, Kratos's blood-red body shot up like an arrow, landing directly on the head of the Cyclops giant. Standing atop the highest point of the underworld, Kratos's eyes erupted with bloodlust as he looked ahead, surveying the entire realm of the underworld. The crimson blood moon hung high above the underworld's dome, its faint glow resembling eerie vertical pupils. The entire underworld seemed to be composed of the broken hulls of Hades, surrounding a towering mountain. The rotting, bloated bodies of giants formed the fleshy walls around the edge of the underworld. Below the peak, various rugged cliffs, twisted structures, and mechanical constructions piled up into the intricately labyrinthine paths of the underworld. The rotten flesh of titans, along with the corpses of the dead serving as laborers, were constantly shoveled into the smoldering furnace at the bottom of the mountain, serving as fuel. Skeletons, undead, and corpses, dragging their battered bodies, operated various components within the underworld, maintaining its orderly operation. The grand, solemn palace of the Lord of the Dead sat in the center of the entire underworld, atop a mountain peak thousands of meters high. Looking at this magnificent underworld peak, Medea's mouth fell open in astonishment. This is the underworld. She had expected a desolate land shrouded in mist and gloom. This completely overturned her expectations. Hecate, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. She had helped repair many of the mechanisms here in the underworld. After all, Kratos lowered his eyelids, it's the domain of the extraterrestrial machine gods. The Olympian gods who descended from the heavens were essentially spaceships. And they were fundamentally different from the original gods who were born from within the planet. One side emphasized machinery, the other mystery. One side emphasized energy, the other magic. Thus, civilization and ignorance, future and antiquity, technology and magic. Both elements combined to form this cutting-edge yet retrograde Greek divine realm. Over 60 years ago, devils weren't rampant as they are today, and the perimeter of the underworld wasn't as dangerous. If a hero wanted to meet Hades in the underworld, they had to undergo numerous tests. Hecate raised her tender hand, pointing to the towering mountain peaks in the distance, reminiscing about the bygone days. They had to start climbing from the foot of the mountain, unraveling countless mechanisms and puzzles along the way, fighting against the fierce devils, to prove their wisdom and strength. If they managed to climb to the summit of the underworld peak and complete this feat, only Heracles has achieved this so far. Hecate, riding on Kratos' neck, rubbed his imposing horn, excitedly swaying her fair feet. Today, I might see the second one, Kratos. She waved her wrist in excitement, giggling. After transforming into this girl form, Hecate's personality became lively and playful like a child. Go! Go! Let's charge, Kratos! Good fellow, treating him like a horse to ride? Oh well, if he rides goddesses every day, letting a goddess ride him shouldn't be a problem. When Hecate rode on him, she complained that her waist wasn't strong enough. So, usually, Kratos was the one leading the charge. Looking at the twisted and complex climbing path, filled with countless mechanisms and puzzles, Kratos let out a sigh of relief, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Solve puzzles? Who the hell solves puzzles? Hi! Get ready! With a witch in his arms and a goddess on his head. Tear! The blood wings behind him suddenly spread out. Kratos jumped violently, his robust blood-red body streaking like a meteor with a crimson tail, slamming fiercely at the foot of the underworld mountain. Boom! Within the shattered crater, Kratos' body slowly stood up, twisting his neck and emitting a crisp crack. Countless busy souls in the underworld turned their slightly shocked gazes away, their hollow, blood-dripping eye sockets staring directly at this unfamiliar visitor. An intruder. A face we haven't seen before. A devil dares to come to the underworld. Could it be that Lord Hades' situation has deteriorated to this extent? Prepare for a battle. Let's be straightforward. I want to see Hades. Facing the surging guards and corpses of the underworld, Kratos uttered a hoarse voice. I don't want to resort to violence. Your defenses are like a pile of waste paper to me. No one responded to him. Not even angry curses. The indifferent souls would only faithfully obey, guarding their duties in the underworld. Seeing the ferocious face before them, anyone could understand that this fierce appearance could only belong to an enemy. The blood moon in the sky slowly opened a vertical pupil, casting a bizarre gaze. It was then Atos, the god of death who served as the defense terminal of the underworld, monitoring the entire realm of the underworld. Under his command, the underworld's ship, covered in strange flesh, enveloping the entire mountain peak, slowly began to operate. Energy was replenished, force was applied, countless circles and halos appeared in front of the defensive line of the entire underworld peak, hundreds of fierce light cannons brewed fiercely and then erupted, piercing through Kratos' entire body. Hecate lifted Medea in her small hand, her figure suddenly melting into Kratos' shadow. In such a situation, they would only hinder Kratos if they lay on him. So, you're going straight for it? That's your style, Kratos. Well then, do you need teacher's help? My energy is abundant now, so it's no problem for me to help you dodge or teleport. The soft voice of the moon goddess echoed in Kratos' ears. To this, Kratos just shook his head. Take care of Medea. All right, I'm just your witch's little coat. Remember to conserve your strength. Heh. Kratos, you're even more idiot than me. How reckless to act like this, against Hades' underworld ship. Ares, hanging on his waist, didn't dare to speak for fear of being treated as an onahole. Instead, he sneered inwardly, a mocking smile on his face. In this chaotic situation, Kratos absolutely didn't have the time to care about whether she lived or died. As long as she could be killed in the impact, she could revive in the river Styx, and she had even begun to plan to kill her own divine power. Facing the entire defensive line of the underworld ship and the full force attacks coming their way, Kratos sighed and slowly took a step back. Atrox, magical propulsion, 1000%. I feel, you're about to break free, Kratos. The man who had broken the limiters. With surging majestic anger, with his entire body filled with magical energy, armed with Atrox, he then unleashed a punch with all his might. This was a posture that penetrated the earth, transferred power to the abdomen, and ultimately poured into the arms. Serious punch? In an instant, silence fell over the world. After this deathly silence like a vacuum, there was the deafening roar of trembling eardrums. Boom! As if a speeding train crashed into a mountain, a meteor fell into the ocean. An explosion, a surge, an unparalleled violent force, rushed forward, dispersing all the light cannons that came at Kratos, and then relentlessly struck the defensive circle on the entire underworld peak. Countless halo formations were shattered in an instant, countless mechanical structures were blasted away by a single blow. The originally sturdy mountain layers of the peak were now like waves of seawater being subjected to force, concentric ripples spreading on the solid surface, rapidly spreading, diffusing, and expanding. The army of corpses rushing in was completely blown away, and countless buildings on the mountain peak of the underworld were torn apart by great force, then collapsed layer by layer, collapsing and disintegrating, without any delay in momentum. About 3 minutes later, the sky was filled with dissipating dust, finally slowly dissipating. Ares's head trembled violently, slowly growing a mouth, as if about to make some kind of sound in shock, but also as if something was blocking his throat, only able to tear out a broken, shattered voice like a scream. You. Did I let you speak? With a casual remark, Ares suddenly closed his mouth. But his pupils were still filled with shock, as if they were about to overflow. Doesn't this mean that Kratos didn't even use a tenth of his power in their battle? No, are you even human? Dragging the slightly stunned Medea, Hecate crawled out of the shadow and climbed onto Kratos's head, then rode on his neck. Looking at the scene before her, the black-haired girl shook her head with a tut. Tisk. Kratos, I told you to conserve your strength. As a goddess, Hecate compressed Kratos's magical power every day. She knew best how much power he exerted, half a year of slaughtering hell, accumulating supreme power in his body. I do it like this. Kratos hoarsely replied, to avoid more trouble later. He checked his reserves, and just now, this blow used up about 20% of his magical energy, with quite impressive results. Kratos slowly raised his gaze, his robust devilic body supporting his two witches, slowly walking forward. All the surrounding underworld corpses voluntarily and tremblingly made way for him, daring not to block his path. Because in front of them, there was a giant hole with a diameter of about 100 meters, piercing through the entire mountain. The blood moon in the underworld sky trembled violently, as if about to fall to the ground. The souls of the underworld stared blankly, looking at their home, pierced through a hole. The entire underworld ship was pierced by Kratos, with one punch. So, I really don't want to resort to violence. His hoarse words echoed slowly from his blood-red body. I prefer a peaceful life. I'm the quiet type even when I fight. A punch pierced the underworld. Now, no one would question the weight of Kratos's words. Facing the blood moon hanging high in the sky. Facing the gazes of all the souls in the underworld. The blood wings slowly tore apart, and Kratos, carrying his two witches, floated slowly forward, with no one daring to stand in his way. On top of the peak of the underworld mountain, there stood a grand and solemn palace, with its huge doors wide open, and the dark shadows inside were like a deep black hole. Hecate jumped off Kratos's body, feeling the decayed aura of the old friend inside. The tender little face of the black-haired girl couldn't help but let out a faint sigh. Let's go. Kratos, Hades has been waiting for you for a long time. With his index finger entwined with the hands of the two witches, Kratos stepped forward, his body pulsating with surging energy as he slowly entered the palace of the Lord of the Underworld. Inside the majestic hall, there was no excess decoration to be found. Only the flickering blue flames on the pillars danced slowly, casting their glow upon the twisted figure seated upon the throne. At the sight of this Lord of the Underworld, Kratos' gaze froze in an instant. Haggard and decrepit. This was Kratos' initial impression of Hades. The figure, resembling a withered old man with silver hair, sat upon the dim throne, seemingly melded into it. In Hades' arms rested his wife, Persephone, their bodies intertwining as if tree branches and vines, twisted and entwined, becoming one. The branches of the tree were his arms. The leaves of the tree were his mouth. Hundreds of withered and emaciated arms coiled around his body like branches extending from Hades, intertwining and coiling together like roots, covered with countless sharp, elongated teeth. His massive and bloated figure sat upon the throne in the shadows, occupying most of the space in the palace with his sprawling form. Only he and his wife remained twisted and entwined together, their heads maintaining the last semblance of humanoid features. Facing their long-awaited guest, Hades, the Lord of the Underworld, incomparably fatigued, slowly opened his eyes. Welcome, Kratos. The hoarse and raspy voice reverberated from all sides of the half-palace. As Hades spoke, countless mouths all over his body also began to speak, following suit. However, unexpectedly, one of those mouths suddenly began to laugh maniacally, issuing forth a sharp and piercing tirade. Die! Die! You damn trash! Ugly humans! Die! Kratos' expression faltered and stagnated for a moment. Hecate, on the other hand, looked upon this old friend with almost silent mourning. Hades! Ares clenched his lips tightly. In order to suppress hell, Hades' sanity had almost been completely corroded. Bearing the malice and evil, he was among the most powerful of the Olympian gods, so he could only strive to keep himself submerged in slumber. His wife, Persephone, in order to maintain his sanity, merged with him. But even in slumber, he could no longer suppress the malice within him. He was on the verge of completely descending into madness. The haggard and withered old man trembled as he closed his eyes. Please, kill me! Thick, blood-like fluid flowed from Hades' eye sockets, as if he were weeping. He spoke, his voice trembling with entreaty. He was begging for death. But countless mouths all over his body erupted into a cacophony of angry curses. Kratos, die! Hecate, die! Olympus, die! Zeus, die! Humans die, souls die, underworld die, world die, universe die. As Kratos and his companions stood almost frozen in place. Splurt! Hades raised one hand and abruptly pierced his own chest, then violently withdrew it, spraying a rain of blood everywhere. His withered and emaciated arm slowly extended. And in that slow movement, it reached Kratos' front. Within the depths of darkness like a black hole, a crystallization of devil energy floated slowly in Hades' hand. That was his machine terminal. At this moment, even suicide was beyond his reach. The devil's survival instinct had overwhelmed his thoughts. Digging out his own terminal was already his limit. What are you doing? Hades! What are you doing? Hades! Countless layers of voices reverberated from all sides. Within the palace, countless twisted arms thrust forth, attempting to reclaim the machine terminal from Hades' hand. Get lost! The Lord of the Underworld roared furiously. In an instant, all the arms that came rushing forth seemed to lose their strength, drooping softly to the ground as if bereft of power. Kratos, please, hurry! Struggling to maintain his last shred of sanity, Hades uttered a plea, almost pleadingly. I can't hold on any more. You were able to come here, which means, you have the right. Hecate has told you everything, hasn't she? This is your duty. Please, kill me. If Kratos used the vanguard of the Wandering Star, he utterly can destroy their machine terminal. If all 12 terminals of the Olympian gods were completely destroyed, chaos would fall into slumber. Ares clenched his lips tightly, silent. Hecate stroked Kratos' hand, looking up at her disciple's silent face, nodding firmly towards him. Hades! You worthless creature! Garbage! Abomination! Monstrosity! Hundreds of arms around them, countless mouths, erupted into furious curses, trembling violently, struggling to rise and reclaim their machine core. Kratos! What are you hesitating for? Do you still want to save humanity? Save your father! If you don't kill me, you won't be able to save them. Hades let out one final roar. He was on the brink of collapse. Splurt! One of his arms suddenly surged forth, reaching for the machine terminal. Snap! Hecate's form suddenly rose, releasing a surge of energy that abruptly severed the arm. Kratos, don't hesitate! The palace of the Lord of the Underworld trembled suddenly. It was Hades' body, rooted in the entire mountain, a huge devil body, trembling violently, trying to reclaim his machine terminal. Columns collapsed. Peaks quaked. In the Lord of the Underworld's eyes, almost a release. Kratos, his demonic form towering, slowly approached Hades' machine terminal. But amongst all, their gazes almost frozen. Kratos continued forward, walking towards Hades. Kratos, what are you doing? Hecate tried to pull her disciple back, but was stopped by Medea, who grabbed her arm. Ares' head on Kratos' back swayed violently. This behavior in her eyes was tantamount to suicide. Kratos! Kratos! What are you doing? Kratos! Countless monstrous arms, powerful enough to pierce the small mountain, completely out of Hades' control, struck directly at Kratos. Kratos moved forward expressionlessly, step by step. Any of the monstrous things that touched his body would be crushed into a burst of flesh and blood in an instant. And so, in Hades' dazed expression, Kratos slowly approached, reaching out and piercing Hades' chest. Splurt! What he took from the Lord of the Underworld's body with his fierce palm was not the machine terminal. It was the Hell Devil's heart. What do you want, Kratos? Ares shook violently. At this moment, even she, the most violent and crazy of them all, couldn't understand this lunatic's intentions. I want to devour the Hell Devil's heart. Fool! Idiot! Stop it! You're going to death. Even the machine god's terminal wouldn't dare to swallow the devil's heart of other gods' domains. You'll fall into a devil. The overwhelming malice of humanity will brainwash your will completely. Make you become like us monsters. You won't be you anymore, not human anymore. Kratos. Ares was right. The shadows around Hecate flowed like a tide, and she was about to release a powerful teleportation magic to stop Kratos' sudden madness. But Medea suddenly grabbed her teacher's hand. Medea, you! I believe in His Highness. The purple-haired witch, with a solemn expression, looked at her teacher and nodded vigorously. You may not understand him, but please, believe in His Highness too. Looking at her disciple Medea, with her extremely serious expression, Hecate released her energy which slowly dissipated. The goddess clenched her fist, covering her heart, feeling suddenly defeated, experiencing a sense of emptiness and loss. Defeated! Defeated! Under the tense gazes of everyone, Kratos raised his hand, put the devil's heart into his mouth, chewed it slowly, and swallowed it into his belly. The machine god's terminal was suddenly pressed into Hades' chest by Kratos, hanging on to the respectable life of the Lord of the Underworld. Did you decrypt the permissions of the Underworld's terminal? Atrox! A little, should be enough. The grotesque flesh continued to spread on his body. Feeling the power surging from his body, as if it could tear apart hell, Kratos raised his hand, and the ferocious blood-colored demonic sword instantly appeared in his palm. He fiercely slashed upwards, violently tearing the dome of the palace. Chi! What was torn apart at that moment was also a rift connecting hell and the mortal world. Transmit! Kratos, are you sure about this? That's... Transmit! Ah! Fuck! I'm done dealing with you, you little lunatic! The surging blood-colored light erupted from his body and rushed into the sky. That was Atrox, exerting all his strength, attempting to communicate with the Ark on the moon. Through the permission of the Hell Devil, the rift torn apart. The blood-colored waterfall surged directly from the deepest part of hell, piercing straight towards the moon outside the sky. However, what Atrox wanted to transmit was not his own consciousness. But it was Kratos' consciousness. A dense crimson hue enveloped the surroundings. The black-haired youth slowly opened his eyes. In the space filled with illusionary and undulating strange light, before Kratos stood a tall figure, a woman with white hair devoid of expression, with white and blue skin adorned with orange patterns encircling her body. Who are you? The exquisite white-haired woman blinked her crimson eyes, emitting a question devoid of any emotion. Terminal, Atrox. No, you are human. Why is your consciousness able to be uploaded to the Ark of the Stars? A feeble human like you, your consciousness should have been instantly obliterated. Kratos stared at the white-haired woman, slowly lowering his eyelids, and looked at his own palm. Flexing his fingers. There was no sense of obstruction. He won the bet. His consciousness would not suffer any loss during transmission, because he had been transmitted flawlessly many times before. This was the confidence that the simulator gave Kratos. This is the Ark of the Stars on the moon? That Atrox mentioned? See far. After organizing his thoughts for a moment, Kratos looked at the white-haired woman in front of him and spoke word by word. You don't need to know who I am. I'm here to negotiate. You. Sifar tilted her head. How do you know my terminal name? Atrox. I. Kratos smiled, know everything. After a moment of silence. Splurt. Sifar raised her palm and suddenly released a sharp spike, piercing Kratos' body. Cough. A sensation of pain, as if tearing nerves, surged violently through Kratos's brain, causing him to fall to the ground, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The style of the vanguard of the wandering star. Indeed, she was more arrogant than him. Sifar withdrew her hand in confusion, she didn't receive any data. Why? The white-haired woman frowned. Why, you're clearly a human, why I can't obtain any data from you? Because I am much superior to you, little fool. Looking at the subtitles of the simulator in front of him, Kratos propped himself up with his hands and smiled mysteriously. This is not something you can know. He gasped for breath and slowly opened his hands. Since that's the case, why not listen to my conditions? You say. Unable to read human data. This was the first time. It must be said that Sifar, indeed, had some interest in the mysterious data in front of her. In Sifar's somewhat dazed and sluggish expression, the black-haired youth smiled word by word. I will lead your civilization to conquer the Sea of Stars. As an exchange, grant me all your available permissions. What are you joking about? As Kratos's voice fell, Sifar only emitted a mocking and emotionless sneer. A mere human, wants to dominate our civilization? I can't see any qualification for you. The qualification is right here. Kratos pointed to his own mind and smiled brilliantly. Sifar, I have granted you access to a tiny bit of my knowledge. Now you can come and take a look and judge whether I am qualified or not. Splurt. Accompanied by the impact and the intense pain as if tearing nerves, the sharp spirit crystal once again pierced Kratos's body, causing him to fall to the ground in agony. This time, Sifar fell into complete stagnation. She saw a figure sitting among the sparkling stars. In his eyes, galaxies spun, in his hands, stars were born and died. With his casual command, countless fleets were dispatched, his casual decree could completely evaporate a planet. He was transcendent, merciless, indifferent, efficient, he looked upon all living beings, yet remained high above. He held countless secrets, countless technologies, ruling over countless and glorious empires. Engineered evolution, the flesh is weak, mind over matter, etherophasic engine, he held countless powers that stirred the hearts of many. He sat upon a towering golden throne, his face blurred, adorned with thousands of eerie eyes, countless unknowable entities, gazes projected from beyond the universe. As if caught in a whirlpool of magic, sinking deeper. Sifar was caught in complete stasis. Who? The black-haired youth slowly climbed up from the ground, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Sifar, stunned for a long time, her eyes flickered with countless jumping bits and floating lights. You, who exactly are you? Sifar turned her gaze over, for the first time with a solemn expression, and spoke word by word. This level of existence like a singularity cannot be imprisoned on this weak planet. Kratos smiled a little. You can call me, Fourth Crisis. Fourth Crisis. You have tried it before, haven't you? If I don't allow it, you can't take away my data and memories. Kratos opened his arms and smiled. So, making a deal with me is your only choice. With the responsibility of devouring civilization to strengthen yourself, it's your duty. You must be absolutely rational, right? Sifar remained silent for a long time. She closed her eyes, and her body was covered in dazzling and bright light, and a magic cube appeared behind her, running madly as if calculating something. Finally, she opened her crimson eyes and reached a conclusion. Sifar slowly knelt to the ground, stretched out her hand towards the black-haired youth in front of her, and offered her loyalty. Vanguard of the Umbral Star, Felber 02, Sifar, will liberate all permissions of the Ark of the Star for you, my respected master. Smiling, Kratos raised his hand and lifted the white-haired woman's chin. From this moment on, he gained Sifar's loyalty. Nearby, in a space filled with illusion, as if vaguely sensing a familiar atmosphere, a voluptuous figure, dressed in a daring yet shy manner, shrouded in thin white gauze all over her body, her charming and delicate face seemed to be shrouded in a demonic charm, sitting on a lotus platform that kept extinguishing petals, slowly opened her amber eyes. My lord. Chapter 95 Bad Civilization. In the space filled with illusory radiance, the blue magical cube behind Sifar continuously converged, generated, and annihilated. The surging calculations flowed past swiftly in her crimson eyes. Finally, she arrived at the most optimal and rational calculation result. So, there's only one answer. According to the human etiquette recorded in the data. Sifar slowly knelt down, her left hand touching her chest, her right hand raised, offering her loyalty to the black-haired youth in front of her. I pledge my allegiance to you. Without a cane to break, it felt a bit lacking in purity, but it didn't matter. In Sifar's slightly stunned expression, Kratos didn't choose to hold her hand. The black-haired youth merely extended his fingertips, pinching the chin of the white-haired woman kneeling in front of him, lifting her face as if admiring a toy, with a hint of insult. I don't accept your loyalty. Kratos sneered, because it's utterly meaningless. The exquisite woman's face before him, with its dust-free indifference, was a beauty untainted by desire. The soft skin of the white-skinned woman had a lifelike texture, exuding a charm that was heart-throbbing with every touch. Kratos's actions were arrogant and disdainful. Indeed, close to insult. However, such actions and responses only made Sifar feel that it was only natural. This was her test. Yes, that's right. The master who aimed to rule the wandering star should be this arrogant. Sifar liked arrogant people. Arrogance is the rationality that abandons mercy. Why should higher life forms care about the dignity of lower creatures? In her view as the vanguard of the umbral star, those noisy, weak and tiny creatures, like ants, besides being food for the continuity of civilization, had no other purpose for survival. If one pledged loyalty to the enemy, it should be accepted generously and confidently. How could one sit on the throne of the stars with such a merciful and kind nature? If Kratos truly and confidently accepted her loyalty, then, it would be nothing but a joke to command the wandering star civilization to conquer the galaxy. That would mean that all the data she had seen, the figures suspended high in the universe like a cold sun, were all a ridiculous fabrication. She couldn't believe that a weak and kind human, with such a frail and kind nature, could sign a decree of genocide, could ruthlessly develop a planet into minerals. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, mercy is. Why don't you accept? According to the established deduction. Sifar voiced her question. And Kratos's answer would also determine her subsequent mode of interaction, whether to initiate interrogation, to delete, or to truly grant permissions. She couldn't read the data of this human, couldn't see through the heart of this human. The only thing she could perceive was the emotions between conversations and actions. If Kratos's words were true and not false, then the knowledge and technology he possessed would indeed be beneficial to her wandering star civilization. But, if it was a disguise, her computing power and resources might be wasted. Now trapped on the moon, she couldn't contact the main star, Felber. So, Sifar eagerly sought to obtain the crucial data from Kratos. Before determining its authenticity, she couldn't delete it. Then, she could only rely on logic and personality modules to calculate the truthfulness of his words. In simple terms, after meticulous calculation, she decided to act. Granting all permissions might be something one could say, but it's a different matter when it comes to action. Dignity, for the wandering star, is irrelevant. Humans, weak as they are, cannot possibly remain unmoved by the oath of the vanguard of the wandering star, but their displayed rationality is something she greatly admires. Both you and I know very well, Sifar, that you are not sincerely pledging allegiance to me. After playing as a player for so long, reading countless works, and witnessing too many rebellions, Kratos truly understands what kind of precious commodities intelligent AI can be. Loyalty is not absolute, what is absolute is the absence of loyalty. Named as the flow of rational data, there is only the result. Without a soul, they would hesitatelessly push forward a plan with a higher probability. Skynet, Unicron, Ultron, Necrons, the contingency. A machine servant is either under control or on its way to being controlled. Something as unstable as sentimentality would be replaced by rationality named probability. But, the setting of absolute rationality happens to be the chip Kratos uses to play against Sifar. He has given too much, offering a chip that Sifar cannot refuse. After all, the existence of your wandering star is to exploit and devour something of value to enhance your civilization. Rubbing Sifar's warm cheeks, Kratos smiled. So, in your eyes, I am also just a piece of data that might be very useful to the wandering star, and your personality, appearance, and behavior are just performances simulated by AI. But, such things don't matter at all. Indeed, I don't care at all whether you are loyal or not. Just as I am useful to you. You, as you are now, are useful to me, that's my reason for negotiation with you. Time will prove everything. I said, this is a negotiation. Kratos lifted her chin, saying each word deliberately. Obey, and I will bring you the rewards you desire. He raised his other hand, pressing against Sephar's forehead. In just a few minutes, Kratos had adapted to the method of data transmission within the soul space. A trembling drop of blood oozed from his fingertip, directly soaking into Sephar's forehead. This is the sincerity I pay in advance. Quickly. In Sephar's terminal, there was more information about warp storms, fallen empire, and synthetics ascension, as well as a set of policy trees for mechanical civilization, which could maintain the efficient operation of civilization. Analyzing the vast amount of information contained in this data, the surging calculations made Sephar's terminal start to heat up. In those succinct terms, it seemed to manifest countless accumulated wisdom. Simple aggression leads nowhere. Principles and ideologies are the foundation of civilization's survival. To seek sustainable development, political systems and ideologies are crucial for a civilization to grow and prosper. And Kratos touched her burning cheeks, smiling. I can bring them to the wandering star. The crimson pupils shimmered with a surging flow of data. Sephar struggled to calculate the overwhelming amount of information contained in the words, expressions, and various images transmitted by the black-haired youth. 3 Great Crisis? Warp Storms? Colossus Project? Etherophasic Engine? Star Eater? Her skin gradually became hot. After a moment, the body of the white-haired woman trembled violently. With a hiss, a misty heat suddenly rose from Sephar's head. Warning! Warning! System malfunction! Because of the overclocking calculation, she stood there with a flush on her face, and the cubic crystals behind her quickly floated above her. They turned into a basin of ice water, pouring straight down from her head. Splashing! The tall, white-haired woman was drenched with ice water. The thin, scanty chiffon dress, which barely had any fabric to begin with, was instantly soaked, presenting a translucent, damp texture. It clung to Sephar's curvaceous body, revealing a slippery sensation as if it were about to drip. Wrapped in this soaked chiffon, she slowly breathed out a sigh of relief. Phew, system cooling down. Kratos merely glanced with appreciation, then shook his head, completely losing interest. Finally, when her terminal cooled down. With the answer in hand, Sephar placed her damp head in Kratos's palm, obediently rubbing against his hand. As you wish, my master. With an expressionless, indifferent face, she slowly squeezed out a stiff smile from the corner of her mouth. What are your orders? It seems her understanding of loyalty is to behave like a little dog. Or perhaps she believes that this will win Kratos's favor. Kratos was somewhat speechless. Dry off first. So Sephar vigorously shook her hair, drenching the black-haired youth in water. Do you have any other orders? Sephar obediently raised her head. When Kratos initially held her chin, she began very consciously putting her chin in the black-haired youth's hand whenever she had the chance. That's all. Kratos rubbed Sephar's soft cheek. He risked his life to transmit his consciousness to the moon just to obtain complete permission for the terminal, in order to purify the river of hell that had accumulated for thousands of years. At this moment, it seems that the biggest difficulty, negotiation, has been perfectly resolved. Send my consciousness back to my body, then wait for my command. I will contact you through Atrox's terminal. Sephar nodded, understood, master. But, sorry, I can't do that. Can't do it. What do you mean? Kratos, caught off guard, stopped abruptly. Hey! What did you say? Sephar remained expressionless. Sephar cannot send your consciousness back. Why? Sephar is trapped on the moon. Sephar tilted her head. I have to say, this is humanity's luck, because if not, Atrox wouldn't be so easy to be crushed by the holy sword, because my terminal can't provide it with much support. Kratos's mouth hung open. What can trap you? What on the moon could trap you, the vanguard of the wandering star? Moon cell. Sephar uttered terms completely unheard of by Kratos, causing his expression to freeze momentarily. Where the hell did this strange setting come from? This is a super-photon computer placed inside the moon for the purpose of observing the Earth. In fact, the planet Earth is of no significance at all. Sending Aatrox to clean up the surface is just a side job. Moon Cell is the real purpose of Sefar's journey to the moon. But Sefar pierced through Moon Cell and went straight into its central hub. The white-haired woman spoke expressionlessly, word by word. Sefar is trapped here. She raised her hand, pointing to the floating, constantly shattering and reorganizing green cube beside her. This is the central hub of Moon Cell. Someone with the authority to hold it has driven this massive collection of photonic crystals, binding Sefar's terminal here. So, for the past 10,000 years, Sefar has been eroding the authority of Moon Cell. Sefar's progress now has reached 18%. With the computing authority of Moon Cell, Sefar's erosion rate will increase exponentially. As long as it exceeds 50%, Sefar will be able to control this moon basically and will be able to send your consciousness back to the surface. Kratos numbly looked at the white-haired woman in front of him. Great, so his damn operation ended up with him being sent to the moon's prison? Then, how long will it take? According to human calendar legislation, Sefar calculated for a moment, then instantly provided an answer: it will probably take another 2,500 years. Are you worried about lifespan? There's no need. Sefar gently shook her head, a considerate smile appearing on her face. As long as Sefar is by your side, she can use Moon Cell to maintain a stable spiritual existence for you. Your consciousness will definitely not weaken in any way. As for your physical body in the material world, it can be reconstructed later, and there will be absolutely no difference from your original form. Damn, he didn't give a shit about his lifespan. He was worried about the lifespan of his wives. Kratos couldn't hold back anymore. Returning in 2,500 years, it would be okay for Morgan and Hecate. After all, they're thousands of years old, and they're easy to ride. But Atlanta, Cetus, and Medea, they'd all be long gone. Not to mention the miserable future of Earth. This planet was damn going to be stirred into chaos by warp storms. With the temperament of those damn four, Kratos suspected that magus all over the world would be corrupted by chaos first. Wherever there's filth, violence, perversion, or debauchery, they can find their faithful followers. After all, most magus of the type Moon are a bunch of incompetent good-for-nothings who couldn't even muster half a mom's worth. They're all in cahoots and disgraceful. He rubbed his forehead, sighed deeply, his mind starting to get confused. Don't worry about Moon Cell, Sefar, let's figure out how to get out of here quickly and let your wandering star come pick us up. The Harvest Star has already left. Sefar shook her head, it will pass through the galaxy in about 14,000 years. Don't you have any emergency contact methods? We do, but even if we contact them, it's useless. According to the cruise star chart, it will take 800 years for it to accelerate over here. 800 years. That's very long. Can't you speed things up? Or use some kind of bug to get me out? Don't worry about my consciousness having problems, more aggressive methods are fine. Kratos was eager to go back. His physical body was still in the underworld, and who knows what's happening to it now. According to Hecate's description, the Olympian gods have only a few decades left, and Zeus wouldn't devise such a radical self-destruct plan. He urgently seized every opportunity to become stronger, crazily enhancing his power as if his life depended on it, precisely because time was running out. But the white-haired woman who heard this just tilted her head. If Sefar could get out, she would have done so long ago. Damn, that makes sense. The originally smooth development suddenly took a sharp turn in an unexpected direction. Kratos calmed his emotions, trying hard to quiet himself and think of solutions and methods. He was never overwhelmed by difficulties, even in the most dangerous situations, he always maintained a clear, almost absolute calmness and rationality. But now, at this moment, the irritating, elusive, layered echoes of whispering voices kept lingering and echoing in his mind. Just give up. Aren't you tired, Kratos? Sefar is right, if you stay here, nothing will harm you. You can relax for a while. Those gods, they just want to use you. Do you forget how your brother was destroyed? Aren't you the antagonist? Antagonists should look like antagonists. What makes you think that only you can be the savior? Shut up. Kratos trembled. You are too arrogant, Kratos. I told you to shut the fuck up. The black-haired youth covered his face and suddenly roared into the empty space. His right eye, crimson and bloodshot, slowly oozed thick blood from the eye socket. Kratos shook. This was the evil of humanity. The side effects of devouring the Hell Devil's heart were starting to take effect, gradually unleashing immense malice, tearing and pulling at his spirit and personality. Restlessness, worry, urgency, sloth, rage, pride. Human, from humans. Surging malice and desire floated in his thoughts. Wanting to consume. Wanting to kill. Wanting to laugh, wanting to curse. Wanting, fuck. This is. Sifar looked at the black-haired youth in front of her. The tips of his hair were being dyed with a thick, blood-like color. A polymer of negative emotions, contamination of the spirit and personality. All the world's evil. You've been heavily contaminated. Don't worry. Kratos shook his head, wiping away the fresh blood flowing from his eye sockets, burning it away. He slowly raised his crimson gaze. You have a database, Sifar. Open up your intelligence to me. I want to understand everything you know about Moon Cell. Maybe we can find a way to escape from here. You cannot be contaminated. With a somewhat blank expression, Sifar's hand gently touched the youth's cheek. The fingertips radiated a rainbow-colored light, as if smoothing out the immense malice swirling in Kratos's mind. However, the more it dissipated, the more it surged. Her terminal indeed could cleanse such spiritual contamination and convert it into pure magical energy. But, most of Sifar's resources from the terminal were being used to erode the terminal hub of Moon Cell. She couldn't stop, or it would cause regression in progress. So, what resources were left? Only herself. This is a cyberspace, where every action reflects the truth of the mind. Just as energy does not disappear, but is transformed from one form to another. Malice does not disappear either, it is simply expelled, vented out, and transformed into other emotions. So, facing her sworn master, the white-haired woman, her hair falling loosely, knelt slowly on the ground, according to her understanding of human knowledge, opened her mouth and exhaled a misty heat. Please release your accumulated evil onto me. Please dissolve your contamination in my module. Looking at the exquisite woman in front of him, Sifar's face carried an indifferent expression, her mouth uttering seductive and ambiguous words, expressing a stimulating sense of opposition and conflict. She did not understand this behavior, what necessity there was to dissolve contamination, only the recorded data and experiences about humans told her that this was the right thing to do. You're an AI, Sifar. Be a bit more serious. Gasping for breath, Kratos grabbed Sifar's face, trying to push her away, but was suddenly overpowered by the servant with white hair and red pupils, and pushed down to the ground without any resistance. Kratos suddenly realized one thing. In this cyberspace, the power difference between the two sides was too great. Whatever Sifar wanted to do, he couldn't resist it. A servant was only good for losing control. I cannot allow you to be contaminated. That would be a huge loss for the wandering star. The shimmering blue magical square behind them dissolved, giving rise to a soft, sinking bed on the ground. It's an extravagance to expect humans to remain rational forever. So, you can do what you want to Sifar, Master. Master would like this, wouldn't you? With the emotional module activated, Sifar's face displayed a flushed, drunken-like expression. Beads of sweat began to seep through her white skin, emitting a sweet and refreshing fragrance. With gentle affection and a deep affection in her face, the tall and slender white-skinned woman exhaled a misty heat, forcibly initiating a data connection with her master. While maintaining data exchange, she still retained the rationality and thought of being an AI. Every now and then, she would release the almost overflowing spiritual power, giving Kratos a moment to catch his breath. When Sifar felt he had somewhat calmed down, she would continue to forcefully link, trying hard to take away the accumulated malice. As the accumulated malice continued to be expelled, soon, there was a reversal of roles between master and servant. Sifar, who was still inexperienced in data transmission techniques, was suddenly grabbed by Kratos' wrist, and with exquisite code skills, he initiated a rapid iterative development within her terminal. The white-skinned woman with crimson eyes became the passive output side, and ripples of shyness appeared in her gleaming vermilion eyes. Was it the effect of the emotional module being activated? At first, Sifar thought so. Soon, her emotionally loaded module was temporarily disrupted by the intense data flow. However, it was like a momentary loss of control. As she continued to erode the central hub of the photonic crystals, the pile of blue magical squares suddenly became extremely unstable. The emotional module, carried by the personality, collapsed and was overwhelmed by the surging data flow. Yet, the usually indifferent white-skinned woman's face turned crimson with distraction, her crimson pupils trembling, and her entire terminal seemed to twitch as if electrified, almost convulsing. From her trembling lips came shaky, coquettish words. Warning! Warning! Personality module under attack by data flow, apparent sensory feedback overload. Emotional module failure. Requesting emergency termination. Emergency termination. Please cease intrusion immediately. Cease intrusion. GUH. Sifar's body trembled violently, and the wandering star terminal was almost impacted again. Why? At first, she thought that as a vanguard of the umbral star, she could easily bear her master's malice, but the data flow from the youth far exceeded her expectations during the physical development phase. Why, so much data? Her terminal was almost overwhelmed. The resources running the terminal were forcefully diverted from the erosion of the photonic crystals, and efforts were made to dissolve the overwhelming data transmitted by the youth. Unable to resist, being pushed down, and forcibly connected. Kratos could only try to shock Sifar a little as her master, lest she dare to be so presumptuous next time. Even with the resources of the terminal invested here, the trembling terminal was still on the verge of overload. In the seemingly endless, surging torrent of data, the vanguard of the umbral star terminal named Sifar was rapidly filled with Kratos's colors. The white-skinned woman raised her hand to touch the wall of the cyberspace, her body trembling, almost unable to stand. The module responsible for reproduction was unabashedly presented to Kratos. In just half an hour, the terminal had issued consecutive warnings of overload, and Sifar's reproduction module and personality module were almost overwhelmed by the surging data, almost becoming Kratos's shape. Since she was created on Felber, for over 10,000 years, this was the first time she had activated the reproduction module. As an experienced old soldier immersed in this, Kratos's code skills were as precise as hair-splitting, causing warnings from all modules throughout her body in just a few minutes. The data threshold was broken. System security, collapsing. Emotional module, pouring out. It seemed that the erosion of Moon Cell, the mission given to the wandering star terminal, no longer seemed important. Those crimson eyes desperately tried to repair the disorderly sequence, yet they were on the verge of dispersing in a daze. Kratos lifted his hand to wipe away the beads of sweat rolling down her neck. As an AI, can you get dehydrated too? This terminal was constructed in cyberspace to be as close to human structure as possible, only this way can it erode the defenses of the photonic crystals, GUH. Your terminal is very accommodating, Sifar. Thank you. As the Felber 02. Sifar only had higher-level management permissions from the Wandering Star Terminal, but had never had a master before. For the Wandering Star of Predation. Whatever civilization in the universe, it was just a pure, bad civilization that needed to be conquered. Sifar's birth duty was slaughter, destruction, and the annihilation of cultures. She only knew how to fight, to kill, to destroy. She had never been needed, praised, or complimented by anyone. Like a silent and heartless machine, she was shaped into such an existence. Your terminal is very gentle, Sifar, I like it very much. I'll like it. Her body was being explored by her master, touching every module, reached or unreached. The terminal, it's hot. What is the meaning of existence for an AI, for one who lives? Now, Sifar has found it. To please the master, to satisfy the master, to immerse the master in oneself. In this seemingly endless, washing data stream, Sifar's terminal quickly succumbed, branded with an indelible mark, tainted with loyalty to the master. Standing on the sidelines in a void, the black-haired woman watched the raging battlefield, panting like an orchid. As the black-haired woman pressed against her voluptuous chest veiled in thin gauze, her body, her spirit, trembled violently, the blush almost spreading to her smooth neck. Just watching the black-haired youth pouring data streams in the room, she was almost overwhelmed. My lord's figure, still, so captivating. However, after this matter is done, this spiritual incarnation will reach its limit. Inside the photonic crystals, the deepest central space. The deep development of the terminal Sifar finally took a brief halftime break. Powerfully showcasing the majesty of the master. Sifar's reproduction module, the overflowing data streams, flowed everywhere in this space. Her crimson eyes seemed to be on the verge of dispersing, but they were still breathing hot mist, licking the overflowing data, trying to accommodate all of the master's data into her terminal. Kratos, draped on a messy robe, pulled out a document from the suspended blue magical square. It was the specific intelligence analyzed by Sifar about the photonic crystals. Sifar had already opened all permissions to him, even transferring her control. Now, he could issue any command to Sifar, even if it was to self-destruct, she would execute it without hesitation. However, Kratos smiled and simply issued a very simple command. Wear a maid outfit, it gives more of a master's feeling. Terminal integrity, 100%. Personality module, paralyzed. Emotional module, paralyzed. Reproduction module, functioning well. Spiritual stock, redundant. Energy stock, redundant. Data stock, redundant. The brief self-check of the terminal was quickly completed. Although the personality module and emotional module were both paralyzed, Sifar felt that her situation had never been better. Because, she had found her goal. That is, loyalty. In her body, filled with the spirit, energy and data from the master, overflowing and falling to the ground in this space. It didn't matter, Sifar thought, anyway, she would clean it up properly, clean it up into her own terminal. The current focus is, maid outfit. With the transmitted graphics, the white-skinned woman quickly interpreted the command from the master. Spirit permeated and emanated, and the lace-edged black maid skirt slowly formed on Sifar's messy body. The headpiece with lotus leaf edges, the fitted short skirt, the black fabric tightly wrapped around the thighs and waist, seemed to be called stockings, and a pair of round-toe leather shoes. Sifar didn't have aesthetic judgment, but if the master liked it, she would faithfully wear such clothing. She looked at her reflection on the wall, surveying herself in this attire. Indeed, this dress seemed to possess some kind of strange charm. The master's reproduction module, activated again. With a flushed, intoxicated expression, the white-skinned woman slowly crouched down. Exhaling deeply, under the maid's service, Kratos quickly scanned the data analyzed by Sifar. The photonic crystals, known as the moon cell automaton. The source is unknown, the builder is unknown, it was just discovered embedded in the moon's interior, seemingly monitoring Earth's condition, the purpose is unknown. Some humans who originally lived on Earth, after being in a long shock, occasionally, the drifting spirits are captured by moon cell, and thus a counterpart is shaped within this computer on the moon. These people live in a city called SE.RA.PH built virtually by moon cell, unaware that they are in cyberspace. This sense of déjà vu made Kratos frown slightly. This seems like some kind of large-scale experiment with humans as research subjects. Sifar's erosion seems to have been noticed by moon cell's administrators, so they activated permissions and tried to confine this vanguard of the wandering star in this central hub. So, if I find that administrator, I might be able to go back. However, this line of thought only received a despondent response. Sifar has already destroyed SE.RA.PH many times, but it's useless, it will restart every time. Sifar operated the terminal, continuing to erode the terminal of the photonic crystals. For her, thousands of years were nothing, but Kratos couldn't even wait for a month. He closed his eyes, deep in thought. Without warning, Kratos suddenly caught a whiff of an indescribable, immensely comforting fragrance. In an instant, a fierce, colorful brilliance spread out, and a long sword appeared in Sifar's hand, the sword of the war god she had analyzed from Ares' spaceship. Dragging him back, Sifar stood guard in front of Kratos. In the dazzling chaotic space, fragrant winds drifted, and the enchanting cherry blossoms gently brushed down. If you want to go back, I can send you back, my lord. But, you don't have to do such a difficult thing. Perhaps, you can stay and accompany Kiera. The woman's voice flowed slowly from the void, with a tone that seemed to make one's bones melt with its charm and allure. The enchanting beauty draped in sheer gauze, holding an open scripture, slowly emerged from the void into this central space. Her tall and voluptuous figure, only draped in green silk and translucent gauze, with horns atop her head drawing attention. There were no unnecessary decorations on her body, her slender waist only cinched with a trembling ribbon. Her swaying waist was astonishingly slender, the breathtaking fullness of her chest was indescribably thrilling. The curves of her entire body seemed to entice madness. like an immaculate saint walking through the world of mortals. Yet, with every frown and smile, her pure and enchanting beauty seemed to ignite desires in people's hearts, making them want to suppress her immediately and embark on conquest. Hello, my lord, I am XElenea, also known as Moon Cell's administrator. The unexpected guest Kiera smiled softly and charmingly. Our first meeting, in the future 2,500 years later. The Book of Chaos has already recorded the fate of yours. You will eventually become the ruler of chaos across all realms, the supreme, the ultimate, the perfect demon king, the one who destroys all crisis. But, such a fate is truly tiring, isn't it? Under Sifar's vigilant gaze, XElenea touched her tender and moist lips, licked her fingertips, and the curve of her lips seemed endlessly charming. So, my lord, would you consider staying and accompanying Kiera? After our parting, my lord, Kiera was sent to Moon Cell 2,500 years ago, waiting for your arrival. Yes, every being in this photonic crystals is a false spirit calculation. But, what does it matter if it's false? What does it matter if it's real? All things are marked by emptiness, like a dream, like a bubble, like a dewdrop, like a flash of lightning. You can live with me eternally, indulge in this eternal happiness. Chapter 96. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. In accordance with the records in this volume of the Book of Chaos, His Highness Kratos has taken control of the vanguard of the Umbral Star's terminal, Sifar, obtained complete authority over the terminal, and then communicated with the underworld using the authority of Hades, turning the Greece's inner sea of the planet into a virtual realm, and creating the aetherophasic engine to drain the river Styx. He absorbed all the malice of humanity into himself, using his own body as an empire, forging a body of crisis, and ultimately exiling the contamination of the Greek underworld from the age of the gods. My admired lord, he is simply an ultimate villainous antagonist. Shunned by the world, compelled by disasters, beneath his modest and gentle appearance lies the deepest madness and cruelty of a human. Destroying a planet is as natural as breathing to him, and exterminating a race seems as simple as getting dressed and eating. The black-haired woman draped in sheer white veil held a volume of the chaotic scripture in her hands. As if oblivious to others, she recited inexplicable contents before Sifar and Kratos. Transformed from a good teen nurtured by the association into the king of all violence, the anchor of chaos, the emperor of warp, the destroyer of countless worlds. My lord has purified the source of the bloodborne plague, closed the rifts of the underworld, exterminated the fallen empire, suppressed warp storms. His radiance shines across countless parallel lines of quantum records, saving countless parallel timelines, avoiding the desperate fate of the land of steel and the moon coral, and preventing corruption and erosion by chaos. His name resounds through the heavens, his achievements are eternal. However, in the confrontation with chaos, he himself is about to fall into another chaos. He has become more bloodthirsty and cruel than Kern, more cunning and scheming than Tsianch. His radiance is more corrosive than Nurgle, his desire for peace and tranquility has made even Slaanesh kneel before him. He has replaced chaos. And then, became chaos itself. With a gaze that seemed like mourning, pity, worship, admiration, and longing, the tall and voluptuous black-haired woman slowly lowered the scripture in her hand and posed a complex question to the lord she served. So, my lord, is all this worth it? The woman's ethereal voice faded away. Kratos, protected by Sifar, fell silent for a moment. Who sent you? Such a motherly woman. If she were his wife, things would be quite miserable. Upon hearing this, the voluptuous black-haired woman licked her crimson lips, and an extremely ambiguous and enchanting smile appeared on her face. Ha, he. She then burst into laughter, her voluptuous body trembling, her chest swaying with milky white ripples, and the golden tassels of the demonic robe hanging from her head swayed and danced. I am your attendant, XElenea, my lord. Attendant? I don't know you. Sifar's sword radiated dazzling light. Kratos pressed down on Sifar's shoulder. Because, in the presence of this bizarre woman, Kratos did not feel that the vanguard of the Umbral Star could gain the upper hand. Danger. For the first time in a long time, Kratos sensed the scent of danger from this woman. Her gaze, her eyes, her demeanor. Clearly, her graceful face was as dignified as a saint, but the charm revealed in her every expression was filled with an indescribable seductiveness. Clearly draped in what seemed to be sacred white veils, yet those decorations seemed deliberately cut into styles that were embarrassing. Between the thin and translucent gauze skirt, her tender skin was vaguely visible, and the half-concealed temptation made one's blood boil. In addition, there was an extremely familiar aura. Like, the beastliness that could devour this planet. Love of humanity? Evils of humanity? She seemed to be his kin. You don't need to know me, my lord. Seshoin gently pressed her chest, smiling nostalgically, as if recalling the days they would spend together in the future. Although the time sequence of this world appears to flow forward, from Kiera's perspective, our first meeting is in the future 2,500 years from now. The future. Kratos had heard this word from her many times. His thoughts quickly understood her words. So, a future version of me who knows you sent you to this moment to help me solve my current dilemma. Yes, your great wisdom is truly clear and bright. Seshoin raised her hand and slightly pointed to the central hub of the photonic crystal's body. The green magic square around Sifar disintegrated in an instant, instead gathering around the black-haired woman floating beside her. As the administrator of Mooncell. Even though she had not yet obtained full authority, at this moment, she was the sole ruler here. Following your guidance, Kiera transferred spiritron particles to this era, obtained the authority of Mooncell, and bound the vanguard of the umbral star within the moon. Damn it, future me, are you serious? He never expected that such a strange development would occur. His future self was like a cheat code for his present self. This arrangement made him somewhat contemplative. The debts owed now would certainly be repaid in the future. Karma, hi. Hearing Seshoin Kiera's words, Sifar's crimson eyes flickered. Did you trap me as the administrator? Yes. Because, we can't let you devour the surface of the earth, Sifar. Otherwise, how could the sight of my lord descend to this era? By using the authority of the photonic crystals, Kiera suppressed and bound Sifar, which inadvertently caused Atrox to be shattered by the holy sword because losing assistance from Sifar on the moon. Otherwise, Felber would have ravaged countless planetary civilizations long ago, without having to stumble on this weak planet called Earth. Kratos closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. How can I trust you? Although the seductive woman in front of him was coquettishly addressing him as my lord, Kratos did not easily believe her words. The alertness in his heart was roaring madly. This person in front of him was truly too dangerous. Seshoin Kiera? This woman was much more terrifying than all the women Kratos had encountered so far. She and Athena were not on the same level. You don't have to trust me, my lord. In response to this question, the black-haired woman just smiled coquettishly, her lips curved with an intoxicating arc. Because Kiera actually came here to dissuade you. Although you entrusted me to help you get out of trouble, but Kiera still wants to dissuade you stubbornly. Please, don't continue down this path. Why? Because it's too exhausting. Kiera doesn't want to see you toil, suffer, and despair anymore. Seshoin Kiera pressed her chest. Give up those responsibilities. You don't have to be a savior. Just stay here, and we can indulge in joy and dissolve into eternal happiness. Staring at the black-haired woman with those captivating amber eyes, Kratos slowly turned his gaze to the chaotic and illusory scroll in Seshoin Kiera's hands. Is this a drama? Was what you previously recited about my future? Yes, it was. Then, since you have appeared here, does it mean that fate and future are already determined? Kratos asked calmly, does it make any sense for me to make a choice? Yes. Kratos had been puzzled by related questions for a long time. Waking up from Alvin's simulation, he did not perceive any sudden changes, but everything seemed natural, as if the world had always been like this. The reverse scale of the white dragon, the mystic eyes of bloodthirsty. The fact that Atrox was obtained on the Mystic Eyes collection train meant that everything had already been predetermined. Then, what was the essence of the simulated world? Were simulated people just events that had already happened in history, replayed again? Did his free will truly exist? Finally, Kratos found some answers. Destiny and causality. The woman said softly, are not important to you, my lord. Kratos furrowed his brows slightly. Riddlers are not exactly likable. In chaos, there is no concept of time. She shook her head with pity. Once confirmed, causality converges, everything in the world is but a journey of will. says Kiera, enunciating each word. So, for you, there is no such thing as a predetermined destiny. Instead, the world lines will change due to your will. The universe is always in a state of flux and collapse. Your choices, every action, are real. So, pain and despair also exist. If you are defeated, knocked down, this world will truly welcome that utterly hopeless future. She sighed. You have actually realized it, haven't you? The quantum records of this world are rejecting you, welcoming the arrival of chaos. Warp storms are both poison and remedy. The possibilities of civilization come from the desire for civilization. So, endless wars, endless fights, also represent endless progress, endless possibilities. Human order, counter-force, ultimate ones, quantum records, and even the root, are not on your side. The Magus, in pursuit of the root, are willing to sacrifice everything. This is the madness of this world. You want to converge the quantum records into a peaceful and beautiful future. However, the tranquility you desire is contrary to the desires of the world. The entire Earth, the entire solar system, and even the entire galaxy are all your enemies. Even the contamination of chaos will spread through the quantum records to other parallel timelines. Those disasters are real. Because this universe is being corroded by chaos, neighboring timelines are permeating each other. The future I recited is just the most probable one among countless world lines. It is the possible ending that you are likely to face if you continue on this path. You have ascended to the throne of chaos, but you have also completely lost yourself. Such a thing is not worth it. Saying so, Kiera, with tears in her eyes, a pitiful smile, slowly walked over. Sifar raised the sword of the war god, holding it horizontally in front of her. Warning, stay away from my master. However, the black-haired voluptuous woman completely ignored her and instead, directly passed through Sifar as if Sifar didn't exist. Kratos, almost trance-like, gazed at her tearful eyes. Gazing into those amber eyes, with whirlpools of irresistible indulgence, she slowly approached him. The tall black-haired woman lowered her head, reached out her hand, gently holding the young boy's cheek. So, Kiera wants to save you. Wants to selfishly hold on to you. Wants you to abandon the responsibilities burdened on you. Why are you so tired? Humanity, all of them, are immature, beast-like existences. Consuming desires, indulging in desires. Like a dream melting into desires. But Kiera loves humanity. Only you are my humanity. Only you are my true master. I cannot restrain myself. So, please forgive Kiera's whims. Tranquil stagnation of myriad lusts. With the opening of Kiera's crimson lips, the scripture-like prayer was recited aloud. The suspended green magic square behind her collapsed suddenly, and the hallucinatory colors slowly rippled in this cyberspace. She raised her hand and gently pushed. A feeling of detachment. Kratos felt as if his soul had been peeled away. The body of Kratos, before his eyes, completely froze, turning into a statue as black as ink. Reinhard's soul belonging to the black-haired young boy, was peeled away from Kratos's youthful body by Kiera, abandoning all accumulated malice, leaving behind only pure innocence. Although entrusted with trust by the Lord, transformed into a spiritual incarnation, and came to this era to assist him. However, looking at the black-haired youth in front of him, with a soul drowning in irresistible indulgence. Kiera, whimsically wanting to keep Kratos here, in this cyberspace, no longer experiencing pain, no longer experiencing despair, no longer losing oneself, but instead enjoying eternal happiness with her. She activated her authority as a beast. Cavity, heaven's hole. The crevice leading to paradise slowly opened from the abdomen of the black-haired woman, emitting profound and chaotic colors. Facing the black-haired youth in front of her, Kiera, smiling with tears streaming down her face, opened her arms. Your fatigue, your pain, your despair. All of that can be discarded, leaving only the eternal indulgence of happiness between us. No one can resist the allure of the demonic bodhisattva, that boundless and immeasurable love. No matter how great the power, in the presence of the celestial demoness, it will become weak and feeble. At the sight of this charming face, the will, reason, and ethics of humanity will begin to waver. Those with rationality, who have tasted pleasure, who have felt pain. As long as there is a hint of desire to indulge in her, the crevice leading to paradise will draw them in, plunging them into boundless heavenly bliss. What she says, is all true. Kratos has already, fully understood. Although he does not know the bond with her. But Kratos can feel her sincerity. All he needs to do is embrace XElenea, and he can abandon all fatigue, pain and exhaustion, and together with her, in this cyberspace of the moon's crystal, enjoy endless pleasure. Indeed. Upon careful observation, she is truly beautiful. The light veil seems to be swaying in the breeze. XElenea stands in the chaotic space, her voluptuous curves gracefully outlined in the blush-inducing attire, her black locks flowing over the fair, tantalizing skin, her slightly biting lips revealing a mesmerizing allure. Such a voluptuous figure is the tallest woman Kratos has ever seen, and with such a chariot, she can surely ascend to the peak. Calling her lord so earnestly, having such a stunning companion, is surely the suppressed desire of every man's heart. However, in XElenea's tearful, almost frozen expression, Kratos raised his hand, passed through her embrace, and reached out to the spirit body of Kratos, tainted with malice. "Forgive me." He gently walked past the body of Kratos, turned around, his deep crimson eyes cast down. "Although I have only known you for a few moments, Kiera, I cannot adapt to your feelings towards me. But, I understand your intentions. However, I am sorry. I have reasons that I must adhere to," he said softly. "I hope you can assist me." Rippling splashes of water spread out on the chaotic ground. In Kratos's dazed expression, the tall black-haired woman extended her slender, fair finger and pointed it at his forehead, transferring all the permissions of the moon's crystal to him. You've always been yourself, my lord." XElenea, deprived of the support of the spiritual computation, ignited her voluptuous body in the splendid fireworks, turning into a rain of vibrant and colorful amaryllis petals. "Kiera, deeply loves you, my lord." On the tear-streaked face of XElenea, a captivating smile emerged. "I have been waiting for your affection after 2,500 years." She sang a moving hymn. "Eyes are like the undying, all dreams vanish. If the heart remains unchanged, all phenomena are as one. Such is the nature, ignorance dreams are awake." The song faded away, mingling with the crimson petals. In the dim, lightless, and chilly palace, it seemed as though a bone-chilling mist lingered in the air. Kratos propped himself up on the soft bed, slowly sitting up. His Highness and disciple's awakening was noticed. Lying on the bed, the two drowsy witches suddenly woke up as if in a daze, then flew over almost immediately. Your Highness, Your Highness! Are you all right?" Medea held her face, tears streaming down as she looked at Kratos's face. "Kratos! Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Hecate inspected Kratos from head to toe, sighing with relief, as the grotesquely proliferating flesh and blood tissues had all disappeared by now. "Don't worry, I am fine." Slowly rising from the underworld's palace, the two witches clung to him like kangaroos, almost buried by their voluptuous figures. Listening to Medea and Hecate's explanations, Kratos rubbed his weary forehead, gradually understanding what had happened. "So, I was unconscious, for 3 days. With the permissions of the moon's crystal liberated, Sifar, with the complete astral insignia, began to cleanse Kratos of the spiritual contamination. He had stayed in the cyberspace of the moon for 27 days. Converted into the time of this realm, it was almost 3 days. After swallowing the Hell Devil's heart, Kratos tore open the rift to the mortal realm with its power, and his consciousness was transmitted to the moon by Atrox. The body left in the palace of the underworld began to devilize under the intense contamination, with a large amount of distorted flesh and blood proliferating indiscriminately, attacking everything around. With the joint efforts of Hecate and Ares, and with Atrox's efforts to restrain, the destruction was eventually contained within an acceptable range. His physical body then fell into a coma after a few hours of madness, and the grotesque flesh and blood began to slowly fade away. Kratos surveyed the repaired palace of the underworld, which was filled with broken traces of battle and withered, shriveled arms. These twisted things, like roots, hung limply to the ground, like dead branches. That was the devil body of Hades. So, is Hades somewhat better now? Much better. Hecate rubbed Kratos's cheeks. Although we're only treating the symptoms, at least he won't fall into a deep sleep again. Hey, awake, hi, you bastard! As they walked out of the palace, Kratos saw a black-haired woman with only one head left, lazily leaning against the door, but when she saw him coming out, the fierce scar on her face seemed to crawl like a centipede. "I mean, are you sick, Kratos?" she said with vacant eyes, as if reluctantly. "Clearly told you not to do stupid things, do you know what the consequences of failure are? After swallowing the devil's heart, you dare to leave your consciousness. If you hadn't succeeded, the entire underworld would have been completely destroyed by your mad body. Hey, your head's back in place." Kratos raised his eyes, glanced at her expressionlessly. "Are you feeling itchy without being a flashlight with your head?" Ares's words suddenly choked, her face turning as red as a liver. After holding back for a long time, she finally blurted out. "You motherfucker, I care about you. Can you?" Kratos smirked. "You're just a woman now, Ares, you damn idiot." "A woman, hey? I'll fucking kill you." Ares rushed up in anger, but Kratos pressed her face down, and she could only dance helplessly in a fit of rage. Grabbing Ares by the neck, he dragged her along the ground. As they walked down the palace corridor, Kratos asked Hecate a question he was very concerned about. Is Ares able to maintain her sanity because she's dumber? Hecate shook her head with a bitter smile. "No. You're the dumb one." "I'm not dumb." Ares shook off Kratos's hand, awkwardly getting up from the ground. At this moment, she was casually draped in a suit of armor and a thin white robe, her clothes all messed up by the one-sided hair pulling from Kratos, exposing large areas of fair skin. She didn't bother to fix it, just brushed off the dirt on her face, and grinned. "I can maintain my sanity because I've killed enough people." As the conversation ended, the footsteps of the three ahead suddenly stopped. Hecate and Medea glanced at each other, holding their foreheads, sighing. "Some pots are best left unopened, Ares, you're really something." Kratos twisted his neck and slowly turned his head to the side, his gaze cold enough to give Ares palpitations. Kratos smiled, and in Ares's stunned expression, slowly uttered a number. 42,367 people. He said each word slowly. "Get them out of the underworld for me, Ares. If one person is missing, I'll twist your head off for a day and let Sparta use it as a ball." 42,000. Damn, that's over 100 kicks. Calculating this number, the black-haired woman couldn't help but tremble. Kratos, accompanied by his two witches, walked away without looking back, while Ares, from behind, shouted somewhat helplessly. "Hey! Hey hey hey, Kratos! The souls of the underworld dissipate in the sunlight, and reshaping their bodies will consume so much magic that even you can't handle it." The black-haired woman hurriedly followed. "And besides, in the underworld, there are countless souls dissipated due to various reasons, and it's not easy to gather the complete souls of the dead. Can you give me a break, please?" Bang! Dust filled the air, and debris scattered. Ares's body slammed into the wall of the palace, the violent force directly shattered her internal organs, and crimson blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. "When you kill someone, why don't you think about using less force?" Trembling, Kratos released the fingertips that were about to strangle Ares's throat, the brutal crimson slowly fading from his deep eyes. "What have you turned life into?" Coughing up blood, Ares stared dully at the black-haired youth in front of her. This minor injury was nothing to her, with the devil constitution combined with the power of the war god, a few moments of operation would instantly restore her to her original state. Because, Kratos held back. He had restrained his anger to an almost extreme degree. "I'm sorry." Trembling, Ares lowered her eyes in a daze. Yes, she finally realized. As she merged completely with the concept of the war devil, her care for humanity had gradually become twisted. She had become indifferent to life. "Please, don't be angry. Your Highness Kratos." Ares, she wasn't like this before. A middle-aged man with a solemn appearance and a crown of otherworldly design on his head emerged slowly from the shadows, standing on the corridor. What caught the eye was, on his left shoulder, a half-body of a brown-haired goddess grew. Persephone closed her peaceful eyes, just like that, merged with Hades, her fair hands embracing the neck of the underworld king. Although the devil contamination had been temporarily swept away, Hades's consciousness had already awakened. However, in order to maintain his sanity, Persephone had chosen to merge with him. At this moment, the state of this underworld queen was still not good, so Hades did not separate from her, but used his own divine power to support his wife's body, hoping she would wake up. You're ready to leave, Your Highness Kratos. I know you came to the underworld to find the souls of your father and fiancé. Hades reached out his hand. A translucent crystal appeared in the palm of this underworld king. In the amber-like crystal, the souls of Leonidas and Marine were frozen vividly. Kratos carefully took them with both hands and handed them to Medea. Because he dared not guarantee his own stability of mind. Sorry for the nightmares that entangled you. A rueful smile appeared on Hades's face. I understand. Kratos shook his head. He had long understood, this was Zeus's intention. He made the Furies torment him with nightmares using the souls of his father and childhood sweetheart, just to provoke the fire of his god-slaying rage. Zeus wanted to give him a motive, a reason. Your Highness Kratos. Hades's eyelids drooped, and in the eyes of this underworld king, there were layers of overlapping circular rings, the signs of being maliciously corroded. He sighed, slowly lifting his gaze, his eyes flashing with complex light. I still hope that you can kill me. As the words fell silent, Hecate couldn't help but tighten her grip on the boy's hand. This topic, she had emphasized to Kratos many times on their way here. Hades hoped that he could be killed by Kratos. However, to this, Kratos just shook his head as usual. Wasn't the devil contamination in you already cleansed? This is just a delaying tactic. Hades raised his hand, gently stroking the sleeping cheek of his wife beside him, a smile appearing on his face. He shook his head. Goddess Hecate, haven't you explained to him already? Humanity fears the gods. As long as humanity's fear and malice still flow, devil transformation cannot be eradicated. Saying so, Hades opened his black robe. In just a few days. On his heart, a wriggling, withered hand emerged, gradually growing like budding branches. Because Hades's divine nucleus carried the power of hell and underworld. All the fear and malice towards hell and underworld would be reflected back onto this underworld king. The devil heart is rapidly regenerating in my body, much faster than before. With the flow rate of time in the underworld, I can only maintain consciousness for up to half a year at most. The speed of the gods' corruption was getting faster and faster. It was because humanity was proliferating more and more. We won't be able to hold on much longer. Gradually, we'll be unable to resist and will start slaughtering humans. Hades closed his eyes, trembling. So, within the next few years, you must kill the 12 Olympian gods. In fact, you don't need to personally deal with the other 10. Because Zeus, he will cooperate with you. All you need to do is kill him. As the words fell silent, there was only silence in the vast underworld palace. Ares, staggering out of the hole in the wall, looked at his divine brother with a mournful expression. Hades, the underworld king, was the most deeply contaminated among the gods, and also the most resilient besides Zeus. He strived to seek death. So, let me be your practice, Your Highness Kratos. A smile slowly crept onto Hades's lips. Difficult the first time, easy the second. You are the savior of this land, the god's lair. I implore you, do not disappoint. Zeus's hope for you. Hades turned his gaze, gently caressing his wife's cheek, nodding gently towards the grim-faced goddess of the dark moon. Goddess Hecate, please take care of Persephone for me after I'm destroyed. All right. Hecate could barely utter the second word. She turned her cheek, tears as thick as blood seeping from her eyes. In this quiet and eerie silence, Hades raised his hand, extracting from his chest the core of the machine god handed to him by Hades. Energy and power sustained cyclically. Type, Hades. As long as this machine god core was completely destroyed, Hades's armor would enter dormancy, and the signal of continuity would terminate. If all 12 machine god cores were completely destroyed, the celestial sphere-type space-time fortress Chaos would judge the mission of reconstructing the planet a failure, thereby closing the void hole and sailing through the universe in search of a new home. In this frozen, almost deathly silent atmosphere, the clear voice of the black-haired youth rang out. You don't need to ask for my opinion just yet, Lord Hades. Kratos didn't take the machine god core from Hades, just looked at it. Perhaps, there is another solution. I know you want to use the vanguard of the wandering star to cleanse the millennia-old malice accumulated in the river Styx, Your Highness. You've even succeeded in obtaining the authority. You're truly extraordinary. In the dimly lit halls of the underworld, Hades, the reserved and taciturn, didn't conceal his admiration for the youth. The gods had witnessed this young king accomplish too many miracles along the way. Unfortunately, it's all futile, your highness. Hades shook his head. As long as the gods survive for another day, the fear of humans towards the gods will not disappear. Even if you cleanse the entire river Styx, however, with humanity flourishing, your kind will completely dominate the entire planet, leaving footprints in every inch of this land. At that time, the burgeoning malice will quickly form a new river Styx in hell. Perhaps you can cleanse it for a few years, decades, or even centuries, but do you plan to cleanse it for 1,000 years? Even if the efficiency of your vanguard of the wandering star reaches its limit, it won't withstand the accumulation of malice. Do you really intend to slaughter your brethren? The more profound the fear of humans towards the gods, the less we can restrain the brutality of slaughtering humans. Once we start slaughtering humans, this fear will only deepen. It's a vicious cycle. A vicious cycle. One side must die for the other to break free from this cycle. Hades sighed softly, understanding Kratos's compassion for them, but... Stop being stubborn, your highness Kratos. The king of the underworld gazed at the youth before him. Draw your sword and kill me. In the dark palace, the crimson higanbana blossomed in the courtyard. Kratos raised his hand, clutching a cluster of higanbana. The vivid red color resembled fragrant blood. Crushing the petals in his hand, the boy's voice slowly reverberated amidst the stunned expressions of everyone. The so-called gods, Lord Hades, Kratos spoke softly, are merely stronger forms of life. The reason people fear gods, ultimately, is simply because they fear anything stronger than themselves. There is a solution that benefits both sides. It's just that, neither gods nor humans dare to propose this answer. That is. The crimson, shattered petals fell from his hand. The black-haired youth continued. Let people fear me alone. Medea's expression froze. Hecate abruptly turned her gaze. Hades and Ares trembled in astonishment. I will broadcast the scene of slaughtering gods to every corner of this land. I will stand above the gods. If you want to curse, fear, worship, or plead, then, let it all be directed at me. I will embrace all the love of humanity, I will bear all the evil of humanity. I will bring down chaos, I will bring down your chaos. In the frozen silence, the black-haired youth slowly took the machine god core from Hades and inserted it into his own chest. Thank you. He whispered softly. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. Kratos. Ares suddenly grabbed the boy's shoulder. Are you fucking insane? Bringing down chaos, wasn't that your plan? Ares. Kratos pushed her hand away. As the god of war, are you afraid? I know I can't do it. I'm useless. I'm trash. That's why I wanted to merge with the power of the war devil. Ares revealed her shortcoming, trembling with a resolute voice. But, even if the 12 machine gods combine, it's impossible. Do you know what chaos is? It's the celestial sphere-type space-time fortress our civilization painstakingly built. It's a Dyson sphere that can harness all the energy of a planet. Even if only 3% of its energy remains, it's still something no life on this planet can contend with. Its normal attack power is enough to vaporize an entire moon. Something you can't do, why do you think I can't do it? Ares, you're nothing but a pathetic waste. The black-haired youth uttered a sentence without expression. I am the god of war. I am Kratos. The god of courage and victory on this planet. In the silence of everyone, Kratos smiled as he spoke out his plan, word by word. With each word, the expressions of those present grew more astonished. After the astonishment, came melancholy, pain, and pity. As the words faded away, Kratos smiled and touched Hecate's hand. The goddess of the dark moon suddenly pulled away from his fingertips. Her voluptuous figure trembled uncontrollably, tears welled up in her eyes, whether out of anger or a desire to escape, she couldn't tell. Get out! Get lost! Kratos. Please, teacher. He said with a smile, I've never asked you for anything, have I? Faced with the youth's plea, Hecate softened. In the palace of the underworld, Hades, who was seated on the throne, amidst the battle, was crushed into a pile of indistinct flesh by the blood-red devil body. Hecate raised her hand, dispelling the gruesome scene crafted by shadow magic. She then locked eyes with Hades, and both wore bitter smiles. Under the crimson blood moon of the underworld, Kratos slowly walked out of the palace of the king. Standing atop the peak of this underworld mountain, the dark hair floated behind the youth's head. Kratos touched the eye on his chest and closed his eyes. Atrox, begin. Are you sure you want to do this? Kratos, you might not be able to handle it. Shouldn't you reconsider? You. If I can't handle it, don't I have you? At that time, you'll finish it for me. Kratos smiled. Since when did the world ender become so maternal? Atrox fell silent, analyzing the machine god core that drove Hades. In the boy's palm, a crimson giant sword appeared for a moment. Tear. He raised his hand and swung it casually, cleaving a profound rift that traversed the underworld and the mortal world, pinpointing the path to Sparta. Teacher, Medea. Kratos turned his head, looking at the two witches standing behind him. Medea walked up and gently held his hand. Your Highness. It's time to go home, Medea. Kratos smiled, stroking her hair. Wait for me to come back. You're lying to me. Medea's voice trembled. Your Highness. Unless you tell me directly that you're not lying to me, I won't believe you. After a moment of silence, the youth leaned over and kissed the witch's lips. Medea subconsciously closed her eyes in embarrassment, then felt a strong drowsiness washing over her mind. Handing the sleeping witch over to Hecate behind her. Take care of Medea, teacher. When will you come to take care of me? Looking at the silently smiling youth, Hecate raised her hand and gently poked his forehead before carrying Medea into the rift. Hades and Ares stood behind Kratos, watching the youth's figure, unsure of what expression to wear. Kratos. Ares raised her hand, as if wanting to stop him. Go back, or I'll beat you to death. Ares smiled bitterly with a complex expression and walked into the rift. Kratos turned around, glancing at the king of the underworld standing atop the mountain. You've worked hard, Lord Hades. Don't push yourself, Kratos. Kratos smiled and shook his head, lifting his gaze. At the dome of the underworld, a huge bronze gate slowly emerged and opened, facing towards the moon. Receiving the signal, Sephar projected the complete crest of the wandering star. With the comet's tail of 7 colors, a meteor fell straight from the sky, through the gate that connected the mortal world and the underworld, crashing into the vast river of the underworld, stirring up violent waves. In an instant, using the connection between the crest of the wandering star as a transmission medium and the entire river of the underworld as a source of magical energy, Kratos created an etherophasic engine. And the thing he needed to empty was the malice of the entire underworld. The incredibly surging, incredibly violent purified magical energy continuously flowed into Kratos' body. In just half a day, it filled his body, the powerhouse of magical energy that had accumulated the energy of slaughtering devils for half a year, to its limit. Close to limitless magical energy. Kratos twisted his neck, his gaze piercing through the rift between the underworld and the mortal world, straight towards the city-state of Sparta. Half a day in the underworld, 5 days had already passed in Sparta. With Hecate's assistance, all residents within a radius of 1 kilometer around the gate of the underworld were completely evacuated and cleared out. Standing atop the mountain of the underworld, Kratos raised his hand, pointing towards the gate of the underworld in Sparta. In an instant, the river of the underworld, and the gate of the underworld, were connected by his authority. The surging, ink-black river water flowed out from the gate of the underworld. In the awe-inspiring eyes of the people of Sparta, the earth suddenly cracked. From the direction of the gate of the underworld, a towering black tree slowly rose from the ground, growing tall and towering into the sky within a few short minutes, obscuring the sun. The thick, coiling roots of the tree extended into the gate of the underworld, then deeply plunged into the river, crazily absorbing the nutrients of the river water. This was the mystic code named the Tree of Hell that Kratos created using the Wandering Star Authority, which could help him connect the underworld and the mortal world. This Tree of Hell would nurture him with an endless source of magic from the river of the underworld. Facing the bright and radiant sunlight, and the countless suspicious and astonished gazes converging from the entire land, Kratos slowly stepped out, from the peak of the underworld mountain, to the ethereal highest point of the Tree of Hell. The roots of the tree deeply penetrated this land. The flowing magic activated the spell that Hecate had pre-constructed. A huge picture was projected over the sky of Greece, over the dome of hundreds of city-states. It reflected the figure of the young king who had disappeared for more than 5 years. Above the tree of hell, Kratos' figure slowly floated up, appearing in the eyes of countless people. Feeling the countless gazes directed towards him, feeling the gaze of the gods of Olympus. The black-haired youth smiled brightly and fiercely. Do you know about the cell game? Even if you don't, it doesn't matter. I, Kratos, hereby declare to all of Greece. With a chilling smile, he slowly raised a finger. Next, I will destroy one city-state every 7 days, until someone, mortal or god, can kill me. As his words fell, the entire land of Greece seemed to tremble. Countless people were horrified, terrified, and cursing. They didn't understand why the young king of Sparta, who had returned after disappearing, suddenly turned into this appearance. In the projection in the sky, the figure of the black-haired youth standing in the clouds slowly spread out his hands. My father, slaughtered by devils. My home, destroyed by the gods. The crimson bloodlight spread, filling his pupils, chilling countless spectators to the bone. All this time, I have been suppressing my brutality, carefully controlling my power, afraid of destroying this fragile land, harming this weak planet. And now, I have finally awakened. I'm just showing you mercy. Madness and chaos, that's the eternal truth of this universe. Survival, fighting, scheming, desire. Wandering star, machine gods, devils, humans, and even this land. My patience is limited. And I've had enough. The only constant in this universe is war. The so-called peaceful life is just an illusion and a stroke of luck in the cracks. No one stands on the top of the world. Not you, not devils, not even gods. But the unbearable vacancy of the throne in the sky is over. Kratos raised his hand, slowly brushing through his hair. The deep black hair emanated dazzling light, scattering and drifting in the void. The youth's black hair turned into brilliant silver strands inch by inch. The bloody armor spread and grew on Kratos inch by inch, completely enveloping and wrapping his body, making him appear like a demon king, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Ferocious blood threads spread from the void, blood gushing, skulls rolling, weaving behind Kratos into a throne of crimson terror. Seated atop this towering tree of hell, seated within this bloody and terrifying skull throne, the newly crowned Kern, with an expressionless face, continued. From now on, I will stand above the sky, above the clouds of Mount Olympus. If you don't want to die, feel free to try to stop me. This land, this world, this planet. All will kneel before me, burned to ashes. Remember one thing. He lifted his bloody gaze, meeting the eyes of everyone. Do not offend me, gods. Chapter 97 Facing the Gods Alone. Every 7 days, a city-state was destroyed. Until all of humanity was killed. Broadcasting the verdict of destruction to this land. The newly ascended terrifying blood god, Kratos, sat quietly at the top of the tree of hell, sitting on the bloody skull throne, slowly closing his eyes. Behind Kratos, ferocious blood threads surged and spread out, forming a huge clock made of bones, ticking down the countdown to death. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. The pendulum swung rhythmically. With each tick of the second hand, an extremely crisp sound echoed through the entire sky of Greece, like a death knell. The blood-red devilish body sitting on the skull throne closed its eyes silently, as if it had fallen into a peaceful nap. However, the terrifying words spoken by Kratos had already caused a spiritual storm of trembling hearts among the numerous city-states standing on this land. What's happening? Look at the projection in the sky. Am I hearing correctly? His Highness Kratos, the wise king of Sparta, wants to slaughter the city-states of Greece. He once fought against Lord Ares for the position of god of war, and both sides were thrown into hell by Lord Hades. His Highness Kratos disappeared for 5 whole years. Now he's killed even Lord Hades and finally crawled out of hell. This posture is even more devilish than devils themselves. It's not surprising. The fused warriors of Sparta transform into devils every day. Those who oppose hell eventually fall into hell. Even the god of courage, His Highness Kratos, has fallen. Even his glorious divine body has been tainted by hell. Fear. Astonishment. Doubt. Inquiry. This was the terrifying massacre form of Atrox, displayed without any concealment for the first time before the people of Greece. The devilish body sitting on the skull throne emitted a strong aura of destruction derived from the crest of the wandering star, like a world-destroying demon king. With closed eyes, Kratos could clearly feel the raging evil and malice pouring relentlessly from the void, filling and transforming his will, just like the faith power he once had, filling and transforming his devilish body. This was the fear ignited in the hearts of people witnessing his devil form and hearing his words of destruction. The blood vessels coiling around his muscular arms twisted and writhed grotesquely like centipedes. The flesh all over Kratos's body kept forming disgusting pustules, constantly appearing and fading, as if some uncontrollable life was trying to break free from this devilish body. With human negativity, it gathered here within his body. A violent, bloodthirsty impulse to slaughter humanity slowly rose in Kratos's mind. He shook his head, suppressing these impulses. Just this level of fear, this degree of evil. It was not enough, far from enough. This was only a small part of the negative emotions on this land. Most people hadn't yet feared him. Because, what had just happened was too strange, too bizarre, and too sudden. People were still eating and singing songs, when suddenly Sparta grew a towering tree, and the dark river water rushed over everything. The wise king who had built the gates of hell, the illustrious young king, suddenly emerged and declared destruction upon all of Greece. In just a few minutes, people hadn't yet recovered. The sudden change had caused a violent spiritual upheaval. Many people anxiously questioned everything, wanting to do something but finding themselves unable to do anything, so they could only stand anxiously and look up, hoping for something to happen. The people of Sparta were especially so. The thoughts of the residents were surprisingly consistent. They understood Kratos's deep love for Greece. They all believed that this was not His Highness's intention to destroy Greece. The elite warriors spontaneously began to gather towards the Tree of Hell, wanting to climb up along the roots to rescue their king. However, as they approached the Tree of Hell within a kilometer, the excessively dense magical energy in the air had already made the breathing of ordinary warriors become rapid, and thick blood began to seep from their eye sockets. The fused warriors, combined with devil power, were much tougher, staggering towards the roots of the tree, starting to climb up. Boom! A figure as sturdy as a small mountain suddenly rushed into the perimeter of the Tree of Hell like a cannonball, leaping and jumping, grabbing the collars of these warriors, and throwing them down from the Tree of Hell. Get out! Get out of here! Is your life so worthless? If you want to die, then die on the battlefield! Alcides roared with a thunderous voice. This is not a battlefield for you to meddle in. The fallen warriors looked up at Alcides. General, please, you must save His Highness. In silence. Alcides raised his gaze, glanced solemnly at the sky, closed his eyes, and nodded heavily. I will, personally go to bring him back. Saying so. However, Alcides seemed to have a premonition. They wouldn't see Kratos's face. Following the military order issued within the city-states, the area within a kilometer radius of the Tree of Hell was once again evacuated and cleared in an orderly manner. At the original site of the royal court on the summit of Mount Sparta, all of Kratos's comrades, relatives, and loved ones in Greece, looked up at the sky with complex expressions, gazing at the figure seated on the bloody skull throne in the projection. So close! Yet, so far away! Cenas suddenly tightened Medea's hand, turned her gaze away from the trembling, unable to believe, and looked at her sister, who had already matured and grown plump. Medea, however, dared not meet her gaze directly, only lowering her eyes dimly. The frequent battles of the past 50 days had left several ferocious scars on the silver-haired maiden, making Cenas's temperament even more fierce and violent. However, at this moment, tears of weakness, on the verge of overflowing, filled the eyes of the silver-haired woman. Medea, why? 5 days ago, Hecate returned with Medea from the underworld, bringing an indescribable joy to the people of Sparta. Medea narrated Kratos's experiences in hell. At the same time, Hecate also brought news. Kratos had killed Hades, would use the power of the Lord of the Underworld to expand and rebuild the gates of hell, and completely clear the devil-contaminated areas. The royal court held a lively banquet. Dante and Virgil embraced each other and wept, and the crowd was in tears, excitedly waiting for the return of the young king. In the following days, in response to Hecate's request, the city-state of Sparta quickly evacuated the perimeter of the gates of hell. Everyone was waiting for the return of the young king, embracing the hope of a bright future, eagerly awaiting. After all, Kratos never disappointed. Then they waited, until the tree of hell rose. Until the young king declared destruction upon all of Greece. These few short minutes were like thunder, rumbling in their minds. First, stunned, dumbfounded. Then, strong numbness and absurdity filled everyone's minds. No one believed that this was something Kratos could do, they also believed that perhaps something had gone wrong somewhere. However, looking at the dim expressions of Medea and Hecate, everyone trembled as if they had understood something. It doesn't really matter. I don't care, damn it. Greece, if it's going to be destroyed, then let it be destroyed. If His Highness wants destruction, then let there be destruction. But Ceres raised her gaze, looking at the tree of hell in front of her, looking at the figure shrouded in blood in the sky. She trembled as she spoke. Why don't you come see us, Your Highness? The people standing here had already seen Kratos's terrifying form of destruction. They, who were most familiar with this wise king, knew very well that Kratos had not fallen into devil depravity. Tell me, respected goddess, please tell me. What happened? What happened to His Highness? Hecate shook her head, pain and pity filling her eyes. I'm sorry. I lied to you, but this is Kratos's will. Please, don't ask any more. Because of Kratos's request, Hecate did not reveal the secrets of the gods. The truth of the gods' fall could not be spread, otherwise, people's pity and sympathy for Kratos would destroy him in an instant. To save you, you must be misunderstood. This is the saddest paradox in the world. To save the people of Greece, he must endure the fear, curses, and hatred of all of Greece. A dense shadow hovered beside the goddess. Hecate, with painful compassion, helped her disciple deceive her comrades, her relatives, and her beloved ones. Kratos. Just like Zeus once did. Bearing everything alone. At the base of the tree of hell, the silver-haired brothers supported each other, trembling and staggering, step by step, nearing their destination. Dante, Virgil. They wanted to rush up to the tree of hell immediately to find their brother. Alcides tried to stop them, but alas, the great hero could no longer hold back the two brothers. The two attempted to tear open a rift with their sword, intending to teleport directly to the top of the tree. However, near the tree of hell, the space seemed to be confined, and their usual powerful swords, Yamato and Spartan blade couldn't tear open the rift here. Since that was the case, they would fly up instead. The brothers activated the devil trigger and soared directly into the sky. But, as they approached the top of the tree of hell, their magic seemed to be rapidly drained away, and the ferocious devil trigger quickly faded from their bodies, leaving them limp and powerless as they fell to the ground. Kratos. The brothers, covered in bruises, climbed up, supporting each other, and tremblingly approached, using their torn hands to climb this towering tree thousands of meters tall. However, their strength seemed to be rapidly drained. Suddenly, the brothers fainted and fell straight down from several meters high, only to be caught by Alcides. The hero of Greece, the general of Sparta, Kratos's eternal chosen. The burly figure of the dark-haired youth held the unconscious brothers, returning to the court with a silent expression. Even Dante and Virgil couldn't climb up. Now, everyone understood. This was rejection from Kratos. Anyone who attempted to approach him failed, he isolated himself at the top of the tree of hell. Medea. Ceres collapsed weakly to the ground, grabbing the witch's sleeve. She had never felt this way, even when Kratos was cast into hell, she hadn't felt like this. However, at this moment, Ceres dimly realized. She was about to lose her prince. Please, tell me, you who have been with His Highness, you must know. The silver-haired maiden uttered a hoarse, intermittent, almost choked-back voice. What happened to His Highness? What happened to him? I won't cry. I won't do anything, I just want to know his condition. Can I help His Highness? No one can help His Highness. Even if they could, he wouldn't allow it. The tide of pity surged in the witch's heart. Medea remained silent. She couldn't speak either. If she couldn't help but reveal the secrets, then others wouldn't be able to keep them either. If she didn't want to see Kratos hated by the world, feared by the world, cursed by the world, such forbearance would instead completely destroy his efforts. So, she held on. Medea held on, but she seemed on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Ceres grabbed the witch's clothes as if going mad, roaring like a crazed little lion. Tell me, Medea. The fierce silver-haired woman shook her sister, her tremendous strength seemingly about to shatter Medea like a delicate porcelain. Tell me. Cenas, stop. That's Medea. The trembling Atlanta grabbed Cenas's hand, pulling her away as she went mad. His Highness has his own considerations. Atlanta tried to squeeze out a smile from the corner of her mouth. Trust His Highness. This sentence finally slightly eased the tense and stagnant atmosphere on the scene. That's right. Trust His Highness. He is a miracle, he is courage, he is victory. His Highness Kratos has never disappointed. So, His Highness will come back, just like he returned from hell, he will also descend from the sky. In the light green eyes, there was hope. Atlanta tried to smile, asking Medea. His Highness will come back, right? There was no answer. Just like when Medea asked Kratos that question in the underworld, there was no answer. Silence. A silence as dead as death itself. Everyone stared blankly at Medea and Hecate. The solemn atmosphere, like a funeral, seemed to extinguish even the sound of the wind. In this complete silence, frozen in place, Atlanta's smile slowly faded, her expression gradually becoming bewildered and lost. She desperately tried to capture even a glimmer of brilliance in Medea's eyes. But she could only see dull and gloomy colors in those purple pupils. Medea, you. The witch closed her eyes. Atlanta, realizing the answer, pressed her chest, struggling to breathe. Suddenly, as if collapsing, she slumped to the ground. She struggled to get up, but her hands didn't know what to grasp, as if even the strength to support herself was gone. They couldn't do anything. Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! Cenas knelt on the ground, roaring at the sky. That hoarse and heart-wrenching cry seemed to release all the accumulated frustration, loneliness and pent-up emotions from her 2,000 days and nights. Why won't you even see us? In the resounding, here-trending call, Kratos tightened his lips. Supported by the boundless energy of the river Styx, his gaze could penetrate beyond the heavens, and his perception already covered this land. He could hear everyone's words. But he couldn't respond. Why can't you? Kratos. Why won't you even see them? A clear voice came from the edge of the ears. Kratos opened his eyes, slowly shifting his gaze. The silver-haired youth in the black armor stood by his side. His silver hair fluttered slightly in the wind, and his iron-grey eyes seemed to be permeated with all the compassion in the world. Afraid? Kratos? Alvin asked softly. But there was no response. In this silence, Alvin got his answer. He smiled slowly. So that's it. You are afraid too, Kratos. Why won't you even see them? Because you intend to sacrifice, you are destroying yourself. Because you are afraid of their tenderness, their retention, their love, which will completely crush you, crush your determination to sacrifice. Kratos looked calmly at him. What does it matter? Ha, he he he, he 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 he. Alvin laughed uncontrollably, as if hearing an incredibly amusing joke, shaking uncontrollably and laughing hoarsely. Ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Kratos. You used to mock Artoria's twisted sacrificial desire. But now, what's the difference between you and her? The crazed laughter quickly turned into a kind of madness, hoarse laughter. You intend to bear all the Greece's evils alone, do you have full confidence to defeat chaos? No, we both know, you don't, you're just gambling. Because you can't bear to see the destruction of the machine gods, you selfishly arranged everything for them, exchanging the lives of the 12 machine gods for your own sacrifice. However, Alvin sneered mercilessly. Is only your sacrifice considered a sacrifice? What do you consider the sacrifices of the Olympian gods? Are you just moving yourself? Then. This tidal wave-like interrogation received no response from Kratos. You are truly arrogant, Kratos. Alvin looked sadly at the other himself. You, arrogant madman. I have always been a madman. Kratos said softly, you know that better than anyone else, don't you? Alvin smiled pityingly, without saying a word. Boom. The swirling lava light fell from the sky, abruptly blasting the figure of the silver-haired youth into dispersion. Kratos raised his gaze dazedly. The god of war, the one who wields the power of war and slaughter, descended solemnly under the bright sunlight of the sky. The body of Ares before him was so sturdy and exuded such a daunting pressure. He retrieved his machine terminal and assembled all the fragmented warship pieces suspended in orbit onto his body. The huge warship wings floated behind him, emitting bursts of intense flames. Radiant halos floated all over him, setting off this dazzling crimson machine god body, as if the god of the heavens had descended. I am the god of war, Ares, who slaughters all and destroys all. The hoarse and solemn voice emanated slowly from Ares' body. I have thoroughly endured your arrogance. Kratos, today is the day you pay for your pride. Boom! Ares suddenly spread his arms. The blazing lava light erupted violently from his mech body, illuminating his body as sacred and majestic, contrasting sharply with Kratos's ferocious devilish body. Who is god and who is devil, is clear at a glance. Want to destroy Greece, the beloved land of the gods? Even a despicable devil like you dares. Today, let me, the god of war Ares, pierce your skull with my sharp spear. Facing the solemn oath of the god of war, Kratos just twisted his neck, making a crisp sound. You're like a dog released by Olympus to bite people, Ares. Last time I didn't step on your head enough, so you're enjoying it now. Kratos smirked, even too lazy to stand up from the blood-red devilish body seated on the throne. The loser's mourning dog is barking at me. Guh. Buried within the machinery, the black-haired woman made a growling sound, biting her lips hard, her expression on the verge of breaking down. Damn it, Kratos, don't you expose people's weaknesses like that. Who would like to be stepped on their head and enjoying it? Thinking about this battle, Kratos still had to hold back against her. As the god of war, Ares, he felt a sense of indescribable humiliation. Damn it, you're the one who said to go all out. I'm pulling out all the stops today. Don't chicken out on me now, dying by my hand. Die. The devil power and the divine power, seamlessly blended, merged and surged together. The devil power erupted fiercely like molten lava, the shadows of thousands of weapons appearing behind her body, colorful lights gathering in the palm, forming an incredibly hot spear, distorting space with its burning temperature. Crimson Strike. T-Strike was not dispersing energy like a railgun, but a condensed, solid, piercing strike. She has learned from her previous mistakes. Boom! Behind Ares, brilliant wings suddenly spread out. The plasma spear condensed, under the full power traction of the electromagnetic field, suddenly burst out like a falling sun, with a fierce flame tail, fiercely piercing towards Kratos. This attack was enough to melt through the crust, pierce through the mantle, and burn the earth, leaving a crater tens of thousands of meters deep. No dodging, no deflecting, and no employing any techniques. Kratos simply raised his right hand. As Ares, nearly convulsing, stared. And amidst the countless spectators, their gazes filled with overwhelming shock. The robust blood-colored devilish body, in such a casual manner, with just one finger, blocked this crimson strike. Ripples surged and rippled, distorting space as if it were being torn apart. Kratos opened his palm, grasping the plasma spear composed of pure energy with his physical body. The raging blood-colored devil power surged, enveloping and swirling around it, then he gently extinguished it in his own hand like snuffing out a flickering ember. Hiss! Ares! Amidst the trembling gazes of the people, Kratos flicked his fingertips. You're, not bad. Not bad, my ass. Just how strong are you now? Ares was about to burst out cursing. This was already her combining the power of gods and devils, her full strength blow under normal circumstances, with plasma temperatures of several million degrees capable of melting through the crust, yet it was blocked by the opponent's finger. Are you even human? Kratos. It felt like chaos was putting pressure on herself. As the god of war, Ares naturally knew when to retreat if she couldn't win. Now, anyone could see that she was not Kratos's match. The gap between the two sides was like a chasm, which was unreasonable if left unchecked. It seemed like she was trying to run away. Kratos propped himself up on the armrest and slowly stood up. The blood-colored throne behind him dissipated inch by inch into the void. Wanna run? He chuckled, such a coward. This sentence seemed to thoroughly enrage the god of war. Run. Today, who's the coward, you'll know soon enough. Buzz. The blazing lava erupted violently from behind Ares, and as the halo vibrated, she directly overclocked the crimson machine god. The plasma spear constructed from plasma continuously burst forth, each shot capable of causing explosions like the Tunguska event. 12 consecutive blood spears appeared beside Ares, arranged in a fan shape, bombarding the devilish body in front of her like meteors. Boom! 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 Watching the opponent's body being annihilated in the endless flames, Ares's eyes revealed a hint of concern. Did she go too far? The next moment, the layered hoarse voices appeared terrifyingly in her mind. Too slow. Kratos, you. Ares's words were cut off before she could finish. With a voice resonating with magic, Kratos directly transmitted into her machine god body. You won't die, don't worry. In an instant of thought. Bang! The sturdy devilish body had already suddenly punched through her back, retrieving her terminal. The entire warship, its solid god steel spine, suddenly shattered and collapsed. Kratos pulled back his force, retracting his arm. Ares's body, like a falling meteor, crashed towards the ground. The Crimson Machine God, flying backwards at a violent speed, tore through the air, causing ripples of airwaves and emitting a deafening scream. In the sky thousands of meters high, it left a vacuum trail. Boom! Ares's mech body plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the distant mountain peaks. The layers of rocks on the mountainside were pierced in an instant, the sturdy rocks rippling like water under the force, and the thick layers of rock were torn apart, leaving a grim scar. Under the transmission radiation of the violent force, countless rocks and sand began to crack, curl up, and explode. From the top of the hellish tree, it directly pierced through a mountain peak, and the violent force continued to push Ares deeper into the earth. Bang! The sky filled with dust slowly dissipated. On the ground, within a crater over 100 meters deep, Ares propped herself up, trembling, and climbed up shakily. The wings were broken, her crimson warship turned into a pile of scrap, and her flesh and bones were completely crushed. Under the shattered mask, revealed was the delicate, blood-stained face of the beautiful goddess. The god of war Ares, was actually a woman. This scene caused a violent shock among the crowd. However, compared to this, on the Olympus mountain, except for Hades, Zeus, Ares, and Athena, the 8 machine gods were all solemnly watching this scene. The shock in their hearts was much more turbulent than those who couldn't understand the content of the battle. Instant kill. As an intelligence ship, Aphrodite knew Ares' strength very well. Even with the damaged warship, it was a combat-type mech. It was thoroughly defeated in one move? How is this possible? It's actually an instant kill. On the sky, the blood-red devilish body slowly descended into the pit, lifted its foot, and stepped on Ares' face. Damn, you're still stepping on me. It's quite comfortable to step on you. With a heaving chest, Ares' bleeding face twitched, trying hard to say something. But after a moment of brewing, she couldn't say anything. Never mind, I've already put out all my strength, it's not unjust to lose. Yes, you are truly a god of war, Kratos, I'm just a useless waste. She tried hard to squeeze out a faint smile, but looking at Kratos' fierce and bloody face, she only let out a dim sigh. I'm really stupid, yes, I admit it. But I didn't say anything, not a word at Olympus, and none of the other gods know. Thank you, Ares. Kratos said softly, thank you for helping me keep this secret. Hearing the heartfelt gratitude from the other side, Ares trembled all over, and a smile, incredibly ugly, spread across her lips. Ha ha, ha ha ha. She was being thanked. Such gentle words could actually be heard from this guy's mouth. The black-haired woman opened her eyes forcefully, trying to stop the tears from flowing down. The overflowing tears, mixed with blood, had a salty and sweet taste. Crying. The god of war was crying. But she was crying because she was beaten. Yes. It's because being defeated is intolerable humiliation for her, crying is also normal, right? Why am I crying? As a machine god, having tear glands is really redundant. Have I, who has been eroded by humanity's evil, become like a weak human? Ares, while shedding tears, laughed at herself bitterly. The expression of crying and laughing, coupled with her delicate beauty, looked extremely ugly. I'm impulsive, coming to challenge you impulsively, and then being killed like an animal, it fits my character setting, doesn't it? Yeah. Kratos nodded vigorously, you're great. Is there a turning point? Kratos. In silence, he wiped away the wetness on his cheeks. Ares's bloodshot eyes stared at him, as if wanting to forever imprint that young face in her memory. Goodbye, Kratos. Goodbye, Ares. At the depths of the immense crater, a crevice leading to the underworld opened, swallowing Ares's body within. Boom! The thunderous roar shook the earth. Inside the mech, the prepared flesh of another black-haired woman, under the rambunctiousness of the dead devil, was thoroughly torn, crushed, and destroyed. Broadcasted across all of Greece. Kratos peeled off her skin, crushed her brain, pulled out her spine, bathed in the raining blood, and emitted a frenzied, hoarse laughter. The thick, splattered blood. In the projection, it depicted an immensely gruesome massacre. Witnessing such a scene, countless people turned pale, feeling a chill, a tingling sensation rising in their throats, experiencing nausea and disgust. Initially, there were sporadic cries of horror. But as the continuous slaughter progressed, it gradually evolved into a deathly silence. 5 minutes later. In the deeper pit, which was hit again, only a puddle of mush remained, a mixture of scrap iron and flesh. In the eyes of the people on this land, there was an incredibly stagnant gaze. The blood-red devilish body slowly lifted its gaze, gazing towards the heights of the sky. In the projection covering all of Greece. That blood-drenched, devil-like, grotesque face slowly broke into a smile. The slightly cracked corners of the mouth, like black crevices splitting open from an abyss, sent shivers down people's spines. Fear. In this moment, a surge of fear, like a dark cloud, shrouded people's minds. Looking at the beautiful black-haired woman being torn apart on the screen, Kratos raised his head, his face revealing such a chilling smile. People seemed to finally realize that god of war was thoroughly killed right before their eyes. The face of a beauty, particularly evokes empathy. For Ares, people continued to extend sympathy and pity. For Kratos, people were overwhelmed with uncontrollable fear and rejection. In order to protect humanity, the war god of Olympus was killed by the fallen king who turned into a devil. Realizing, in that moment of clarity. Buzz. A whisper like a decay surged and echoed in Kratos's thoughts. Countless grotesque tumors suddenly emerged all over his body, his massive devil form seemed to tear open mouths filled with sharp teeth. Rage, bloodlust, fury, resentment. Desiring to slaughter humanity. Desiring to tear this land apart completely. Kratos held his head, staggering to his feet, blood dripping down his fierce face, whether tainted or seeping from his eye sockets, he couldn't tell. Not far away. The silver-haired youth stared at him, the curve of his lips rising, as if emitting silent mockery. In the depths of the underworld, a crevice suddenly opened. The black-haired woman, bathed in blood, fell to the ground inside Hades's palace. Ares lay prostrate on the ground, gnashing his teeth. Thud. Idiot. Fool. Liar. Thud. Damn you. Ares. You waste. Damn you. Thud. Kratos. The feeble fists pounded the ground relentlessly. Until the flesh was mush, the bones bare, there was no intention of stopping. As a god of war, Ares had never hated her own powerlessness so much, as if the surging brutality and murderous intent of those devils had drained from her thoughts, leaving only endless bitterness. Kratos, he was right. She was powerless, she was useless. She was nothing. Even the title of God of War was about to be taken away by that detestable human. What glory could she have left? Thud. Ares trembled and sobbed, a mortal attempting to bear the evil of the entire land, while as a god, she could do nothing. Hades reached out, slowly helping Ares up, looking at his compatriot buried in his embrace, finally unable to hold back his own wailing. Hades. Sob. I'm worthless. Don't say that. Hades embraced Ares's hair. Looking up at the blood moon high in the underworld sky, Hades's solemn face was filled with compassion. Kratos. You're alone, deceiving all of Greece. In the temple of Olympus. The 8 machine gods gazed stoically as the bloody massacre before them finally came to an end. The fearsome, bloodthirsty devil Godgern slowly levitated, retaking his seat on the crimson skull throne, and closing his eyes. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Representing the toll of slaughter, behind him, resonated a crisp yet chilling sound. Seated at the long table in the temple, Aphrodite's amber eyes flowed with a dazzling stream of data. No response detected from Ares. She said expressionlessly. Her terminal signal has been severed. No doubt, he's been destroyed. Zeus. Hera, the regal queen of the gods, turned to the thunderous temple atop the highest peak. You've created a monster, through and through. Gazing at the image of the blood-red devil form, Hephaestus, the forge god, voiced his concerns. Kratos' current state. Is this devilization, or has he been overtaken and controlled by the vanguard of the wandering star? Perhaps. A handsome man shrouded in light murmured slowly. Both. Exactly. Aphrodite nodded. The devil's corruption makes him want to slaughter humans, the vanguard of the wandering star's instinct makes him want to destroy the gods. With Athena absent, the most powerful computational force here was the intelligence vessel Aphrodite. Her words garnered unanimous agreement from the gods. Indeed, in the battle with Hades, was the vanguard of the wandering star also contaminated by the malicious intent of the Styx? This can explain why Kratos is attacking both humans and gods. He has completely lost control. Hades has been destroyed, Ares has been destroyed, Olympus has lost 2 warships, and we couldn't even recover their remains. This is a huge loss. The interstellar travel resource manufacturing ship, the goddess Demeter, spoke methodically. Zeus's plan is gradually becoming reality. What should we do now? No, this may even transcend Zeus's control. Artemis, gazing at the devil god seated on the throne, said. Because Kratos, he vows to destroy human cities, he has completely lost control of his morality. Kill him? Or try to save him? Apollo surveyed the faces of the gods. As the god of light, he was the least affected by contamination among the gods. But if Ares was killed instantly, our attempts to show mercy might only lead to destruction. Wait for Zeus's reaction. Hera sighed softly. Zeus won't allow his son to go on a rampage. In the silence, Poseidon slowly raised her eyes. As the planetary environment modification plant ship, she was the strongest among the 8 machine gods. Why isn't Athena joining us? She's always wanted to control Kratos. Now that Kratos seems to have fallen, this is her best chance. And Zeus's condition, even among us, is the worst. He can only exert his full strength once, then he'll fall completely. So. Hera whispered softly. Wait. When Zeus can't help but take action, our chance will come. The final battle is imminent. At the summit of Olympus. Though it was daytime, it seemed shrouded in a pall of grey clouds. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and rain poured like a waterfall. The colossal Annihilator-class mobile fortress loomed over the thunder clouds, suspended in the sky above the temple of Zeus, manipulating the surrounding weather. The orange-haired woman walked hand in hand with her daughter, slowly traversing the majestic temple. Soon. In the center of the great hall, Athena spotted the figure of the flagship. Just like his son. The burly figure of the silver-haired old man sat atop the throne of the gods, supporting his face with his hand, eyes closed as if resting, as if in slumber. The grotesque mass of flesh piled behind Zeus's throne, a huge monstrosity that seemed to breathe, constantly rising and falling, writhing. Kratos seems to have lost control, venerable Zeus. Athena said, her hand on her black-haired, sweet and adorable daughter, brushing against her chest, bowing slightly, smiling. If you can assist me, perhaps I can restore his sanity. As the last words fell, the silver-haired old man, weary expression on his face, slowly opened his golden eyes. Go down, Athena. If Kratos has truly fallen, then I will go down with him. Waiting, brewing, fermenting. The sun rises and the moon sets in the Greek sky, as time flows by. A few short days feel as long as years. People have tried countless methods, but no one can climb this hellish tree, let alone see your face. You've buried yourself in endless evil. People on the Greek land are gradually beginning to understand that His Highness Kratos may have completely succumbed to devilization. But they haven't given up hope. People discuss urgently, seeking methods, praying again for the gods' mercy, hoping to save you from the contamination of hell. On the 6th night, you look at Hecate before you, and after her long silence, you finally get her answer. It's done. I've replaced all the people in the city with shadows. The gods won't notice for a short time. Those people, I've temporarily handed over to Hades for care. Thank you, teacher. At the top of the hellish tree, she suddenly embraces your weary body. You've already prepared to satisfy her, but she merely gives you a gentle kiss. You must be tired, Kratos. She can see that your spirit is nearing its limit. But, as you've said, breaking limits is your routine. It's okay, teacher. You answer with a smile, and Hecate simply presses her forehead against yours. You can rely on me more, after all, I'm your goddess. So, thousands of meters above ground, you kiss her. She agrees to all your excessive requests. Despite her reluctance, she deceives this world with you. Because, you are her light, she is your shadow. You think, maybe, you and the witch are bound by an inescapable fate, perhaps? The morning sunlight gently ascended above the coastline of Greece, but no one on this land slept last night. Because today is the 7th day. Above the sky, seated on the throne, the crimson figure slowly opened its eyes amidst the intense anticipation of everyone. Kratos's figure slowly rose. He had obtained Ares's terminal and the related permissions, and part of it had already been deconstructed. Raising his palm, he pointed to a city on the coastal edge of Greece, and a dense blood light began to gather at his fingertips. In a matter of moments, a plasma spear, exuding fierce flames like Ares's, condensed, ready to strike. Then, in the next moment, countless defensive formations and divine force fields unfolded before Kratos, layering upon each other, nested like an indestructible shield, blocking his attack. Amidst the trembling and hopeful gazes of the people, 8 figures with halos floating above their heads slowly descended from the sky. Kratos! Have you truly fallen? With a solemn expression, the blue-haired, aristocratic-looking woman gazed at Kratos. Poseidon couldn't sense even the slightest trace of human emotion from his crimson pupils. Fallen. Kratos lowered his eyelids. The so-called fall is nothing but the arrogance of the gods. Powered by magical energy, 1000%. Amidst the stunned and terrified gazes of countless people. In the solemn gazes of the gods, Kratos's blood-red spear suddenly struck, tearing through the layered defenses of the gods and slamming onto the palace of that coastal city, causing a momentary, intense explosion that even dimmed the sun for an instant. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose above Greece. As the dust slowly dispersed. 10 minutes later, a bustling city along the coast was reduced to a deep, blackened crater thousands of meters in diameter. Even the ruins and debris were wiped clean, as if wiped away. A city, erased from the earth by Kratos. Rumble. Tremor. The scorching hot wind blowing over the land told the spectators watching the live broadcast that this was a real and brutal massacre. All the city's communication was immediately cut off. The Pinos Palace has lost contact. They are all dead. Silence. Deathly silence. Kratos, the wise king of Sparta, carried out his words. He had truly destroyed a city, instantly slaughtering hundreds of thousands. In this almost stagnant atmosphere. Ha, he, ha ha ha. Sitting on the throne, the devilish figure let out a hoarse, mocking laughter. The intense crimson filled Kratos's pupils. As if no longer needing to hide any emotions, he then laughed maniacally. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. His chilling laughter echoed throughout the Greek sky, resonating through the heavens of this planet. Amidst this silence, Kratos slowly raised his fingertips, swaying lightly over the earth beneath him, emitting a hoarse voice. The next one. Will it be Mycenae, Olympia, Athens? Or perhaps even Sparta? Boom! His seemingly casual words fell like another exploding nuclear bomb on this land. Fear, astonishment, trembling, horror. The residents of Sparta looked at their king in disbelief, as he abruptly declared the destruction of their own city with his words. The spears of the Spartan warriors fell to the ground. On the throne, Dante clenched his fists so tightly that blood almost seeped from his palms. Kratos's comrades, loved ones and friends stared blankly at his bloody and ferocious face. As if something had been drawn out from their souls. As the last word fell. The lingering echo. Majestic, surging, violent. People could hardly contain their fear. From all over Greece, their collective emotions converged towards Kratos's figure. People could no longer contain their anger, fear, and dread, and their curses against this fallen king resounded between the cities. Die! Butcher, tyrant, full of evil! You are destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame in Greece. His Highness Kratos, he, he has been tainted by hell. So what? Aren't there enough warriors fallen to darkness? Aren't there enough people dead at the hands of devils? Does Kratos have special privileges? He just slaughtered over 100,000 people. Although some still tried to plead for Kratos. But, such feeble dissuasion was instantly drowned in the people's shock and anger, which echoed incessantly between the city-states. Because, people were afraid. Afraid that their city would be the next crater. Respected gods! We beg you to destroy him. Don't let this madman continue his madness. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Horror, resentment, fear, curses. This land had never been so united in its desire for someone's immediate death. The negative emotions harbored in the human collective subconscious began to subtly shift and transfer, intertwining with karma and destiny to weave this evil. Fear of the gods. Projected onto a figure more terrifying and transcendent than the gods themselves. The expressions of the Olympian gods were becoming increasingly solemn, almost as if they wanted to protect the human will, and unconsciously, they seemed to be growing stronger. Enough. Your spirit has reached its limit. Kratos. Give up. Now. Don't hold on any longer. Tell everyone the truth. Atrox's hoarse voice resonated in the young man's heart. Yet Kratos remained unaware. Hoarse, indistinct chants echoed in his wandering mind. Layered, eerie whispers lingered in his ears. In the chaotic darkness, Kratos gazed at the silver-haired youth before him with a look of pity, standing in front of him. Is all this worth it? Kratos. Saying so. Alvin slowly approached, cupping the face of the black-haired youth, his gentle voice like a soothing lure. Saving the world is not your responsibility. You're slowly falling into the abyss. Reason is not a beacon, but your shackles. Let me tell you. Why not cast off the disguise? His seductive voice rippled in Kratos's ears. Freedom is within your reach. In silent refusal, Kratos shook off his hand. On his devilish face, thick, blackened blood oozed slowly from his 7 orifices. Don't mistake my pity for your luck. Gazing at the dazzling gods before him, Kratos laughed hoarsely, almost maniacally. Sorry, I'm not targeting anyone. His crimson gaze swept around, arrogantly refusing to even stand up to confront his enemies. I mean, you Olympians are just like Ares, a bunch of complete garbage. Boom. Magic surged. Energy filled. The distorted air heated fiercely. Under the surging energy ripples of the gods' projections, the magic that shrouded the entire Greek sky suddenly disintegrated. However, no need for projections anymore. Everyone on this land could see the enormous vessels emerging successively from the Tree of Hell. The ocean surged, the earth trembled and cracked. The pristine moonlight bathed the daylight, resonating with irresistible rhythms in the hearts. Planetary Environment Modification Plant Ship, Poseidon. Interstellar Travel Resource Manufacturing Ship, Demeter. Shooter-type Interstellar Fighter Craft, Artemis. Spiritron Data Warfare-type Attack Vessel, Aphrodite. The remnants of the gods' 4 ships, as if torn from the sky, slowly descended and pressed against the dome of Sparta. No more words were necessary. The devil's depravity resisted the gods' self-destruct program. While protecting humanity's divinity, they also had to eliminate Kratos, the destructive factor. The 4 divine ships suddenly unfolded, under the communication permission of the 8 Olympian gods, linking their energy reserves and divine powers to each other. Shooting Star Ordija. You are the gold that pierces the stars. Its entire structure presented an elegant streamline, its hull gleaming like moonlight, and bright wings suddenly spread behind it. In an instant, thousands of golden arrows descended like densely packed missile nests, covering the direction where Kratos was, completely engulfing the blood-red devilish body. Boom! A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted in the sky above the Tree of Hell, shaking the entire Greek sky. Trident Ocean Ray. Scream Eleusis. Mind Hack Mycenae. High-energy lasers, plasma radiation, electromagnetic railguns, gravitational fields, high-frequency blades, spirit hacker intrusions. Explosions, roars. As if endless, explosions and roars. Everything was emptied, everything evaporated, everything not allowed was thoroughly swept away from the sky above the Tree of Hell. The blood-red devil laughed maniacally, bathing in the bombardment of the divine ships. These weak and feeble attacks seemed to only give Kratos a comfortable feeling, as if taking a hot bath. Weak. 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 Too weak. It's so weak that it makes me want to laugh. Is this the best attack the gods can muster? This kind of weak bombing feels like taking a bath here. Sound waves were annihilated in the battlefield, emitting roars and roars of magical vibrations. The bloodthirsty slaughter and tyranny pervaded the thoughts. Behind, the throne of piled bones slowly dissipated into the void. Kratos slowly stood up, the blood-red devilish body suddenly swelled up again, as if something was about to burst out of it. Get out of here! Boom! The surging blood-red devil power erupted violently from Kratos's body, exploding like dozens of cluster bombs. For a moment, all attacks were annihilated. The surging waves of energy almost formed a violent hurricane in the sky thousands of meters high, throwing the divine ships linked together by the gods' power into the air tens of kilometers away. The gods' defense line suddenly collapsed. Just now, you bombed so happily, didn't you? Space seemed to tear apart, rippling out layers of ripples. The blood-red devilish body suddenly flashed, rushing towards Artemis's shooter-type interstellar fighter craft. Blood light surged, and the bloodthirsty demonic sword seemed to split the sky open with one stroke. In an instant, a grim gap was cut open in Artemis's moonlight armor, exposing the seated figure inside the mechanical body, the white-haired and plump moon goddess. He wanted to kill her. In his mind, Atlanta's face suddenly flashed. Suppressing his surging destructive desires, Kratos punched out, directly piercing Artemis's chest, pulling out her terminal. A crack leading to the underworld suddenly opened, and in Artemis's somewhat stunned gaze, it swallowed the humanoid form of this moon goddess. Die! In the roar of the god's lair, the violent blood-red devil-eye power surged crazily from his body. Space seemed to begin to distort, invisible ripples like a giant hand, gripping Artemis's moonlight armor dozens of meters away, grasping, crushing, squeezing it with unparalleled violent force, slowly kneading the body into a mass of scrap metal like a metal ball, and then throwing it into the ocean below. Boom! The towering waves exploded on the sea surface, sweeping away with surging ripples, just like the trembling emotions of the gods. Artemis has been destroyed. Do not hold back. No one can stop Kratos now. Zeus. Why isn't Zeus appearing? No god could withstand the might of Kratos's rampage. Artemis's shooter-type interstellar fighter craft was brought down with a single strike. Standing before him, one could feel the immense pressure. In the skies of Greece, the continuous explosions and roars resounded, the bright daylight flickered fiercely, buzzing and reverberating through the heavens, shaking the eardrums of those on the ground. Despair. Many witnessed how Artemis was crushed into a mass of scrap metal, and this news quickly spread among the city-states. The seven gods, in a sorry state, slowly gathered together. The devil's inertia was thrown aside, and at this moment, the gods only thought about how to stop the present god's lair. Let's synchronize integration, with Poseidon as the guide. We have no other choice. With Poseidon as the guide. Entirely blue, resembling a streamlined fish fin, the planetary environment modification plant ship floated in the air. Demeter, the interstellar travel resource manufacturing ship, and Aphrodite, the Spiritron data warfare type attack vessel, slowly approached each other. Their broken machine parts and components began to transform, linking, communicating, and combining together. The dignified blue-haired woman sat at the center of the core, with the colossal machine body of Poseidon spanning hundreds of meters in height, making the blood-red devil's body seem extremely small in comparison. However, the gods knew, at this moment, they were the ones in the weaker position. Kratos! Kratos! Atrox's hoarse shouts echoed in the depths of the young man's heart. However, it was as if they were completely blocked, unable to be heard by Kratos in the slightest. Atrox's will trembled violently and suddenly delved into Kratos's thoughts, diving into that chaotic-colored consciousness space. The black-haired youth sat atop the blood-red throne, his eyes closed as if taking a nap. Beside Kratos, Alvin stood, gently embracing the strands of the youth's hair. Seemingly aware of Atrox's intrusion. The eyeballs on the demonic sword gazed dazedly, watching as the silver-haired youth turned back and pressed his lips against his. SHH. Alvin chuckled, hushing. Don't disturb us, Atrox. Who are you? I am Kratos. Alvin smiled and said, I am the one who wants him to live. Using Poseidon's ship as the core of the combination, the planetary environment modification plant ship overclocked itself to 1000% of its power. The air was heated at an incredible speed, and the electromagnetic field was severely disrupted. Boom! Violent and blazing light erupted from the ship's cannons, countless torrents of furious gamma rays surged out, radiating wildly and spreading across the entire Greek sky as if it were ablaze. Where Kratos stood, atoms in the air were thoroughly heated by Poseidon's cannon, shimmering with plasma-like brilliance, bursting with rays and radiation. With his body as the center, everything within a radius of kilometers turned into a dazzling, colorful haze. Anything, any life, in the rampage of such gamma rays, would be annihilated into invisible dust. However, the blood-red Devilus's body showed no change at all, not even the slightest injury. With the permission of the Wandering Star Authority, he surpassed Atrox's authority. The crest of the Wandering Star was fully activated, the entire Styx River's power was crazily absorbed, and even the intent of purification was ignored. In the almost stagnant gaze of the gods' bodies, the thick, blood-red devil power, like flickering flames, emanated from Kratos's body, completely enveloping and entwining him, inch by inch forming a magnificent giant with a towering devilish body. At this moment, Kratos's body, driven by devil power and supported by the entire Styx River, was even more majestic and powerful than the intact vanguard of the Wandering Star. Olympus, I ascend. In the stifling atmosphere, the Crimson Giant lifted his hand, as if gripping a weak quail, and clenched the bodies of the 7 gods assembled into the machine body of the gods, in his palm. Crack, crack! The bodies emitted a groan under the immense force. Olympus, is this all? How am I losing? Kratos smirked, then waved his hand. The clouds in the sky split instantly. The machine bodies, assembled from the gods and the 3 starships, fell from the sky like meteors, spanning the entire Greek land, crossing thousands of miles, crossing the sight of the people, and crashing onto the peak of Mount Olympus. Boom! It was as if the entire Greece trembled. The earth trembled and screamed. Kratos shook his head, the body of the blood-red giant slowly dispersing. Walking in this form would leave countless city-states trampled into deep pits. With Sephar's help, he still retained the last strand of precarious sanity. With a somewhat dazed expression, with a step, he seemed to tear through space and appeared dozens of miles away. On the peak of Mount Olympus, the broken and battered bodies of the 7 gods' machine bodies were embedded in the heavy rocks, like a lump of scrap metal. The gods disintegrated their damaged armor in embarrassment, floated up in humanoid form, and gathered in the highest temple of the peak. The sky above the mountain peak of the gods was shrouded in gloomy grey clouds, and amidst those dark clouds, golden flashes of lightning flickered. A sturdy figure with silver hair sat on the throne of the towering temple, his majestic body seemingly supporting the sky and the earth. Hades, Ares, and Artemis. They have all been destroyed by Kratos. Queen Hera, with a bloodied face and disheveled demeanor, no longer resembled the dignified goddess she once was. Her cold and mournful gaze fixed upon her husband before her. As the consort ship, Hera was most concerned about Zeus's condition. She hadn't been involved in Kratos's plan from the start. But at this moment, regardless, she felt the desolation of her kin's passing. Kratos is about to destroy all of Greece. So, Zeus, are you satisfied? Observing the disheveled state of her kin before her, sitting upon his throne as the king of the gods, Zeus remained silent. Zeus slowly raised his expressionless gaze, staring at the blood-red devil, descending from the heavens like the god of death. Kratos. As if at a grave before. The silver-haired old man issued a complex and varied call. Long time no see. With a snap of his fingers, filled with devil power, he communicated with the tree of hell, projecting the scene in this temple to every corner of Greece once again. Kratos's hoarse voice uttered the name of this father. Zeus. I've had enough of your schemes. Destroying my home, killing my father, plundering my brothers, tormenting my spirit. Even I have been cast into hell. Under your manipulation, I was played like a puppet. I've had enough. Don't mistake my mercy, patience, and good temper for your god's luck. With that said, Kratos emitted a chilling and frightening laughter. So, it's time to end it all, Zeus. I will make sure that you, in front of everyone, are crushed in the most miserable way. Yes. The silver-haired old man slowly lowered his golden eyes. It's time to end it. The situation has changed like this, undoubtedly, it's my fault. After I destroy you, I will bear all the guilt. The silver-haired old man's ethereal voice faded away. A huge and terrifying shadow loomed over the temple. The interstellar combat purpose annihilation type mobile fortress flagship slowly descended, revealing its true form. Thunder twined around the towering golden head, also the flagship of Olympus. Model, King of the Gods. Type, Zeus. In blue appeared stacked behind his head. Threads of lightning flickered around the king's divine body. Zeus slowly raised his hand, and in his palm, a twisted golden thunder emerged. Fierce photons, in Zeus's hand, the electromagnetic field was concentrated. It was enough to melt everything, making the temperature of space rise to tens of millions of degrees. Watching this scene, a brilliant and ferocious smile appeared on Kratos's face. The gods stood behind the god King Zeus, people watched everything with bated breath, and the stagnant atmosphere seemed to freeze all of Greece. In this solemn confrontation, a faint voice of Athena sounded, echoing from the shadows of the temple. So, why are you broadcasting your anger to the world, Kratos? The orange-haired woman emerged slowly from the shadows of the temple. Her amber eyes nested within circular rings, rippling with mesmerizing ripples. Gazing at Kratos's bloody face, Athena, with a smile that seemed not quite a smile, spoke. This is completely pointless, isn't it? With your current power, if you want to slaughter humans, then slaughter them. If you want to destroy the gods, then destroy them. So why broadcast it for people to see? Destroying one city every 7 days? Then you'll have to destroy this entire Greece, one city at a time, for several years. Isn't that too slow? After a moment of silence, Kratos sneered, laughing hoarsely and cruelly. Because I want people to see your most miserable deaths. Then, Athena chuckled, what does that have to do with you slaughtering humans? Silence. Silence was the atmosphere in Olympus at this moment. Because I, Kratos murmured, lowering his gaze, have fallen. No, you haven't fallen. Athena came forward slowly, her expression gentle and captivating. She gently placed her hands on his fierce face. She smiled. Come on, I'm right in front of you, just kill me. No movement. Kratos stared at her, motionless. Athena waved her hand. The cute black-haired girl emerged from the shadows, her eyes and those of her mother were both amber-colored. Your daughter, Pandora, this is the hope you entrusted to my heart. Come. Pandora, to your father. The cute black-haired girl hesitated and timidly hid behind Athena, gazing at Kratos's fierce face, and hesitantly called out. Father. This soft call. It felt like a heavy hammer striking in the chest. Kratos stared at Pandora in front of him. The goddess's tender breath, like gentle waves, surged and cascaded. She leaned against his ear and whispered softly. If you can't bear to do it, then come into our embrace. Collapsed. As if something staunch had collapsed. This simple, gentle words from the goddess. Finally, it made him collapse. No. Athena. Your dash. Hecate's figure suddenly appeared in the shadow of the temple. She rushed over, trying to pull Athena's hand. But it was already too late. Like the taut string in his heart, finally snapped. Kratos knelt on the ground. Despair and pain couldn't destroy this god-slayer. But he couldn't resist gentleness. All of the world's evil couldn't crush his will. He was crushed by gentleness. Is it funny? I don't think so, Kratos. In the chaotic space, the black-haired youth sitting on the throne slowly opened his eyes and looked at the silver-haired young man in front of him. His iron-grey eyes were slightly lowered. In his expression, there was a touch of sadness and pity. Longing for beauty, that's human nature. In this world, there is no such thing as a perfect ending, Kratos. Kill the gods. Kill them. Then you can live quietly and happily with the people you cherish. Alvin spoke softly. Facing the black-haired youth, the silver-haired young man slowly opened his arms. If you feel tired, Kratos, just give everything to me. Athena stared blankly. Looking at the blood-colored devilish body in front of her, slowly swelling and enlarging, countless arms grew all over it, and countless eerie eyes continued to grow on those arms. Blood flowed from those eyes. Chapter 98 I accept you. An unyielding will that couldn't be crushed by pain and despair. Yet, it was utterly shattered by gentleness. At the peak of Mount Olympus, within the temple, the assembled gods gazed almost frozen in place. They watched as the blood-colored devilish body before them slowly expanded and swelled, countless grotesque arms sprouting from it, each arm opening countless eerie eyes. Eyes sprouted from the arms. Eyes continued to grow on the arms. It was a gaze that instilled fear and sent shivers down one's spine, the gaze of being watched. Countless human skulls piled and rolled on its grotesque body, emitting a mournful howl and wail. The fear of death among people, and the boy's desire to survive, combined with the overwhelming malice towards this world, ultimately shaped the ultimate destiny. Chaos God Kern, who brings slaughter, death, destruction, and ruin to all living things, born from the sadistic nature of this planet. It was called the Death Devil. Above the sky of Mount Olympus, the clouds were dark and gloomy, and a thick, blood-like rain began to pour down, as if the entire world was weeping. Seeing this scene that shook their very core, all the machine gods present turned pale in an instant. Kratos, he had never been possessed by a devil before, nor had he been eroded by the vanguard of the wandering star. He was awake, incredibly awake, the ferocious mask of slaughter was merely a disguise he wore. But now, at this moment, Kratos, who had always stood on the edge of the abyss of reason, was finally completely overwhelmed and crushed by the gentleness and hope from Athena. So, he fell into the abyss of wanting to survive. Athena held her daughter's hand, her expression blank as she stared at the scene before her. Why? Why did it come to this? She didn't intend for this. Indeed, Kratos's disguise was almost perfect. The desire to slaughter humans stemmed from the devilish nature. The desire to destroy gods stemmed from the instinct of the vanguard of the wandering star. He was eroded by both during his battle with Hades, so his desire to slaughter both humans and gods was logically flawless. But it was too excessive to broadcast this to all of Greece. Even if he wanted humans to witness the brutal deaths of the gods, there was no need to issue a declaration of destroying cities in 7 days. This would only spread fear across the land. With Kratos's current power, rushing up to Mount Olympus or destroying the cities of Greece would be as easy as eating and drinking for him. So, his actions and words were contradictory. There was no need to declare the slaughter of humans. It was even less possible to leave time to destroy the gods. As the king of Sparta, Kratos couldn't possibly not understand the principle of swift and decisive battle, not to mention, he had the support of the entire city behind him. However, he started a broadcast to all of Greece, letting everyone on this land witness his cruelty at this moment. Athena's wisdom allowed her to guess Kratos's intentions. This is a play to deceive all of Greece. Ares was killed by Kratos in front of her, so this further confirmed Athena's guess. Because, her silly sister, under Athena's persuasion, had been silent for the past few days. But, her expression. Ares, she was actually sad. As Athena gradually understood human nature from Kratos, she understood the vacant expression on her sister's face. After all, her sister's acting skills were too poor, she was truly as clumsy as ever, all her emotions were written on her face. So, Athena realized. Her chance had come. Kratos bore the overwhelming malice of the people, carried the determination to sacrifice, and at this most bitter, most desperate, and most oppressive moment, she would bring their daughter, like a brilliant and charming hope, to appear, and give him infinite tenderness and acceptance. And then, she could announce to the gods and humans the truth, that she had saved Kratos from hell. In this way, in Kratos's heart, Athena was certain that she would leave an indelible mark, right? The goddess who saved you from hell, was me, Kratos. With this kind of statement, Kratos might just fall for her, might truly become her possession, right? So, with a difficult to express joy, with surging hope, with anticipation and longing, she opened her arms to the black-haired boy standing on the edge of the abyss, and the goddess opened her arms to her. Then, she welcomed the ending called destruction. The hundreds and thousands of blood-filled pupils all stared at the goddess, causing Athena's expression to freeze like a statue. A grotesque arm slowly extended from the monstrous body, gently caressing Pandora's head. The cute, black-haired girl looked at the huge monster in front of her with a dazed expression. Father, suddenly became so big, Mom. Standing dazedly, she found herself unable to answer her daughter's question. Her calculations seemed to have gone awry. She raised her hand in confusion, wanting to grasp Kratos's hand. But, those hundreds and thousands of eyes glanced at Athena, then lost interest and shifted away. For these grotesque creatures, their actions were driven purely by instinct, devoid of any bloodthirsty desires. After all, there was no real blood in these bodies, just simulated organic matter. Carrying the malice of humanity, hence wanting to destroy humanity. A devil. Or, rather, a manifestation of beast. Both the love contained by humans and the evil they must overcome, at this moment, were embodied in him. With thousands of arms and eyes. In the frozen gaze of the gods, it distorted grotesquely, its bloated body slowly wriggling towards the outskirts of the temple. Isn't it wrong? What went wrong? Watching its departing figure, Athena murmured in a dreamlike, confused tone. Why, when I wanted to offer him redemption, when I wanted to give him tenderness, when I wanted to save him, did he fall? Because Kratos wants to live. Hecate smiled bitterly. My disciple, he is learning desperately, striving to improve, fighting desperately, he wants to live more than anyone else, but the hell he's facing, only he can handle it in all of Greece. So, he decided to bear it, he decided to shoulder it. He can't even face his family and friends, because he already possesses the determination to sacrifice. But, the heart that falls, in its turbulent tug, wants him to live. His reason is dangerously close to collapse, his spirit is overwhelmed by burdens, he's long been standing on the edge of the abyss. So, Athena. The gaze of the goddess of the dark moon, staring at the dominating goddess, Hecate's burning eyes, seemed to scorch Athena's soul. Your gentleness destroyed him. Thud. Athena knelt down helplessly, staring at the huge and grotesque body, turning away from her, crawling further and further away. At this moment, there was no point in burying secrets anymore. So she told the plan that Kratos had all along, which was to empty the entire hell with the crest of the wandering star, bring all the evil and malice of the entire Greece, and finally gather all the terminals of the 12 machine gods, and try to defeat chaos. Amidst Hecate's ethereal words, Kratos's entire plan unfolded amidst the gods' moved expressions. Silence. Time froze in amber, the last fire smoldering in the crumbling firewood. The gods bathed in the thick, blood-like rain, the liquid dripping from their faces, whether rain or blood, was unclear. In the silence, like frozen, a hand gently pressed on Athena's shoulder. We do not understand the human heart, Athena. Zeus pressed on Athena's shoulder, his solemn gaze sweeping across the temple filled with gods. The situation at this moment was undoubtedly at its worst. Throughout Olympus, only he retained intact combat capability. Kratos has truly become a devil now, he undoubtedly intends to massacre humans. Zeus looked up, gazing at the sky. Without Kratos's devil power support, the projection to all of Greece also dissipated at the moment of his distortion. Aphrodite, assist Hecate in broadcasting the battle to all of Greece, I will stop him. Kratos, having absorbed most of our pollution, as a god, wants humans to bear the world's evil was the shame of us, the gods of Olympus. The biting wind. The pouring rain. Bathed in this thick, blood-like rain, Zeus stared at the dark sky. To save Kratos, there is only one way. Stop his massacre, and then reveal the truth about hell to all of Greece. Let people fear the gods again, fear me, the king of the gods. After all, humans should fear me, facing powerful gods is their instinct. I will prove that I am more terrifying than Kratos. Because I am, the flagship of Olympus. Because I am Zeus, the king of the gods. Zeus slowly spread his arms, his majestic figure slowly rising amidst the thunder and lightning. With most of his pollution drawn away by Kratos, he had never been in such good condition before, and in the entire Olympus, he was the only one who retained a complete ship. The interstellar combat purpose annihilation-type mobile fortress slowly descended from the sky of Olympus. The monstrous and bloated body, crawling and rolling down from Mount Olympus, approached the nearest human city eagerly. Boom! The raging thunder surged, descending from the distant sky, struck the grotesque body of the monster, burning a ferocious scar. The piercing screams echoed through the sky. The instinct of the devil, savage and brutal, was suddenly awakened. The enemy, what were they? Just kill them all. The devilish eyes, numbering in the thousands, suddenly lifted their gaze towards the golden giant ship descending from the sky. As if supporting the heavens and the earth with its massive body, it slowly descended from the veils of grey clouds. Thunder rolled around its divine body, and the silver-haired old man stood on the firmament, gazing sorrowfully at his fallen child. The scene before him. Undoubtedly, it was all his fault. It was him, selfishly passing on all responsibilities onto the shoulders of a young boy, without ever considering his thoughts. For mortals, the responsibility of killing gods was too heavy. "I'm sorry, Kratos," Zeus murmured in pity, as if speaking to himself. "I am not a qualified father." Boom! The monster's grotesque eyes glowed, brewing countless beams of pale light symbolizing destruction, tearing through the sky. World Discipline Kara Unos. The annihilating fortress floated in the air, shaking the ground with countless thunderous roars, pulverizing the earth. Gods, suspended in the firmament. Devils, standing on the ground. Between them, space rippled with the roar and explosion, rippling with seemingly endless waves of energy and bursting rays. The clouds were pierced, the atmosphere torn apart. Explosions resounded like thunder, reverberating through the eardrums of the people on the Greek land. The entire majestic Olympus mountain range seemed to shake violently. The air heated up to tens of thousands of degrees, and the rocks were burned into molten lava. The sturdy mountain bodies were crushed into powder by the violent force, and each towering peak was completely swept away by the annihilating beams, leaving behind nothing but a shattered ruin. The surging shockwaves formed violent sandstorms, radiating hurricanes that engulfed the surrounding hundreds of kilometers. On the Greek land, as long as people stood on high ground, they could see the astonishing brightness coming from the direction of Mount Olympus, the intense and dazzling flames, as if several burning suns had fallen to the surface. Intense battles. Endless light and heat. Bathed in the thunder and lightning of the king of the gods' tremor, his flesh was constantly destroyed, yet constantly spreading outwards. The shackles and limitations of this flesh seemed to be gradually breaking away. More arms, extending out. More eyes, appearing on his body. The beams of destruction rippled, tearing through the sky and the earth. Tearing through the boy's reason and heart. Kratos! 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 Atrox's hoarse voice echoed in the chaotic spiritual space. However, the black-haired youth was gently held in the arms of the silver-haired youth, closing his eyes, as if sinking into a peaceful slumber. Atrox wanted to get closer, to snatch Kratos back. However, he was watched by Alvin, and his will seemed to be bound, unable to move at all. Because, the authority of the wandering star was in Kratos's hands. And Kratos was also Alvin. Warmth. Kratos seemed to feel it, an endless warmth. Held in Alvin's arms. So, warm. No need for pain. No need for despair. No need for effort. Just, indulge. Give it all to him, that would be enough. Scattered across the rugged and scarred landscape of Mount Olympus were countless deep craters. The grotesque creature with 1,000 hands and eyes was covered in charred, hideous scars, its bloated body having shrunk significantly. Yet, it continued to tremble as it launched its attacks, its flesh writhing and visibly regenerating at an astonishing speed. Sensing a distraction, the crest of the wandering star ceased its extraction from the river Styx, bringing the cycle to a complete halt. However, fueled by the malice of all Greece, Kratos' resilience seemed almost boundless. Before inflicting enough terror, destruction, and death upon humanity, the Death Devil would never be satisfied. If Zeus ceased his relentless bombardment, within a few minutes, this body would instantly recover to its peak state. Furthermore, due to the limiters being shed, it would become even more powerful, more unstoppable. Compared to the devils, these constantly regenerating grotesque beings were far more formidable. In the heavens, the massive annihilating fortress surged with thunder, while the robust figure of the silver-haired old man seemed to support the sky and the earth. However, at this moment, whether in humanoid form or as a vessel, Zeus was covered in severe and extensive damage, looking utterly battered. On the mountain peaks, the gods gazed at the scorched battlefield, their expressions solemn. They had already realized. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. Now, Kratos, the devil among devils, was too strong. Even Zeus himself could not restrain Kratos. So, how much longer until the projection over all of Greece can be activated? Zeus's voice resounded through the divine communication channels. Apollo's pupils flickered with brilliance as he monitored the flow of the ley lines. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Aphrodite is already overclocking her ship to assist Hecate in fully constructing the projection magic of the ley lines. It will take at least another 3 hours. Can't we use Sparta? The ley lines there are under the control of Tree of Hell, and aside from Kratos, even Hecate has no authority. We can only construct new spells. Everyone who still has the ability to act, my siblings, immediately issue a divine decree to your respective city-states, instructing the priests to inform humanity of the truth about the hellish contamination. Understood. Without any hesitation or concern about being newly invaded by malice. Because, if Kratos were to awaken, he could effortlessly kill off the gods. As if seeking a glimmer of hope, the 7 gods immediately set off for their respective temples atop their mountain peaks. However, that's pointless, Zeus. Athena could only smile sadly. Not to mention the difficulty in communicating with Hades, Ares, and Artemis at the moment, we have lost 3 gods' followers. Humanity, they will only believe what they see with their own eyes. Issuing divine decrees in such haste will only make people think that Kratos has already wiped out Olympus, seized all the godly temples, and triggered a new wave of panic. As her words faded, Zeus fell into silence. The gods of Olympus also fell into silence. Because Athena was right. Humans were such complicated creatures. Their desires, uncontrollable, would pass judgment on things before fully understanding them. In fact, baseness and greatness, malice and kindness, hatred and love, humility and prejudice could all coexist, without rejection, in a single soul. Humans were so complex, with endless possibilities, that even the gods found them difficult to comprehend. In each person's heart lay treasures of immeasurable value, neither base nor noble, just precious in their own right. Those beliefs, that malice, surrounded the gods, corrupted the gods. Zeus suddenly realized that he was trapped in a dilemma. Could he truly persuade humanity? Could he truly understand the human heart? And it had only been half an hour. The energy reserves of the annihilating fortress had already decreased by 47%. To pull Kratos out of the abyss of malice and make all of Greece believe in this benevolent king once again, he had to hold on for at least 3 more hours. But, this was still the most ideal scenario. In front of everyone's eyes, Kratos massacred Hades, tore apart Ares, crushed Artemis, and completely destroyed a city-state. So people finally began to believe that this Spartan king had fallen into the ultimate evil among the gods, and they started to fear him, to dread him. Even if Zeus now revealed the truth of the reversal, would people awaken to it, or remain skeptical? If no god could stop the devil Kratos, he would surely slaughter half of Greece. But, now Zeus still had one final chance. After half an hour of fierce battle, Zeus had already tested it out. Although the devil Kratos's abilities were incomparably strong, his defense appeared to be comparatively weak. Currently, Kratos was only fighting on instinct as a devil, completely ignoring the idea of guarding his weaknesses. So, he pushed the intelligent life form conservation function to full power, capable of piercing Kratos's heart in one fell swoop. That was aimed to kill him. Then, while still conscious and uncorrupted, the gods could immediately initiate the self-destruction program. However, even if the devil could regenerate in the river Styx, after the gods self-destruct, the void chasms of chaos would also correspondingly close. If the rules of the other world were disrupted, Kratos would truly perish. There's no choice, Zeus. Hera's voice, faint and ethereal, echoed in the memory of the king of the gods. Kratos, he absorbed all the pollution of the gods for us, creating this perfect opportunity. Don't betray him. As her words faded, the silver-haired old man remained silent for a long time. Finally, he closed his eyes, trembling with sorrow. Flagship directive, judgment. Kill Kratos. And then, immediately initiate self-destruct. This proposal was unanimously passed by the only remaining 9 gods present. As if sensing something, Hecate looked hazily towards Aphrodite beside her. The goddess of love and beauty of Olympus abruptly ceased her assistance in constructing the projection matrix. The red-haired woman stopped her movements in constructing the matrix, raised her gaze, and looked compassionately at the goddess of the underworld. Sorry, Hecate. Hecate's body suddenly trembled, as if going mad, and she rushed towards the exit of the temple. Destruction met its own destruction. Slaughter met its own slaughter. Bloodshed and tears. Thousands of devil eyes filled with blood and tears gazed at the silver-haired old man in the sky, unable to comprehend what emotions he was expressing. The hourglass filled with malice had already drained its last grain of reason sand. He only knew. As long as they were enemies, they should be killed. Boom! Countless beams of annihilating light abruptly tore through Zeus's flagship, leaving behind grim and jagged scars on its hull. But, at this moment, Zeus was already beyond all of this. His robes billowed in the thunder and lightning. His body, majestic as if holding up the heavens and the earth. The silver-haired old man, with a look of pity, slowly raised his palm. In the sky, the colossal golden head of the flagship lowered its indigo-colored pupils, gazing at Zeus's humanoid form. Threads of golden lightning dispersed from the void, appearing in Zeus's palm. They were the bound positrons, under the gravitational field of the flagship's armor, continuously gathering, stacking, and converging, mutually annihilating positive and negative matter, releasing the most violent energy in the universe. No. Zeus. SSS. Zeus made his final move. Amidst Hecate's almost hoarse cry, he slightly deviated by just a fraction. A brilliant golden thunderbolt suddenly pierced down from the sky, crashing beside Kratos's devilish body on the ground, erupting like a sun, bursting forth with an incomparably dazzling light. Boom! A powerful shockwave, several times faster than the speed of sound, erupted in all directions. The earth cracked, the rock layers were upheaved, the mountains shattered. The entire Olympus mountain range began to fracture under the ripple of energy shockwaves. The entire magnetic field of Greece was thus severely affected. The entire Aegean region, even bordering Macedonia and Thrace, all magical communications ceased for more than 3 minutes. Countless people stared in disbelief. Staring at Mount Olympus, where the sun rose. The raging plasma dissipated gradually amidst the violent shockwaves. At the base of Mount Olympus, a crater measuring thousands of meters deep was blasted open. Incredibly dense energy turned the spherical area within this crater into nothingness, annihilating any matter into its most fundamental particles. The release of this full-powered blow. The Interstellar Combat Purpose Annihilation Type Mobile Fortress flagship, suspended in the sky, slowly closed its own pupils. The burly figure of the silver-haired old man lowered his eyelids, gazing with pity at the battlefield of devastation. At the center of the massive crater, the black-haired youth lay amidst a pile of charred and withered grotesque flesh, peacefully closing his eyes. His serene expression seemed like he had fallen into a deep slumber. The bloodthirsty demonic sword was plunged into the flesh beside the youth, while the fully activated crest of the wandering star helped him absorb the overflowing energy. Zeus's full-powered blow did not pierce his heart. So, Kratos was still alive. The flesh of the devil writhed grotesquely, attempting to entwine around the youth's body like festering sores, striving to repair itself. Above the desolate sky, the figures of the gods descended slowly, as if sensing a signal from their progeny. With a mixed expression, Zeus raised his palm. The machine cores of Hades, Ares, and Artemis seeped slowly from the youth's chest, then floated and grasped in the silver-haired old man's palm. A crevice leading to the underworld was suddenly opened and torn apart by the flagship's authorization, spitting out the figures of Hades, Ares, and Artemis. Touching the scars on her own heart, Artemis stared blankly at the gods before her, gazing at the scorched battlefield. At the moment of being sent to the underworld, her humanoid form had already been repaired by Kratos's magic. Falling into the palace of Hades, the silver-haired and voluptuous goddess of the moon, gazed at Hades and Ares before her, falling into complete stagnation. Next, during the half-hour in the underworld, her brain seemed to crash, enduring an amount of information that no foolish goddess should bear. It's Zeus, you guys dash! Looking at the fleet of ships before him, Ares, with tearful eyes, took another glance at the scorched battlefield. Hades closed his eyes sorrowfully. So, Kratos failed. Silence. The gods chewed on this bitter truth. Kratos wanted to gather all of humanity's malice to strike down chaos. However, he failed. The youth's spirit had completely fallen, buried in the endless malice of humanity. But, he didn't completely fail. He gathered the fear of the people of Greece on his own, and also temporarily freed the gods of Olympus from their corrupting pollution, creating an opportunity for them to initiate a self-destruct program. Zeus bent down, slowly lifting the black-haired youth. The grotesque flesh surged from Kratos's body, once again entwining around the youth's body. Without completely destroying his heart, the flesh of the devil would continue to regenerate. The silver-haired old man lowered his golden pupils, gazing at his child. The king of the gods of Olympus uttered a hoarse voice. How long does it take for Chaos to receive the signal to terminate our activities? At the words, Aphrodite closed her eyes and calculated for a moment. Based on the last data retrieval, Chaos is currently stationed 4 light-years away from Earth, in the Trinary star system, gathering energy. Considering the temporal effects of the Void Rift, it will take approximately 47 minutes for it to receive our signal to cease activities. 47 minutes. This number plunged the gods into silence. Zeus raised his gaze, surveying the gods before him. 47 minutes, how many people will die? With Kratos's current destructive power, his casual strike is enough to tear the earth apart and wipe out a city. According to calculations, even if he relies entirely on the devil's instincts to act, there's a risk of sinking the Aegean coast on this side of the Attica Peninsula, near the Olympus Mountains. Can't we tell the truth to humanity, Zeus? Hades said softly, this shouldn't be Kratos's responsibility to bear. We persist until that time. Zeus's ethereal voice made Hades pause for a moment. He lifted his head, finally noticing the planetary flagship suspended in the sky. Zeus's mech was covered in dismal scars, even floating unsteadily, as if it would collapse at any moment. So? Hades smiled bitterly, Zeus, can't even you stop this child? Stop. Kratos? The gods of Olympus smiled bitterly, glancing at each other's disheveled appearances. Their ship mechs were crushed and battered, and their humanoid forms were almost damaged, in a state of extreme disarray. Kratos had already gone too far. He was right. If anyone on this earth could strike down Chaos, then this god's lair, who pierced through hell, earth, and Mount Olympus, was the only choice. Even Zeus, with the energy reserves of the flagship of destruction now depleted by 23%, needed time to replenish. And they didn't have time. Silence. If they left Kratos alone, he would continue to devilization and then begin slaughtering humans. Until the void rift of Chaos was closed, he would undergo a period of dissolution and purification, perhaps slowly recovering his sanity. But Greece had no one, no god or human, who could oppose him. Even Zeus delaying him without activating the intelligent destruction mechanism would only buy time. The gods initiating the self-destruct sequence, during the interval before Chaos received the termination signal, would be enough for Kratos to engulf the entire Attica Peninsula. Killing him, Kratos would revive in hell. However, after the gods self-destruct, this process would be cut off, and he would truly die. There was no choice. Please, save him. Thud. Ares knelt before her flagship, almost pleading with a pitying expression. It doesn't matter if I self-destruct, but, please, Zeus, Kratos must live, no matter what. All the machine gods present looked at her with pity. Kratos can't be saved anymore, Ares. Unless you're willing to let him massacre humans. Zeus said softly. Kratos's original intention was also a sacrifice, pulling him like this only tarnishes his resolve. Do you think he will be pleased with our decision when he wakes up in the devastated land of Greece? Will he be happy about surviving? No, he will only suffer. Let him be free. Ares seemed to want to say something more. She wanted to roar, to curse, to scream out loud, damn it. So what if humans die by the thousands? Kratos living is more important than anything. However, looking at the boy's serene sleeping face, his lips still curved in a faint, peaceful smile. Ares slowly lowered her head, her words stuck in her throat, only emitting a painful, powerless, almost wailing sob. Let me handle this, Zeus. Hecate's sorrowful voice slowly rippled out. The wandering shadows transformed into the voluptuous figure of a beautiful woman. The goddess of the dark moon slowly walked out of this devastated battlefield, taking her disciple from Zeus's arms. It didn't matter anymore. Her avatar in Sparta had already told everything, to those cherished by Kratos. Those misunderstandings, those inquiries, shouldn't exist on him. Don't disturb Kratos's peaceful slumber. I will let him sleep in the eternal peace of the night. The menacing, bloody devil sword was plunged into the heap of grotesque flesh, trembling incessantly as if weeping. Kratos. In the scorching air, a deep and mysterious rift suddenly opened. All the gathered gazes of the gods shifted. From the crevice, emerged the Spartan brothers, wielding Yamato and Spartan blade. Dante and Virgil, with their teleportation abilities, were able to swiftly traverse distances of thousands of leagues, coming to support Olympus Mountain, apart from Hecate, in their time of need. Standing on a distant mountain peak, they had witnessed their brother's grotesque devilish form and the entirety of this battle. "We appreciate your presence, noble goddess Hecate. Let us give it a try." The voices of Dante and Virgil wafted over the devastated battlefield. "We three brothers, seems to have an extraordinary adaptation to devil corruption." Dante tore open his garment without hesitation, piercing his own chest with the tip of his sword. In the gushing blood, he revealed his own pulsating devil heart to the gods. "Is it coincidence?" Virgil lowered his gaze, looking at his sleeping brother, "or a curse?" "We don't care. But if we can save our brother, that would be great." "What are you saying?" Amid the gods' bewildered expressions, the Spartan brothers spoke softly. "Let our brother absorb us with Atrox. We'll help him bear it, to bear the malice of this land together." The gods stared dumbfoundedly at the brothers. The devil sword on the ground trembled violently. Ares approached with trembling hands, intending to stop the two brothers, but was gently pushed back to sit on the ground by Virgil's raised hand. "You useless fool, stop pretending to be strong." Virgil lowered his eyelids, looking at the seated Ares. Ares lifted her head, looking at him in bewilderment. "I'm actually grateful to you, Ares. Without you, Dante and I might not have mastered the power of the devil. But, I also hate you, very much. Because Kratos didn't spend much time with me in the first place, and all the time he was imprisoned, Dante hogged it all." "Ha ha ha." Dante burst into a brilliant laugh. "Looks like you're jealous of me, Virgil. No wonder you fought so hard. It's all Ares's fault." Virgil smiled. "This worthless being, even after being remodeled, couldn't even last a single move against our brother. I just love seeing that jealous look on your face." Dante raised his hand and patted Virgil's back. "But it's okay." He smiled. "We can be together with brother forever. Don't be like this, Dante, Virgil." Hecate held the black-haired boy, gently shaking her head with pity. That's just the evil of the sword devil, not even close to the contamination Kratos is enduring, it's not in the same league. Even the gods would fall into the abyss in such a surging malice. Have you not seen the state of Hades, the state of Zeus? The mightiest machine gods couldn't resist such erosion. This is a sacrifice that is completely meaningless." Dante and Virgil exchanged a glance. A meaningful smile appeared on their face. "What the gods can't do, why can't we do it? Our brother is also human, let humans bear the evil of humanity, we can do better than the gods. Whether it's meaningful or not, let's try." "Try?" Hecate's voice trembled slightly. "Are you not afraid of death?" "Death?" Hearing this, Dante couldn't help but laugh. "Does it even matter?" Virgil wiped his forehead, his sharp gaze causing the gods to involuntarily look away. The Spartan brothers looked at each other. Then, word by word, they spoke in unison. "Every warrior of Sparta is willing to die for Kratos." As their words faded, Dante lowered his eyelids. "Such things, even for gods, are they not the same?" The gods fell silent. Because they were right. Here, the gods were willing to die for Kratos. Willing to die for humanity. When did it begin? The program to protect humanity was etched into the core of the machine gods. Perhaps it started when they fell to the surface, welcomed by the cheering, tiny lives as if they were ants. The divine beings constructed by machinery, their rotating cores, fell in love with this land, with this azure planet. In the silent atmosphere, even the burning winds seemed to subside. The assembled gods gazed at the bloodthirsty demonic sword. Atrox remained silent for a moment before emitting a hoarse voice. "Don't do anything foolish, Kratos wouldn't want." "Atrox, when did you become so soft?" In the silence, the bloodthirsty demonic sword was lifted straight up by Dante, casually resting on his shoulder. "It's quite handy, Atrox. Why didn't you let me try it first? Kratos might not be so tired then." Dante and Virgil exchanged a glance, smiling brightly. The gathered gods watched the smiles on the brothers' faces, the solemn atmosphere resembling mourning. The black-haired boy, seemingly in peaceful slumber, was gently placed by Hecate in the drifting shadows. The silver-haired brothers stood on either side, holding the warm hands of their elder brother, who was a head shorter. The menacing blood strands gradually emanated from Atrax's sword, enveloping and entwining the three Spartan brothers, like a cocoon. Facing the gods before them, the two silver-haired youths smiled and spoke their final words. If we fail, please, grant our brother, peace. The figures of the Spartan brothers dissipated into the flickering floodlight. Warmth. An incomparable, soothing warmth. The kind of enveloping warmth that makes one lose themselves. The black-haired youth, in a daze, heard the sound of the waves. Whoosh! Gentle waves lapped against the sandy shore. Kratos slowly opened his eyes, somewhat bewildered as he stood up and looked behind him. The sky was clear. Not a cloud in sight. The blue sea shimmered with gentle waves. Two silver-haired youths were building sand castles by the shore. Sensing his brother's gaze, Dante and Virgil turned their heads, waving excitedly and laughing joyfully as they greeted their elder brother. Kratos! Kratos! Come see the sand castle we built! Dante? Virgil! Kratos murmured their names with a hint of confusion. Why are you two here? Did you forget, Kratos? We brought you out to play together. Dante beamed, you've been cooped up reading books all day, so boring. Come on! Come on! Come build sand castles with us! Gazing at his two younger brothers, the black-haired youth slowly freed himself from the embrace of the silver-haired youth. With a slightly bewildered expression, Kratos walked toward Dante and Virgil. He slowly walked into the bright spot ahead, leaving the silver-haired youth behind in the chaotic darkness. Are you leaving, Kratos? A clear voice rang out from behind. Are you abandoning me? As the words fell silent, Kratos, standing on the beach, halted his steps. He slowly turned around and looked at the gently smiling silver-haired youth. You're not Alvin. Kratos said softly. He understood completely now. Before him was not the real Alvin, but his own spirit, split into a negative persona amidst the building malice. I'm not Alvin, I've always been you. The silver-haired youth smiled, Kratos is you, Alvin is also you. I'm still in your heart, you can't dissipate this malice, you're just avoiding me. I will split your body and bring slaughter, terror, destruction, and death as Kern to this land. You seem to have stepped into the light, but you're still in the darkness, and nothing will change. The smile on Alvin's face slowly disappeared, replaced by a pitiful expression, almost like pity. Because the silver-haired youth said word by word, you've already fallen, Kratos, you're avoiding the darkness, but it doesn't mean the darkness disappears. Fallen. The black-haired youth tilted his head. Yes, fallen. Alvin said softly. Morality and boundaries are no longer important to you. In this journey, you've become nothing more than a beast of rage, violence, and desire. Cenas, Atlanta, Medea, Hecate. Do you truly love your so-called wives? Alvin laughed with a hint of mockery, laughing and then sighing sadly, shaking his head gently. I'm not sure, Kratos. Your treatment of Athena is more indicative of your true nature, you're harboring anger, enduring torment, and you're only seeking release through this poisonous pleasure. Where's your perseverance? Your loyalty? Don't you think your promise to Morgan seems like a joke? The black-haired youth fell silent. The silver-haired youth slowly sat upon the bloody throne, lifting his gaze to meet Kratos's deep crimson eyes. Let me tell you the answer, why you've become like this. Because you've already fallen. It was your choice. Your boundaries have been trampled underfoot, your morals have become flexible, because you realized that to combat those grotesque calamities, you must become more monstrous than the calamities themselves. You must become more bloodthirsty than Kern, more cunning than Tseanch, more resilient than Nergal, more indulgent in desire than Slaanesh. You buried yourself in the malice piled up by humanity, and since then, no one can look into your heart. Seated upon the bloody throne, Alvin slowly opened his arms. Facing the black-haired youth, the silver-haired youth smiled gently, intoxicatingly. But it's okay. Because I see. Because I am you. No one understands you better than I do, Kratos. He smiled, speaking softly and persuasively. Your mental state is deteriorating. In fact, it's already reached its extreme. You're like a madman, oozing with dirty, tangled desires, flowing with brutal slaughter, yet still struggling to maintain your precarious sanity. Ridiculous, pitiful, tragic. Are you not tired of pretending? Can't you remove your mask? I can't understand your persistence. Shouldn't the sins committed by the devil side be exempt from punishment? When humans sin, they pray to the gods for forgiveness. When gods sin, should they not ask for your forgiveness? Judging humans is the duty of God. Punishing gods is your duty as the god's lair. His iron-grey eyes surged with icy flames. Alvin smiled, a heart-throbbing smile, his whole body seemingly engulfed in shadowy flames. The silver-haired youth spoke slowly, his words hammering like anvils, striking each syllable into Kratos's heart. Have you forgotten how Vortigern and Leonidas died? Have you forgotten how Counterforce targeted you? Have you forgotten Kiara Sessoan's words? This land, this planet, this solar system. Human order, root, counterforce, ultimate ones, and even quantum time locks. The entire universe is your enemy. When will you realize your weakness? Gods should pay the price for their actions. Give up your pride. The resolve to sacrifice is the most boring, meaningless thing in this world. After all. Alvin laughed bitterly, sadly. In this world, where is there a perfect ending? Everyone holds hope, only to abandon it halfway. After all, humans themselves are imperfect. Listening to the silver-haired youth's questions. In Alvin's stunned expression. The black-haired youth did not leave, but instead turned to him, slowly walking towards him. Yes. Kratos answered firmly and resoundingly. Countless failures are okay. Countless deaths don't matter. Failure is also a kind of success. Death is also a kind of continuation. These imperfections will build a perfect ending. I will save everyone, because that's something only I can do. You're too arrogant, too stubborn, Kratos. Alvin sneered in disdain. Do you have to become the savior expected by humans and gods? What's the difference between your pathological sacrificial desire and Artoria's? In the somewhat stagnant expression of the silver-haired youth. The black-haired youth smiled in response. The difference between me and her is, I am free. I am free. It has nothing to do with the expectations of humans or gods, I just want to do it. My will. Nothing can shake it. Silence. In the deathly silence, the bitter words of the silver-haired youth rang out. You absolute, imbecile. I am you, my idiocy is your idiocy. Alvin tightened his grip on the armrest. You fool, idiot. I am you, my foolishness is your foolishness, my idiocy is your idiocy. Guh. The silver-haired youth's chest heaved violently, almost breaking through. How could there be such a stubborn fool in the world? Alvin. Kratos gently called out his own name. What's laughable about imperfection, what's ridiculous about sacrifice, what's the point of wanting to live on? But, aren't you the same? The black-haired youth raised his hand and, in the silver-haired youth's stunned expression, gently ruffled his hair. Kratos lowered his hand, pointing at him with a smile. You, the Lord of Cinder, have the nerve to talk about me, the god's lair. Alvin, bewildered, gazed at the Kratos before him. In the silver-haired youth's bewildered and confused expression. The black-haired youth extended his hand towards him. I admit my malice because malice is also a part of me. I admit my desire to live on because only with that desire can one have the resolve to sacrifice everything. So. I accept you, Alvin, because I am you. Seeking salvation. Thus, falling. Kratos accepted the negativity named Alvin, merging it with his own malice, becoming one. We are free. So. I hope you can. He smiled, help me. Chapter 99 Throne of Chaos. I don't really like basking in the sun, because it's too easy to get lost in its warmth, always making me feel like I'm in a fleeting dream. You've always been someone's sun, even if it's a black, cold sun, you are their light. Time seemed to lose its meaning. The waves along the Ionian coast gently caressed the rocks, eventually dissipating. It was like old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time, being reunited only to part again. Splash! Splash! Two silver-haired youths built sand castles on the beach, laughing and joking like children, which left Kratos somewhat entranced. It's nostalgic, isn't it? Standing beside Kratos, Alvin smiled. These warm memories are what drive you forward. Saying so, as if sensing a familiar sound, the silver-haired youth slowly turned his gaze towards the training ground beside the beach. A burly, silver-haired old man wielding a wooden sword effortlessly blocked the attacks of a young man. Noticing his son's improved swordsmanship, the old man's eyes were filled with both pride and sorrow. Vortigern raised his gaze and looked towards the silver-haired youth, slowly forcing a smile from the corners of his mouth. You've grown up, Alvin. The silver-haired youth lowered his eyelids, remaining silent. Kratos gazed at his father's aging face. Vortigern remained sturdy and towering, his figure seeming to uphold both the Britannia's land and sky. The light Devour Dragon looked at his grown son, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. His figure slowly dissipated. Hand in hand, the silver-haired youth and the black-haired youth strolled leisurely along the coastline of Sparta. The sea breeze was gentle. The waves surged. Dante and Virgil frolicked and played by their side. Leonidas watched with satisfaction as his three brothers practiced their martial arts. The red-haired maiden, childhood friend, stood by, tenderly holding a handkerchief in her delicate hands, ready to wipe the sweat from the youth's face. And so it was. They walked from the shores of Ionia to the castle of Londinium. Vortigern and Morgan were bickering in the hall. Morgan turned her gaze towards the two strolling figures, beginning to beckon them for dinner, her blue eyes slightly narrowed, intoxicated as ever. They walked from the royal court of Londinium to the outskirts of Essex County. Artoria stood amidst the golden sea, her flowing golden hair swaying in the wind like the wheat fields. Seeing the two approach, the golden-haired girl lifted her wooden sword, assuming a serious stance. However, when she noticed Kay beckoning her for dinner, Artoria immediately dropped the sword, calling out the names of the youth and young man while devouring grilled fish. They walked from the outskirts of Essex to the royal court of Sparta. Amidst the blooming flowers in the courtyard, Cenis embroidered a handkerchief in distress, Atalanta meticulously tended to the garden, Medea held a grimoire in contemplation, and Hecate stood behind her disciple, guiding her. Seeing the arrival of the young king, they all paused, their gazes wavering, their expressions tinged with embarrassment, gathering in sudden embarrassment. Kratos, watch us build sand castles. Alvin, in terms of swordsmanship, there's not much more I can teach you. Kratos, take care of Dante and Virgil. They don't understand yet. As their older brother, you should set a good example. Sir Alvin, what are people really living for? Your Highness, don't overexert yourself. Let me hold you. Hand in hand with Alvin. Kratos walked slowly. Slowly walking through these most beautiful memories. Dante and Virgil playing and frolicking by his side. Vortigern and Leonidas practice martial arts with him. Morgan held his face gently, lightly kissing his lips. Artoria raised her wooden sword, as if to challenge him, then shaking her head and putting it down. Cenis, Atalanta, Medea, Hecate. His wives standing gracefully amidst the chaos of the courtyard, their faces radiant with smiles. Gradually, the gentle waves lapped against the rocks, and all the figures dissipated. Only on the beach, Dante and Virgil ran and played, frolicking. Slowly, the young man lowered his deep crimson eyes and uttered a faint, ethereal voice. These bonds are indeed what sustain me. This is my spirit. I'm very clear about it. So why show me these things? Is it to keep me, Alvin? He lifted his gaze and stared directly at the silver-haired youth's face. Is it to want me to live well? Is it to? Alvin replied. Make you understand yourself. Myself. Kratos looked puzzled. Do I not understand myself? The silver-haired youth shook his head, holding the hand of the black-haired youth, he smiled and said. You've been on this journey for too long, Kratos, perhaps causing you to forget some things. Do you remember who you are? I am. Kratos gave an answer without hesitation, Reinhard. And who is Kratos? Kratos is me, Reinhard is also me. Kratos stared into Alvin's eyes. Alvin, you're also me. Kratos wouldn't hesitate to answer such a question because he had never been lost, he could distinguish, he never doubted his own nature. So, why did Alvin want him to understand himself? Could it be that he himself didn't understand himself? You are Reinhard, indeed, but then who is Reinhard? Alvin chuckled. Is Reinhard the socially good young man, an innocent traveler through dimensions? Is Reinhard the son of the White Dragon, the one who pierced through the inner sea of the planet, the Lord of Cinder? Or is Reinhard the young king of Sparta, the feared and revered godslayer of Greece? What exactly are you trying to say? Kratos squinted at Alvin, not used to this cryptic side of him. He had always been more hands-on and straightforward. When you use the word I, who do you mean, Kratos? Alvin raised his gaze, gazing out into the endless azure sea. You think your expression is clear? Who am I? Perhaps this is the clearest question in everyone's life. But, when we say these three words, we often focus on who rather than the concept of I, which is self-evident. You are Kratos, Alvin, and yourself. But, do you truly understand your essence? What are you trying to imply with these riddles, Alvin? Kratos paused. If you keep this up, I'll turn you into a cat in my mind, playing with a fat mouse. Ha ha ha. The silver-haired youth couldn't help but burst into laughter. As expected of you. All right, let's make our conversation more direct. What do you think, Kratos, is your essence? Is it your body? Your brain? Your spirit? Or is it that thing called the soul? Kratos pondered for a moment, then slowly gave his answer. It should be memory. The black-haired youth tapped his temple. My thoughts, my will, my emotions, and personality, all come from my memory. So, in your view? Alvin nodded knowingly. A person's essence is like a hard drive, carrying the data called memory, right? That's correct. So, Kratos, if I were to perfectly transfer all your memories to another person, and that person displayed your thoughts, your will, your emotions, and personality, then, is that person you? As Alvin's voice fell silent, Kratos couldn't help but furrow his brow. Are you referring to simulations? Each simulation he initiated, whether Alvin or Kratos, both were himself, yet fundamentally different in their life experiences. Alvin smiled mysteriously. Focus on my question first. If memories are transferred to another person, and I still identify that as myself, then he undoubtedly becomes me. Yes. Just as Alvin was Reinhard, Kratos was also Reinhard. Alvin and Kratos were merely different facets of Reinhard. The so-called soul transference in the traveling through dimension was just that. If one didn't regard oneself as oneself, then nothing made sense. Hearing Kratos's answer, Alvin nodded as if expecting it, then posed the next question. So, if I were to copy your memories hundreds or thousands of times, implanting them into hundreds or thousands of bodies, do you think these people would all be you? That, perhaps, would only be considered as my replicas. Kratos furrowed his brow. I can admit they possess the same consciousness and personality as me, but they shouldn't be me. Why? Alvin asked with interest. Clearly, when memories are transferred to another person, you can recognize that as yourself. However, these replica individuals, with the same memories as you, possessing the same spirit and personality, even their bodies and material compositions are identical. Yet, you believe they are not yourself. In that case, can I assume? In this split-off process, there seems to be something important lost. Is that lost thing, your essence? Kratos could understand his logic but didn't know what Alvin wanted to express. Nevertheless, he answered seriously. Shouldn't I only refer to me? So, do you think that for the essence of a person, uniqueness is important, only your original personality and memories can be considered as part of you? That's right. Kratos thought he had found the key point. He had personally experienced the lives of Alvin and Kratos, so he could consider them part of himself. If he hadn't had those experiences, he wouldn't be able to count them as part of himself. So if I cut off one of your fingers and let it regrow exactly the same, are you still you? Kratos hesitated for a moment. Of course. What if I removed your brain and let you grow an identical one, are you still you? Kratos frowned. Alvin tapped his temple and continued his interrogation. If, according to the proportion of the replacement, I start to change all the parts of your body, and only 1% is you, then 10% is still you, then, what about 50% or even 90%? At what percentage of replacement do you cease to be you? The silver-haired youth asked word by word. If at some point you cease to be yourself, then what important thing does that critical 1% contain? Kratos naturally wasn't led astray by him and answered without hesitation. As long as I'm alive, then I am me. So, if I use these original parts of you to assemble a replica of your body and infuse it with your memories and personality, as you've said, this is just a copy of you, then what's the difference between him and you? Can you answer that? He seemed to understand what Alvin wanted to express. You're constantly renewing your body's cells, renewing the atoms in your body. Alvin looked directly into the boy's deep red eyes. Can you then say, you won't be you tomorrow? So, what you're trying to say is... Kratos said word by word. Cogito ergo sum. Deciding whether I am truly myself, the key is the continuity, not the body, not memory, not even will or what's called the soul, but it's my continuity, isn't it? That's right, the only thing eternal in this world is change. Alvin smiled. I am you, so do you understand what your essence is now? You are not a means, but an end. You are not just a single point, but a continuous line. You are not withering leaves on a branch, but a tree constantly growing and flourishing. You are not data stored in a hard drive, but a set of instructions that tell your memories how to assemble and operate. You are not a specific tool, but an abstract piece of music, a script, a novel. You are neither in the real world nor in the mental realm. You are a question constantly evolving and changing, dwelling on chaos. You are a story still being written, still being experienced. This is your essence, Kratos. Kratos fell silent for a moment. Why are you telling me all this? Because you're about to face a choice. I am you, this is your own heart, reminding yourself. The silver-haired youth smiled. Your bonds make you, your emotions make you, everything you cherish makes up your past, your present, and your future. One proof leads to eternal proof, and causality comes to an end. You foolishly try to turn the causes of destruction and disaster into a beautiful and happy outcome, into what you've always pursued, a life of peace and tranquility. This pursuit of possibilities is your enemy. You are on your way, proving your own path. On this difficult journey, you will be tired, you will suffer, you will despair. But, above all, do not forget your purpose, Kratos. Ascend, ascend to the throne of chaos that belongs to you. With that smile, the silver-haired youth raised his hand and rubbed the head of the black-haired youth. Why are you rubbing my head like I'm a kid? I can't rub my own head. With this response, Alvin couldn't help but laugh, smiling happily and brightly. Farewell, Kratos. Farewell, Alvin. The figure of the silver-haired youth collapsed into a deep shadow amidst the layered waves, merging into the body of the black-haired youth. The sea breeze was gentle. The waves surged. Kratos slowly turned his head, looking at Dante and Virgil playing on the beach. He raised his hand, wiping away the traces of moisture from his eyes, and slowly walked towards his brothers. Slowly walking towards the bright and clear sunlight. You have reconciled with your own malice, accepting with equanimity the desire to live within your heart, you understand who you truly are, and thus, you will no longer shy away from or resist everything you cherish. You have acquired the talent, Chaos's chosen. Chaos's chosen, X. Neither white nor black, but rather grey, indeed, the color of chaos. Neither god nor devil, but rather humanity in between, possessing both the sanctity of divinity and the corruption of devilhood. As the god-slayer not remembered by humans, you will ascend not to the throne of heroes, but to the throne of chaos. Goodness will no longer tug at you, only making you more steadfast. Despair will no longer crush you, only serving as your driving force forward. Henceforth, whether mercy or sanctity, whether desire or malice, all will become an inseparable part of you. Embraced by it, upon the throne known as the throne of chaos, you shall reign as a god. The radiant sunlight filtered through, cascading down upon the Olympus mountain range, dispersing the lingering veils of grey clouds, dissipating into oblivion. Cradled in the arms of the lunar goddess, the black-haired youth slowly opened his deep russet eyes, gazing at the tear-streaked, delicate visage of Hecate before him. Gods, can they also weep? The tears of the goddess fell upon Kratos's cheeks, leaving a warm and sticky sensation. Kratos raised his hand, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Teacher. He smiled, I'm back. Her embrace was soft and vast, suddenly enveloping the young man with a force as if attempting to meld him into her own body. Kratos tenderly stroked Hecate's back, though he was the one being held, it seemed he was consoling the lunar goddess. Standing nearby, the other gods exchanged glances, wearing expressions akin to silent mourning, slowly drawing closer. Kratos. Zeus spoke solemnly, how do you feel? All the grotesque flesh on the youth's body had faded away. Kratos, he had actually suppressed the devilization. Incredible. Yet, the dire cost. Those two brothers did not return. The goddess released him from her embrace, finally separating. Taking Hecate's hand, Kratos slowly stood up, the radiant sunlight now adorning his bare body, then he looked around. The figures of the Olympian gods were all standing here, their bodies covered with various marks of disarray and damage. It seemed to be extremely miserable. Oh, it was caused by himself, wasn't it? Ares even had swollen tear marks around his eyes. Was he crying? He didn't think he was that harsh. Seeing such a gathering of gods surrounding him, a feeling of bitter amusement crept onto Kratos's face. Though his memories of the present were somewhat hazy, making it difficult for him to remember exactly what had happened. Yet, seeing the gods not intervening, but instead acting as bystanders, it was quite obvious what the situation was now. Kratos glanced at Hecate's charming face. Teacher, did you spill the beans? Guh. The lunar goddess pursed her lips, guiltily averting her gaze. Sensing her disciple's piercing gaze, she stuttered and began to justify herself. Don't expect me to keep a secret, Kratos. You've come to this. I already guessed. The words of the king of gods, Zeus, you didn't listen to them. The black-haired youth smiled, how could you listen to the words of your disciple? The silver-haired old man's dignified expression froze for a moment, then slowly turned his gaze towards Hecate's face. Zeus had entrusted Kratos to Hecate, expressly instructing the lunar goddess to keep the secrets of the gods. You should have taught Kratos well. Zeus shook his head, at the very least, you should have stopped his tantrums. He now understood why Kratos had changed like this. The gods wanted to save humanity. And the young man wanted to save the gods. Hecate blushed, her figure suddenly shrinking, transforming into a soft and black-haired girl. What else could I do? She weakly argued, he kept pressing me. You have a good son, I have to beg him every day to fill me up. How could I bear to stop him, and how could I even stop him? Zeus shook his head gently. Though that might be the case. But now, it was too late to say all of this. Kratos closed his eyes, sensing the positions of the people around him, then raised his hand, casually opening a rift leading to Sparta. In the royal court, everyone was anxious, feeling the ripple of space, then abruptly turned their gaze. They didn't have the ability for large-scale teleportation. Thus, after Hecate revealed all the truths, they couldn't cross thousands of kilometers to reach Mount Olympus and could only wait anxiously in Sparta for the outcome. At this moment, seeing Kratos's smiling face, Cenas, Atalanta, and Medea rushed out one after another, embracing him, burying him in their vast bosoms. Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! Calls of joy mixed with crystal clear and warm tears, wetting Kratos's neck. Hecate, in her black-haired girl form, was squeezed to the side, her expression freezing, then her figure suddenly expanded, transforming into a plump and beautiful woman. Jason shrank back a bit, feeling somewhat intimidated by the gathering of gods. But his concern for Kratos overshadowed everything else. Asclepius stepped out of the rift, exchanged a glance with his father Apollo, then quickly averted his gaze, hiding where Apollo couldn't see him. Alcides came out boldly, not even sparing a glance for the gods, but giving the young man an extremely enthusiastic hug. Kratos, you've suffered. The great hero tried hard to smile, but being not good at expressing emotions, he could only awkwardly pat the boy's shoulder. It's good that you're safe. Alcides sincerely reflected on the tortuous development, Kratos's experience, which was even more convoluted than his 12 labors, a journey that pierced through hell and divine mountains. The gods witnessed this reunion scene, and the solemn atmosphere on the battlefield seemed to relax, presenting a tender moment that was somewhat intoxicating. Such is eternity, how wonderful it should be. However, patting Kratos's shoulder, the great hero looked around. Where are Dante and Virgil? They've reached you first. As Alcides uttered these words, the expressions of the gods all froze for a moment, and they looked at each other, revealing expressions of sorrow. Kratos momentarily stunned. He turned his gaze away somewhat dazedly, slowly scanning the crowd. Everyone was there. But Dante and Virgil's figures were conspicuously absent. His gaze landed on the solemn faces of the gods, and a buzzing sound seemed to resonate in his mind, tightening like a taut string. In the oppressive silence, everyone seemed to understand something. People looked at the gods in astonishment. In this heavy atmosphere, Dante and Virgil. Kratos tried to open his mouth, wanting to ask that question. However, he couldn't ask, because the answer had already surfaced in his mind. Ah, so that's it. Why was he able to break free from Alvin's embrace? Why did Dante and Virgil appear in his mental space? The black-haired youth clenched his lips suddenly, guessing the answer in an instant. His heart seemed to spasm and ache violently. Atrox, why? I offer my condolences, Kratos. The bloodthirsty demonic sword trembled, and Atrox's hoarse voice resounded in the battlefield. It's their own choice. In this heavy and silent moment, everyone, as if they understood something. Warm regards to the gods. The gods gazed at the young man in mourning. Sorry, there's nothing we can do to help you, Kratos. Zeus said softly. But your brothers, they were people who loved you. They were right, they sacrificed themselves to bear your contamination. No. Kratos murmured to himself. They didn't sacrifice themselves. I can feel it, they're still here. Kratos lifted his gaze, somewhat dazed. By the side of the crowd, two silver-haired youths, taller than him by a head, stood in the clear and bright sunlight, smiling at him. Their hearts are in my heart. In the stillness between humans and gods, Kratos spoke softly, word by word. I want to find them. What are you saying? Dante and Virgil aren't from this world. They came from another world from the void rift into this world, so, they're waiting for me in some other world. Humans and gods exchanged glances. Why do you know such things, Kratos? Because I am too. They told me themselves. Kratos lifted the bloodthirsty demonic sword, standing slowly. The young man raised his eyes, looking at the majestic king of the gods before him. I would like to ask you, Zeus, for a favor. Kratos's request was spoken word by word. In the ethereal voice of the youth, the expressions of humans and gods gradually froze. The contamination had not been dissipated, hell still existed, and devils continued to emerge from the river Styx. But now, Kratos had become powerful enough to withstand the malice of the entire land. With the support of Dante and Virgil, Kratos approached the end of the god's lair. He would bear the evil of Greece, and strike down chaos looming beyond the heavens. So, Your Highness, are you saying goodbye to us? Standing on the ruined Olympus temple, Cenis grabbed the boy's hand. The joy of reunion was instantly crushed by the impending pain once again, making her almost collapse. No, this isn't goodbye. Kratos smiled gently, gently stroking the face of the silver-haired woman, which was tainted with the fierce battlefield. I will come back. Believe me. These powerful words made Cenis tremble and release his hand. Cenis, Atlanta, and Medea gave them indulgent kisses. Kratos looked at Hecate's smiling face with a bitter smile, then leaned in, kissing the moon goddess, in the surprised gaze of Medea. Sorry, teacher. Hecate suddenly pressed his lips hard. After savoring the taste of the boy thoroughly, the moon goddess finally reluctantly released her vermilion lips. Standing in the temple, Zeus gazed at Hecate with a stunned expression, seeming to say, Is this how you taught my son? Hecate couldn't be bothered with this useless old man, obediently tidying up Kratos's collar. You never listen to me, Kratos, what can I do with you? She sighed, a faint breeze brushing the young man, making him slightly itchy. You troublemaker. Kratos shook his head with a smile, wiping away the tears from her eyes. I told you, I'll come back. I'll trust you once. Finally convincing his comrades in arms and wives, Kratos breathed a sigh of relief. But why, Kratos, we were all prepared to initiate the self-destruct sequence. Ares looked at the black-haired youth before him in disbelief. Are you an idiot? A fool? We've barely restored your sanity. Are you still going to cling to your foolish plan? It has nothing to do with chaos. Resolving the contamination is just an excuse. The more important thing is, I need to find Dante and Virgil. I need to bring them back. So, you're going to abandon everything in Greece? Ares trembled, pointing to the people he cherished by Kratos's side. Do you see their eyes? Dante and Virgil worked hard to save you. Are you going to selfishly sacrifice them like this? Facing the anger of the black-haired woman before him, Kratos raised his hand and gently cupped her face, causing a subtle blush to appear on her cheeks. What are you doing? So, are you happy to self-destruct, Ares? The black-haired youth laughed, pinching her soft cheeks. Stubborn god of war, just live properly. Cough. You're the one who's not living properly. You're the biggest idiot. Yes, I'm not living properly, I'm an idiot. Kratos shook his head helplessly. I've said it, I'll come back. That's chaos, our civilization's celestial sphere-type space-time fortress. The Dyson sphere that covers the stars. How are you going to come back? Ares became angry at the mention of this topic. Am I stupid for having feelings for you? She pointed to Cenas, who had raised her eyes. Like one of those brainless bimbos you associate with. I'm not lying to you. Kratos said. When have I ever lied to you? You said you'd use my head as an ona dash. Ares's words suddenly stopped. It seemed like she felt that this vocabulary was too shameful even for a god. She bit her lip, shyly looking away. Anyway, you're just all talk and no action. Hey. I can't just ignore the term brainless bimbo, Ares. Grabbing her by the nape of her neck, Hecate dragged the useless god of war over to the midst of 4 brainless bimbos and began to subject her to Greek-style bullying. Who's a brainless bimbo? You haven't been used enough as a flashlight, have you? You're the most useless god of war. Watching this peaceful, noisy, and reassuring atmosphere, Kratos turned his gaze to the sturdy silver-haired old man before him. Zeus smiled bitterly and shook his head. Can I refuse, Kratos? You don't have the luxury of refusal. Kratos smiled. Because, right now, the entire Olympus can't even defeat me. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed once again through the mountains of Olympus, sending shivers down the spines of countless people on the Greek earth. The battle between gods and devils was not over yet. Above the sky, facing the entire land mass, the projection broadcast was cast over the skies of various city-states. As expected, that terrifying figure, which sent shivers down one's spine, once again emerged at the center of the frame. Within the deep crater, a bloody face slowly lifted its gaze, revealing an incredibly sinister smile to the people of this land. The god King Zeus was bathed in blood, like a weak quail, held in the hands of that devilish figure. It's over, Greece. From now on, I will stand above Olympus. Don't be too arrogant. Kratos. The sturdy silver-haired old man roared, and like a reflection, his entire body was filled with flashing thunder. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance burst forth, shattering the projected frame covering Greece. Above the sky, the interstellar combat purpose annihilation-type mobile fortress flagship slowly descended, and Zeus seemed to exert his full power. Layers of rocks were torn apart, one mountain after another collapsed, numerous craters and indentations dotted the mountains. Even though the image in the sky had dissipated, people could still perceive the ferocity of the battle through the distant turmoil around the Olympus mountains. After several hours of such tremors that shook the earth, it gradually subsided, eventually becoming eerily quiet. Is it finally over? Has Zeus also been defeated? Who, between Zeus, the king of the gods, and the devil Kratos, would emerge victorious? People anxiously awaited the outcome, fear and despair shrouding everyone's hearts. A continuous, intense rumbling came from the direction of Mount Olympus, but it didn't seem like a battle. Instead, it was a strange, fast-moving explosion of flames, burning with a molten-like color on the towering mountain. Soon, a horrifying scene slowly emerged in the sight of everyone looking towards Mount Olympus. The Olympus mountain began to collapse incessantly. With the collapse of the rock layers, a circle seemed to gradually emerge. A massive, irregular circle was engraved on the mountains of Olympus. No. At the moment when it was completed, people realized in horror that it was not a circle at all. It was a symbol, the emblem of Sparta, Omega. A Omega symbol, which the terrifying devil used as his canvas on the sprawling mountain range, silently and desolately declared his ultimate victory. The 11 machine gods stood atop distant peaks, gazing in astonishment as their temple was completely destroyed, the giant Omega symbol carved into Olympus. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, the sight before them still filled the gods with immense shock. Indeed, nothing could shake one's soul more than the sight of that enormous symbol that could be seen with just a lift of the eyes. Though no one saw Zeus being killed, the defeat of the God King seemed to have become an established fact, wiping away the last traces of fear from the gods and converging them all onto Kratos. At the peak of Mount Olympus, the silver-haired old man was covered in blood, sitting weakly in front of the collapsed temple, wearing a bitter smile. Kratos. Is there really no other way? You've worked hard. Kratos gently shook his head. After I leave, please lead everyone in rebuilding the temple. You've destroyed all of Olympus. What I destroyed was Olympus. What does that have to do with Olympians? Zeus shook his head, a smile of mixed emotions on his face. The gods, asking a mortal for salvation. This was the shame of the gods. The cores of the 12 machine gods were now all in Kratos's hands, and with the permission of the terminal, he communicated with all of them. Supported by the endless power from the river Styx, he suddenly filled and activated the sequence of their machine cores. Boom! A dazzling rainbow of 12 colors shot into the sky, sweeping away the clouds over Greece. It seemed like a moment. And yet it felt like a long time. In the void, ripples slowly spread out. A huge vertical pupil, embedded with a golden cross, slowly opened, tearing open a brilliant rift in the sky above Greece. Facing chaos, the gaze from 4 light years away. Kratos gently placed the cores of the machine gods into Zeus's hands. Sorry, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. He reached into his chest, gripping the eyeball of Atrox, and slowly pulled it out of his body. Take care of it for me, but actually, it's okay if you don't, after all, Atrox tends to annoy people. Hi! Realizing he was being kicked out of the team, Atrox trembled violently. You motherfucker, Kratos! I'm the world ender, and you're kicking me out now. Fussy off! You shit! Fuck! I trusted you so much. Are you even lying to me? Didn't you say you'd take me with you to kill Chaos? Fuck you! I'll never forgive you in my life. Sorry, I don't need your permission anymore. Kratos gently caressed it. I'll come back for you in 2,500 years, Atrox. 2,500 years. Contemplating this time frame, Zeus felt as though his son contained infinite and wondrous secrets within him. Will you really come back, Kratos? In Zeus' gaze, the black-haired youth smiled, leaving behind his final words. Yes, just like your thunder, I shall return like lightning. Goodbye, father. Hearing this address, the lips of the silver-haired old man trembled, buzzing as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't. Goodbye, Kratos. The body of the black-haired youth was covered in countless blood streaks, transforming into a crimson armor all over his body. Facing Chaos's gaze in the sky, Kratos opened his arms and slowly ascended. His black, abyssal hair, composed of magic, drifted gently in the void behind him, transforming into a brilliant silver hair emitting intense light. The crest of the wandering star within him operated at full power. The energy of the entire river Styx was crazily absorbed and filled, without the need to purify even the malice within it. The God's Lair. Taking his first step toward chaos in the sky. Boom! The bursting blood light pierced the sky and rushed into the rift in the sky, the wide open void. Seemingly near yet infinitely far. In the void rift opened by the golden pupil, time and space seemed to stretch endlessly. However, under such violent force, amidst the malevolence gathered from the entire land, space was torn apart inch by inch, and time gradually stagnated under his magic. Like this. Step by step, Kratos broke free from the shackles of time and space, approaching the essence of chaos. The golden cross pupil gazed indifferently at the approaching blood-colored devil. As Kratos stood face to face with the now near and gigantic chaos, distorted ripples of time and space swirled in its eyes. Kratos raised his hands, gripping the two ends of the golden cross, and a burst of blood-colored flames suddenly erupted, tearing open layers of cracks in space. Crack! It was as if something was completely shattered. A towering crimson titan stood above the sky of Greece, raised its palm, grasped the golden eye of chaos spanning kilometers, and extinguished it in its hand like snuffing out a candle, which caused the space and matter around him to perish. Accompanied by the sound of the void breaking, the entire sky of Greece suddenly rippled with a golden halo. The void rift was shattered. However, the essence of chaos did not cease. In the chaotic time and space, everything seemed to be shattered into chaos. Before Kratos, a brilliant golden cross floated. In a daze, A familiar feeling suddenly rose in his heart. The golden cross, radiating with blazing light. It was like an open door. The aura of another world continuously blew from beyond the door, as if accompanied by some anticipation and calling. After a moment of silence, Kratos took a firm step forward and stepped into it without hesitation. You're dead. This simulation has ended. You have unlocked the ending, the story of a common god's lair. Humans pray to the gods for mercy, but who will show mercy to the gods? As a mortal, yet you redeemed the gods. This is the story of Kratos, the god's lair. You died, yet it seems you have not truly died. In the depths of that unknown chaos, your story continues. Goodness follows you, evil admires you. Light longs for you, darkness desires you. You are the existence surpassing chaos, the color painted by the icy sun for all things. From this moment, perhaps, the journey of the god's lair has only just begun. Evil alignment score. You have obtained the simulation reward, God's Lair Token. God's Lair Token, a sinister eye known as the Mystic Eyes of Bloodthirsty. It records the will of the God's Lair, Kratos Sparta. Holding it, you can inherit some of Kratos Sparta's characteristics. Current synchronization rate, 1%. The sky was veiled in gloomy, somber clouds, casting a pall over the entire expanse. Withered branches and leaves, thin mist permeated the air, carrying a scent that seemed to speak of the decay and impending death of the entire world. Pushing aside the heavy slab, the young man with black hair slowly rose from the coffin. Gazing at the desolate wilderness around him, and the clusters of graves scattered throughout, he shook off the dust from his body, squinting slightly. The ashen graveyard. No, that's not it. I'm supposed to go somewhere else. Muttering to himself in this manner, the young man raised his gaze somewhat bewildered. Where am I supposed to go? The flickering candlelight cast a dim glow, wavering faintly. The hanging wrought iron thorn chandelier swayed gently overhead. Rubbing his throbbing temples, the young man with black hair slowly sat up from the icy, hard operating table. A room resembling a study or a clinic, with blood-stained furnishings, suddenly came into view. Is this the Iosifka's clinic? In the hospitable Harem. It seems like the first blood ministration has just been completed. Wait, why am I in Harem? You're saying it was my own request. I seem to have forgotten something very important. Iosifka, do you remember? You don't remember either. The damp dungeon floor was covered in mottled moss. Snowflakes drifted down, mingling with the pristine moonlight pouring into the courtyard, carrying a subtle yet palpable sense of foreboding. The young man with black hair slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of frost-like mist. He slowly sat up, picking up the elegantly written letter from the ground. Sure enough, it's Sekiro. Why did I say sure enough? It seems like someone is waiting for me. Who is waiting for me to return to a certain place? The deserted chapel was draped in cobwebs. Faint calls seemed to echo in the ears of the fated one. The grand and majestic epics appeared to quietly fade away into the realm of dreams and the ever-turning winds. Oh, my favorite, Elder Ring! The young man with black hair opened his eyes, lowering his gaze to the club in his hand. Clad only in a simple loincloth, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Starting like this, feels right. If I can't find it, I'll search through the worlds, one by one. It's okay. Just having you to talk to is enough for me. I have a feeling they're getting closer to me. As dusk settled, shadows lengthened. Before the square of Sparta, the gates of hell had been leveled, and the statue of the revered king had been rebuilt. Sunlight cast heavy shadows upon the earth. An orange-haired woman, cradling her adorable daughter, approached the statue slowly, placing a bouquet of flowers at its base. They stood there for a while. The black-haired little girl slowly lifted her head, gazing at the chiseled face. Is this father? Yes. The orange-haired woman gently caressed her daughter's face. This is your father. Will father, who went far away, come back? He will, he promised. Is he very strong? He's the strongest person in this world. Come with me, praise your father, Pandora. High above the firmament. Beyond the records. In the unknown chaos of the void, there lies a land of black suns hanging high, shrouded in deep and scorching heat. Vibrant life and lush greenery entwine around a throne of black, profound darkness. The silver-haired youth, clad in blackened armor, sits upon the verdant throne, quietly closing his eyes as if taking a rest. Suddenly, beside him, the scorched earth cracks inch by inch. Thick blood slowly seeps from the cracked ground. Countless grotesque flesh rises from the ground, devils' ferocious skulls rolling out from the crevices, forming a bloody throne akin to a gruesome spectacle. Enveloped in verdant life, the silver-haired youth slowly opens his iron-grey eyes. He gazes at his other self, clad in crimson armor, emerging from the radiant and profound chaos border. Iron-grey and deep russet eyes meet. The god of vitality and preservation, Alvin. The god of courage and victory, Kratos. There are two more. The silver-haired youth says. It won't be long. The black-haired youth replies. The two deities exchange silent glances. Because with their understanding, no more words are needed. Alvin nods gently, a knowing smile appearing towards Kratos. Then, the black-haired youth, adorned in blood-colored armor, slowly ascends to his throne. It's not the throne of heroes. It is, the throne of chaos. Seated upon the bloody skulls. The god's lair gently closes his eyes. Volume 2, End. Chapter 100 Avenger. Name, Kratos Sparta. Class, Avenger. Strength. Endurance. Agility. Mana, X. Luck, X. Noble Phantasm. Infinite Arms Mastery, B. Your combat arts, in this era where the art of combat has yet to reach its zenith, are undoubtedly unparalleled. They are not taught by others but are a manifestation of the skills honed by your own soul. Infinite Arms Mastery allows you to overcome the strong with the weak. Unfortunately, in this world, there is no creature stronger than you. Mana Burst, EX. The vanguard of the wandering star has taken over the data calculation of your entire body, supporting your bodily movements with vast magical energy, forging a body fueled by magical propulsion. Its strength varies according to the amount of magical energy you possess, and it grants corresponding enhancements to your strength, endurance, agility, and magic resistance. When developed to its extreme, as long as it can contain it, you might even be able to fit the sun within your body. Avenger, A+. You embody the malice and evil of humanity as an Avenger, where the negative emotions of humans are considered poison to other servants but are a source of power for you. You have made peace with malice, and no amount of evil in this world will bury your true nature. Forgetful correction, A. Humans are creatures adept at forgetting, but Avengers never forget their hatred. Even if their souls are shattered in chaos, they will never completely forget their loved ones. Crimson Fury, A+++. Your immense rage is on the verge of burning through hell, through the world, through the skies. However, at the height of your fury, you maintain an extreme level of calmness. The angrier you get, the less likely you are to lose your sanity. It can be said that your Spartan rage has turned into a terror and slaughter of all things twisted in hell. You gain a special attack bonus against enemies with the devilish attribute. Demonic Sword Companion, Vanguard of the Wandering Star X. Authorized by the Vanguard of the Umbral Star in the Moon, you can unleash its eroding power anytime, anywhere. After connecting with the river Styx of the underworld, your magical energy reserve becomes virtually limitless. By combining with Atrox, you can even evolve into the ferocious and devastating Crimson Titan form, replenishing your magical energy through slaughter. Limiter, X. As a human, you surpass humanity. By surpassing chaos with human flesh, this is the meaning of the Limiter. Constant progression, constant improvement, this is the battle and survival of the God's lair. The cost of bearing this burden has already manifested. Although you disguise your baldness with magic, you can never conceal the cruel truth of your balding. Throne of Chaos, X. Neither white nor black, it is grey, the color of chaos. Neither God nor devil, it is humanity in between, sometimes possessing holiness and divinity, sometimes descending into devilish nature. Remembered as the God's lair but not by name, you will ascend not to the throne of heroes but to the throne of chaos. Goodness will no longer pull you back but only strengthen your resolve. Despair will no longer crush you but only serve as your driving force forward. From now on, whether it be mercy or sanctity, desire or malice, all will become an inseparable part of you. Embraced by the throne named Chaos, you shall reign as a god. Your name shall tremble this planet, a symbol of courage and victory, Kratos. Afterward. First, introspect, then repent. Author earnestly reflects and repents. First, about the structure of this volume. Unlike the glamorous Greek tours imagined by many, Kratos stays in Sparta and hardly moves from his nest. Why was this volume arranged this way? The reason is, author didn't want to write a travelogue, damn. Frankly, there are too many travelogues about Type Moon's Greek myths, where every mythological event must be involved, and every god must be showcased to seek blessings and favor. Author has read enough of these Type Moon Greek works, it's time to move on. So, I made an effort to seek a breakthrough. Unfortunately, this effort made author realize his weakness in character development. In a travelogue, there's a balance of what to include and what to exclude. In developing a sprawling narrative, characters pile up, but what could be a volume in someone else's book is just a chapter here. I can't let the farming elements overwhelm the story. I can't just sketch out a vivid and memorable character with a few strokes. Ultimately, it's a matter of author's writing ability. When shaping a character, author's habit is to plant hooks first, then reel them in when it's time to showcase the character's arc. This method is effective, but the downside is that both the hooks and the bait need time to develop. This, in turn, results in author's character development relying heavily on the volume of the narrative. In the first volume, only Alvin, Morgan, and Artoria were described, so it was relatively smooth sailing, and the reception was good. In the second volume, the characters became crowded. The Sparta volume involved more than a dozen characters, with 12 gods alone and 4 in the harem. Damn, I overestimated myself. When you try to do everything, it ends up as if you've done nothing in particular, leading to characters becoming mere extras, which greatly affects the overall impression. Looking back at the second volume, due to the limitations of space, many areas that I wanted to describe delicately were deliberately rushed. I believe everyone can feel it. Actually, this was meant to portray Athena's emotional transformation. I wrote 2 chapters, but they were criticized, so I started rushing the pace from there. Considering the strong feedback, author didn't want to torture Athena further. Regarding the issue of being too verbose, some readers might have vaguely sensed it, and some might feel uncomfortable. This discomfort is intentional on author's part, aiming for a surreal sense of confusion. This isn't an excuse for verbosity. The penultimate chapter actually discusses this issue. Compared to Alvin, Kratos' living environment is extremely harsh, burdened with the responsibility of a god's lair, making revenge a duty. His life was dictated by the gods in the first half, which affected his mental state. Besides killing, what else could he do to vent his suppressed emotions? Alvin is actually happy. With Vortigern's support, a teacher like Morgan, he often teases the witch, persecutes Artoria. Taking over the city actually means he's grown up, he's married and developed enough to shoulder responsibilities. Kratos, on the other hand, is screwed. In the Greek environment, the heavens are unkind, and the earth is unforgiving. His initial stats are that of an ordinary soldier. Zeus' guardianship only ensures his basic safety. All his buffs depend on his own struggles, kills, and fights. Alvin was teasing Artoria when he was 12, while Kratos had to take over the city's responsibilities before he fully matured. Although his soul is that of an adult, fundamentally, he's still an immature child. Humans are actually fragile creatures. In such circumstances, a little bit of tenderness can actually reach his heart. So, to emphasize this immaturity, author deliberately let him complete his romantic journey as a child. This isn't author's fetish, okay? However, to some readers, Kratos starting a harem in Greece might seem like a deviation from his character. This might be author's problem with writing. As a thoroughly evil antagonist, Reinhard's simulation of a harem can't be something good, laughs. In fact, when writing about the god's lair in the Greek volume, there's a very awkward question after 2.5. Type Moon's Greek machine god settings basically subvert the characters' personalities in the original Greek mythology. In short, Type Moon's Greek gods are too fond of humans. The Zeus from Lost Belt basically treats humans as his children, so it's hard to criticize this old man. What were the mythology gods like? It's needless to say, in Greek mythology, most of them are quite high and mighty. The mythology gods have destroyed humanity more than a few times. Humans are basically playthings. They're fond of humanity, fond of industry, more or less, laughs. Author really liked 2.5, so choosing to respect Type Moon's machine god settings brought up a problem. Since the machine gods love humans and are willing to sacrifice for them, if you give them a few nudges, wouldn't they become even more valuable than the mythology Zeus? So, fallen gods, hoping for a destined god's lair, is a good theme. This is also why Kratos has X luck. Therefore, the oppressive tone of the entire worldview in the second volume was basically determined like this: the setting of the world, in the end, serves logic. Author's principle in writing is, characters can be flat, but logic can't falter. Flat characters can be said to be poorly written, but if the logic falters, then it becomes a joke. So, based on this principle, author designed a series of worldviews for Greece. But it seems author's ability to manage the ensemble cast is lacking, or rather, easily influenced by feedback, leading to either acceleration or deceleration. For Cenas and the others, author was relatively satisfied with the initial romantic scenes. But later, jumping to hell, the pace suddenly accelerated, making it seem like they turned into ordinary silver-haired, brown-skinned side characters, with no space left for tenderness. The busted girl Hecate, seriously not author's fetish, would have had more interaction, like details on teaching magic, discussions about plans, strategy discussions about the underworld, slow heating up of emotions with the teacher, and some playful teasing. But then, it was criticized for having too much romance and being too fluffy. Damn, too much. Author admits it's too much. Why are there fewer words when writing the fluffy parts? Writing high-quality fluff is so damn hard, if only there were 1,000 words an hour. Author humbly accepts, but the lessons aren't sticking. With books, there's length; without books, there's brevity. If it didn't provide a good reading experience, author is sorry. First introspect, then repent. I believe everyone can see that author has realized the problem. Honestly, dissatisfaction, indeed dissatisfaction. Author was quite satisfied with the chapters at the clock tower, but very dissatisfied with the Sparta volume. The big scenes didn't feel like they dropped in quality, but it felt like there weren't enough standing characters, which affected the immersion. The only thing to be satisfied with might be Kratos' characterization. Only this, author is truly satisfied and proud. So, having learned from this, the next volume will be about the sinister Three Kingdoms, focusing on intrigue and science. It will depict the scenes between a certain incarnated elements girl and a certain fox girl, but for ensemble casts, author will choose to avoid them. Hopefully, it will bring back a better reading experience. Next, there will be some daily life scenes with Morgan and a storyline about Babylonia singularity. After updating, it skyrocketed back to the top. Damn, stop scolding, let author rest for a day and organize the outline. I don't care about this month's perfect attendance, see you tomorrow night. The deepest feeling after writing the Sparta volume is, if your head is feverish and unclear, don't force yourself to write. Author will focus on quality next and appropriately reduce the update frequency. I won't push myself too hard, don't worry. A slight spoiler, the 3 talents simulated in the next volume are, mind essence, forgetfulness, and fate. I believe everyone can see, the next volume will be wild. Author is best at going wild, so it's his forte. Dash.